the last 2 decades of American politics, things have grown more and more and more partisan. And I personally, being a student of political science and history, was both proud and other people who are on the opposite side of the aisle from me, as is Mr. Duran, are in much more control of the Republican Party than anyone else. And I know we have a number of listeners who count themselves among the ranks of Republicans, and it's offensive to them and divisive to the space to insinuate that a political party is in the bag with Russia. Uh, Nothing could be further from the truth. And I, for one, am not concerned about the upcoming midterm elections or the presidential election in the next 2 years, because America takes a stand on things like genocide and people who try to run roughshod over freedom-loving democracies around the world. And I for one, hopefully, or am hopeful that we've turned a page now.
Okay, I missed that, but I'm glad you were here. So I take it from you then, Ryan, lunchtime is next, followed by who?
Sure. And I just want to put a pin in that conversation, but I wanted to allow lunchtime a chance to respond if he so chooses. And I'm happy to have a discussion with him outside the space, but this isn't the space to discuss U.S. politics. That's just the long and the short of it.
Okay.
Hey, Bloke, before we go to lunchtime, everybody, we just restarted the space. If you would go ahead and give the space a follow, a like, and retweet it, and let everybody know that we are back up and running. And with that, go ahead, lunchtime.
Look at you, Daryl. You're a natural.
Yeah, well, yes. All right. Yes, I would like to respond. Thank you for that. Really, the point I was making wasn't about American politics at all, really. It was largely about the fact that the US system means that you're restricted. Presidents are restricted to 2 terms, right? And once those 2 terms come to an end, there's a change of administration and therefore a change of policy, right? This is a fact. Yeah. So it's really that. I mean, in terms of the Republican Party, yes, okay, I take your point, of course, and I said at the time, I'm perfectly aware there's bipartisan support. I was taking that as read, if you remember me saying. That's not the issue. The issue is that there is a certain broadcasting network with a certain personality that is offering a great deal of comfort to the enemy, at least as far as if that's not a controversial thing to say. And you know, given the events and the stuff that was uncovered today, and boy, I bet there's worse to come. Unfortunately, perhaps I let my emotions slightly get the better of me in how I phrased that. But I would also like to say to Peter Duran, Peter, you know, my personal politics, we may well have the exact same politics. This is not about party politics. This isn't about a domestic sort of political issue. My current prime minister, for example, I wouldn't agree with on much, I think, other than the issue of Ukraine. You know, and to me, that is the most important issue facing the planet right now, and not really, maybe not the. I mean, certainly the planet, but
lunchtime. Can I ask you to do a favor? Can you get to your point? Because it just sounds real drawn out to everybody listening. Can you just get to your point, please? It will help everybody.
Well, I thought I was making my point, which is that this is not a partisan issue. It's this. I wasn't meaning to necessarily just poke at one side of American politics or any domestic politics. It's a question of continuity of policy with regards to the war. And the American system means that there is, by necessity, a limit of 2 terms for a president, right? And every time there's an election, there's an inflection point at which time the policy can change.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Lunchtime. Although our presidents have changed, it was only the last president that we've ever had a big, dramatic discontinuity of our purpose. All the other
That's correct.
presidents, all the other presidents we've had, and you probably will see it in the future, they maintain our status. We value it. We understand what we lost with this last guy, and we value it. And so for
Okay,
it to get to where it got the last time, it's going to take a hell of a lot stronger person to do it. And I doubt if they would ever get into office, because people on both sides of the aisle understand what was lost. So I just want to be succinct with that, because people on both sides know they were fooled once.
okay.
Not everybody's going to be fooled twice.
All
Daryl,
righty. Okay.
no, hold on.
Well,
Daryl, can I ask you? I mean, I think it is time to move on. We can talk about this for the next 40 years, but I have not heard you weigh in yet. I've been listening. Craig and you have been talking about the importance of rail lines and logistics for months. We've had major developments with the current Ukrainian offensive against Russia. We've taken major railheads. Daryl, I've been waiting to hear your perspectives on this, and I think that would seed some good questions and conversations from the community. And I'm going to drop down now. I'm going to make some salad here, and I'll drop down. But I've been waiting to hear your perspective, Daryl.
Well, I mean, coming from the railroad side of the house, listening to the leader of the railroad and how they consider themselves the second army, it is, I mean, what they have accomplished. Now, understand my point of view as coming from a corporation, one of the private corporations, well, they're public, but one of the private railroads here in the US. What they do under one man is done under thousands of companies throughout the US. We have 4 major railroads, 5 if you could include the CN, and then you have thousands of class 2 railroads. When I say class 2s, these are smaller railroads that they run under a lower budget, that type of thing, than the major railroads. He is doing what all of these companies are together. He's doing what all these thousands of companies are doing by themselves. I mean, he's doing it as one person over all these different entities that in the US are thousands of entities, whether it be maintenance, whether it be construction, whether it be management of a freight slash a domestic public utility type railroad. What they are doing, I have never seen done in my lifetime. And I probably won't see again, because one of the things he said at the end of our conversation is he says it's probably not going to be this way forever. And I understand that, because it's just the enormity of what they are performing. A national railroad that is run, tip top shape. And I think the only reason that is able to be is because they have unlimited funding to do what they do. And that is something that you won't see in most private slash other public transportation entities. So it is enormous. It's fantastic. It is dynamic. And they're showing what you can do under stress and get it done. But I'm also looking at it from the perspective of it can't last as it is, because the forces of economics won't let it. But my God, in a wartime situation, they're doing it's the bee's knees. And like I said, high ball. If I made a comment on his thread that said high ball, and I said high ball. That refers to in the old days of the steam engines when the trains did not have signals. They had little weighted balls on these towers. As they went by, they would pull it down, and that would let the train behind them know that there was a train ahead of them on the track. And if you got to the ball was in the lowest position, you had to creep along. But if the ball was high, that means you were full speed ahead.
Thank you, Daryl. Just a bit of housekeeping, folks. We've got a full deck. A lot of people want to speak. I just swapped out, so I'm a little off kilter when it comes to the order. Brian, if you wouldn't mind piping in. I don't know, Daryl, if you had time to keep track of the order. We'll try to get to you. If you were finished speaking, if you could just tap on your icon and lower yourself down to listener. You can always re-request, but that will allow us to bring other speakers in. Thank you.
Let's
we
go,
had
JJ, because I haven't
Ben,
seen her here in a while, and then Ben and Ole,
Ben
Gunther, Robert.
and then O.
Hi, thanks, gang. I wanted to go back about an hour, but more broadly to something that I've been hearing over the past couple days. I always try and think about Ukrainians who are listening to this space when they're contributing and hearing others speak. And a lot of people are coming in right now and talking about how to get along nicely with Russia after, as if somehow this is finished. And my comment is the time for what is going to happen with Russia and how the world will deal and interact with Russia after this illegal invasion is over. It's useless right now to me to ask this question. We do not know what further sanctions there will be. We do not know who is going to be in power. And we do not know how long this is going to take for Ukraine to free herself. At the very least, this is a way for people to cognitively distance oneself from the horrors that are being committed as we speak. Or at worst, it's a purposeful distraction from the atrocities that are being committed right now in Ukraine.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, JJ. I think that was really well put. Daryl, do you have a comment on that? And could you drive for just a little while? I've got to deal with some children stuff.
Sure. JJ, I think the fact of Ukraine and this war, I think they've already pretty much disconnected themselves from the Russian side of things. And it's actually fast forwarding them into the Western economies, in my opinion, because of our connective, because, war brings about alliances, and those alliances can only be strengthened, in combat somewhat. Okay, that there's that element of combat, and it strengthens allies. And with that, we see and you learn to trust. And that trust transpires into goodwill. And that goodwill goes a long way in the business era. And so I think the taking them away from that sphere and moving them closer to us in this time now is has done what 10 years of just economics has done, is going to would have done, because there was always going to be, are they going to revert back? In this case, we know they're not reverting back. We know they're going forward. If that kind of explains my opinion anyway. Did that kind of get to where you wanted to be with that, JJ?
I appreciate your comments. I'm sort of processing them. Sorry.
I know I can say things a little weird sometimes. Just give me a minute, and I'll fill it out.
You're all good.
Ben, you want to go for it?
Yes. Good evening, long-time listener, first-time caller, and I wanted to say yes. Good evening to everyone. Welcome to Darren. Thank you for breaking the space. That was very amusing. Since you've all been talking about American politics, I wanted to talk about Belgian politics a little bit. And since I am the only Belgian here, I will do both sides, both conservative and progressive. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. Welcome, Daryl. And yes, I wanted to broach another subject. I've received a very interesting video earlier today, and I got around to post it. It's on my page. Daryl, if you'd be so kind to put it on the nest, that would be very nice. Or not. You're the boss. You choose. It's about Chinese diplomat, top Chinese diplomat, one of the main guys in the Chinese Politburo, talking with his Russian counterparts and expressing strong support of his country for Russia's, and I quote here, justified war against Ukraine because they've been backed into a corner by the US and I assume the rest of NATO. And they're being extremely supportive, extremely understanding, telling everything that needs to be told. And there's two ways of seeing this video. One of them is that the Chinese are trying to look nice to us, telling the West that they're not supporting Russia, while at the same time telling Russia that they're supporting them, and indeed supporting them in many, many ways. And this should be at the very, very least known. The other way of seeing this is that they're paying Russia with words and not truly supporting them. I know Raver is of that opinion. I'm of the opinion that we cannot let this axis of evil being reconstituted, and at the very least, the sunshine need to be brought on this unholy alliance of those two dictatorships. So if the listeners have a second to like and retweet the video, that would be very, very appreciated. And with this, I bid you good night. And Daryl, happy sailing and welcome aboard. And you too, Ryan. I love you.
Thanks, Ben. And as soon as I figure out how to post stuff to the desk, I'll do that.
I'll take care of that for you, Daryl, and
okay.
show you afterwards. Ben, is that the one from Li Zhangshu, or is that the one?
The very same.
Okay, I'll get it up there.
Oh, Ben, I wanted to talk to you about Belgian politics.
Well, actually, if you think about it, Belgian politics are the best politics. I think they stayed without a prime minister, without an acting government. With only an acting government for something like 400 days. And their economy never worked quite as well. Their country was never ruled quite as well. Some people should consider it.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Amazing. Good night, man.
All right. Thanks, Ben, and good night to you. Well, I had Gunther next, but Robert, you're next, and then and then you, Gina.
Hey, Daryl, thanks. Thanks for stepping up to be a co-host. I'm very happy to see you in that role. I've just seen you as somebody who's always been constructive in your contributions to this group, and it's just a joy to see you becoming even a more prominent member of the group. So when I got back into the space this afternoon, I heard this conversation that dealt with issues around the president who shall not be named. And so I figured this was a good time to pull out a story that I've kind of been saving for this space. So when the war started, I had one friend who was in the active army, in Peter, and Peter immediately wrote to me and said he needed help completing his kit. And so, of course, I sent him the funds that he needed. And then, we communicated a little bit in the intervening months, but he never asked for help again until very recently. And he's in the artillery. He's in an M777 battery. And one of his observations, he said all the wonderful things you would expect about the M777, but he said it is a weapon for world peace. The other part of the story is about the piece of kit that he needed, and it kind of relates to the Russian positions that were totally overrun, no preparation, no trenches, nothing. And the piece of kit that he needed help getting is an M1A1 entrenching tool. So he needed that. That's apparently one piece of kit that the Ukrainian active army supply system is not able to keep up with. So I thought the site might enjoy this story.
An old Lee tool.
And I'll go down.
Axe, shovel, anything you can think of. and a weapon of, believe it or not, it's a weapon too. So, well, I'm glad your friend was able to. Did he get one from the Russians? Oh, you dropped down. Well, I'm taking it that he got it. He finally got one. Let's see. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Ole.
Yeah, hi, greetings to everyone. Can you hear me?
Name it Charlie.
Okay. Hi. I just came across this platform of yours a couple of days ago, and I'm just blown out of the water. It's really amazing to sit and listen. And I travel a lot. I'm Norwegian, but I live most of my life in Asia, and I'm constantly on the road, so I can just any time of the day just dig into you guys, and it's really nice to have. But back to the point. I grew up in Norway in the 70s and 80s, and we were brought up to believe and to know that the Soviet Union, the Russians, they are dangerous. At that time, there were old men in suits and hats we saw on the television. And okay, fine. They decided that this is the way the Soviet Union should be. But then we got into the 80s and stuff. We learned about Czechoslovakia, Hungary. And I remember my father was sitting listening to the radio, when they went into Poland. So scrolling forward, I went into the Navy. I've sailed submarines, and we tracked all these Russian subs coming out of Murmansk and Kula, because we have a border there, and we can be some mean motherfuckers, we Norwegian submariners. So I just saw this kind of from a different point than what I'm seeing now when I'm living in Asia, because people out there don't know anything about the relations, how the post-war area, the Cold War, and all of these things has affected people like me growing up in Europe, having a border to Russia. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Montreal. I'm dwelling a lot now, but it means a lot to me. And I was walking through the old city of Montreal, and I came into the Ukrainian Independence Day celebrations. And there were thousands of people there. And when you see mothers with their husbands in the battlefields, shaking while they're talking, of fear, not knowing anything, it struck my mind. That's the reason why I was told, be careful. Don't take your freedom for granted. These are the guys I was warned about during my upbringing. Unfortunately for Ukraine, they are the example and the reason why I should have been afraid. And I don't think Europe will change. I listen a lot to this now. Let's say that Russia has a kind of revolution, like the people turn over or whatever, how can they ever get into the Western world? They're just sitting on a bunch of old nukes threatening the whole world. Their GDP is just like Spain, and no one. And I ask these questions to anyone in Asia, particularly India, where I lived for the last couple of years now, who really, really are glorifying Russia because they stepped up and helped them in the early 70s when the Pakistani was threatening them. And since then, they've been heroes. And I tell them, can you tell me one thing the Russians have ever made that the world has embraced, except vodka and AK-47? There's no car, there's no computer, no phone, no motorcycle, no plane. There is absolutely nothing these guys can contribute to the civilized world, except from gas. And I don't see any place.
Kalashnikovs.
Yeah, that's what I said, AK-47.
Yeah, no, I heard you. I was just reiterating your point.
That's the only thing that's accepted somewhere. The rest is just junk. And we heard that on the submarines. No, we heard this Akulas and Kilos and all this stuff. There was just like submerged garbage cans. And I'm just thinking, there is no place. And I'm flying a lot. And you get on the plane. I was flying a lot from Hong Kong to Europe via Moscow. And you see these guys sitting next to you. You know, they have tattooed eyeballs. And you go to Monaco or you go to Cyprus, whatever. They're running around in this Mercedes Geländewagen AMGs, you know, with black windows, making a lot of noise and scaring people to death. So, no, I don't see that Russia, in a way, can be integrated into the Western world. It's going to be very, very difficult. And we shouldn't even allow them in there because they don't want to. If you went during the 70s and 80s, maybe the mid 80s, when the wall came down, you know, 91, 92, that area, maybe you would have the old kind of people who were saying, I couldn't even trust my own mother. Yeah, we would like to have this world. But then Putin and his mafia friends, and now these guys, you know, back in the 1780s with the gray suits and the hats, they didn't pop around with their friends in yachts and buying, you know, soccer teams and stuff like that. It's just pure mafia. Unfortunately, we are suffering from them now, and I really have a great heart for Ukraine. I really feel for you guys, and let's kick some ass and get this over and done with. Anyway, I got to enlighten my heart. I'm sitting on a ship in West Africa that I own. So anyway, thanks to you guys, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ola. Ola, just before you go, I
Yeah.
just want to say I was at the same festival you were at, the Ukrainian festival in Montreal. I'm from Montreal. Yeah. So we probably walked by each other at some point.
Well, I just turned around the corner there, eating an ice cream, and then, you know, the podium where they were having the mics? I was standing just behind the microphone on the left side, looking downwards to the crowd. And I was actually asking if I could say something, because I would like to say, you know, what I told you, like, today we see the reason why I was brought up to fair them, and unfortunately it's you guys suffering now. Oh, it grew to be a lot of people in there. It was really nice.
There were thousands. Thank you.
Yeah, there were. Hey,
Ole,
yeah.
I got one question.
Shoot, please.
How'd you find the space? I mean, we've been up for a long time. I just want to know, how'd you find us? It's a curiosity.
I was introduced via Facebook by a friend of mine, because I'm quite I've been into intelligence services and stuff in the past. So a friend of mine said, hey, listen to this. This is Norwegian, what we call defense politics sites. And from there, I found an article, and I think it was either Schuck or Mr. Spencer who had written an article somewhere. And then I drilled in, and then I get into my Twitter account. And there I found you guys. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Well, welcome. I'm glad to have you.
Well, I'm going to be a lot, you know. It's amazing that you guys, and you're 24/7, and that's so good.
Yes,
I wish
we
I
have
wish there
people
were
from
more
all over the
people.
world.
Yeah, I'm getting back again to Asia soon, and I'm spreading around you guys on Twitter and everywhere, and the Facebook and stuff. And I wish there were more Asians in here because
Yeah.
they have a lot to learn. Appreciate Americans. You know, you always, like my father said, you guys always stepped up and saved our asses in Europe. Yeah, and it's so important because eventually, again, you're there for the third time.
All right. Well, thank you
So
very much. Stay with us, and we're
I
going
will
to
be
go
there,
ahead
and
and.
if there's something comes to my mind, you know, I will press the button
Okay,
or wave
cool.
the hand. Okay, you guys take care. I will continue listening.
Okay. Gina.
Bye for now. Bye.
Something that Suzanne had said, like before, right before the break in the transmission there, and
Before I
her
broke it.
tears. I just wanted to thank her because I can't tell you how many times I've cried over Ukraine. I'm a journalist working here in the United States, and I work closely with our Ukrainian Catholic community because I work for a Catholic publication, and I've done a lot of research from here, talked to a lot of their clergy, to people who have survived the previous things, when this phase of the invasion was still like after 2014, before the February invasion. But the upshot of it is Suzanne's contribution tonight, and even just what Ole said, just reminded me, we're really up against the face of evil. And I always get frustrated with journalism that tries to psychologize what Putin is and what Russian society is. We really have just gotten it so wrong. And I've talked to Ukrainian historians who just shake their heads and say, my goodness, you've got to wake up. And so when Ukraine wins, and they will win, and they have to win, there's just no question about it. I hope we always remember that we are dealing with evil, and we're dealing with a society that, as this one genocide scholar, Jeff Benvenuto of Gratz College, whom I interviewed for a podcast, said, it's a society that's got this fidelity to trauma, and they're just this ridiculous victimization that they in turn project and perpetrate on the world. And they're being fed this steady diet of toxic, hateful, insidious propaganda every night. And the few people that disagree are silenced. And then the rest just fall into this lull, and they're medicating themselves with alcohol and infidelity. The Levada poll, which one of the Ukrainian archbishops told me is like their main statistical source, for just different social issues. I mean, he just said rates of alcoholism and, just all sorts of, maladaptive coping behaviors. Again, that's just what Suzanne's point reminded me of, and what Ole was saying. And, when Ukraine wins and we still have to deal with Russia, I'm thinking of something that David Satter, whose book was It Was a Long Time Ago and It Never Happened Anyway, and certainly Timothy Snyder, the other, the great, historian about Ukraine, they've all made this point. We just cannot think that we're dealing with a normal society. And if we think normalizing business, and lifting or adjusting sanctions is going to cut it, that's the mistake we made. This is how we got here in the first place. We thought that exporting McDonald's and capitalism was going to actually save their souls and convert them. And it didn't. And now Ukraine is paying that price in blood. So thanks for listening. And again, just thank you guys for everything that you do. You have no idea how much I personally appreciate it. And I just learned so much and just love listening to you guys. So thank you. And Slava Ukraini.
Slava
Herum
Ukraini.
Slava.
Herum Slava.
Gina, one of the things that comes up sometimes, and people say it's that there's a romanticism of the old Soviet Union. Now, coming up in the 70s and 80s as a kid, there was no glorifying of Russia as far as them being, they were always the enemy for us. And I think that some people think that this romanticism of the Soviet Union meant that they were something greater, and I don't understand where that greatness came from. Yes, they were large as a country, but greatness was always, it was not a good thing. It was the cruelty, the ugliness of what their regime represented. So I don't know how people can fantasize, with that greatness, but for people that grew up in the time period that I grew up in, and as Oleg said, there was no glorified Russia. They were always who we are seeing right now, and so it's I think there's just a culture shock for people that grew up when the wall fell. That's the biggest thing. That's the only thing I can explain is when the wall fell, people thought that there was going to be a different Russia, and it turned out not. All right, let's see. A fella. Don't let me see. Is Dommy? Let me see what that whole thing is.
He figured it out.
Dominic,
Or he figured it out.
and then Chris, and then you lunchtime.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing tonight?
Doing all right. I just want to take a moment to speak a little bit about, partisanism in the United States. So for me, I've personally been following, the events in Ukraine since the day it happened. I mean, I've been glued to the whole thing the whole time. And I think it's important to remember, where the power lies in America. And it lies with the people. And, presidents come and go, events come and go. But the people is where the power is in this country. And that's kind of the difference, right, between the two models. Between the model where it's centralized and the model where you have free democracy. And I think with regards to partisanism, it's important to remember where, sure, we have our differences, but some of the extremes come from our enemies, right? Like people are motivated to divide us, and they're motivated to try and destroy us if they wish. Not everybody takes that kind of cynical view, right? Like not all the countries do. It's not like Senegal or something like that, or Portugal, or who knows? I'm just throwing out random countries, but they're not trying to. But some countries are, and they have a bad outlook. But personally, when I drive through, I live in the city. When I drive through the city, I see Ukraine flags up. When I drive through the country, I see Ukrainian flags up. And that's not something that's normal. That doesn't, we see, that's not something that you see in this country. People don't just throw up flags, really. Sure, you might see some stuff on the news, but you don't see them get thrown up on houses just everywhere. There's billboards. It's it's not all over in your face all day every day, but there's this silent majority, I think, that are very aware and paying attention, and it's not something that they're going to ever forget. And I think also, to bring it back to Ukraine and Ukrainians, when it's important that we follow or we remember the example they set, actually. When President Zelensky stood up and took, nobody thought this was going to happen. Well, maybe some people in Eastern Europe who were obviously much more correct about a lot of this stuff. I'm not going to get into that. But
well, our special services, they knew.
Yeah, I tend to think so too. But yeah. So, but anyways, a lot of the media, a lot of the coverage. Anyways, so he stood up and said, give me ammo, not a ride. But not only did that happen, I was watching this and I had no idea what was going to happen. Hostomel happened, and then everything that's happened since then, it's been Ukrainians fighting back, and it's been the whole country united. And I know that that's a country that has their differences too, and so I just wanted to say, they've set an example for the whole world to follow, and that's all I'm going to say.
That's right. They're setting the tone of sorts.
Here. And just to add to what a fellow said, let's call it out. There are two major autocracies that have been fiddling around in the West trying to sow discord and create division. And everything from bot farms to spreading misinformation, and we know who they are. The two biggest autocracies who are about to meet tomorrow. If you can check Ben's tweet up in the nest. Sorry for the interruption, Daryl.
No,
Keep going.
no. The only thing I was going to add is I travel all over the eastern U.S. and I remember in the earlier part of the year I was in Mobile, Alabama, at the airport, and all of a sudden I saw the blue and yellow flag flash up on a billboard in the Mobile airport, and that the change, your change would go as a donation to Ukraine. And here lately, I was up in the Northeast in Maine, and I'm traveling in some, back roads, and all of a sudden, you see the blue and yellow flag. And today, matter of fact, I was coming up the Palisades Highway, and on a box, one of the little electrical boxes, coming up the highway, there was a trident, a Ukrainian trident on the side of one of the boxes. It's everywhere. There are people everywhere that are flying the flag, showing the colors, and supporting Ukraine in their way. So it's a good thing to see, and I couldn't be happier. All right, Dominic, you want to call in you once, calling you twice.
Hi there. Hello, Daryl. Yeah. So on the, what was it going to start with now? Yeah.
Start slow. Start slow.
Yeah. So on the bot farms, etc., don't forget Iran and North Korea as well, because they're both, growing powers in that side as well as the Russia and the China, and also in terms of divisiveness. I mean, platforms like this, like Twitter, can be extremely divisive. I mean, this is slightly less, isn't it? But I mean, say the YouTube and Facebook and things like that, they get what do they call it? Yeah, the more controversial something is, the more clicks it gets. So the more advertisable it is. So that's good. But it isn't, is it? It's bad, because if you put on something there that's really appalling, that makes people sows divisiveness basically, then you're going to make money from it. So there is a basic problem there. But I mean, I don't know how we deal with that. I mean, I think if we deal with the disinformation at the same time, then that may bring that down a little bit. But yeah, just going on to the Russians. In terms of the Russians, I mean, those guys are dead to me, just dead to me from now on. I do not care. They need, we all need to wash our hands of them completely. And I mean, wash of their hands of their money as well. All of the money that's sat around in the banks in London, New York, wherever. All of the dodgy money is sitting around in the British Virgin Islands and the Isle of Man and various other places, tax havens, basically. We really, really, really need to purge that stuff, because it's not just tied up with, with the war, is it? It's tied in with drugs and God knows what. I mean, there's all kinds of kind of vicious, deep corruption that's going on there, that as a world, we're just nodding a wink, letting go by, and it's harming us, and Ukraine are paying for this with blood. And yeah, just another word on divisiveness. Have you ever heard of PJ O'Rourke? You guys probably, do you know him?
I've heard of him, yes.
Right, okay. So, yeah, I mean, he wouldn't be usually my my taste, but he's actually a very funny guy. That's kind of what drew me to him, really. But he once did a kind of a study that he thought was going to turn out really well for the kind of conservative he is, and it kind of didn't really, because he went around the world and he said, okay, this country works, that country doesn't. What's this country got that this country hasn't got? And he went around pretty much everywhere, and he basically figured out that all you really need, it doesn't matter your social policies, it doesn't matter when you retire, doesn't matter virtually anything. The only thing that really matters is the rule of law. That's kind of what makes a country successful. So I mean, he was going to, thinking that Sweden would be, some kind of socialist nightmare, but of course it isn't. I mean, it isn't really socialist, but it has a lot of social policies, but that doesn't make it socialist at all. They're incredibly capitalist. So basically it is all just politics, and people shouldn't get too worried about it as long as it doesn't break your leg or take money from you too much. But in terms of the Russians, they're just dead to me. We need to wash the hands of them completely, and we need to do an enormous cleaning house of political influence in Europe. I mean, I thought lunchtime was very unfair actually on the Americans, because they've done reasonably well. Meanwhile, we've got Lord Lebedev of Siberia, son of a KGB guy, sat in the House of Lords. They've got Le Pen in France. There's various parties in Portugal. The pro-Putinists are probably going to take control of Italy pretty damn soon. It's all over the place, absolutely all over the place. And we need a cleaning house. So just a statement, I suppose.
I agree with you, but we know that unless there is a little bit more concerted effort by the bigger countries, that it won't work as well, because we know illegal activities, they are always going to be there. They skirt the law. You can write laws and illegal activities will always skirt it. The only thing we can do is to police it, and police it. It's going to be, it's something that I think that we're going to have to put more of a concerted effort on. And to wit, one of the things I want to say to the largest of our populations, just like the videos that came out of Germany during World War II, that people understand they didn't understand till then the cruelty of what was happening. I think it is going to take something of that magnitude, of it becoming very public, not necessarily on Twitter, on a 5-second slot on the news. There's going to have to be movies, specials, things that will show, not censor it, show exactly what has gone on. And I think that will do a lot to turn people away from looking at Russian and dealing with Russians the way that they have been with just, kid gloves type of actions. I think that's what it's going to take, in my opinion, in order to make these things work like you're talking about.
That's entirely true, but the problem is, I mean, none of the news media, the Western news media, has got the guts for this, have they? I mean,
that's why I'm not advocating it being a news story, because they only give it that 5 seconds. That 5 minutes.
It should be a feature documentary, and it should be, 18 plus only, trigger warnings all over the place, but it does need to be actually shown, what's actually happened. I mean, I don't know if I'd watch it, to be honest. because my imagination is more than capable of running wild, with the description. But yeah,
society's dealt with it. Society's dealt with it before.
Yes, yeah, and they should do. I mean, it's the closest, nearest we're going to get to the German villagers being shown around what was happening like half a mile away from them, isn't it? Basically, it's the nearest we're going to get to that. So I'm totally with you there. But the problem is, I think there's a political decision here, because if they showed this stuff to people, then there would be no holding the public back, would they? They'd be like, do something now, right now. And the politicians, I'm not entirely sure they can really deal with that. And, I'm not entirely sure that it would help at this stage, but it has to happen soon, very, very soon.
I agree.
If I could just interject for a moment, folks, just a bit of housekeeping here. We have a lot of requests coming in. We can't bring people up. So if you are done with your question, please click on your icon and drop down to listener so that we can bring other people up. Also, if you requested the mic and you are up, please raise your hand. You can do that by clicking on the heart icon at the bottom of your screen. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see a button, there we go, where you can raise your hand. And that way we know that you want to speak and we can get to you in order. Also, please share and retweet the space. We don't do any advertising. MriyaReport is a bunch of volunteers around the world. We donate our time to spread the word about what's happening in Ukraine, so that you can be informed, inform your friends, and put pressure on your elected representatives to do the right thing and help Ukraine liberate itself from these genocidal invaders. That's it for now. Daryl, who's next?
Now we got Chris, then lunchtime, then Leonard, Colo, and then Speak.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Yep. Was that a misunderstanding?
Call it.
All right.
Call it. It's Chris first.
Okay.
Call it. It's gonna be Chris, then lunchtime, then you, and then Leonard. Okay.
Right.
Good evening, everyone from New York City. Can I do a quick mic check, please?
Yeah, reading in Lima Charlie, Chris.
Thank you, sir. A couple of things on no particular order, but I guess the first one I really wanted to say is, Daryl, welcome to your new role. I am tickled to death that you're in that position and you've decided to make that sort of step up, because I couldn't think of a better, more solid and consistent individual to help us along. You got a lot of cojones, man. It's not something that I think I could do. But please continue. You have my support. Big props. I wanted to go back to something that lunchtime had said, after 20 minutes, he finally got to his point. And it's something that I have a fear of. And my fear is I've seen a few political elections. I'm not that young, but I am deathly afraid of the pendulum swings and how easy it is to push them towards I don't know what else to say, but nonsense. And it's my fear sometimes that sort of blinds me and gets me stuck in the, well, oh my goodness, what happens if we change and our direction changes, and how, what's the rest of the world going to think? And, one of the things that I saw recently, and Pew Research put it out in June of this year, is that American perception of America from abroad has swung back to a very positive perception after a number of years of it declining precipitously. And so it's a good thing to say, but it's incumbent upon, I think, every one of us to understand that that swing is fragile and that we need to, as Axel says, try to grab the pendulum and hold it in the middle. And so that's where I am on that. I think that we do an excellent job here of mitigating that swing, and I know we'll continue to do so moving on to the future as we do things. So Daryl, it's been awesome. It's awesome. I was gonna go to bed because I'm supposed to move servers in the morning, early AM, but you know what? I'm not. So I'm here. You're doing great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks for the support. If you haven't noticed, you know that many of us on here, we span different political thoughts, and but that doesn't stop us from finding a common thread, and we build on that. And even when we are from different sides, myself, I may be liberal, but that liberalism has more to do with social policies, equality, issues of equality. But when it comes to governance, it's more in the center. And I think that a lot of people are like that. They may tend to be a little more on the conservative side of that, or they may be a little bit on the liberal side of that. But we all fall somewhere in the middle if we think about governing a people as a whole. If we're thinking about governing just ourselves, yeah, we're going to swing that far left and that far right. But if we're going to think about governing as a whole, we find that center. And as it's often said here by Alex, the center must hold. And so we're going to hold. We're here for Ukraine, and that's our thread, and we're going to hold here. And I think that's the beauty of this. You become friends with people of all sorts, and you hear each other. And that's the thing that we need to do more of, listening. So I just want to say thank you. I'm not going to say too much more about me. I'm going to roll on here.
Can I just one last thing? I just want to support you're traveling across the, I'm on a motorcycle for work. So I commute from Queens to Lower Manhattan. If you all know where that it's about 7 miles, and it takes about, if you're doing it by car, it'll take you about an hour in the morning. But I see the Trident on cars. I see Slava Ukraini. I see the flags. I see people supporting from all over the city. Down, I'm going to say this wrong. It's Velsica, which is a Ukrainian restaurant down in the village, and people lining up to come in and support Ukraine and eat their food, and it's just wonderful to see. So I just want to echo that. It's happening here. I see it every day on my commute. I'm going to drop down. Thank you, Daryl. I'll be here listening.
All right. Okay. I think it was lunchtime, or is it you or Leonard? I lost my place here.
I think it was me. I'm going to be very brief. There was some discussion about the need to document atrocities in Ukraine, which are racking up.
Well,
200.
let's go with lunchtime, since we don't want to necessarily have them fight it out.
Oh, lunchtime was speaking.
Oh,
yeah.
Was he? Oh, I've got a problem here. 1 second.
Oh dear. Oh, sorry about that. The need to document the atrocities happening in Ukraine. Well, which, as I say, are racking up at 200 a day, which is extraordinary. Really, it really doesn't bear thinking about the actual number. But there is a film being made about Bucha, which is expected to be released in March 2023, which should interview the people that survived and their stories. Anyway, so hopefully that'll go some way towards documenting what happened, so that people really can't claim ignorance of it. Also, in slightly less grim news, it looks like Ukraine has liberated Kiselivka, which is very close to Kherson city, I think. But I'm not a military person, so. But that just popped up on a Discord channel. I just thought I'd share that. Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks so much for the space, and you know, keep it going, guys. And you're doing great, Daryl. Good stuff. Cheerio.
Thanks, Lunchtime. All right, Leonard. Hello, Leonard. Leonard. Oh no, Leonard, you got the pox, or did I get the pox? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Leonard, it was your time. Okay.
Okay, I crashed too there. When this happens, what has to happen is you have to drop down. So if Leonard probably doesn't even know that he's speaking to no one right now. So I'm just going to remove him from speakers, and he can re-request. We'll bring him back up, and everything will be fine. And let's go to the next person in line, Daryl. I forgot who that was.
Colic.
Oh, hello, thanks. I have a question which is very direct to you all. I think you have an expertise on this. Again, you know, I like to speculate, so forgive me. The question is, how likely would you assess a change in Russian leadership? Obviously, we're talking about Putin. He doesn't seem to me, to you, to all of us, he doesn't seem to be in the saddle like he maybe had been at some point.
Okay. I can take this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you asked the exact same question a couple of hours ago, Polak. Or maybe it was someone who just sounded like you. The question comes out a lot. It's interesting that the question is coming up now so frequently. But the fundamental point is we just don't know. And because it's almost impossible to, I mean, it's logically impossible to know the future. So we don't know what's going on in Russia. The only thing that we can focus on right now is doing the next best thing, which is, supporting Ukraine to liberate their territory from this genocide. And we're just going to have to wait and see. I would say that something will happen. We don't know what it is. We had Finance on a couple of hours earlier, who summed it up very, very well. He said that it's just impossible to say, but it doesn't look like there are going to be a lot of changes, barring some major tectonic shifts in Russia. So for the moment, it's impossible to speculate. Let's just stay focused, because it's unknowable, right? And the problem with this, right? Like when we start to focus so much energy on the unknowable, is it distracts us from what's happening right now, which is a genocide in Ukraine, right? And we need to keep our eyes on the ball. The only
That's clear.
thing that matters now is getting Ukraine, giving Ukraine the support they need to liberate their country. Everything else will be secondary, and we'll
Yes,
see.
let me say one or two sentences here. That is completely clear. Yeah, I'm completely aware of this. There is a concrete objective, and we have to get together and achieve this. There is no question about that. But I don't see this in any opposition to this, to speculate, not to speculate, yeah, because I don't think it's really a speculation, really. It's something which seems to might happening even this time right now, that some groups within Russia, within the elite of Russia, is getting together and pushing out the one who has, and it is Putin, is it not, and his cronies, who has decided to do this all along.
Yeah, but there's no evidence of this, Kolok. And the other point I'd like to make is that the space isn't necessarily about speculating on internal Russian politics, right? We do have to discuss it from time to time to explain
Yes,
why they're doing this
understand.
invasion, right? But I mean, there are probably spaces out there that are specializing in this. It's not our focus, right? And the other thing is that it's just unknowable, right? For the time being, like,
To
let
some
me ask you
degree.
this. Yeah, let me ask you this question. Why do you think it's important? Let's put it that way. And maybe if you answer that question, that would help.
Yeah, sure. Well, as I've put it, you were referencing myself on the space, at space, in the space before. I think it's important because we need to understand what is going to happen in Russia in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 50 years. It is not necessarily in our scope of relevance. I agree. And I don't want to distract here. Really, I don't want to.
Okay, so then let's not. And I would counter that by saying that we actually don't need to know. What we need to know is what we can do to help Ukraine liberate their country and how we can help.
Sure.
Everything else, there are probably other spaces that can deal with that. This is really not one of them. And I understand maybe there's an interest in this, but we could waste hours on this and actually be completely wrong. And the other thing is, it doesn't matter, because no matter what happens with Russia, they've just committed a genocide, massacred, hundreds of thousands of people, including men, women, and children. Their army has run roughshod. It's never going to be the same. I actually like. I have to use careful language here because we're not supposed to swear. I don't give a flying what happens to Russia after this is done. I am done with Russia. I'm done talking about them. I understand that this is an area of interest for some people, but it's not an interest here, if you understand what I mean, Kolok. So let's save the speculation for another space or another time. This space is devoted to supporting Ukraine in their existential fight for freedom and dignity against a genocidal invader. And I would really like to stay focused there, if that's okay with you, Kolo. I guess it must be. Okay. Sorry for the interruption, Daryl. Did you want to take the next speaker?
Yeah, it was Leonard. I'm just sitting here talking into a muted mic. Leonard, you there this time?
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, am I audible this time, Daryl?
Yeah, you're Lima Charlie now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to welcome you up to the gunner's chair there, Daryl. You're doing an excellent job, and I look forward to many more occasions when you're sitting there and giving us the benefit of your very balanced and great insights. But specifically, I just wanted to refer quickly to the comments that were made earlier by lunchtime, and just to sort of emphasize that yes, he raises some very legitimate points with regard to where this goes in terms of overall support for Ukraine and in terms of maintaining a high and consistent level of support, not just in Canada and Britain and Western Europe, but also in the United States. And I would just refer briefly to some of the comments that were made. There was a speaker on yesterday, Ilya Pomerenko, I believe is his last name, Ilya in any event. And he was a former deputy in the Dumas in Moscow. And he participated in the votes pertaining to the original invasion of Crimea, and he gave us some insights in terms of where the polity sits in Russia right now. And one thing we must bear in mind, and this kind of relates back to what Peter Dorn had told us as well, about holding the middle and about some degree of optimism as to the level of support in the United States specifically, and being able to maintain that at a consistently high level. And particularly on a day like this, where we've heard further word of more atrocities and more heinous behavior coming out of the sector that was held by Russia. And I don't have details, and I specifically avoid going into the details of these reports. But unfortunately, the details do come out, and they've been laid out already by members and former members of the Royal Canadian Regiment and the U.S. Airborne and various sources. So it's unavoidable. But the bottom line is that we have to keep in mind that the U.S. has had, over the last 5 to 7 years since the Euromaidan, there have been large levels of support coming out of the U.S. polity, and not just in the form of ambassadors such as Michael McFaul and national security advisors such as Victoria and let me see her, Victoria Newland, who I'm sure some would be familiar with. And we've heard very recently from Alexander Vindman, likewise, on how the level of support has been consistently there for a number of years. And this space is performing an extremely important function in keeping these issues in front of the public, in garnering additional support, and keeping the level of support high for Ukraine. And that is something that we should all bear in mind, specifically on days like this. So it's an extremely important function that's being performed, and I thank you again, Daryl, for your participation in this. It's been outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And I just want to say to everybody, I appreciate your support here. These folks, they've been doing this in and day out since the 22nd of February, and I've been here, but to see what they do, it's magic to keep this thing going. So I just want to thank everybody. Thank you, Leonard. All right. Speed.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good night for me, but for you could be another time. I will present myself, and I want to be short. First, let me. Are you listening me well?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Okay. So, one, I need to make an alert. That is, if somehow you see me saying some words that looks racist, like black person, or is only uh, uh, a way of talking, because it's not really a racist um, term
Speed, your
for
account's
me.
locked down, so we can't see anything you say.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Can you listen me now?
We can hear
No,
you
we
just
can hear
fine,
you.
but
What we're saying is we can't see any of your tweets because you have it locked out.
Okay. So what I'm saying is about, what I want to have another. So I will present myself. So I live in Portugal. I am a software developer, so I'm following the Ukraine since the Ukraine war, since the beginning of the war, and I consult maps, and is a topic that I think I am worried about. I support mostly the Ukraine, but I try to understand also the behaviors on the Russia part. So for me,
Let me ask you a
there's
question. Let me
yes.
ask you a question real quick. Where were you following, or where were you getting your information from?
For example, War Monitor, for example, 3, I think. Dark Putin is some other person that I have on my, I'm following, but I have some other journalists, and so I also consult the TASS and the Moscow Times. So I try to grab some information also from to try to see the information that European Union doesn't send to us, doesn't
Yeah,
show.
but one of the things you got to understand. Do you understand that the Russians really don't say the truth in theirs?
Yes, I understand that. I understand that is, so, but what my point is another is about the feelings. I want to, I want to bring to this discussion another approach that is that is related with for example, related the relation between the Ukrainians and the Russians, because we, in the past at least, the Ukrainians, there are families that has they're mixed.
You wait a minute. You understand that the Russia has tried to annihilate them, not just this time, but in the past.
Yeah.
And throughout history, they've tried to annihilate the Ukrainian peoples through different times in history.
Yes.
You understand it. So there's no family when somebody is suppressing you like that.
Yes, but what I see, I know what you are talking, because I know the starving that you also path, the people of Ukraine path, and about the wars, and that is a territory that has a lot of wars there. And I also have a friend in Poland, and that one thing that he has afraid is if the Russia reach the Poland border. He tell me that every time that happens, it happens a world war. So it's the worry of the Ukraine is a very very.
Okay, so
But my point is very different of this discussion. My point is, of course, it has. You have some families that as some, for example, a husband or a mother that are Russian. Okay,
Yeah,
and
but understand that that mother and that family may have been put together by people who were forced to live in a place to populate it to lower the population of the people that were there. In other words, Russians were moved into Ukraine to subvert the population. In
yeah,
other
okay,
words, as they
okay.
killed off natural born Ukrainians, they brought in Russians. And yes, people live next to each other. They're going to fall in love, yes, but that doesn't
Mhm,
change why they are there. They're
mhm.
there with the purpose of de Ukrainian taking the Ukrainians and lowering their actual national population, the
But
natural Ukrainians,
notice one thing that I
just like they did in Crimea, just like they've done in
what I hear here is we talk about Russians like everyone behaves like we see, and
it's a part
for
of
me,
it's
let
systematic.
me
It's their
let
culture.
me okay, I understand that, but let me say one thing. For me, I classify, for example, people on Russia uh, as some people. For me, is what I call talk.
You're trying
What
to
I call
humanize.
about.
You're trying to
No, yes, yeah.
humanize people that are not
Let
You
me
can
truly
use the
allow me
mute button.
allow me to say
No,
this.
one at a time. One at a time. Okay, first of all, speed. You're not saying anything. So
No,
far, you
let
no
me.
no 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 no. I
Okay,
get to
okay,
mute.
okay.
I get to mute the bloody mic. Okay, you're gonna listen. Now, we're going to go in order here, right? You've been a little bit all over the place. We've given you a lot of space, all right? You started with this fear trolling about the Polish border. Trust me, the last thing the Russians can do is, threaten anyone right now. They're done, okay? And we're done with them. And if they want to, they can fool around and find out, all right? So let's get that over with. There's no Russian fear. There's no fear of Russia with anyone anymore, and that's one of the problems. People try to spread fear of Russia in order to diminish support for Ukraine. That's not happening here, so don't bother. Second thing is when you're talking about these, that like, I've heard this narrative 100 times. Oh, that Ukraine and Russia are brothers and stuff like that and sisters. No, they're not. And the Ukrainians are done with the Russians. The Russians have gone through that country, raped, murdered, and looted. Okay? They have killed hundreds of thousands of people, and there is no excuse for it. And there isn't a single Russian who doesn't bear responsibility for that, whether they know it or not. They are going to have to come to terms with that. So get to your point. What are you trying to say? Because we don't have a lot of time to waste.
Okay, I will move to another topic then that is related with. So you have a bad relation with Russia, okay?
We have bad relations
Wait,
with
wait, wait,
no
wait,
no
wait,
no no
wait.
no.
Let me
Shut
finish.
up. No. We have bad relations with Russia because they have invaded a country. Russia has bad relations with us. We did nothing to Russia. Ukraine did nothing to Russia.
I
Stop
understand that.
talking, stop
No,
spouting such
no.
nonsense.
You are putting my words in going to your way of view. I'm only I understand what you say, okay, but what I'm saying here, you are not reaching the point that you don't allow me to reach the point that I want, okay, and that way you don't will not have you
Well, then
will
get
not
to it. Then
understand.
get to your
so
point.
so what I'm saying is, if you cut my voice because I said you have bad relations with Russia, and why
Okay,
what I
but
was
ask
saying,
your
let me say
ask your question.
please,
Very
let me
succinctly.
let me terminate this.
Wait a minute.
This sentence.
Very succinctly ask your question. No more
I want.
explanations about the question. Just ask the question.
Okay, I can't do it this way. So because I think that you are blocking me to say what is
If
my
you think we're
understanding.
blocking you,
I want
just give
to
me the time.
to put another vision that I'm on your side, but you don't want to listen the vision to try to understand how we can change Russia. I want to
Well, then say it. You're wasting our time. Get to the
so
point.
so my point is you have bad relations with Russia, and if we are you listening to me?
I'm
can hear you
sorry.
fine.
I was listening to you, and I had a
So,
laugh.
so let me
I had a
see.
laugh
Let me say
listening
this.
to what you're saying.
But we after, but if we combat the brutality with brutality, the result will be brutality. If we
Okay, we're done.
but
That's bullshit.
okay,
Bye bye.
okay.
Bye bye. Okay,
Be-
so yeah,
Hang on, real
done.
quick, Bloke. Can I jump in just briefly?
Well, I'm just about to explain
not,
why
go
I
right ahead.
kicked the guy out, right? Okay, so I'm done with that. We heard about 3 different excuses, and then finally the final point was brutality with brutality. That's bullshit. That's the only thing that the way we can win. So there is no way to speak to Russia or negotiate with Russia. They have to be defeated in Ukraine. I was just losing my temper. I apologize for that, Daryl. Maybe you had a better approach than I did.
No, because I was getting to the end of my wits with that one. Because when he started talking the family thing, that was like, he was at the end of the rope there right then.
Encourage anybody who might not have English as their first language, if they don't have strong English speaking skills, to make time, so they don't have to feel so on the spot when they're trying to convey a point. But the points that were made by the previous speaker are not acceptable in here. We don't do whataboutisms, and it's unthinkable to me that someone would come into this space after seeing all of the atrocities that have been committed by Russians and suggest that we extend some sort of olive branch.
Just a minute, Merritt.
Russia doesn't accept olive branches. If you try to extend a hand to Russia in peace, they're more than likely to throw you into a torture chamber and electrocute you. We've seen videos of that. They'll break your fingers and bury you in a shallow grave. We've seen evidence of that in the last day. If anybody wants to have a dialogue with Russia, it can be after this war is over, and this war will be ended by peace through superior firepower.
Okay. All right. Leonard, do you want to say something on this real quick?
No, I would just echo exactly the sentiment that Ryan has just laid out. And this is no time to be engaging and indulging in nonsensical whataboutisms. We've had 6 months of that from Russia and from their apologists, and we don't need any more of that. Ryan is correct. This is a problem that will be solved by firepower, and then the future will be unfolded thereafter. So thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Same thing here. All right, Mira, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Let me just do a mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Mira. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much for letting me speak. And whoever the last two speakers were talking, I absolutely agree with that. There is no more, absolutely no more time talking to Russia. And whoever the previous speaker was, who sounded like he was purchased bot for Kremlin, we shouldn't be paying so much attention to those people. You know, guys, he got our blood going, but that doesn't mean anything. I appreciate I appreciate all of you who are here right now, and I come here once in a while to listen to, and absolutely grateful for everyone's opinion here, and even the people who are not agreeing with us.
Miria, I apologize for losing my
Yeah.
temper with that
Yeah.
speaker there.
It's okay.
Sorry about that, Mira.
May I ask what occurred? I feel like the parent who's come home and there's a broken vase.
We had an individual come up with that Russia and Ukraine are brothers and a bunch of other garbage that it was like, what? Did he know where he was? He didn't know where he was.
Just the interrupter, I think. That's it.
Yeah, I think he was trying me. It was my trial by fire, I think.
I think so. But I do, and I hope you're not gonna take me like that. I'm not a bot. I'm not anything like that. I live in America. I've lived in America for 15 years. I'm going back to Estonia, and a lot of people in Estonia, I'm Russian speaking. A lot of people who speak Russian in Estonia are supporters of Putin. So I don't know how I'm going to be supporting myself there, otherwise than listening to you guys.
Go visit
So,
Axel.
You know you're welcome here, right?
I know. Yeah, but I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Meta.
We'll send Bloke with you to Estonia, and anytime a Russian speaker gets fresh with you there, Maria, you just throw Bloke at them.
I do what?
You're gonna take Bulk. You can take Bulk with you, and then he'll take care of your lightweights. he'll take care of all your lightweights.
I don't want to get arrested, so no. Thank you.
All righty, let's have a quick little break and gin up the audience because we're going to be having a military update, some new news. So, what are we doing here?
Well, I got a
Where are we at? Can I get a sit rep? Besides Loke swearing for the 4th time in his life, is there anything else interesting happening?
Just me trial by fire right now.
Daryl, listen, you're a natural. You're a natural. You and me are gonna be soul brothers on the mic. That's how it's gonna be. We're gonna dominate the airwaves.
Oh Lord, I don't know how my voice sounds.
Asking, you shall receive. He says. I heard. Alrighty. Yeah, some interesting stuff's come up. Good conversations were had by all. And we're dipped a bit, and we're going back up. I need glasses. All right. Why don't we take some hands real quick? Let's try to answer some questions. There's a consolidated military update I'd like to bash through with.
You want to do it now, or you want to go to the heads?
No, we gotta get. They're gonna be. I don't want to say it again in a few hours, right? So, where are the audience at? Where air defense at? Where's?
Well, I got 2, 3, 4 that have been in dry fly. You just popped up. I got Jens. I got Smiley Face, Alex, and then the black note with the flags. over there and then dry fly.
All right, that
I
sounds
could be
good.
really quick. I just wanted the troll to go away, and I want to hear the military update, and I'm going to drop down.
I wish the troll was here. I haven't met a troll in 2 months, I think.
Well, it's less than that, Yehuda.
Maybe for you, but not for me.
Yehuda needs a regular diet of troll blood, or he goes. We got to find him Snicker bars.
I get too serious. All right, Brian Carter, go up.
Ooh, me? There's a bunch of people that had their hands up before me, I believe.
You know what? I wanna pick on Brian Carter. I honestly, you know, sometimes we see so many hands come up, we don't know who's up next, and then we'll pick someone randomly just to get it going. Like, actually, what are you all Canadian? That's my job. All right, you just go. I say, no, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I just wanted to, in kind of response to the back and forth about the whataboutism and all that stuff. The intimation, I kind of wanted to sort of expand on the comment that, which I'm sure is pretty frustrating to you guys in general, just as a community who, like me, solidly supports Ukraine. And that sort of comment being, right? Every great lie, big lie, contains an element of truth, right? And the element of truth is that Ukraine and Russia are, they're close, right? There's a lot, Russian, a lot of Ukrainians speak Russian, and a lot of Ukrainians have like family in Russia. It's vice versa, and of course, right? That's all that's not false, but okay. But I was just messaging with a Ukrainian friend of mine, and the problem with that sentiment is that the Ukrainians it's sort of true, right? That all those things are sort of true. However, the Ukrainians really haven't had much say in the matter, have they? Right? It's been kind of foisted on them by Russia, right? If to the extent that Russia and Ukraine are quote unquote close, Russia has sort of been the big brother in that sort of, or you might even say the aggressor in that sort of. Lots of pressure, lots of encouragement from Stalin for Russians to move to Ukraine. And I was going to say, and I noticed that Mira was speaking. She's Estonian, I do believe, or at least she said she was going back to Estonia. And I was just about to make the example. What if you were to say, well, I know we don't do whataboutism, but as an analogy, what if you were to say, oh, Russia's very close with Estonia, Russia's very close with Latvia, Russia's very close with descended people who live in those countries.
Brian, you're breaking up here.
Oh, am I? I'm sorry. Do you have me? Am I back on?
Yeah, you were breaking up for a quick minute. I don't know if you.
Okay, I don't have the best internet connection. I'm sorry about that. So I was just going to say, basically the analogy would extend. Just the basic analogy would be like, what if you were to say the same thing about Estonia, Latvia? I noticed that Mira may be Lithuanian. She said she was going back to Lithuania, and of course there are lots of. Do you guys still have me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You could say the same thing about those countries, and it would be just as true. Which is not very true at all, because Russia has tried to Russify those countries, and it all brings me back to, and I'll wrap up with this last comment. When I was very young, and it was during the Cold War. That's when I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and I graduated high school in 1990. And so I was asking my dad when I was very young. I was like, "Look at that map." I was like, "So that's the Soviet Union. It's huge, you know." And he said, "Well, son," he said, "let me just explain something to you about that." He said that the Soviet Union is not a country. The Soviet Union is the Russian Empire. And I said, "Oh yeah?" He said, "Yeah. You see that? You see this Tajikistan. You see this Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, et cetera, Ukraine. And he pointed to all these different places and he said, that's all part of the Soviet Union, but those are actually countries. Those are not, states like in the United States. The United States is a country. The Soviet Union is an empire, and it's basically the old Russian Empire. And I said, oh, yeah. And he was like, so that's the difference between a big difference between our two countries. And also most of that is empty. So anyway,
Yep.
yeah, so that's
All right.
thanks
No,
for
that's
letting me
cool.
just kind of ramble on there. Appreciate
No,
it.
it's okay.
Sorry. Like I've been listening to this, and this is absolutely terrible what you're saying. And I think you are one of those bots who've been sitting here and waiting to put his word in.
Why?
That's about it. Thank you.
What?
Well, I hope you really don't believe that. I hope you're kidding.
No, don't worry. I think she misunderstood you. He was just describing how on a map the Soviet Union is an artificial creation where the Soviets invaded all these other places.
No, I'm sorry. Whoever is.
Don't be sorry.
I'm not. All right.
Okay. So be honest then.
Well, I hope there wasn't. It seems to have been a misunderstanding. I mean to say, if I might clarify, that that Russia is an aggressor and an imperialist country, and it seems
Brian,
to
it's
be
okay,
bent
Brian.
on.
You,
Yeah.
you're understood. I think our friend Mira had misunderstood you, and that's fine. It happens at times. All right. Thank you for Brian. I don't know why your name doesn't show up unless because you got flags there. Okay. And I have a small screen. All right, let's barrel on bash through to Alex. Alex, go ahead.
Thanks, Yehuda. Everyone can hear me?
Leave a child there, Alex.
That's good. Well, I'm up here actually to answer kind of in a reversal one of Daryl's insights about 30, 40 minutes ago. It's been a while. He was wondering where this myth of the good Russia comes from. And it's, older than you might think. It reaches back to the 20s, Western journalists, academics, first on the left, including MriyaReport favorite Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Walter Duranty, were frustrated about capitalism's, say, externalities and blind spots, and were kind of looking for an alternative political economic system. And they looked abroad for solutions, and in their eagerness for that alternative, they looked to the USSR and were completely blinded by the crimes and the destruction that the USSR wrought on the people that it was governing. They overlooked crimes like the Holodomor, the murders of the kulaks, and highlighted things like the rapid industrialization. So
did I lose it or
what? Did you lose me?
No, I can hear you leaving Charlie.
Good.
Yehuda, you couldn't hear him? Okay, you hear me, Yehuda? Hello. I think you got the pox.
Yeah, sounds like it. Well,
I can hear.
I'll go on. So kind of this continued in certain circles until till the fall in 1991, when they threw in the towel officially. And in the past 20 years, we've actually seen the opposite on the far right, kind of taking a shine to Russia's ethno-nationalism. And that's how we kind of wound up with these narratives on the far left and the far right on social media that kind of support this good Russia. From the left, you still think this USSR is still around, and on the right, that likes Putin's modus operandi. So essentially, the good Russia phenomenon is born from a dissatisfaction of the shortcomings in Western governments and economic systems. And as frustrating as they might be, grass is always greener type thing. You take a look at the grass in Russia right now, and it's pretty toxic, and it's always been toxic. And now we see it. There is no denying it, except for the people who are quite literally bought and sold. So, on that note, I just want to say the Queen is dead. Long live King Charles III, and thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Alex. Thank you to our Canadian friends. Okay, Daryl, it's you and me. We're gonna do this. Daryl's new at it, and I might be a seasoned co-host. They say, not that bloke isn't, but I wanted the opportunity to ride with my brother here. Hope you don't mind, Daryl.
Nope. I welcome it. I welcome it.
Amen. All right, let's go to. We're gonna clear the hands here. We're gonna go to Jens. I hope a troll comes in. It's been a while. I was actually so upset at Bloke, not because he did anything wrong, but he's like, "You're gone." I'm like, "No, I just got here. Can I hear it, please? I'd like to hear it." But it didn't work out.
So it'll be Yin's. Smiley face, and then
yeah,
I guess Robert.
Go ahead, Jens.
Yeah, I guess. Well, you missed. He had a full bot or troll bingo plate. They cut him off before he got to George Soros and the New World Order. So I don't know. You just missed the anti-Semite part, I think.
I love them. I love them. You bring me the Nazis, bring me your downtrodden Nazis and anti-Semites and anti-Ukrainian Russians, and I'll deal with them. Hey,
yeah, I think we've trodden around this good Russians for a bit. I think we should stop encouraging them by trying to pretend that they understand anything else than violence. So they seem to be responding well to HIMARS and Javelins. So I think we're reaching out to them in the best possible way.
That's fair. All right, Daryl, can you add people or not?
Yeah, I can add. I was just holding off.
All right.
There's a lot of folks that were sitting for a second, and
yeah, let me add people. Let me just make sure that my mic is working here. Okay, yeah, it is. All right, let's go. Who's that? Doctor.
No, it was Kingpin.
Okay.
Well, it was Kingpin next.
Kingpin, go ahead.
Hey, well, one thing, apparently, like on Twitter, at least some people are saying Zelensky's motorcade was like an accident, so that's just an update. They said, yeah, just
Zelensky or Putin?
Zelensky. Although I guess there's some news about Putin too, but Zelensky, he was in like his motorcade like hit another car.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But so main question I have, kind of like relating to like what you would type out, like I forget who mentioned it, like kind of at this point, like just about everyone in Russia has like some guilt on them, and you know the myth of like the good Russians. And I kind of have a question about that. And this sounds like I'm directing the question, and like I already have my own like answer, but like I'm like genuinely don't know, and I'm wondering if like anyone else has thoughts on it. If there really isn't a good like Russian for the most part, and if you know like most Russians are either like pretty much for like the genocide in Ukraine or are perfectly happy with just sitting by and watching it. Why do I know like a lot of people on here think that Putin would never mobilize. I kind of feel like under under those like scenarios, Putin would be able to get away with it. I mean,
okay,
he's somehow been able to like incorporate like Chechens, even though Chechens, aside from like Ukrainians themselves, have more reason to hate Russia and not want to fight for Russia. And yet somehow he has his like little goon Kadyrov and like his Kadyrov fighting there. And you know, you have people like being like press ganged from the like DLNR and LNR. And you know, I'm just wondering like, why do we think like I know Putin thinks
I got it. So you're saying that there must be some good Russians because they have to press gang people.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying if there are no good Russians, then doesn't that kind of mean Putin would probably be able to get away with like mobilization?
No, because just because you support a genocide doesn't mean you want to fight for it. You can support stealing other people's land and not be interested in actually dedicating your life to it. So let's just clear some things up, and we're going to move on the Russia thing. I've gotten here, and a lot of people have messaged me and said we're talking about Russia a lot, and that's fine. You know, it does come up. We have to talk about the enemy, but let's make it clear. Whilst the Allies were bombing Germany, Dresden, Cologne, towards the end of the war, I'm sure there were good Germans there, Germans who didn't like Hitler. Maybe they liked him in the beginning, then didn't like him, or maybe they never liked him at all. But you can't fight a war like that. You can't, and the Ukrainians aren't even bombing, Russian cities and murdering people and firebombing them. The reality is this: Russian culture leads to the political culture is very much one of a supremacist. Like, we're better than people. We're Russia. You might have heard of us. So we can't discern who's who. And this is, and although yes, there are good Russians, we've spoken to some. I don't like, and I mean, 90% of our moderators might disagree with what I say. The Russians are not irredeemable on a human level. They've been fed a diet since they've been born that they're better than everyone else, and it's life isn't fair. So unfortunately, those 20 and 30-year-olds who might feel that way or believe that, they're an enemy, whether we like it or not, whether they understand it or not. So although the comment in and of itself isn't necessarily wrong or bad, it's irrelevant, because we can't sit here and can you please let me finish.
Okay.
No, let me finish, please. We can't pontificate. I'm not referring to you, by the way. I'm talking about in general. We can't pontificate on what do we do about those who want to do this or that. We unfortunately can't do anything. You have Ilya Ponomarev. He's a Russian former Duma representative, and even he, who knows Russia, he's a Russian. He's Ukrainian now by nationality, by citizenship. Even he said, when Konstantin said to him, "What can we do to reach out to the Russians so they can learn and know better?" He said, "Nothing. You can't convince them. They're brainwashed. There's nothing you can do. So by extension, there's nothing that you can do. Oh, they have a visa ban. They can't go to Marbella and they can't visit Venice and Rome. Who cares? Who really cares if a Russian family can't go to Venice? I don't care. Now, I care about the Ukrainian family being murdered. I care about little children being raped. That's not slightly. It's obviously way more important. But the thing is, when people begin to equivocate, what they should be saying is, it's really sad, that it goes this way, but it has to. There's no other choice. You can't fight Putin without fighting Russia. He's made Russia his personal piggy bank. He's made Russia his own arsenal. He's made Russia his own, animal farm. So how does he do it? He does it through fear. He does it through compliance, intimidation. The Chechens. Why are the Chechens the way they are? Well, there are Chechens that hate Russia, and there are Chechens that support Kadyrov because they get what's called money. They love being empowered. They're wearing Gucci boots while they do TikTok videos like clowns. Clowns. They think they're men. They love being men. I'm a real man's. Really, they're real clowns. So there's a lot to it. Let's not delve too deep into it because it's irrelevant. At the end of the day, Ukrainians are being genocided by a psychopath who's unfortunately supported by a regime, and the regime is supported by the people. The people allowed.
But that's my point. I'm not advocating for trying to save them. I'm just saying, could the like John Spencer, who we had talking yesterday. I saw him on DW News, and he was saying that the war will probably be over in a couple months, but he was saying that was based on Putin not mobilizing. But if through propaganda and brainwash and culture and fear, wouldn't he be able to get away with that?
So maybe I think you underestimate my profession. Can I mobilize everyone to be a nuclear scientist? No. You might say being an infantry soldier is a lot easier, but it is. But you can't mobilize 1 million people to be infantry soldiers when they don't want to be, and they can't fight, and they don't know what they're doing. So even if they were to mobilize, it would make no difference. They won't win. The Ukrainians have morality. They have the desire to win. Ukraine has the people in Ukraine, have the gusto. They have the drive. That's something you can't buy. That you can't conscript that. So the only thing he would be doing, and he knows it. He knows that his people don't. He knows when he sees the numbers that no one's joining the army. So he could force people to join the army. What are they going to do? They'll fight just as good as the LNR. They'll fight just as good as the DNR, and we know they don't fight well. Anyway, so I hope that answers it. Let's park it and let's get some hands
Yeah,
down so
that
we can.
that did. Thank you for that.
No worries. Let's go ahead and we got I want to get more people in here so we can do the military update. Please retweet the space. MriyaReport, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Speaking truth to power. MriyaReport is the organization we support. Daryl, who do you think we have next?
Let's see. We had Robert was next.
I raised my hand with 2 affirmations and I have to add another. Daryl, when you interrupted Speedo for the first time, your tone, your demeanor, what you said was perfect. And you and Bloke did a fantastic job with that situation. Thank you so much for being one of our co-hosts. Yehuda, whenever you post something in your feed, my sister sends me an excited email. She has terrible internet, so she can't follow the MriyaReport, but she is a big Yehuda fan.
Well, thank you very much, Robert.
And finally, what you just said is an example of your wisdom and your perspective. You are a light to us all. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, Robert. I appreciate it, and I think that it's
He's my hero.
The simple kindness that we can extend to one another, and even our enemies. At the end of the day, they'll have to live with them, and God help them. And God, I hope to God that they change their ways and realize that what they're doing and who they're supporting, even by ignoring what's happening, being silent. In this case, is being complicit. If 1 million Russians showed up on the streets of Moscow tomorrow, I think things would change. So let's hope they do that. Let's go to Baza, and you're next. Baza, go ahead. I don't know if my mic's working. Daryl, do you copy?
Sorry, guys.
Baza, please go ahead.
Yeah, Yehuda, there was a conversation yesterday which was really interesting about.
It's Baza. It's not you, Yehuda.
He's up. Go ahead, Baza.
Yeah, there was a conversation yesterday. I think John Spencer was involved and a couple of others just talking about the Kharkiv push and the importance of APCs. And, just listening to it from layman's terms, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the German tanks, but from what was said yesterday, it almost seems that that the Ukrainians most probably need more APCs than anything else right at the moment. Would that be right?
I think one of the things they need is infantry fighting vehicles, but we obviously know they have enough to conduct offensive operations because they're doing it. So I think it might be much ado about nothing right now. Obviously, they need more, and they should get more.
There's been a lot, and I mentioned this the other day as well, there's been a lot posted about the Australian Bushmaster.
Yeah, there's like 20 of them. I mean, it's not enough to change the course of the war.
No, well, I've sent my local member a message about sending more because I believe they've got more in storage, but it seems like it's a vehicle that they like, and the range on it most probably makes a difference.
Yeah, it does. And, at the end of the day, it's going to be Uncle Sam that brings in what they need to bring in on the scale they need to bring it in. That's the reality, my friend.
Yeah. All right. Well, every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps. I'm not saying don't advocate. I'm just saying that we just want to barrel through a few questions here, nothing personal, and then let's go over who's next there, Dr. Scott.
Slava Ukraina, Shalom, Yehuda. I had a quick question.
I had a quick question in terms of kit that the Ukrainians are receiving. Myself, I'm a former Navy corpsman who's deployed 3 times to Afghanistan and also a combat trainer. And from the videos I've been seeing in terms of the medical kits that the Ukrainians have been using, I see that there's might be kind of a lack of combat extraction gurneys or stretchers that they. I'm not sure if they're being supplied in the front lines per se, but more so the rear. Maybe they have, especially coming towards the winter. That's definitely a nice piece of gear for them to have. Just to be able to slide through the snow in case they have to extract casualties. And then in terms of armament, I haven't seen much use of what would be the 203 equivalent to an AK. Is it the GP25, I believe? I'm not too sure. Are they being supplied with those from the Eastern Bloc allies? Definitely, it's nice to see them using the law when they're getting close up and personal, but definitely just having that 40 mic to lob at the Russians would be nice.
No, that would be good. I'm not sure if that was just a comment, but we'll take it as that. All right, Peter, before I go to you, let's go say hi to, what is this, Natasha Kornak. Natasha is from Ottawa, and she works in political think tanks. And am I right, Natasha?
Hey, yeah, hi Yehuda. I've switched firms since we last talked. I'm now with
Oh, you know who it is. I thought I would trick you. I was gonna play with you and make you think, how did you know it's me?
I little sneaky, little stealthy over here myself. No,
Have you been listening to my voice? Is that what it is? You picked it out?
yeah, I figured it out.
Get out of town. Wow, I hate you.
Buddy, I followed you beforehand, so before we connected. But anyways, no, I'm now with a small firm that focuses on mainly Indigenous relations. But I'm
Cool
Ukrainian, yeah, but I'm Ukrainian by blood, and I'm born and raised out west in Alberta. So,
So wait,
Yehuda,
everyone, give Natasha a follow. I know her personally from other things. Great person. Was it Afghanistan refugees? I think.
I think we connected on some stuff related to Ukraine, but we should connect again soon. Now that I'm a little bit more settled and I've been.
I don't think you know who I am.
I think so, but maybe
you don't.
Maybe not. Maybe it's a different Yehuda. I don't know.
No. I'm not gonna let this go. You don't realize it's funny. Sorry to bring the whole room into this. Hold on a second. Natasha,
yeah.
Do me a favor. Look at your phone right now.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Yeah, no, I knew that was you.
Oh, okay. Well, then what are you saying? We knew each other from the other thing. Okay, anyway, sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant.
She's
with
great, by the
stuff.
way. Give Natasha. No, it wasn't. It was from the last Jewish family in Afghanistan. Anyways, go ahead.
Right.
There you go.
So I guess my question is, because I've been a little bit removed from this file politically for a little while. I'm in Canada right now. We're everyone's dealing with inflation, and it's a really big hot topic politically right now. And we're going into a new fall economic statement where we're kind of going to see what the government's going to spend money on, and a lot of us politicos are kind of maybe anticipating a little bit more austerity from the Liberal government here. So I'm guessing, just wondering if maybe Yehuda, or if anyone else could maybe give us an update from the Canadian context, like what else has the government done in the last couple months, and is there any potential foreseeing of what the Canadians might be doing going into the fall
with Ukraine?
Yeah, in terms of additional support for Ukraine, or is this something that we might see more scaled back, especially now that we kind of see the Russian offensive getting a little bit scaled back as well? Like, how do we think the Canadians are going to respond in the next couple months?
Okay, so I'll answer that. So look, so as usual, as per normal, Canadians punch above their weight, and often we do it quietly. So the current government is obviously very committed and dedicated to Ukrainian resistance and reclamation of their territory. But the one thing that a lot of people don't know is Canada's mission in Ukraine on Op Unifier was a little bit of head and shoulders above others. Not that the Americans aren't super amazing and the Brits and whatnot, but because there are so many people like Natasha, expats, Canadians of Ukrainian descent, as is normal, our military is representative of our population. So there were always a lot of Ukrainian descended Canadian people in the military who deployed to Ukraine, and that creates a really strong connection. So the fact that there's probably very few American soldiers speaking Ukrainian to their counterparts, whereas the Canadian contingent had a lot, and we just had and we're just nicer people, frankly. Let's be honest, Peter. So I'm joking. As a result, a lot of the relationships that Canadians built with our Ukrainian counterparts, they kind of survived the ages, and that's where Colonel Lake and other people who not Ukrainian at all, but they're Canadian, they maintain those relationships. So what does that mean empirically? What it means is that those people who are in positions of power are able to influence and direct policy as well, because political, decent and intelligent politicians lean on their subject matter experts, their SMEs, to say what do they need. So I'm convinced that the Canadians are able to, people who've served there are able to communicate up the chain of command that, what, I think that they actually need this. And then when meetings are had between, CDSs and ADMs and assistant deputy ministers and ministers and the PMO, that messaging comes through a lot clearer than might not normally be the case with other countries. So as a result, that means in the effect at the end of the day is that Canada might be able to clarify and focus on what Ukrainians need more so than others. Not, you can't compare it to the Americans because it's like an air bridge of equipment and ammunition. But compared to other countries, Canada can deliver more bang for the buck, more punch for how big we are. So I can't get into details. I don't want to get into those details. We'll talk offline if you want. But I do know that the government's super committed to doing the right thing. We have a deputy prime minister who's partially Ukrainian. Regardless of your political stripe, we have to, give a hats off. And not only that, the effects of Canadian influence in organizations like NATO and the UN, that especially NATO, that really does affect. So Canadian diplomats in NATO are able to disproportionately affect decision making because of Canada's kind of like a stellar clean record. People look at us as an honest broker. So although we can't say we'll give 500 Abrams or 300 TAP Vs or 300 Kodiaks, infantry fighting vehicles, we can help convince other people to give up theirs. Does that make sense, Natasha?
Yeah, that's great. I just thought it's an interesting time with, fall economic statement and consultations ongoing around that. And right now they're in a cabinet retreat. And so just a lot of dynamics. And it's nice to know to hear from someone who knows the inside baseball around this. So thanks so much for answering my question, and I will hop off.
Well, why don't we let Peter? Peter's counsel. He's more your flavor. Peter, what do you think? You know a bit about Canada.
Well, Yehuda, you do not want to ask me, because maybe Canadians are nicer people, but if you are any example, your dad jokes are pretty bad, man.
That's not true. That's not true. Did you know that Putin called up one of the Donbass leaders and asked him, "How's it going in the Donbass?" And do you know what he replied with?
I'm terrified to ask. Go for it.
No. He said, Donetsk, don't tell.
Oh, Lord help us.
Okay.
If you are in our NATO alliance, Lord help us. But I am proud to have Canada and you, Yehuda, in our team to help support Ukraine. Yehuda, I had a question for Daryl, actually, because many people in this space might not remember, but Daryl and I first got into... Oh, open mic? Okay, we good? Daryl and I first got into a conversation many months ago about doctrine and strategy and what the United States and the West should help Ukraine with their equipment. And Daryl, you may remember this. We were talking about IFVs and the importance of mobility and doctrine and strategy. And Daryl, with your experience, I'd like to know, how are you appraising what the Ukrainians are doing with the equipment that they have? They are riding into battle on lots of different equipment, but they're using everything they have. You know about IFVs, you have worked the gears, you know what I'm talking about. What's your assessment watching all of the advantages and victories that the Ukrainians are taking right now?
Well, looking at the way they are doing it as to oppose what we're doing it, it was said earlier today that they have modified the strategy of how they do theirs as opposed to the way we do ours. We would typically have tanks flanked by infantry vehicles with men on the ground. And of course, it's walking pace as they're moving forward. What I've seen in a lot of their videos, they're going full bore with the trucks, the Humvees, the different infantry vehicles, and they're going straight into the battle, head on, without the protection of the tanks in some cases. And that's not something I would be used to, because the armor on most of your infantry fighting vehicles is not designed to take, go up against tanks. And we've seen them going up against tanks, nests, which we don't know what's up in a nest, of if they have anti-tank weapons, whatever. They are, from the videos I've seen, they are just going in, and it is wonderful to see these vehicles being used in a way that we would have never used them in our services. So the fact that they can get the troops moved, because infantry fighting vehicles, you got to understand, is they're designed to give protection to the troops as they move. Once they are in the battlefront, the idea is for the men to dismount, and the tanks, whatever, the heavy armaments would be laying suppressive fire while the men move forward. And in the videos that I've seen, they are mounted and they are moving, and that makes a world of difference. And you got defense position, and they think that they're going to go toe to toe, and they're not going toe to toe. They're coming in blazing hot, and the Russians are just overwhelmed in some cases, the way it looks, and they are just taking out. They're moving, and that's how they're able to take this front as fast as they are, because without the infantry fighting vehicles, you would be regulated to trucks, which can, in some cases, be left to just roads, where the track vehicles can move across country and get to these defended positions that the Russians have built up, and just come up on them as fast as they can. And that's what it looks like they're doing. So it's the infantry fighting vehicle is doing a wonderful job for them in providing that fast approach and engagement.
And Yehuda, before you jump in, just a quick follow-up with Daryl, because I know Daryl has a lot of experience on the M113, something I know about as well. Daryl, the M113 was designed to be this armored taxi, maybe a lightly armored taxi. In the Vietnam War. And what we're seeing, we have now, as Americans, provided M113s to the Ukrainians, which is good. But Daryl, can you just kind of talk about how amazing it is that the Ukrainians have taken a little bit from here, a little bit from there, they've pushed it together, and they have used all of the elements of battle to achieve a tremendous victory against an opponent that overwhelmed them, that had bigger numbers?
Well, I mean, the 113, that vehicle is 1960s vintage. It was never designed to do what they are doing with it. going direct into battle with, with these lightly armored vehicles. And when you take that vehicle, which was designed, like you say, to be a taxi, it was to move troops cross country, offload, provide suppressive fire with the 50 cal on the top. And we're seeing them going up against, like I said, these positions, and it's not what we thought it was supposed to do. I mean, it's not what we were thinking it was going to do. And the fact that, you look at what everyone has sent them. Everybody has been sending vehicles from all over the world. And when you talk about the logistics of being able to maintain these, that's an enormous process to be able to. And now my only thing is, I think that they may be keeping these in units of like company, so that if they do run into problems, they would have the support that they need. I mean, that's the only way that that's possible, is if you group things together in that way.
Okay, Peter's done. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Yehuda. Daryl, you've been doing a great job, and I'm sure I speak for everyone in this space. Thank you for doing a great job in this space. And I think we have maybe resolved our debate that we had about the IFE. And I think you're right, my friend. Keep going.
All right. A star is born. Thanks, Peter. We lost Natasha. Peter did not answer the question. Shame on
Hello?
you, Peter.
Is it me? Is it my turn?
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Actually, you know what? No one else is up. So yeah, go ahead, King.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I want to take Yehuda and their opinion. I mean, the media is all over the place about Ukrainian asking the German for they won the tank and they won the Marder, which is the fighting vehicle.
Yeah.
But is Germany the only country in the world that have battle tanks and fighting vehicle? Why other countries are not providing? Can I hear you guys take on this? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Germany is pretty close to Ukraine, and they are very good at making tanks, namely the Leopard 2. Not every country makes tanks, even if they're big. The Americans could very well be poised to give the Abrams, but people feel that Germany is not meeting. It's not standing up. It's not doing what it could do to help alleviate a genocide. And as you know, they might be responsible for one in the last 100 years. Does that make sense?
Well, I agree, but even the first that bring another question. The American even are phasing out the Abraham, so they no longer need it. Secondly, from what I understand, the Ukrainians are doing fine without adding the complexity of the main battle tank. So you are winning, man. Why do you need the main battle tank? Life is good.
What?
The complexity of maintaining. What's that?
Well, hold on. So you just said that because the U.S. is phasing out a tank, that Germany doesn't need to help. I don't understand that part. So because
No.
Germany,
What I meant is that United States. No, what that's a side question. That United States are phasing out the Abraham and even giving it.
That's irrelevant, though.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying is that the American, from what I'm reading, the American and other country as well, they participate in what is good for the fight. And I think they might not see the with the benefit on cost of adding better tank and the training and the maintenance, how much fuel they take. I think there is a lot of factor in play here.
The biggest thing with the Abrams is the type of fuel that it uses and the support that it would need. Vice the Leopard or the
Leopard.
Yeah,
no, Leopard too.
They are traditional. They're diesels, and they would be easier to maintain. Plus, they're close.
Close, very close.
And so You have the logistics of the vehicles that you're sending that you have to watch out for. So if they have a vehicle, the U.S. we've had the M1 Abrams since the late 70s. Okay, so they're in our supply system. But when you talk about another country trying to get that equipment, you have to send that entire supply system to support that vehicle. So it's easier to take a vehicle that has a known system. It's particularly the engine, which is the main part of it. If it goes down, the tank is down. So if you got an engine somebody can repair, then it's a lot easier to support that vehicle. That's the difference.
See, Amango. So what? But the reality is, France and Germany have no interest in supporting Ukraine.
But
Then what is the
why
point?
Not? Why not?
Why not?
It's the people do, the government don't.
Well, and I mean, why wouldn't they have an interest?
I think from what I'm reading, and I'm reading a lot about that, is that the German and the French somehow they feel that the escalation is not getting them anywhere, and you're not going to be able to beat the Russian. Of course, that everything changed last 7 days, but there was.
Hold on, let me ask you something. What do you mean? Feel it might not get them anywhere? Is France or Germany facing extermination? Well, who cares where it gets them? No? Well, why would they care where it gets them? That makes no sense.
No, I think what I'm.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that France and Germany shouldn't help Ukraine? Do you think that gas prices are more important than an 8-year-old Ukrainian girl being raped? I'm just curious. It's an honest question. What do you think? Hello? What do you think there, bud? Daryl, am I gone or is he gone?
No, he's not. He's there, but he's not answering.
I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry. What was that?
What's more important, what Germany and France wants or what they get out of it, or Ukrainian children being raped and murdered? What's more important?
You are preaching to the choir. I agree with you 100%, but I'm talking reality here.
I'm talking reality too. What does Germany or France need to get out of whatever? What do they need to get out? Money? Speak plainly.
I think he's trying to appease Putin because gas prices and oil. That's as simple as that.
So basically, it's a bad position to be in, right? To sell morality out to make a few dollars or to not have an expensive winter once. I don't see the connection. I don't see the equation. I think that people should bite the bullet and deal what they have to do, because if it's not Ukraine today, it's Poland tomorrow, it's Germany next, it's France later. So
you don't think that the Scholz of Germany and Macron of France know that? They know it. How do you explain their position then?
No, because they don't care. That's how I explain.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, because they don't believe that Russia will go that far, and that's where they're wrong. Russia's done it before, my friend. They have gone that far before. So
no, I think Putin and Russia has to be.
What do you mean no? Has Russia gone as far as Germany before? Yes or no?
No, yes, I agree. I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's my Egyptian accent. Yeah, no, I agree with you what you're saying 100%. Yeah. I guess what I was trying to say is that I think Russia, like what the Minister of Defense, Secretary of Defense, United States said, Russia has to get to the point where it's no longer a threat to anyone. And I think the only way to do that, Russia is 17 million acres. This is how big it is. It's as big as Canada and United States combined, because each one is million. So I think Russia, for the best of the world, should be like 7 or 8 states. And I think when the Russian army return and the Chechenian and everybody return, that's where you're going to see the downfall of Putin. Till then,
perhaps. But we can't look at Germany and France and say because they're not doing anything that means something. It doesn't. They have political reasons, they have economic reasons, but they're not good ones. That's all I'm trying to say. But thank you so much. We're going to jump to Dan. Thank you, Eking. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Let me get a spot where I can talk. 1 second. Need to get to a spot where a kid or a dog won't spontaneously combust. So the gentleman was going on at some length about what Western MBTs would get done. And the extremely obvious answer is that less Ukrainian soldiers would die winning this war, and they would win it faster, so there'd be less dead Ukrainian civilians too. And it really is that simple. You know, a company of Abrams. Did I not? Did you lose me?
No, we can hear you fine.
Okay. All right. Did what I said come through clearly?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I mean, we're forcing the Ukrainians to fight T-72s with T-72s, and if nobody's watched the videos online, the damn things are death traps. Any significant hit, the ammo goes off, and the turret goes to space. Western MBTs just don't do that. A platoon of Abrams can kill a company after company of the level of T-72s the Russians are actually in Ukraine with. And if they had them, this war would be over.
So I hear what you're saying, but I'll tell you this: with the armaments the Ukrainians have on their 72s, they're much more survivable than the Russian side. And there's no arguing that the Ukrainians need more of the same. Totally, we're on the same page there.
But you know, the previous speaker was asking why do they need better MBTs? It's because less of their people would die.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that didn't make sense. Why do they need more? They're doing okay. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that position. No, I didn't agree with them. No, but great point. No, it's a silly comment to make. They need more equipment. They need it yesterday. Fair enough.
And Trent Talenka, who is, I mean, comes up here himself somewhat regularly, but he's just posted that there's 300 and some Abrams that the Marine Corps is not using anymore
There's 500.
Well, according to Trent's tweet yesterday.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't. Well, he's a nice guy. We like him, but it's five. The General Wesley Clark, who's a little smarter than Trent Talenko, said there's 500 Abrams that can be cut away tomorrow. So I'm going to go with General Clark.
And why are they not there?
Hey, buddy, you got to call your congressman or your senator or whatever you do and ask them why, because that's the guy you got to ask.
I wrote all three of them yesterday.
Thank you. That's exactly that's what we need. That's why we're here. We're speaking truth to power. You need to tell your representative that. I mean, I'm in Canada, so I can't do that, right?
But I mean, it's the same deal. I mean, I realize Canada's armored forces are extremely small, but Battle Moose keeps going on.
Whoa. We're not that small, Dan.
Well, but Battle Moose has said not once but several times that you have some Leopard 1s sitting around somewhere that you aren't using.
I'm not sure Leopard 1s are the ones they need. Leopard 2s or Abrams. Abrams, the way you've kitted out.
Obviously, infinitely better. I mean, an M1, an M1 A3 is just, it's almost a different category of vehicle.
It is. Well, compared to a Leopard 1 for sure. Leopard 2, different story. But we don't have a bunch of Leopard 2s to hand out. But you know who does have Leopard 2s to hand out?
Germany.
Yeah, there you go. So there's the answer. There's the answer to the previous speaker. That's why they need those tanks. They're right there. They're around the corner. Put them on rail cars. Put them on flatbed trucks. Get them over to Ukraine. Let them do their business, right?
And the very worst case scenario of putting those 500 Abrams on a ship is that the Germans will get off their butt and we can give the Abrams to the Poles, and that's not that bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can be done. Can a lot more be done? Yeah, and that's why we're talking to you guys about it, so we can help push it forward, right?
anyway, that the guy asking why just sort of got bugged me, but I'll be
No,
quiet.
no, I that's why I got annoyed too, because I'm like, what do you mean why? Like they're not done, right? All right, no, fair enough. All right, let's go to Anon, Robert, and Mavic.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak. I actually have a quick question, maybe quick. We're seeing Russia step up its pace of, bombing civilian infrastructure and denazifying water treatment plants and such. And my question is, are we seeing a scorched earth kind of meta shaping up for Russia, in that they are falling back, and scorched earth is what you do when you're retreating. Is obviously they're not just all doing that right now across the board, but I do wonder if Yehuda, if you can indulge me in a little speculation, is what you think about that. And I have one other quick question after that.
Can you speculate with what? Say again.
Oh, just we're seeing Russia take out a lot more of the civilian infrastructure. Like they took out hydraulic pumps for water treatment plants today, and a bunch of people are without drinking water. And they went after the power grid the other day, and it's every day they're going after another key piece of civilian infrastructure that I think maybe they thought they would take that over when they won. And now it seems to be almost like a scorched earth technique. It's like, well, we're not going to take it over anyway, so we might as well just destroy it all.
It's a war crime. They're mad that they can't kill Ukrainian soldiers, so they want to kill Ukrainian civilians. That's all it is. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And then my second question, if it's okay, I'm seeing a lot of these Wagner troops being recruited, if you can call it that, from prisons. And a video came out yesterday of a Russian truck in Russia, kind of marauding on the street and crashing into a civilian car and just kind of pushing it out of the way. And just got me kind of thinking of the kind of short and medium term consequences of arming a bunch, thousands and thousands of violent criminals and psychopaths, and having them retreat back into Russia as armed gangs, and starting, paramilitary groups potentially. And, is that what the Russian collapse looks like? Just yet another den of jackals being introduced into the ecosystem in Russia, and it's just too much.
I wouldn't say that, because they wouldn't be getting paid, and the only reason why those people are there is to get money. That's a reality. Daryl, I'll have to drop off for a bit. I'll come back and do the update. Were you good on your own?
Yeah, I'll handle it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll drop down to listening. Thank you guys so much.
All right. Thanks, Anand. Let's see, Robert. I think you were next, and then we'll go Ole and Maverick, and then Nicole. If you want to speak, you need to put your hand up. And James, same with you.
Thanks, Daryl. Like every former retired ground pounder from the Army and the Marines, we all desperately want to see the M1s in action in Ukraine. But you touched on it, and I just want to reemphasize that the logistics tail that is absolutely required to keep any main battle tank in operation for the Leopard 2 is incomparably better than it will be for the M1, where it will have to be essentially established from scratch. Poland operates leopards. Let's see. Poland operates leopards. Most of Europe operates leopards. They all want to give them to Ukraine. Well, most of them want to give them to Ukraine. Germany is forbidding other European countries from transferring their Leopard 2s to Ukraine. So it's not a matter of Germany not wanting to let go its own resources or spend its own money. It's a matter that they don't want at this time Ukraine to have the Leopard 2. And I don't know what the dancing is like at the levels that Lloyd Austin works with. I have complete confidence in him. And he said it's a work in progress, and he has to drag along, well, I won't get into it, but he has to drag along a reticent establishment, both in the United States and in Europe. And I think he will eventually get there, but it's obviously a challenge. And I just think
He just needs to hold that elbow a little bit tighter.
Good for Lloyd. Never mind. I won't get into politics. But anyway, it's logistics that makes the Leopard 2 the absolutely preferred choice, and it's emotion that makes us all want the M1s to show up in Ukraine.
Yep, Americans, we love ours, but of course we know if we're thinking about it, which one would be the better one in this particular instance at the very minute. That Leopard would be on time and close and ready to go for them. So, yeah, but of course the Abrams is our heart. All right. Thank you, Robert. Oli.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Just some observations through listening to this. I have a question in the end, though. But, I guess the biggest supplier of military arms to Ukraine is actually Russia, isn't it? Thinking of all the stuff they leave behind. But kind of a joke. But no, listening to this conversation, particularly this guy who was on a little bit earlier on, I think he was a Russian guy, and you cut him off in them. My experience in negotiating with Russians and also in the way of being socializing with business partners and other stuff, and also what I learned from information extractions and stuff and techniques, they seem to have a very high level of psychology implemented in them, probably not knowing it because they've been maybe molded that way since childhood, but they are the perfect sociopaths, not psychopaths, but sociopaths, because they are always a victim. It doesn't matter what it is, they're always a huge victim under you. But at the same time, you are absolutely wrong and they are superior and know everything. So whatever you come up with, you always squeezed in. And you can imagine if you are, let's say, alone in a place. And I'm just thinking also, like, if you're a Ukrainian captured soldier and stuff, you are really up for some really tough stuff, with these kind of guys. And I remember reading a book, because the Russians are not following any rules like Geneva Conventions and stuff. They're even sitting in Ukraine now complaining they're getting shot at. What's our rights? They're stealing our military equipment and we're getting shelled. This is not fair. And they're in somebody else's country while it's happening. I read a book some years ago. If you remember the theater in Moscow that was gassed by the Chechenians. Well, one of the ladies,
or supposedly by the Chechens.
Yeah, but the lady there, which is one of them, told a story, and it was excerpts from a book that she was been writing. Is that the reason why she volunteered to that mission was to revenge the behavior and the treatment her husband got from the Russians coming down there, Putin's guys, because she was taken in and had to watch her husband getting interrogated in the way that they cut his stomach open and took his intestines and threw them up on his chest. And she had to watch until he died. That was the reason why she went back. And this kind of brutalities, they seem to know no limits when it comes to getting into this. So from a mental point of view and psychology point of view, they are really, really twisted. And I just read now, while you guys were talking on Twitter, that the Wagners have been now around, pardoning and giving immunity in prisons now with rapists and murders. I'm just getting up, try to get them to sign on. We heard rumors of that before, but it was just fresh out. They've been in some kind of an era doing it. So, yeah. But anyway, where is your military update, by the way? Because I'm thinking of going to bed.
That's one of the things that I just got a text on. It's going to be in about an hour. Language Learner will be up giving the update. I just got that about 2 seconds ago before you asked.
Yeah, it was just kind of a friendly reminder. And this, I'm an opinionated guy, and I hate these speculations and stuff. But what's your guys' take on this? It was all over the media, like, oh, Putin is dying. Look at him; he's looking like a pumpkin in the face, and steroids and chemotherapy and all this stuff, and he has to grab to the table to sit still and stuff. And suddenly, it all disappeared from.
Well, like anything else, it's all conjecture.
Yeah.
Nobody has the medical records or anything. Everybody's
No,
going
it's
by
just
what they can
speculation.
see. Right. Everybody's going what they can see, and of course, everybody can say this, that, and the other. But unless you've actually examined him and had the doctor's notes, we don't know anything. So, and it doesn't change anything because the problem with Russia is systematic. So, any conjecture on Putin is irrelevant.
Yeah. But I guess something like Ebola will suit him well. No, I didn't say that. But anyway, by the way, Norwegian newspaper, Tabloid Press, the biggest in Norway, ran a huge article about Ilya today. And I was listening to him here with you guys yesterday. Fantastic to sit to listen to him. And the NRA and stuff, and he was convinced they're going to take him. And now I just read there's another guy very close to Putin who suddenly died by a stroke at the age of 62, I think. It was the editor of the Pravda stuff, just out in the news. So I was just wondering, maybe it's not Putin who takes them up, but maybe NRA is taking the inner circle of Putin. But anyway, also speculations. But yeah, I'll look forward to the military update, and good night, guys and girls.
Okay, James, you've been waiting for a minute, and then Carl, and then Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
All right. I just wanted to know if they took the training battalions and split them up and sent the trainers into Ukraine. That goes back to around March. I never did follow up on that.
At this point in time, I have no information on that. So when some of the other guys get back up, maybe they can give you some info. But at this point in time, I
I'll wait
don't
on
know.
that. Also, the Abrams, did that turn out to actually be in Ukraine?
From what someone said, it was in a training
Okay.
space in Georgia. However, I tend to
can only
disagree
dream.
still. I know, me too.
Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome, James. Carl.
Hey there. Talking about Germany and these leopards, and not talking about how valuable they are and how much sense they actually make, since they are perfect for the job and nearby. But just about Germany not providing them. When I think about sometimes how much you care, it's often shown by how much you're willing to sacrifice. And like, let's say I have a neighbor, they lose their job a couple months. I have enough food supplies, right, that I could feed them for a few months, or without blinking, right, without even feeling any sacrifice. I wouldn't even really notice personally. If however they lost their house and I choose to build them a house and fund that, that'd be quite a big sacrifice. And I think one of the hard things about some of these countries, like France, but particularly Germany, is they could provide the stuff really without sacrifice, right? All it really takes for them is a decision, sign a signature, right? All the prep work and logistics and that would be covered by people they're already paying anyway. That's where it's just really disappointing, I suppose, when you watch this from afar. Just to see that, that they just could. It wouldn't be an imposition. It wouldn't be a huge sacrifice. They just need to make the decision.
We all know politics can be local, and so whatever's going through their mind, it can frustrate for us lay people. What politicians do frustrates the hell out of us. They can see the problem, they can hear the problem, they can know the problem, but they cannot feel the problem and still do what they want to do. So the only thing we can do is pressure them, and that's writing, that's talking, pressing the flesh, whatever we can to get them to change.
Yep. Thank you.
Bloke, you want to say something? I saw your hand go up there real quick.
Oh no, I didn't raise my hand.
Yeah.
Just wanted to let everyone know that I'm still having a little trouble bringing up speakers. So we might have to, if you don't have your hand up, we might have to drop you down so that we can bring up other speakers. Just a public service announcement. Please retweet the space. And might be a good time to remind everyone that one of the reasons we're here is to encourage everyone to donate. We support an organization here called MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org delivers non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And, you know, we see that there's an offensive going on. We see Ukraine having great success in the battlefield, but do not forget that this comes at a price that the Ukrainians are paying. And they need our help. We need to send trauma kits, tourniquets, bandages, night vision goggles, drones, everything an army needs to save lives. And you can make a difference by going over to MriyaAid.org, making a donation. It's a registered nonprofit in Ontario, so there's audits and everything. And everyone who works there is a volunteer, very much like us. We don't get paid here. We do it because, you know, we love these values of self-determination, freedom of oppression, and obviously we support Ukraine in their existential fight against this genocidal invasion. And so that's why we donate our time. And there are other people who are doing another organization that are donating their time as well to deliver life-saving aid to Ukraine. So please, if you can donate, that would be really, really great. And that's all I'll say for now.
All right, thanks, bloke. Yeah, you know, guys, the military update is coming up, and I just want to say this. You know, a lot of time, everybody's here. We absorb this information. We listen for these military updates. Just remember why we are here. Now, MriyaAid is why we are here. So take the time, pennies, whatever, and just give a hand, because that's the whole purpose of this. Once this war is over, this place disappears. This space disappears because the mission is complete. So just think about it. If you're here all the time and you haven't, you know, took the time and donated, just think about it. Think about the good you can do. Okay. There's a lot of new folks that come into the space, and just we welcome you, but we just ask, you know, help the cause of getting that aid to the troops and to the people, because there is some aid that actually goes to the people as well. But there's but everything that's given is non-lethal, and it goes to help Ukraine. Okay, Michael.
Hello everyone, Nikolai. I was listening. Oh, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Michael. I'm sorry
Yeah,
about butchering your name. I only saw the first 5 letters here.
My name is Nikolai. It's a Polish name. It's Polish version of Nicholas. The thing is, because you were talking about the deliveries from, well, Germany and about tanks and what Ukraine right now needed. Well, the problem is that Germany don't have enough Leopards that they could send to Ukraine. The first thing, they
Not
don't
true.
have a.
Not true. Mittal said today they have them ready. They have them ready. to go.
They
Just
have
need the okay to send them.
they have some models they could send, but but I haven't heard about anything about Leopards, about tanks. But that's sort of the thing. The problem with the Abrams that could be sent to Ukraine is the first logistical problem, because 500 tanks sending to Ukraine, that's a lot of stuff, and I believe it would be a lot of ships from US. And one problem, and the second problem is training. I know that right now there are some deliveries from United States to Poland. Poland ordered over 300 Abrams, and the training will take a time, and it won't be 3 or 6 months, but longer. So that's the problem. And there was another idea that Poland.
Mikola, I would have to disagree with you on that point, because those tanks. I mean, if the Ukrainians have tankers, people that have actually been in tanks, unlike our schools, which have to teach a lot of other theories and whatnot on the use of the tank, Ukraine does not have that issue. They have people that know the theory behind the use of tanks, and the operation of the tanks is not that hard. I've worked on them. I've been on them. It's not that hard. The biggest thing with the M1 is just the logistics, and so the training. The Ukrainians have proved that they can go in and learn equipment at a faster pace than what we traditionally do with our own armies, because we take a lot of breaks, we do a lot of eating, we do a lot of fluffing around while we're doing the schools. They're not there to do that. They are getting in and getting the work done. And that whole 6 months, they are compacting that time frame down really quick in a lot of cases.
The thing is, have you ever ride on T-72? It's completely different system, completely different way of using this tank, and but it's not the point. I heard a story from the Polish army when the Polish army fought Leopards, and I heard about the way how the soldiers were trained to use them, and they said that it was like moving from old Volkswagen Beetle to BMW. So it's maybe the idea is similar, but way how you drive and everything what is inside, all systems. Because the thing is that the difference is in system. It's not only that the armor is better, or the petrol, what you put to the tank is different. But the thing is that most, the difference is the system inside the machine. So they need to learn that. Around 5 months or 4 months ago, Poland sent to Ukraine around 200 tanks, Polish T-72s, and I heard about the PT-91 target. And can you imagine that the first hearing about using this tank, it was right now near Kherson and Kharkov. So that means that the tanks are very similar to that what they were used, but they still different than what they was using earlier. So it's not as easy as we say. It's like playing. When you're playing, with Cessna, you're not going to the Boeing and you can use it, right now. So it weeks' time, I'm afraid. So that's how it works.
Well, from everything that I've gathered with the training that the Ukrainians have been getting on all of the different systems, they have been doing it, training at a faster pace, and they have been completing the cycles in the modules in these different pieces of equipment at a faster pace because they are there for one purpose. They know why they're there and their immediacy of being there. And so where the Polish may have not have had the urgency in the process, the Ukrainians have an urgency in the process. And so when you have a purpose, not just getting a new piece of equipment to replace one, they are trying to get a piece of equipment to go into battle with. And so there's an urgency about what they're doing. And and the education that these ladies have gotten prior to getting there plays a big difference in their ability to learn and comprehend what they are getting. So I think that I'm not saying anything bad about the Poles now. Don't get me wrong there, but it's just the mindset that these people have when they're going in to learn, and that's making a big difference. They're taking equipment and using it better than our troops. They're taking our equipment, using our equipment better than our troops. So that's something to be said for those people. Okay. I'm not going to say that, it's, all peaches and cream with every crew, but for the people, if they don't pick it up there, I guarantee you, once they get into the field and into a unit, if they're not good at what they're doing, somebody will replace them and put them in a place where they can work and that tank will function. So, and that's usually, if you have a weak link, you take the weak link and you put him in a place where he's strong and you keep rolling. All right. Dang, Mr. Wee.
Oh, thank you for having me. Basically, my first question has to do with donation. How much does it usually cost to purchase an assault rifle, a body armor, and a helmet for a typical Ukrainian infantry? And secondly, basically, it's a much darker topic. I want to ask is. I think before, like some of you mentioned about Russia, recruiting criminals. Doesn't that kind of remind us about the SS Derlevanger Brigade during World War II? And if you look at what they did in Warsaw, so we're talking about a potential humanitarian catastrophe looming. Thank you.
You all right, Daryl?
He's probably talking to a muted mic.
I'm talking to a muted mic. Okay. As far as the cost of those items, if somebody knows on the panel, that's not something that I know of, and it's not relevant for me. In my opinion, and the cost of them is not relevant unless you're trying to buy, and you can't buy weapons anyway because then you get into the trouble with the law. As far as body armor, I couldn't tell you either, unless we look up a site and find out what the government's paying for.
I can address the body armor part. So if you're in the United States of America and you want to send it to Ukraine, you cannot buy level 3 or level 4 body armor and export it without the license. There aren't many funds. I think there is only one charity that actually can do that. So it's generally easier to to buy those body armor find a supplier in Poland usually, and have exported from there to Ukraine, but not don't buy it in United States, or I'm not sure about Canada. But from United States, you need an export license. So it's usually people, they can buy one, put it in their bag, and go through. But if you want to equip like 100 soldiers, then you cannot do that easily.
Actually, just to follow up, what I mean is, if I just donate like money, like roughly how much money I should donate to basically for Ukrainian soldiers to purchase,
Well, the weapons you won't be able to purchase. Weapons won't be purchased. But the gear, that was something if you donate to United 24. I believe that goes directly to the Ukrainian government, and they would be able to use it as they see fit there. That would be the best way to do that. If you're looking to donate for lethal aid and that type of stuff.
Yes, and keep in mind that when charities buy weapons, it's usually not coordinated with governments. It's just someone's gonna do it themselves and donate it inside Ukraine. And why it's not as effective, because those weapons, the rifle, for example, if it's a sniper rifle or something like that, you have to supply it with right ballistic coefficients. You have to, it's not that straightforward. It has to work together with other weapons as well. So. But if you're asking about body armors and stuff like that, I would say good body armor worth around $700. Good helmet starts around 300, and also like a uniform and like good winter set in total costs around $500 as well. So for you, to outfit the soldier, with a good gear. The donation without lethal weapons, the donation for one soldier would be around $1,500.
That help you out, Mr. Wee?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and just to note on those soldiers coming out of the prison, there is already a humanitarian crisis. The only thing that they're going to end up doing is creating their own problems on their side of the border when this is over. So, but the problem is already there in Ukraine with the Russian army as it is. So it's not going to be any worse than what we've seen. Just to be honest, they've already committed enough crimes. Jens.
Yeah, just a question. Is it the martyrs that are in use in the counter offensive, or is it the Gepards?
Constantine, you know which one they're using there?
I think maybe it's the Gepards that are the
Sorry, could you repeat the question? Could you repeat the question? I did not hear it.
Well, are the Gepards, are those the ones that are being used in the counteroffensive for anti-air?
Well, I don't think there was any confirmation yet that those Gepards have been used in the counteroffensive. But yeah, the Gepards are in Ukraine already. I just don't think they have been. We are employing yet them, because it's there are like Daryl has said, and someone else as well. I think Nikolai. There are a lot of logistics supplies related to that. It's not only receive the equipment and be trained to use it. You also have to get right parts with it. You have to get the technicians that will service it, and you have to actually place them into the units and do tactical, I don't know the right word in English, like a train, like exercise inside the unit. So it's not only those who train outside outside Ukraine. They will also have to do a joint exercise that would glue them together with the unit, and that's the doctrine that we have. We don't just send. If we have one guy that knows how to shoot Gepard, it doesn't mean that we're gonna send him straight away. You still have to go through the training to make sure to ensure the effectiveness of its usage. And by the way, I wanted to comment on this as well regarding T-72s. It's provided by Poland. Once again, they have been maybe provided long time ago, but to use them, it's once again, it's not only having those tanks and having the people. Ukraine has its own stocks as well of tanks a bit, and you have to they're being destroyed, of course, and they're being replenished, and new units are being built. And when you create a new unit, it takes a lot of time. Having if you have 400 people and 30 tanks, does not mean that you have a tank battalion yet. You have to. There are a lot of things that have to be done to employ them properly. After that, it's only Russia the way to just bundle those people together and send to the deaths to certain deaths into the Ukraine. We don't operate like that. We we train them and train them working together. Those are joint exercises. Then there is a joint exercise in as a part of the brigade as well. And there are also lots of vehicles that has to be provided with them for transportation of parts. For fuel, you have to get that fuel capacity as well, because it's not, it doesn't, tanks consume enormous amounts of fuel. So you have to get that as well somewhere. You have to plan your logistics accordingly, transport, and it's not all that straightforward just to have the tanks and next day see them fighting. So that's why you don't see vehicles next day. When after they have arrived in Ukraine, you don't see them next day in the battlefield.
Can I ask you about your thoughts on the Leo? Now that you talk about implementation.
My thoughts on what?
On the Leopards. The main battle tank.
Yeah, sure. What's the question?
It's not that you talked about the implementation with the the Gepards. What are your thoughts about implementing a battle tank like the German Leopards?
Which one or two?
Oh, well, I guess any.
The two.
Well, I would say that it's not. I don't think it's in any way it's a problem. It just takes time, and when I say it takes time, I'm not saying okay, it takes time. That's why Ukraine should not get it. That's actually the reason why I say Ukraine should get them ASAP. So because the war has been going on more than 200 days now, and if we had. Started implementing and taking those tanks 4 months ago, we already would be using them. So I think that should be started. And of course, I definitely say that Leopard 2s are much more interesting tanks, much more capable. And I don't think there is a problem with Ukrainians training with them, like Daryl said, and like tank is a tank. Using it is hard, but it's not a rocket science. You don't need 10 years of and a PhD to drive it. You need right training, you need right exercise. And I want to also address what Mikolai said. It's when you compare of old Volkswagen and BMW, a new BMW, the first thing that you will notice is that from the driver's standpoint of view, when you change it, you don't. It's much easier to drive a new BMW than an old Volkswagen, but servicing it and maintaining it properly, it requires a much more expertise from the technicians. But it's once again, it's much more reliable at the same time. But at the same time, you have to know how to maintain it. So that's where logistics come in, and that's maintenance is a part of logistics. So that's why I'm just totally on board with Daryl. We need to figure out, and logistics is not only moving parts from one place to another. It's properly planning the stocks. It's having the right fuel, locating those stocks properly, having your maintenance guys at the right place, and having the equipment to repair, because changing repairing the tanks requires a lot of equipment. It's not just set of keys and set of wrenches and some I don't know, hydraulic or pneumatic screwdrivers. It's much more.
A lot of these require a lot of, like, if lifting the decks off to repair engines and stuff, a lot of those require special lifting devices. And so you need to have those things if you want to pull it off and it be safely done. You don't want to hurt your troops in the process of trying to repair the tank. So, yeah, there's a lot of special equipment that goes along with some of this stuff. Just a little update here. Language will be here midnight Eastern time. So that's about about 17 minutes from now. Language will be here. Bearded Brit, you've been requesting, but I've been having a problem getting your request through. So if you're still down there, request up, and I'll try to get you in. But I've tried to bring you up several times, and it has not let me bring you in. Okay, so Bearded Brit, that's for you. Let's see, Derek, you didn't have your hand up, so I'm gonna go to Mr. Wee. You want to go again?
I'm Derek. I don't know how to put my hand up, so I
if you look at the little heart, down there in the bottom next to the scissors, if you press that all the way to the right, there's a little hand, and that raises your hand. All right. So, Mr. Weed, Daniel, and then I'll come to you, Derek.
Cool, thank you. Oh, just a quick question to be educated. Like Soviet tanks, despite the fact that they have the way they place the ammunition in the circle really contributed to a lot of turrets being blown it.
It's the autoloader.
Yeah, it's autoloader. So roughly like 8 loads about like 8 rounds per minute, be it on the move or be it stationary. But for NATO tanks armed with the Rheinmetall 120 millimeter guns require manual loading. Of course, the South Koreans and the Japanese did something different with the 120, but most of the tanks require manual loading. What I know based on my friends currently serving the U.S. Army is that they could load up to 10 rounds per minute during training times for well-trained dudes. But can they also do that while the tank's on the move?
Yes, because what they do is when they fire, they have one on their feet at the ready, and then the next one they're actually selecting which type of round that they need. So, like if they need an HE, they're going to call for HE. When the round goes downfield, the next one goes in. He loads up the HE, pulls the next, whatever, because they can they can fire, and they're lasing 3 different targets at a time. So they, as long as they know what they need, that has the round ready to go in. That one drops out, the next one flies in, the breech closes, he's ready to go.
Yeah, but how long does it train? How does it take for a loader to be trained to load 10 rounds per minute while the tank's moving at high speed?
Well, how often do you fire at high speed? Think about it. Now, I will tell you this: the ride inside of those, it's a little cushy because they have radial springs on those. So as they're going across country, they ride a lot smoother because of that heavy weight. They ride a lot smoother than you would think going across country. Where the ground can be rough, that track takes up a lot of the movement that's going on with those radial shocks on that thing. So it's a lot smoother than you think.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, Daniel.
Morning, Darren.
Hey, R5. Yeah.
Okay, you are a US veteran, but I propose until language come, talk a bit outside military. What did I call? I saw two things. First, Guterres, which is Secretary General of United Nations, called Putin. After that guy bombed Kiev when he was in visit, he called him and told him, and he made a statement publicly about who cares what Putin said. Same for Scholz. Chancellor of Germany, again, talked with Putin. Some days ago, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, talked with Putin. Usually, I try to be nice, not just because French and Germans are our allies, but I will explain something which maybe you Americans, Canadians, and some early Europeans didn't know. I live in Romania. Most of you know that. One of the news of today was another city mayor was arrested. And allow me to explain why I tell you this. In Romania, in past 10, 15 years, we had sent to jail by justice MPs, mayors, dignitaries, ministers, the family of former president, 2 prime ministers for corruption. You know, corruption is the ally of Ukraine in battle Russian army. So in my country, we have a lot of problems. We have corruption. We are maybe well known for corruption. But I tell you this, if you steal public money here, maybe you will escape justice for 1 year, 10 years, but sometimes you'll be prosecuted and jailed. And we have no problem to jail anyone. Anyone. Prime ministers, remember, 2. Tell me how many countries arrest their prime ministers. And in the same time, we have the former chancellor of Germany being in the board of the biggest oil company in Russia, Rosneft. We have a former prime minister of France, which is in the board of same company, Rosneft. And countries like Germany, France, tell us about corruption, justice, reforms. You know what? If Mr. Schroeder can be member of SPD, the government party of Germany, and he's not prosecuted because he's a traitor and make business and he's friends with Putin, I think it's time to call them for their corruption, huge corruption. Because, you know, in my country, you are prosecuted. In Germany, you say, I cannot send our panzers. Is outrageous. Is for me above anything. All countries have corruptions. All countries, politicians are just slime. Usually you go in politics when you are not competent enough to do something else. But sorry, Romania can prosecute prime ministers, presidents, MPs, mayors, dignitaries, and Germany and France can do it. How I can stand? Because I will explain something. We have problems with MPs trying to change the justice laws. We have some people with shady past and shady business. And for me, it was always nice to see U.S. ambassadors from any administrations coming in our parliament and lobbying, please keep this line because it's good for your country, it's good for Europe, it's good for our alliance. And we try to keep this. But why is it easy to talk with Romania and is very hard to talk with Germany and France about this? How is possible a small extremist right-wing party from government alliance of Holland to talk about not getting Romania in Schengen after 15 years of negotiations, after we spent €500 million to secure our borders? And you know, we are a small country. I don't believe this. And we must call every German, every French, every Dutch, every Italian. Berlusconi never made 1 day of jail. And his friend from Romania, Năstase, Prime Minister, was in jail. And you know what? If you make jail time here, you suspend your citizen rights. You don't have the right to vote. You don't have the right to be elected for a number of times, 10, 15, because this is justice. How can you compare the perfect, nice, well-developed Germany with Romania? Like this, we punish corruption, and you call us corrupt. And you had a former chancellor in Rosneft board, and they giving lessons. Sorry, I will not accept this.
If I could just interject here for a moment, Daniel, I think that one of the things the past 6 months has shown the world is that many of the formerly so-called East Bloc countries have really shown leadership in supporting Ukraine. I mean, if you look at Poland, the Baltic states like Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, I think the days where the traditional European states could look upon these countries with condescension, I think those days are over. What the past 6 months has shown us is that especially Poland is really coming into their own, and they're demonstrating leadership that the European Union seems incapable of, like some of the more traditional countries. Germany has done a lot of damage to its reputation over the past 6 months. And they were warned that being dependent on Russian gas was a bad idea. And they were dismissive of the warnings. And they do tend to, before they start lecturing these former East Bloc countries, maybe they should start cleaning house. I think that's long overdue. There has been documented cases of infiltration into some of these political parties. So I think that those days are over. And if there's anything to look forward to, I think one thing is that there will be a reckoning within the European Union.
Block, can I say something? 10 years, maybe more, maybe 12 years ago, was presidential elections in Romania. And we have two candidates, one of right, one of left. Doesn't matter this. But one question was asked at TV show about debates of presidential elections. The right in the function who wanted the second term president asked the contra candidate from the left. Mr. Contra candidate, you were gone last week to Moscow. And believe me, there was an essential question. If he was gone in a political, private, anything, visit to Moscow, not to meet someone, just flying there 12 years ago. Okay? And nobody said, you know, Mr. Schroeder, you don't deserve the citizenship of Federal Republic of Germany. You don't deserve to be the member of SPD. Nobody said to former French Prime Minister, he's not Gerard Depardieu. How can you be in Rosneft board and we look at Germany and say, please send that fucking Leopards to Ukraine? It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Yesterday was an Ukrainian lady who fight a lot for lobbying Ukraine, who explained to us how they try to reform the justice system, how try to reform the political system. And she need to beg German MPs, please help us. After Bucha, after Mariupol, shame on you, Germany.
Yeah, I hear you, Daniel. I hear the frustration. It's shared by a number of people. But let's be positive. We do have to stay together as an alliance to ensure Ukraine is supported and Russia is defeated. And there will be a reckoning. These chickens will come home to roost. And you know, in Germany there is support. Like the people do support Ukraine. These political issues will be solved. Let's just stay focused. Sorry for the interruption, Daryl. I have to carry on.
No problem. No problem. Derek, we got about 2 minutes before language learners due to come in. So
Sure, I'll keep it short.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Yeah, so first I want to apologize. I thought I had my hand raised a lot longer than I did. So I have an odd thing, but it's something really troubling to me. So, you know, as you know, the definition of genocide according to the UN, one of them is forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And according to ABC, there have been between 900 to 1.6 million people forcibly removed from Russia to Ukraine, including around 200,000 children. According to the Russian ambassador, it's up to 600K children. What can we do in the international community? Because, you know, you guys have answered a lot of questions of mine, but the one I don't have answered to is that, is how do we put pressure on Russia once this war is over to repatriate the people and children who've been forcibly removed from Ukraine to Russia?
Well, that's what the sanctions are about. That's what the legal case for crimes against humanity are about. That's what the possible Hague trials will be about. That's what organizations right now that are doing geolocating of people and personnel, that's what they're doing to find these, to try to locate folks and find out where they have been sent. So there's a lot of things that are happening in the background right now that will aid this in the future. But as of right now, there's nothing that can be done until until the war is won and the terms of the settlement of the war are laid out. But for Ukraine, that sounds like getting their people back will be on that list. So I hope that helps out with your question.
Can I ask a short follow-up question?
Sure.
Yeah, because, you know, my wife's a much better person than me. You know, we've been trying to help like orphans we know from who've been left Ukraine and gone to Poland and other places. Once, I guess, Ukraine wins and we get in a better spot, how can the average person help more for these people?
If there is a group actually here on the space they are doing something along those lines to help. If you get a hold of um, Yehuda, Battle Moose, if you have skills in geolocating and things of that nature, they have a group that they're getting together to try to do this. I don't know if Battle Moose is here right now. I don't see him. But yeah, they have a group that they are trying to do this with. And when they come on, you can ask about it again. But they had a banner up at the top where they were asking people for skills, who had skills in helping that and doing that type of thing.
So, are you able to post it in the chat? Because in reality, I'm kind of worthless, but I can help fund it.
Okay. When they come back on, you can actually talk to Yehud and them, and they will let you know. Language, I'm bringing you up right now. Oh, language, you got a request. I don't see your request.
Sorry, should I drop now or?
Yeah, I may need some space, folks. If you do not have a question, if you would drop down. I don't want this thing to glitch out when language gets here. Just cycle yourself down to listener. That's going up to the three little dots at the top, and putting yourself down there. Okay, language. Where'd you go? I'm trying to bring language up, but I don't see his request here.
He seems to have dropped off, Daryl.
Yeah, he may have had the pox and had to come back.
Yeah.
While we're waiting on him, Mikhailov, you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah, I just say one thing, that Daniel had 100% is 100% right about Germany, because Germany and France as well, they will do anything to do not lose their position in the European Union and Europe at all. So right now, I'm afraid that they working a lot to make stronger their position, unless they losing, but they will do anything to do not lose, their position, and to do not, make other countries, well, in better position than they were before. So, well, he's right. So that was everything what I wanted to say. Right.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot. Okay, we have language learner. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you guys doing?
Fair to middling.
I hear that. Hey, let me up the text for tonight's update so people can follow along real quick. So if there's other current discussion or questions and stuff, it sounds like there's some real interesting stuff about geospatial work and stuff you guys have been doing there, tracking forcibly deported people. I certainly don't want to interrupt that conversation.
Oh no. He was just asking how to donate to it and whatnot, and I just told him wait for Battle Moose or language or Yehuda to get here, and they can steer him in the right direction. For
that Portland has also been doing stuff. I haven't seen him, but I know he's. I think he may be part of that work. So yeah, if you even know what GIS or ArcGIS databases are, general geospatial intelligence, utilizing satellites, not just looking at them, but getting real into the nitty gritty of them, then this may be something you can help out with. There are some resources available, and people who are trained on those would be much appreciated. And you'd be doing something good.
Very good. Very good.
I haven't seen you for a while, Daryl. It's good to see you, brother.
Hey, I've been here. I've just been laying low somewhat. Laying low. Listening in, learning.
Hey, that's all we can do.
Hey, how soon before you're ready? I got one more request to come up.
Yeah, go right ahead. It's going to take me another minute or two.
Okay. All right, Tibet. When it gets you up, you're up on. Oh, I think the Free Tibet, you're up.
Thank you so much.
It's good morning this side, so good morning to everybody there. I was wondering, when will the world start speaking about Tibet? The UN is always quiet about it. The US is always quiet about it. In fact, the whole world has been acting like an hypocrite regarding Tibet. I think every individual who cares about humanity should start talking about Tibet. We Tibetans are, very suppressed. In fact, there's nothing called humanity here. The Chinese have been killing our people. They have been destroying our culture, and the world is still silent. I think everyone should start speaking about Tibet. I request you all, it's a humble request.
Yes, I understand, Free. But the thing you must understand, this space is about Ukraine. I feel, deeply saddened about what happens in Tibet, but this space is dedicated for Ukraine.
See what
And
what Ukraine is suffering today. We have been suffering the same for the last so many years.
I understand.
We
but
don't
there's-
disagree.
It's not.
We're
it's
just
not a
saying
privilege.
that this space is dedicated to Ukraine. We do not disagree with you. But let me tell you how the two things are linked. If it is extremely important to support Ukraine in this fight, because by doing this, okay, it will demonstrate to authoritarian governments around the world, including China, that they cannot do this and get away with it. So that's the way they're linked. But this space is dedicated to the support of Ukraine, and I would definitely
Thank you
encourage
so much.
to
I'll go to the listeners phase now. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's unfortunately a lot of terrible things happening in the world, but hopefully renouncing one authoritarian regime trying to impose their will on force will at least be a shot across the bow for others, including China and Tibet and areas further east. With that, I am just about ready to begin. But before that, I did throw the script for tonight as well as a map that we'll be using from the Institute for the Study of War up in the nest. If you're on your phone, you can scroll up to the top and then over to the left in that collection of tweets. Please feel free to follow along. It will make this much easier, especially as we start to talk about specific regions. And when you talk about some of these town names that are borderline incomprehensible, or at least for me to say, this way we can follow along. I will post the audio and text afterwards as regular, so you guys can use that too. But I'll give everybody a moment or so to hop in and check those out if they would so choose.
All right. Everybody, being that language is here, please retweet the space. Let everyone know, and when he's ready to go, we will be on it.
Sure. All right. Well, with that, let's begin. This is the military update of September 14th, 2022, day 203 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We will start in Belarus, proceed clockwise, ending with some general statements. In regards to Belarus, nothing has materially changed. Belarus continues to do their never-ending military drills, and Ukrainian forces continue to drill on their side of the border and keep an eye out. Moving towards Kiev, central Ukraine, and the politics of the region, it was reported today that immediately before the start of the war, Ukraine actually did offer several concessions to Russia in the form of swearing off NATO and becoming a neutral state. However, Putin's government additionally demanded the annexation of Ukrainian territories, and thus negotiations fell through and the invasion took place. The Ukrainian government refused to comment on any alleged concessions that had been offered, but they did state that Russia had simply used these negotiations as a smokescreen to prepare for the invasion. A group of creditor countries, including the United States, postponed Ukraine's debt payments until the end of 2023. And Zelensky, upon returning to Kiev today from visiting Izium, was involved in a car accident with his motorcade in Kiev. There's no reports of serious injuries to the Ukrainian president, and the other injured driver was treated by medics on scene and rushed to a hospital. Police are currently investigating the incident. Moving east towards Sumy, harassing strikes continued over the day with no other major changes in this region. Moving east towards Kharkiv city, Russian troops shelled into North Kharkiv Oblast on some of their recently abandoned positions. However, the intensity of fire onto Kharkiv city proper has noticeably decreased, hopefully due to Russian forces retreating to further distances away and having to worry about possible retaliatory strikes from Ukrainian forces arranged near the border. Regarding Kupiansk in eastern Kharkiv, Ukrainian troops generally hunkered down for yet another day under Russian shelling across the river as Russian forces continue to pound Ukrainian positions on the western side of the Oskil River. Ukrainian troops continue to consolidate their control over the area recently liberated, as well as the border crossings around northeast Kharkiv Oblast into Russia proper. There continue to be more and more scenes of liberated villagers coming out to greet Ukrainian troops, with the most heart-rending one being the man who was actually able to make his own hometown. Were there. Russian telegram groups continue to claim Ukraine is fighting on the eastern side of the Oskil River near Borova, which would indicate that there is at least some Ukrainian forces across the river. However, reports are scattered at best. Following the mass uncoordinated retreat from eastern Kharkiv, Russia is reported to have set up blocking units to physically stop any more retreating soldiers. One Russian brigade allegedly received a threat titled Commander's Order 222 that any retreating troops would be, quote, destroyed. If this return to Stalinist-era tactics is true, it demonstrates incredibly severe problems with both morale and discipline in the Russian army. Russia has reportedly withdrawn a number of its air defense units that were closer to the front to the borders of Russia that are now in contact in the Luhansk region, perhaps out of concerns that they may be targeted by Ukrainian long-range artillery. And from September 6th, with the start of this offensive, Ukraine has reportedly liberated about 8,500 square kilometers of territory, 380 settlements, and about 150,000 citizens in Kharkiv Oblast. Moving to Izium and Liman. Zelensky arrived in Izium today, and the Ukrainian flag was raised over the city, and as such, it can be effectively considered liberated in full. While there continue to be reports of some Russian holdouts in the area, at this point, any that remain are likely confined to specific areas or minimal in number. There was also some medal ceremonies and Zelensky-led speech regarding the sacrifices of those who had died in this most recent offensive. Across the river in Liman, Russian forces continue to defend the city of Liman, with Ukrainian troops apparently moving to threaten the city from not just the south, from where they've crossed, but also from the west for more recent Ukrainian crossings. Today, footage emerged of a lightly armored Russian mechanized convoy allegedly moving to reinforce Liman, indicating that Russia does plan to make a fight of it. Back across the river towards Seversk and the Lysychansk area, Russian troops continue to shell into the region and reportedly attacked the southeast of Seversk around Spern, the first Russian assault into this region within maybe 2 or 3 weeks. This one was allegedly repelled, and that seems to be the general case around that area. There continues to be rumors of Ukrainian forces operating to the east of Seversk proper and reinforcing bridgeheads across the Seversky Donets River to the north so that they can bring more troops to bear on Liman. Moving south towards Bakhmut, fighting continues to the north of Bakhmut and Soledar, with Russian troops continuing to be pushed broadly back into a small industrial area under pressure from the Ukrainian 93rd Battalion. In Bakhmut city proper, while shelling continues, it has decreased at a diminished pace. There are reports of Ukrainian reinforcements in this area, which may be playing into this a little bit. To the south of Bakhmut, near Kodema, Russian troops, having recently conquered the Ukrainian hardpoint and the bases outside of it in the hills, are attempting to push up Ukrainian strongpoint of Zaitsev from the south, as well as menacing it from the east. There's reports that Wagner Group PMCs and other conscripts are being used in this offensive. On the main highway south of Bakhmut, The other day, Ukrainian troops reportedly withdrew from Mykolaiv-Druha at the southern extent of the highway without fighting, and to the south of Bakhmut, Russian Wagner Group soldiers now occupy the town. However, it is known that there was heavy mining being done north of this town over the last 2 weeks, so it remains to be seen exactly what is going to occur here. Generally, we haven't seen Ukraine just summarily withdraw from areas unless they're completely surrounded, and that was not the case here. So keep an eye out, things may happen. Moving south towards Donetsk, and talking about the broader regions to the east, Russia and Ukraine continue to skirmish along the front lines with reports that there are Russian supply shortages for troops that are trying to be rotated in back from the retreat in the Izium region. Apparently, the abandonment of considerable equipment in eastern Kharkiv, which is still being counted by Ukrainians, is already being felt by the Russian soldiers. And reportedly, there are protests in the eastern Russian-occupied regions as a number of these DPR, LPR conscripts continue to be deployed out of their originally recruited areas, and their families are upset. In Mariupol, the situation remains grim, with no apparent change to the status of heating infrastructure, indicating the city may not be generally livable into the winter. Russian forces are continuing to be seen moving equipment out of and through Mariupol to unknown points further west and north. Along the southern axis in Zaporizhia, Ukrainian troops continue to shell the front lines and accumulate supplies in at least 2 locations. This continues to cause concern for Russian forces who fear an imminent Ukrainian assault. Per Igor Gherkin, the situation is similar to what existed in the Balaklia region before the Ukrainian offensive there. He also made a frankly astonishing post, which I'm not really clear why he was going with this analogy, saying that on the land, let's pretend that we're talking about the world of the pretty pink ponies, which I had to take a double take when I read that, where he draws reference to the fact that Russia seems to be living in a fantasy right now as to what's actually going on ground. Russia claims to have destroyed a Ukrainian landing barge in the Dnipro River across from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant today. However, the footage is actually of them firing at an abandoned concrete bridge support that was set up in the 1940s, and the Ukrainians have been laughing, saying that they just shot a bunch of seagulls. Moving to Kherson and the Kryvyi Rih area, the Kerachun Dam in Kryvyi Rih today was hit by at least 7 or 8 Russian cruise missiles, with no reported casualties from the strikes themselves. However, the dam itself reportedly has a large leak of some 26,000 gallons per second, or 100 cubic meters, enough to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool twice every minute. The water level downstream in the Inhulets River, which runs down through the front in Kherson, has risen by 2.5 meters, just shy of 10 feet, and there is reported risk of flooding in the downtown and riverside areas of Kryvyi Rih, with some evacuations ongoing. The goal here by Russian troops is likely to damage or impair any Ukrainian bridging operations across the Inhulets downstream in northeast Kherson, especially around Davidi Brid, where we've seen that Ukrainian interception and pocket forming further and further into Russian lines. The secondary result of damage to civilian infrastructure and general terrorism in Kryvyi Rih is likely not an undesired outcome for Russia. Across the Kherson front today, the ongoing Ukrainian operation continues, with 13 Ukrainian airstrikes, which along with over 285 artillery strikes, eliminated 33 soldiers, 11 tanks, 13 armored vehicles, 5 artillery guns, and 2 ammo depots. Additionally, Ukraine targeted a pontoon bridge near Derivka, along the P-47 highway east of Kherson, and the Novokakhovka dam bridge. Ukraine enjoys fire control over the major Russian supply lines in the rear and continues to fire on them. Russia, meanwhile, continues to attempt to flow troops and supplies across the Dnipro River and utilize helicopters to ferry equipment. Starting from the west of Kherson and moving clockwise, to the northwest of Kherson city, Ukraine troops have allegedly pushed even further down the sides of the M14 highway, the main highway running into Kherson from Mykolaiv, reaching the town of Barvanok to the east of Kislivka. There are additional reports that Ukraine has successfully taken Kislivka, indicating that they will be able to increase their range of artillery fire into Kherson city and the surrounding area, as well as more heavily threatened Russian operations at Chernobyl Airport, which is frankly the only other major settlement down the road. This is an area of a small town along the highway that Russia's been trying to hold out in for several weeks now. However, it appears they broadly withdrew several days ago to retreat under the cover of their artillery guns, which are now broadly firing from the south bank of the Dnipro River, where they can get ammo more easily. Just along the side here, however, Russian troops did attempt a counterattack near the town of Tarnovi Poti, which was reportedly repelled. Further moving clockwise, Russian forces in Snihorivka along the bank of the Inhulets River, the main and frankly single Russian major base on the western side, continue to be struck by Ukrainian artillery, and there are reports of a Ukrainian assault on their positions and scattered reports of Russian forces asking for surrender in this area. There is thus far no explicit information to confirm or deny this. There are reports that Russia may be retreating back across the river, so if the Inhulets River continues to rise, we'll have to see if they're cut off as well. Further upstream, fighting continues southwest of Davidi Brid near Suky Stavok, where the Ukrainian troops who had crossed the Inhulets River continue to attempt to make gains towards the western of the two major supply highways. While the Ukrainian troops have been under heavy airstrikes over the past week and progress has been slow, Russian shelling further to the west and southwest of their positions indicates potential Ukrainian gains towards the small village of Bezimen, which widens the leading edge of their advance. Additionally, Ukraine appears to have further cleared areas along the eastern side of the Inhulets riverbank downstream from their established crossings near the town of Novorenejev. This continued consolidation of possible river crossings will likely assist Ukrainian operations and affect their ability to get more supplies to the front. Russia continued to drop airstrikes on there today. However, one of their supersonic bombers, a Su-24M, was shot down near the southern advance of the Ukrainian forces. Further upstream, Russia reportedly sent 2 platoons of mechanized forces to attempt an assault on Ukrainian positions near the city of Arkhangelsk, further to the northeast of Davidi Brid, where Ukrainian troops have been operating since the end of August. This assault was repelled with reportedly considerable Russian losses. Further to the east from here, there's no apparent update since Ukrainian forces took Vyskopila, as Russian artillery fire seems to indicate that the front line has not materially changed. There does appear to be a growing bulge in the center of the line near the town of Lubomivka, but beyond that, there's nothing really major. Blasts continue in Kherson City with partisan operations and Ukrainian long-range strikes continuing. Moving to the Black Sea, there are 2 Russian ships with about 12 missiles available for use, and stormy seas continue. It's believed that a number of the missiles that hit the Kryvyi Rih Dam were either fired from here, they were specifically anti-ship missiles, or they were fired from loitering heavy Russian bombers from a large distance. In other international conflicts that are still related, as they remain within Russia's sphere of influence, in Azerbaijan and Armenia, the Azerbaijan shelling had stopped for the 13th but resumed today. There were reports of Azerbaijan crossing the line of contact in multiple locations with more drone strikes on Armenian territory. Armenia claims to have rebuffed the initial ground offensive and retaken whatever territory was lost, while Azerbaijan decidedly possesses firepower and air superiority. In this conflict, it's a lot more complicated as far as who's in the right and who's in the wrong, but Azerbaijan is broadly supported by Turkey and Armenia by Russia. There has been a Russian military presence of, quote, peacekeepers in the region since the 2020 conflict. However, Azerbaijan shelled an FSB, a Russian FSB, barracks day in Armenia before which the Russian forces had been evacuated. There's also footage that possibly the same evacuating group, a Russian FSB convoy, was shelled with unknown outcome. There's been no official statements yet from Russia on this matter. After Armenia requested the CSTO military intervention yesterday, which is Russia's equivalent of NATO, Russia stated they would be sending an observation mission to the region instead of providing for Armenia's defense. This has further demonstrated Russia's incapability to project power abroad. There are unconfirmed reports coming in late of a ceasefire being reached after the Armenian president had agreed in principle to recognizing areas of the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region as either part of Azerbaijan or independent, and there are protests in the Armenian capital. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 350 soldiers for a total of 53,650, 3 armored vehicles, 5 tanks, 11 artillery guns, 32 cars and trucks, 2 surface-to-air missile systems, 2 aircraft, 2 helicopters, and 4 UAVs, with the greatest Russian losses in the Donetsk and Kherson region. Video of the Wagner PMC group head Yevgeny Prigozhin attempting a real hard sell to Russian prisoners emerged today. Among his statements, he gives them 5 minutes to choose if they're signing up, states that after 6 months they will receive amnesty, and that they will not be allowed to cancel this contract, threatening them with summary execution if they attempt to retreat. This video indicates that Wagner is still trying to conduct a recruiting effort of anyone they can get their grubby hands on, with the recruiter explicitly stating they take people above 50 years old. About 80 million euros have been frozen in Latvian banks today due to sanctions imposed against the Russian Federation. The EU also extended individuals' anti-Russian sanctions for another 6 months. The strategy behind Ukraine's rapid military gains in recent weeks has begun to take shape, occurring several months ago during a series of intense talks between Ukrainian and American officials, when specific high-focus intel was provided regarding Russian troop positions and information that Russia would not be able to redeploy its forces from the southern front to the eastern front with any sense of speed. Meanwhile, in Russia, the recruitment efforts are taking a strain on the region's economy, with the St. Petersburg government reportedly asking for an accounting of exactly where the money is coming from to pay for all these recently mobilized volunteer battalions. With that, should be about it. Thank you guys very much for listening. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Language. Dr. Paul.
Hey, thanks, Language, and thanks, Daryl. Language, I got 4 questions, okay? And we'll take them just kind of rapid fire, not dominate it all. But, Andrew Perpetua's map shows only shelling along the entire, essentially the newly claimed territory, which I'm going to kind of describe it as from both Chonsk down to Izum. And the only shelling is on Kupiansk. What's your read of that?
So, there's still a large concentration of Ukrainian troops in Kupiansk. It was also the major Russian hub. So there's speculation they're doing this to try and damage whatever material they left behind. B, suppress the largest grouping of Ukrainian positions. C, they just had more artillery there. And D, they're preventing the evacuation of civilians from the city, which is continuing to tie up other Ukrainian forces who otherwise might be able to respond a little more aggressively in that region.
But the one thing that's interesting is there's no shelling along the entire, I'm going to call it 100 miles maybe, north to south. When you look at the rest of the entire front, they're shelling across the rest of the front. I mean, overall, this to me tells me major supply issues, right? Major material losses, and maybe, in my view, Ukraine's maybe pushed forward to where the range isn't there for Russian artillery. What do you think?
That's certainly a possibility. I think Konstantin can talk more to that. I've heard reports of more like individual and isolated shelling in other areas across the front, but it does seem like the greatest concentration of Russian forces that they could immediately bring to bear was east of Kupiansk, and thus they're able to just sort of funnel ammo to them. But I've heard reports of scattered Russian mortars more so than heavy artillery up and down the Oskil River.
Okay, thanks. So the next question is, I believe it's Norway or Sweden who gave over a ground station weapon system that can fire essentially Hellfire missiles. Have you seen any evidence of those being used yet?
I have not. The first reports on those came out a couple days ago, so it's unclear whether they're already in country or they're due to come in the near future. For those listening, Hellfire missile, usually an air-to-ground missile, very accurate, used by America as well as other NATO countries. However, this appears to be another way of finding use for NATO munitions without necessarily needing the vehicles that they generally depend on. I haven't seen any evidence of them using it as of yet. I'm sure when we start to see it, it will be something similar to the variations on the British Harpoon systems, where they kind of were able to be used from the ground instead of from a helicopter. Or not the Harpoon system, the It was another anti-ship missile that was given that I'm blanking on the name of. Generally, Ukraine does seem to have a video or two once they start using them in force, either for internal, PR or just as a demonstration that they've acquired more capabilities.
Okay, and then the War Zone had an article tonight about hitting some barges in kind of the Zaporizhia region that was, apparently Ukrainian special forces, conducting an operation to reclaim the nuclear power plant there. Do you have any information about that and the validity of that claim by Russia?
Yeah, I talked about that briefly in the update. Russia shelled and abandoned bridge support that I think the Nazis had actually made back in the 1940s when they occupied the region. There's literally nothing else there. They've just fired missiles into essentially a concrete support structure that's been sitting in the middle of the river for 80 years.
Okay, lastly, those two ammo depots you mentioned that got destroyed, any idea about the size of those? Were they just kind of like, so a lot of the ammo depots that we've seen, at least that I've seen, they haven't been huge. They've been like, my guess is just like a company size. They aren't like, I've only seen like one or two that have been like the kind of those massive ones that we've seen, those like hallmark HIMARS strikes that turn into, 4th of July in a really big way. But any idea on the size of those?
I don't have an idea on the size of them. I'd imagine they're, small to moderate sizes because we haven't seen any other massive, 90 minutes of cooking off videos lately.
All right, thanks, Language. That's it.
Thank you. For anybody with questions, I'll probably be able to stick around for, another 20, 30 minutes maybe or so. I do have an early day tomorrow, but feel free to click that button in the lower left-hand corner. You can come on up, ask a question yourself. If I don't know the answer, I'm sure Ryan or Daryl or Bloke or one of the other fine folk here will. Or you can always shoot a DM to any of the aforementioned people, and we'll try and get to it. There's no such thing as a dumb question. If it's been asked a million times before, well, then we should be pretty good at answering it. And if you don't know the answer, there's probably a dozen other people that don't as well. Liberal. Oh, now we got a bunch of people.
Take everybody before me, Language.
All right, let's go Liberal, August, Abdul, and then Gunther and Ryan.
Hey, Language, thanks as always for the military update. I just wanted to give Daryl a quick shout out. You were and are amazing. You always shoot from the hip. You speak in a tone that resonates with so many people. It's not stilted, it's not contrived, and I enjoy being in the space. Even when you were a listener, a contributor, I've known you for some time, and I wanted to say kudos. And you did that damn thing tonight, brother. And you crashed the space, which was a great way to start your legacy. So well done. Hey, Language, I had a question. I don't remember what area in Ukraine this was reported, but there was a term that I'm not familiar with, that Russians were attempting to construct a SARM, SARM bridge. I don't know. They said it was a SARM road bridge over the Dnipro River. Are you familiar with that acronym, or did you hear or see anything with respect to that?
I don't know what that acronym stands for itself. If I was a betting man, I'd say that's something to do with a pontoon crossing. If they're talking about bridges, otherwise, I can't tell you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I wish I had more. This was earlier in the day, and it's something that I was thinking about. But hopefully, HIMARS has something to say. They'll enter the chat. But thank you, brother, as always.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate that, Lou.
Yeah, let's go to August, and then I believe it was Abdul, and then Gunther.
Hey, I'm also in the Daryl fan club. You're doing a great job, Daryl. Really glad that you're co-hosting. But Language, I sort of have an observation and a question. And one observation that I've been very pleased about is that typically, when the Russians have left any area, they have mined the heck out of it, grenaded it, you know, everywhere you could think and not think to go, they would have some kind of, mine or explosive. And I'm not hearing that with their retreat in the recent, when they've been abandoning the equipment and everything. So I'm really happy about that. But I guess that's just sort of being, they are hightailing it so fast, they don't even have time to think about or do it. And I wonder if you've noticed that observation too.
So, unfortunately, there has been some reports of minefields detonating and killing civilians in the recently liberated territories. There's some of that happened yesterday. I frankly don't know if any of that happened today. But what we are seeing is that it was a general mass retreat, and it did happen so fast, as you said, that Russia wasn't really able to either terrorize the population immediately then as they were leaving, or set up things to terrorize them in the future. We didn't see as many booby traps as we did when they left north of Kiev at the beginning of the war, which were just literally grenades and pianos and stuff just to terrorize people. Here they just got in cars and left, which
Yeah.
limited their abilities to terrorize people considerably, which is good.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not hearing about it like in the tanks or the equipment or hiding in ammo, as they're going through the stuff. So I hope they just keep hightailing it. And where are the ones that aren't captured or killed? Where are they going? Do we have any idea? Are they being captured later on? Or I heard sometimes they're even leaving on bicycles, but are they heading back to Russia? Uh, where are these the ones that are sort of leaving that aren't captured or killed? Where are they going? Which direction are they going?
Generally, the retreating Russians seem to have moved, taking whatever vehicles they could, either originally across the Oskil River to Russian positions, or those that were further northeast retreated into Russia proper.
Okay, thanks. Enjoyed your update.
Thank you. Yeah, and then a quick update, I guess, from some folks talking up. Somebody sent me a good article about that there is humanitarian aid arriving in a number of these recently liberated towns. A lot of people with, malnourishment, other abuses having been visited upon them. But generally, there is some kind of order when the food is being distributed and whatnot. Women and children get it first, but beyond there, it's still a bit of a ruckus because there are people who have been incredibly hungry for a while. One group saying that, frankly, the only food they got for the last 4 months was whatever they were able to grow in the garden, and occasionally that they were able to barter for. With that, I think it's Abdul to Gunther to Ryan to Jerry to Daniel.
Thank you. Language, big kudos to you. You've been doing an amazing job over the last months, and your updates has become a daily routine for me to listen to. So thank you very much for that.
I appreciate it.
Habibi, anytime, man. My question has to do with the situation north of Kharkiv city. Have the Ukrainians been able to liberate everything up to the Russian border? And the question is that there's still regular shelling of Kharkiv, and I think into the city center of Kharkiv. And I'd always assumed or thought that if the Russians were pushed beyond the border, that they would be out of artillery range, at least regarding the center of Kharkiv. And I just wanted to have an idea what the situation was there, because I've honestly lost track over the last few days. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Unfortunately, the border is not that far away, and Russian long-range rocket artillery, as well as their missiles, can still range into Kharkiv city, which we've seen today. However, the threat of just general artillery shelling, their cheapest stuff that they were able to range into the city from, does appear to have broadly abated. However, again, I mean, I want to say the distance from the border to like downtown Kharkiv city is under 40 kilometers, which if they're using some of their longer range rocket artillery and just trying to throw rounds, they don't really care, 30 to 40 kilometers away, they're capable of doing so. However, we've seen that Ukraine has been firing across the border on what's believed to be Russian positions right across, making a bunch of statements, especially since a couple days ago when Russia fired on a lot of Ukraine electrical infrastructure, essentially saying, we're not going to let you make that mistake a second time, we're going to kill you. So in that case, it means that Ukraine should hopefully be able to at least threaten or suppress these Russian rocket artillery groups enough in Russia that they stop doing so. Frankly, if things continue to blow up in Russia, that's not a good look for Russia. And I imagine that if they have to choose between terrorizing Kharkiv city or having footage of their own soldiers dying on their own land, they will opt to just stop the whole escapade. At least that's my hope.
That was actually, you really answered also the background to that question, i.e., retaliating in Russia proper. Thank you very much, Language. All the best.
Thank you. So what we're seeing is that there have been limited Ukrainian strikes into direct areas of Russian military concentration along the border. What we have not seen is deeper strikes on Russian military targets. That still seems to be broadly off the table, at least using some of the NATO-provided gear, though Ukraine has in the last week come out publicly and said, hey, not only do we want ATACMS and longer-range missiles for these systems we currently have, but we also want you to say that we can take the gloves off with them because there's a lot of juicy targets we can reach right now. And it just remains to be seen what happens there with increased speculation about Russia changing this from a special military operation to either a full-scale war and the mobilization therein, or apparently there's some middling group of anti-terrorist operation that I won't pretend to understand the intricacies of. Should Russia just say, okay, we're mobilizing anyway, one of the political considerations for not striking into Russia will no longer be on the table. So paradoxically, should Russia go down that path, we may see more strikes into Russia proper.
Thank you.
With that, yeah, thank you, brother. Let's go to Gunther, to Liberal, to Jerry, or sorry, from Gunther, Gunther, Ryan, Jerry, Daniel.
Thanks everyone who runs the space, and thank you, Language. My question is about the dam at Kievri, and what is like publicly known about how it's affecting the troops in Kherson, and then like what is the sort of prognosis for fixing it or defending it better or any of that?
So, as I understand it, essentially, and there's competing reports that either these were fired out of the Black Sea Fleet or that they were fired from air-launched systems over the Sea of Azov, but that these were very fast supersonic missiles originally designed for actually hitting U.S. aircraft carriers. This is also the same missile that was used to blow up that mall in central northern Ukraine some months ago. They're very difficult to intercept, and I don't believe any of them were. Russia used a large number of them. They do cost quite a bit, firing up to 9 of them into this area with at least a couple hits on the main spillways of the dam. We don't necessarily know what the outcome is, aside from the fact that the river's water level is raised and there is some flooding in downtown Kryvyi Rih. If you zoom in on the city, that sort of semi-circle shaped body of water immediately to the west of it, that's the reservoir that this dam was holding. So there is a huge amount of water in there. The question will be what the ultimate effects of that are downriver. It has raised the water level quite a bit. If that continues, it may very well threaten the Ukrainian bridging operations, because think about it, if you currently have both sides of your bridge on dry land, and now that dry land suddenly becomes filled with water because the riverbanks have risen, then you can have damage to them. So we don't necessarily know any more specifics there as far as their operations downstream. As far as things they can do to stop it, there are engineers trying to work on the site. It's going to be very difficult. It's usually quite challenging to just sort of fix a dam with the big hole in it, and there's some pictures of that, especially because the volume of water that's pouring out of it is very significant. You know, again, 2 Olympic pools a minute, and that's probably not going to dissipate for some time. So at this point, it's still more in the emergency response aspect, though thankfully nobody was reported killed from the strikes themselves. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, sure, that all makes sense. Yeah, I imagine we will probably see something interesting on the engineering, both civil and military. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to, I believe it was Jerry McDonald, and then to Daniel.
just placeholding here, language. Why don't you just go to Daniel?
Yeah, no worries. Let's go to Daniel and then to Ryan.
Morning, language. Kudos to you for all your work. I want to say two things. First, I think it's time OSINT community, people I respect and deserve respect for the free work, to be more respectful with military, with generals, with captains, majors, colonels, and with the official statements of Army in Ukraine. I saw a lot of criticism. Criticism is good, but sometimes we forget we are in armchair, and to criticize people with experience in the army, from civilians like me, for example, is not wrong, is totally ridiculous. My question for you is very simple, and I hope you can give me even an evasive answer. How many from the voluntary battalions remained in Russia, remained in their province where they are recruited? How many reservists called to arms and get it to recruitment and training remain in their bases, in their home provinces? I think it's very, very, very relevant, because I show dismissive signs from declaration of ZSAU when they say the voluntary battalions, people who made their rotation, contract soldiers who retreated from the front, deserters, they don't want to come back. They stay in Russia, and the general staff for Russian army don't want to send any more units in Ukraine. Why did I ask this? Because people imagine Russia is a centralized state. It's not. And army units with disgruntled soldiers in provinces are the most dangerous thing for Putin, more than oligarchs, more than any political opposition. Armed units who hate what happens to them. Thank you.
So, if I'm understanding the question correctly, because it's a very good question, is that A, what's the status of these Russian volunteers, especially in light of the massive Russian losses and the general degradation in Russian morale? And B, what could be the possible outcomes if these Russian volunteers that are still in Russia and are broadly refusing now or dragging their feet on going in continue to become more upset? Is there any kind of response they could cause in Russia? If those are the questions, I'm understanding them correctly. Well, the first one, the first one I kind of just answered there, and that they're starting to get concerned. I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, well, you're going in and, information silence, then you get there and you realize it sucks. It's another thing as you're waiting there to go across the border, you see, hundreds, if not thousands of, professional Russian soldiers coming back across the border looking like they just got their ass kicked. That's going to make you start to wonder, this is not looking so good, especially because the media in Russia has surprisingly really talked in pretty explicit detail about the fact that they just got their ass kicked. So what we're seeing now is more resistance to being deployed rather than resistance to the state, which I think are two very different things. Thus far, the Russian propaganda and internal media seems to be doing a good job at leveraging the blame on people who are incompetent, or they're saying that we're not doing enough. And there's one guy who wrote a whole long thing. It was actually the same guy talking about pretty pink ponies and whatnot, Igor Gherkin, how how can we fight a war with one hand behind our back, et cetera, et cetera. So they're not quite focusing. It's turning into more. They're trying to turn more into a declaration of anger towards Ukraine for how dare you do this to us, and we gave you a chance and we were fighting, bravely and peacefully and all these, positive things, but now we have to really go to war, or whatever propaganda they're cooking up these days. But we're not seeing actual resistance of people saying, oh my God, you've done this to us. We haven't seen that level yet. And frankly, I don't think we will maybe volunteer groups yet.
what I saw from the provinces which are the bulk of recruitment, uh, from the intercepted calls, from the media, Russian media, which is not controlled by the state, for example, Medusa, what I saw snippets on Telegram, Russian or Ukrainian, uh, they made the declaration. So you get the task, like governors, you get the task, you need to make one battalion for province. And one battalion in their numbers is normally 800 people. They say, we made it, sir. We have this battalion. Usually it's not 800, maybe there are 200, for example. And these people are kept in provinces. Various reasons, bad shape, bad training, too old, not enough equipment. But these people are in contact, because most of them are veterans, are in contact with people who broke the contract or finished the contract and come home. And these guys, sometimes they don't have the limbs. Sometimes they don't come with washing machine home. And this will brew. We will never saw something like this official, but these things will brew because, you know, any army in the world, they talk each other, the veterans, and they are having weapons, and they have grudge, and they are far away from Moscow, very far away. And secessionism in Russia is not something strange. That's why I asked if you have some number, some estimation which reached to you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we know that there's a couple hundred of volunteers, especially in these more remote regions. We also know that there have been a lot more people trying to break their contracts or get out of it. Frankly, the only real hard sell I've heard has been this one to the prisoners, where they're like, you got 5 minutes, make up your mind, and then for the next 6 months you're going to fight and it's going to suck, and if you try and turn around, we'll kill you, and if you're going to surrender, don't, because they'll torture you to death, so carry a grenade and blow yourself up type deal. In these more rural regions, there have been people like, I'm to try and go AWOL. I do not believe, even in the most remote unless you're talking about like some super remote village, that you're going to see any kind of armed, insurrection attempt. Frankly, Russia is very good at stifling that, and they do tend to control the weaponry for their soldiers. A lot of this actually comes from their history of the terrible hazing, Deslovshchina, in the military. And a couple years ago, after being very brutally hazed, and in America we think hazing like college, I'm talking more like rampant sexual physical abuse of conscripts, where a conscript grabbed a rifle and basically recreated Full Metal Jacket with his commanding officers and himself. Since then, a couple years ago, Russia's been a lot more stringent on which conscripts they actually let have access to weapons and ammo. So I suspect they're not just handing out, they'll let these guys train with it, but you notice in all of these pictures of these groups that are getting sent over, they're not standing with their weapons in the town square. Russia is not quite so removed from the Stalinist days that they're just going to start handing out weapons to the average person and letting them take them home with them.
My final thing, language, please, one moment. One wrong impression everybody have is the secret police in Russia is effective. They have a lot of people. Let me say something like this. You make a bribe to get in the office. You make a bribe to go rank above yours. You are not competent enough. Most of the people are fat alcoholics. When people imagine FSB, imagine the KGB agents we saw in movies. Reality is the corruption erode any trust in such service. Look at Fifth Directorate. And my complaint is we perceive a stronger Russia, a stronger state police than it is. And there are numerous examples publicly. You can find them from YouTube in Varlam Talks, for example. You see people who were already working in military industry. They were key engineers. and it was disgranted with Putin regime. They were under FSB surveillance. They were already snitched by their colleagues. They live in central Russia, above Urals, and they escape Russia. They go to Belarus, cross the border illegally, and now seek asylum in Estonia, for example, this guy. And he is not a particular example. There are numerous cases. How can you cross Russia when you are already tagged for FSB and police to arrest you because you are a traitor of the fatherland and you have key technology? The guy was in the missile engineer. He worked in propulsion engine of the missiles.
I would
You
argue
understand?
that, yes, I would argue for that specific example, if you're dealing with a person who's educated enough to be in the Russian military industrial complex as an engineer, they have access to broadly more funds than the average Russian national. Without getting into it, I
Agree, but idea is the efficiency of the police state is so low.
If I may. So I actually, when the war was in the first couple months, I talked with a few people who may or may not have been in Russia in the military industrial complex, right? And then that fell off. But a lot of that, because as you said, the surveillance state is not complete, right? There's still a lot of people who found ways around it. Ironically enough, during COVID, because of certain issues with COVID and the Russian vaccine that didn't really do a whole lot. And I think there was like 11 shots for it or something like that. And just general vaccine hesitancy, to use the political buzzword in Russia. A lot of Russians, especially the younger generation, started to learn from their ancestors about how to sort of dodge the fuzz and the bureaucracy. People who had learned this during the Soviet Union about you keep your head down and you stay out of the way because the tallest, piece of grass is the one that gets chopped by the lawnmower. So there are still ways to get around, especially in the less popular regions. I'm certainly not going to dispute that, but there's a big difference between being a broadly civilian engineer who can freely go where they are, even if, frankly, there's an FSB office built into their, sort of apartment complex, and being one of these sort of conscripted Russian soldiers where once you sign up, the Russians are like, oh, and just go home, and this is the National Guard, you can train. Like, they keep you under pretty tight lock and key. And because, as you well know, a lot of these folks are fairly impoverished. That's how Russia is manipulating them into signing up. They don't have the resource. They may not have a car. They may not have, the money certainly to just hop on the Trans-Siberian Express and escape. So they're a prisoner to the own economics of the situation, and then more physically to the military unit they're a part of. But with that, because you're absolutely right, the Russian surveillance state is not absolute, but because they do remember, Beria and Stalin and, the 1991 attempted coup, the Russian military is frankly much better at suppressing its own people in the military and keeping them from rising up or doing anything like that than they are at actually fighting, as we've seen. So hopefully that kind of answers the question. With that, let's go to Ryan, who's been very patient, and then to Liberal, then to Emmanuel and Wesley.
I was just curious about the dam attack. Is that the only hydroelectric infrastructure they've attacked? And is that the one that is directly opposite the Zaporizhzhia power plant? I know a few months ago, there were some claims that Russia had fired some rockets from within the Zaporizhzhia power plant perimeter towards a dam across the waterway from that facility.
So this is a different one. While Russia, I believe, does still continue to shell from the area around the power plant, especially towards Nikopol and the town of Marionets, they just kind of, it doesn't even seem like they have a target there. It's just to try and provoke Ukraine to shoot back. And then they could say, look at what Ukraine is doing. They're firing near a power plant. This is much further northwest and inland around the city of Kryvyi Rih. It's the largest of those, if you're looking on Google Maps, the largest of those water features. It's the one immediately to the northwest of Kryvyi Rih, right along those two highways, the H23 and H11. That's the headwaters, as I get it, or at least as far as they are in this area, for the Inhalets River. and that's why it's believed that Russia hit it so that they can try and flood the Inulets River further downstream in Kherson and try and choke the supplies that are coming across it, supporting that Ukrainian, fighting force that has broken through.
Gotcha.
It is not the only dam that they've hit, though this one is more debatable. I do trust Andrew Perpetual on this, though I think the circumstances were so unclear that I'm not going to say it's 100% confirmed. Much earlier, near the first battle for Izium, not the most recent one, but back in March and April, the dam at Oskil itself, which is now along the Oskil River, that was blown, which ended up flooding a huge area and really slowing down the Russian advance, which is why it's still unclear exactly who did it. If the Russians generally just did it on accident or on purpose and were so delusional they didn't realize that now they'd have to advance through a floodplain. But to my knowledge, those are the only major dams that have been hit. There were a couple near misses near Kharkiv, but thankfully those never actually panned out.
Last question, was that a hydroelectric dam or just water retention?
I want to say it was hydroelectric as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Liberal, to Emmanuel, to Wesley, to Arhend, and Waypoint.
Hey, thanks, Language. Great question, Ryan. Language, I have two quick questions. Jay and Kiev posted in Belgorod, the locals were complaining about the smell from trainloads of refrigerated wagons from Ukraine, likely full of dead Russian soldiers. Is that emblematic of this special military operation? And then with respect to the TikTok battalion, recently deployed in Kherson of troops that were deployed from Chechnya or battalions. Thank you.
So I think you hit the last one first. Chechnya was saying that they were deploying, another 1,300 soldiers. I think they're saying it was to the Kherson region. We haven't really seen huge evidence of them yet. And frankly, I'll take everything that Kadyrov says with a kilogram of salt. There's a lot of things I could say about the man. None of them are good. So as far as what we're seeing in Belgorod, the Russian military still generally is kind of being a havoc there. They do still seem to be grossly uncoordinated. Apparently, not only was the commander of the Russian military for the West grouping that was responsible for the Kharkiv area, he was fired after a whopping 15 days on the job, beating the record set by his predecessor of 3 weeks. So we'll see if the new guy lasts at least 2 weeks. But apparently not just him, but the bulk of his staff were also removed from command, which means even if Russia cycled new people in immediately, which they likely did, it's probably taking some time to consolidate control. This is why you don't just fire everybody, and because then you have a bunch of people standing around, new lines of communication have to be established. It's not like a hostile takeover in a company. It's people, communication lines break and you have to basically rebuild them. We've seen Russian troops not marauding around their own city, but there's been a couple examples of Russian troops getting into car accidents and just like pushing a guy's car along the side of the road with their truck for like 10-15 minutes for God knows what reason. It does seem like whatever material they were able to grab from inside Ukraine, they basically just dumped on their side of the border, and they're trying to consolidate it, including those rail cars full of what's believed to be once frozen bodies or refrigerated bodies, now not. So they're putrefying, and the smell is apparently pretty disgusting. Does that kind of answer both the questions?
Yeah, as always, you always seem to nail it. Yeah, the areas that the Kadyrovites were allegedly deployed in were Kherson, Novaya Kakhovska, Berislav, and Skadovsk.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that specifically. I'm not as familiar with that. Thank you for the questions. Let's go to Ryan, who's been incredibly patient.
I'm extremely impatient. I don't know what you're talking about, but I didn't have my hand raised.
Did you cut out there, or is it an issue on my end?
I think I cut out. Go to somebody next. I didn't have my hand raised.
Oh, okay. I thought you had recycling to you. Yeah, let's go to Emmanuel, to Waypoint, to Arhend, and then to Wesley.
Hey, language. Thanks a lot for the information. Really appreciate you. I got two questions right now. Based on the open source intel, it looks like there seems to be a lot of frustration among the Russian soldiers. Have we had any incidents of blue on blue um, among the Russian soldiers? That's my first question. And my second question is, at the end of this war, right? Who do you think will be controlling Crimea?
So those are both very good questions. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. As far as blue on blue, so Russian troops firing on Russian troops, we have actually heard reports of that, and there's been some evidence of it. Generally, what we've seen has been there's been really 3, maybe 4 specific cases we've seen. One has been ethnic minorities fighting ethnic minorities, or fighting other ethnic groups in Russia, generally along ethnic lines after fights develop. We've seen this most with the Buryat minorities and the Chechen minorities. The Chechens basically hogging the limelight, playing the TikTok brigade, like to take the bulk of the loot, although they don't necessarily do the bulk of the fighting. A lot of these ethnic minorities have just been put into really the heap of the fighting because Russia doesn't care if they die. And then as a result, they get upset that they feel like their, justly deserved loot is taken away from them. There was at least one instance of this near Kherson a month or 2 months ago where a gun battle erupted and some 50 people were shot. There was another one somewhere to the south where similar events happened. Apparently, in both occasions, the FSB, the Russian Internal Security Service, showed up, took their, ringleaders away, and nobody ever saw them again. What we've also seen is fragging, or people killing their commanders. This has been both reports of just commanders being broadly incompetent. There was one real crazy example several months ago near Popasna, where a artillery group that had already been pretty much battered by Ukrainian artillery was refusing to just continue to sprint up because they said it doesn't make sense. Some Russian general, apparently people actually did identify him, showed up, said, well, you guys have to go now. So I said, why are you sending us there? Our contract ends in 2 weeks. It doesn't make sense. To which the general pulled out a gun and said, well, you have 2 weeks to die for your country, and a bunch of other crazy, terrible motivational speeches. And that actually escalated to those troops pointing guns at him and his entourage, somebody pulling a grenade, until everything de-escalated and the guy got out of there. And then we've also heard reports of Russian commanders who were essentially told, hey, we don't want to advance. We understand you're saying that you're going to take us past the front lines. Just so you know, if we start coming under artillery fire and we're all going to die, we're going to make sure you die too. And there's been speculated reports of Russian military groups that come under artillery fire, and when the Ukrainians go there afterwards to check out the damage, they find these commanders have been killed with rifles, which would imply that they were shot by their own forces. And then as far as who owns Crimea at the end, that's a difficult question. My personal belief is that as long as Putin is in power, and the politics in Russia continue under his stead, that Crimea will be a red line, and that he would resort to escalation to try and keep it that way. However, should Putin be deposed or another person take control, then it's entirely possible Crimea can be, retaken. There's also other options. For example, should the water supply to Crimea be dammed again and that large bridge that connects it to Russia be hit, then it would place Russian troops there in a very challenging position, and that could possibly change the situation. Does that kind of answer your question there?
Yes, that does. The reason why I asked about Crimea was because of the bridge. Because I'm not saying anything, but from open source intel, most likely that bridge wouldn't survive long. And if it doesn't survive long, I'm wondering who would actually control Crimea. And it looks like, it's a rhetorical question and very ambiguous now. So we wait to see. The future will let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Arhend and Waypoint, and then to Wesley.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Hi. Sorry. Two questions. Tweeter by the name of Lot A that RX has retweeted is suggesting that the supposed Ukrainian UAV that went down in Stavropol was really one of the Russian hypersonic Kinzhal missiles. Have you heard of that, and do you agree with him?
Yes, so that's unfortunately that was something I had left out of the report today, and I appreciate you bringing it up. In Western Russia, in the Rostov region, or actually I think even a little further into Russia proper than that, so to the east of Ukraine, what Russia was claiming was a drone got was shot down. However, the photos of it do seem to indicate it was a Russian long-range ballistic missile, and per local reports, there was a fire, and then 6 firefighters were injured. Now, having done some firefighting in my time, generally, if something's on fire in the middle of a field like that, I'm not gonna say it's difficult to get hurt, but unless you're really doing something you shouldn't, you're not gonna get hurt by putting out, say, a brush fire or something, because you're not stuck in a building with it, right? However, if it's some kind of missile or something that has propellant or an explosive charge, I don't think it was explosive. That happened. I suspect that the propellant went off or something. Then you could see people getting injured. Which that plus the pictures we have of it does seem to indicate it was a Russian cruise missile that went down, which isn't unheard of because we've seen this happening before. It's just more surprising that this one didn't detonate immediately as it hit the ground.
My question was, is this one of the of many that have been used, or is this just one of 3 or 4 that have been used, so that the failure rate seems pretty
high? I'm not as familiar with the specific missile itself, so I'm probably not the best person to answer that. We've seen reports that they're saying it's somewhere to the order of like 20% of Russian missiles have either missed their targets or failed in one way or another. They explode too early, they don't explode at all. They crash, what have you. So that I would argue that's probably broadly applicable to most of the Russian missiles. But I don't know enough about the specific system to give you any hard and fast stats on it, I'm afraid.
Did you mention that you thought that it were these ballistic missiles that hit the dam recently?
Yes, it's unclear because the Ukrainians are saying 2 things. They're both saying that the amount of missiles in the Black Sea Fleet decreased by the exact same number of missiles that hit the dam, which kind of indicates one thing, right? But they're also saying that these missiles that were launched seem like they were the air-launched versions of them, so they were fired from aircraft as cruise missiles that hit the dam. I don't know which way it went. It could have been one or the other. Frankly, at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily matter. I'm sure somebody will come and correct me and tell me that the missiles used could only be fired by aircraft or only be fired by submarines, and that would be good to know. But at this point, that seems to be what we have, that Russia fired 8 of their faster, more expensive missiles into a dam, or 9 of these missiles, which is quite a lot of money to put into it just to hit one target, indicating sort of a Russian desperation to flood this river.
And the other question was, there were initially reports that Kremenina had been abandoned by the Russians and the partisans had raised flags, but that seems to have now been taken back by the Russians and now relatively far behind the line. Is that an accurate set of statements?
Yeah, and this speaks to a broader issue that the Ukraine Ministry of Defense has talked about. And we're on Twitter. I get it. This is not always the best source for, long form information. And we get exuberant sometimes. And people will I see this a lot. People will mistranslate something from Ukrainian or Russian, and then they'll take it and run with it. And that's how you end up with reports of, every Russian north of the Dnipro and Kherson is surrendering tomorrow, or, 20, I think the most recent was like 17,000 captured Russians, in this region or whatever, stuff that's just not accurate, right? The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has explicitly come out and said, hey, we're seeing stuff online that's A, not true, or B, places we're not even focused on, so don't believe everything you read. It's just a little bit of exuberance, I think. Crimea, as best I could tell, well, what I do know for sure is that there were Ukrainian special forces in the forest nearby, hitting vehicles as they drove by. Everything beyond that, very unconfirmed and didn't seem likely. Just because Ukraine hasn't taken Liman first, and it doesn't seem like they would try and sprint across the river in that specific area, which they haven't, or try and run around all of these Russian forces just to seize another town. In general, my general, I've said the word general 12 times now. Unless you see pictures of Ukrainian forces walking through the town or raising a flag, or pictures of Russian, convoys apparently leaving the town, and even that's not always the most accurate, it's safe to say the town is still contested or under the control of the Russians. That's been the way I've stuck to it so far in the war, and unfortunately that seems to be the best way to determine, because the Ukrainians are proud of their country, and when they, frankly, even when it's not entirely safe to do so, they're more than happy to tear down the Russian flag and throw up their flag and post it online if they're in the region. Does that answer the questions you have?
Yes, thank you very much. Hats off to you and the hosts of this space. Thanks.
Hey man, someday I hope to be as cool as Daryl, but every day I try. Daryl, Brian, we're all the fine folks here who put this together. Round of applause for them, man. They do honestly fantastic work. Let's go to Waypoint and then to Wesley, and then I'll probably have to head out.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for these. Well, just a minute. It's very, very, very quick question. It's more an obvious observation than anything else, and that's during my time of serving in various theatres with the British Army, every single position I ever went through, there was always weapons lying around. Now I've seen hundreds of pictures and as many videos, really, of the front line now and the positions people have gone through, and I've never ever seen the soldiers with weapons lying around. Are these guys just simply not being armed, or are they just being all the weapons taken away before they start filming when they're going through a position? Thank you very much.
So I'm afraid I'm not quite understanding the question. It is a good one though. Are you talking about weaponry being left behind? Or are you talking about weaponry at a Ukrainian position, at a Russian position? Would you mind just clarifying a little bit?
Well, the Russian position, you see obviously bodies lying around, or you see vehicles that are empty, but you never ever see any weapons of the Russians. I mean, I've never ever seen not one, no pistol, no machine guns, no nothing, absolutely nothing. There's nothing lying around whatsoever.
I think the Ukrainians do tend to collect the weaponry pretty quick, and then before if they shoot somebody, and then they kick the weapon away. We've seen a lot of that from the more visceral videos that I've seen, frankly. So I think that's the bulk of it, because I have seen Russian positions that have been overrun very quickly before the video started or during the video, and there's still weaponry lying around. I think that's the bulk of it. It's just the Ukrainians collect the weaponry pretty quick after they clear an area. And the Russians, while they did ban a lot of your small arms and whatnot here, they generally try and keep them on them, or if they're driving, they don't have them, at which point, they're just straight out of luck. But very good question. Does that kind of answer it?
Yeah, that does answer it. I mean, I've seen, like you said, when you go into a fight and obviously you've killed people, and of course you kick the weapon to the side. I've seen that as well a few times, but very, very rare. And like they've gone into a stronghold that they've taken, and as they were filming going into the stronghold, you saw like various bodies lying around, or unless they were just people behind that just came and cleared up and secured it afterwards. It could be as well. I mean, I don't know. It's just a question, it's an observation that I just noticed, something that I've been thinking about quite a lot.
Yeah, I think the real bulk of it is just that when it's like real close in your face, there's the video that got posted a couple days ago of them clearing out a trench right there. It's something that's interesting is that there was also some Russian forces that seemed to just be basically trying to run, or they didn't even have their weapon in their hands. Still a combatant. Let's get that one question out of the way real quick. But the Russians, when they're actively being overwhelmed, sometimes because these guys are not well trained, if they can't get to the weapon, they just try and dip and run. So that's also part of it, especially the logistic convoys when they get hit. As best I can tell, if the Ukrainians are way back in the Russian lines and they hit a convoy and they kill the drivers or whatnot, they don't really stick around. They just kind of film to be like, hey, look what we did to your to your truck. Now it's on fire, and then they leave. They don't necessarily, otherwise they just sort of throw everything in the back and set it on fire and dip. That seems to be the bulk. Either they're hitting Russian positions, and sometimes there's weaponry there, or it's already been cleared before the video starts. Sometimes the Russians just frankly get caught unaware, or they're hit by artillery, and they don't necessarily need their rifles out if they're doing artillery batteries, or see the Ukrainians are just hitting them in the back lines and trying to destroy as much as they can before they leave.
It's hard to carry a rifle and a washing machine at the same time, too.
Yeah, that's a really good one, Ryan. Thank you very much. You've just made my day.
On a more serious note, I can concur with language. I've seen a healthy mix of all of the above. I've seen some aftermath where weapons were still clearly available. I've also read some reports just this evening. Some of the towns that were liberated, the locals were berating the Russians because they said that they were looting everything in houses that they were going through, up to and including the underwear drawer. And when some of the locals went in and took stock of what these Russians had done before they fled, they realized that some of these soldiers left their weapons behind. So I said that washing machine remark a little bit tongue in cheek, but it was actually also a bit of ridicule as well.
Hey, Ryan, maybe they need the washing machines for the missiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe for their underwear, man. I mean, if they're leaving the underwear but taking the washing machines, then it seems like they've got the order of operations wrong there.
Well, they're never going to wash the stink off of the shame that they've brought upon themselves. So.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. I think they're not going to wash a lot of other stuff off of their stuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wesley, do you have any questions?
Yeah, actually got a couple. But first off, discovered the space a week or two.
Oh, somebody actually. Daryl, I think you're hitting the wrong mute button.
Okay, am I good to go now?
Yeah, I think so. Daryl,
right.
I think Daryl's maybe up past his scheduled time for rest too. So if you want to dip out, feel free at any time, and don't think I'm running you off, Daryl.
All right, thank you. I appreciate everybody's help tonight, and Slava Ukraine.
We appreciate your help. Glad to have you on as a co-host. I've been happy to have you on as a frequent contributor. So much thanks to Daryl, and everybody give Daryl a round of applause. Not an easy job, especially for your first time.
All right, night, folks. Or good morning in some cases.
Yeah, take it easy, brother. Yeah, there's a question there, Wesley. I apologize.
Yeah. Yep. Nope. No problem. First off, discovered the space a week ago or so, and have been really impressed by the variety of talents and areas of expertise, and appreciate, because I'm sure this is all volunteer stuff. So thank you, Language. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody. As a civilian who thinks about strategy and security and stuff like that, I love learning. This has been a great space. The questions that I have kind of come down to, I guess, speed of information, or freshness of information. So, like in the Zoom area and so forth, I know for OPSEC they were, they asked that things be delayed for a while. Has that delay gone away now, and are we having a more real-time picture of things?
Yes and no. And also, I'll speak for myself here, but I imagine I'm speaking for other folks as well. I'm far from, the spy master plugged into everything. There's a tremendous amount I don't know and that I shouldn't know. There's also things that are a little more active that I just don't talk about until they happen, right?
Right.
However, as far as Izium goes, again, I'm not alone in this, but people knew that it was happening before it did, and where the forward. I mean, this thing did happen so quickly once it started. Frankly, it went faster than even the Ukrainians thought it would. So there was a lot of, anybody who tells you that they knew
exactly every single position of the Ukrainian military as they were advancing either worked for the Ukrainian government, the CIA, or they're lying to you.
Right. Yeah.
But as far as where things are now, it has broadly become more public because people are liberating towns, villages, people are getting phones. There's a lot of happy Tearfeld reunions as well as documenting of war crimes. So there's a lot more evidence as to where things are publicly. And then utilizing, satellite imagery and whatnot, we can kind of tell where the Russians have been shelling as well as other reports. So that has made it a little more clear on certain things. There are others, such as the Russian statements that Ukrainians are on the east side of the Oskil River in certain locations, which are much more difficult to verify using public information. So you can't really comment on, the veracity of those the same way.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Oh, very, very much so. And I guess that another note is I do feel like the going back to the previous person who was asking about weapons and being present and so forth, I do feel like there's a good discipline in terms of OPSEC and so forth and clearing an area and not knowing what people are carrying, I would think would be a good thing to kind of keep closer to the vest. So it's probably good that they're not throwing up exactly real-time information of and going in hot with what is happening on the ground. Take the time, clear the area, then post what the information that's more pertinent. And also, I think the way that you have communicated your level of confidence on everything, and within the space, has been really nice too. Hearing this is what I know, this is what I don't know, this is what I think. Kudos to you. The other question I had was in terms of what's been captured. So do we have a good idea of who's been captured, like at the officer levels? It sounded like a lot of the leadership got out of Izumium. Do we know a little bit more about POWs and what levels they were? Were they all conscripts and LPR, DPR, or did we get good officer level people? And then second of all, with equipment that was captured, does it seem like most of the equipment was as it was, or I would assume that standard procedure or best practice would be to do what you can to disable, shoot disable the equipment so that it can't be used by when it's captured. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
So two very good questions. Just to summarize, the second one being, were the Russians dismantling or disabling their equipment before they surrendered? Broadly speaking, absolutely not. They left a lot of things that they really shouldn't, including some of their higher tech electronic warfare, things that really are very sensitive, and even just taking your AK and firing 30 bullets into it probably would have at least, done something, but they just literally cut and run. It's not the first time we've seen it. I suspect it won't be the last, but they're pretty terrible at denying their supplies to the enemy, in this case, the Ukrainians. Basically, when they left, like there's a video coming out, like they literally, in some cases, ran off, like leaving their clothes behind. So this was very much uncontrolled, just people abandoning stuff, hijacking civilian cars and ditching it. And I'm so sorry. It is a little late. Do you mind repeating the first question again?
First question was just more along levels of POWs. So did a lot of the leadership get captured, or did they all make it out?
Leadership was captured. We know, at least several lieutenant colonels got captured. So mid-level officers. The reports of a Russian general being captured do not appear to be backed up. Ultimately, some people went through and made a pretty good evidence that it's not the same guy. But number of officers captured, number of officers killed, ranging from the Russian conventional military to these private military contractors they use to these forcibly mobilized conscripts. For instance, the First Guard Tanks Army, I want to say they got an officer from there. I'd have to check. He'd be a bit of a catch, considering that's supposed to be, Russia's big, strong, shield against NATO to guard the walls of Moscow with. That's been broadly eliminated at this point. So it ranges, but yes, there's officers that are captured. We don't know the exact number of prisoners of war yet. The estimates range probably somewhere in the low thousands. If I was a betting man.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. That was all great, and thanks for staying up. I know it's late for you.
I concur with a lot of what Language said. I think in many cases these guys got surprised so quickly and decided to cut and run that they didn't have time to destroy their equipment. But there are also incidents early in the first week or two of the war that they abandoned command and control comms vehicle that in any other military on the face of the planet, you would have been required to throw a thermite grenade in before you walked away from that equipment. It's even more important than saving your own life, as Battle Moose and some of the Western veterans have mentioned, and they just walked away. I don't know if it had a mechanical problem, ran out of gas or what, but they just left it sitting there, and it was a gold mine of information that benefited the Ukrainians immensely. One of the other instances was I forget the name of the pod, but it's basically an electronic warfare pod that was attached to the bottom of a Russian jet that crashed within Russian-held Ukrainian territory.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wild stories, but they're not even spiking their own guns. When stories emerged just this week of massive Russian surrenders, there were statements made that the Russians were being instructed not to spike their artillery and some of the other things and to leave it intact. So I don't know if any of those surrenders have been completed, but yeah, they're not smart enough to destroy their own equipment. So I don't even know why they would have brought it up to tell them not to spike it.
Is it more of a lower level troops, or is it just lack of discipline all the way up?
All of the above.
Thank you so much, everybody.
The only instance that I've seen where Russians were trying to obviously flee and had switched in, I've only seen one situation where Russians had switched into civilian clothes and kept their weapons with them. And that in and of itself is a violation of the laws of armed conflict. Those guys can probably be executed after some kind of military tribunal. So maybe it's a self-preservation thing. They don't want to get caught with a gun in their hand if they're trying to flee and not fight anymore.
Yeah. Let's run to Termafella, to Waypoint, and then to Liberal. Termafella, are you there?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear my name. I'm driving at the moment, so it's a bit difficult on my phone. Yeah, I wonder if you got any more information on the missiles that hit the dam. I've been reports that 8 missiles hit the dam, and I think I heard Language say before that they are more high-tech missiles. So are these missiles that can evade Ukrainian air defense, or were maybe 20 missiles shot at the dam, but only 8 got through? So any more details on that would be interesting.
Sure. So they're high tech in that they move fast, not that they're necessarily evasive. These, as I understand, are the ones that were designed to attack U.S. aircraft carriers. They've used these before. They hit that mall several months ago, causing a lot of civilian casualties. They move, I want to say it's like Mach 2.5 or something. I'm sure I'm getting the number wrong, but they move quickly enough that, broadly speaking, Ukrainian anti-air defenses can't stop them. However, they're also fairly inaccurate based on where they hit in the mall that time and where they were trying to target, which we know was the area downtown from it. They actually missed by quite literally the length of an aircraft carrier, which is ironic when you think about what they're designed for. But in this case, they fired 8 or 9 of them. I've seen both numbers reported, and it seems like all of them hit, various places on the dam itself, with at least 2 hitting a critical point that blew open part of it.
All right, no, thanks very much, and also thank you for the update on the hour. It came across at 5 a.m. my time, which is kind of perfect. So thanks very much for that. Really appreciate it. I'll drop down there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And then, real quick, because I can probably do like 1 or 2 more max. I did throw up the text and the audio for the update. It's up top in the nest. Please feel free to peruse it, listen to it at your leisure if you're just coming in now. And I promise this isn't just self-promotion because I like to see numbers go up on Twitter. Feel free to retweet it. The more people who look at it, the more people I get who send me DMs saying, hey, you know, have you seen this? Have you seen that? Or you got this thing wrong. I'm talking to a buddy here, there, wherever. These things all help. It makes it immensely easier for me to put these together, so I'm not doing it all by myself. So if you guys would be willing to be a dear about it, you know, retweet it out and let me know what you think. If you see anything that's confusing or concerning in it that you don't think is accurate, do let me know. My DMs are always open, and generally I'll respond as long as you're not being a super asshole. With that, let's go to Liberal.
Liberal going twice. I think we just, yeah, we just lost Liberal. He dropped down to listener, but Wendy's coming up, so we'll give last one to Wendy.
Yeah, I think I have a couple real quick rapid questions from some folks. I'll just run through them in the DMs. One being is, I'm so sorry. Here's a question. Is a question from the Fisher King. Under the rules of war, if Russia is firing from within Russia, as in shelling of Kharkiv, Ukraine is justified in firing back to eliminate the threat. Is Ukraine responding to these daily fires? Yes and no. The mortar teams near the border have occasionally been hit. I'm not going to pretend this is right. I'm not going to pretend it's, you know, the way I would do things if I was in charge of the world, but there are political concerns for Ukraine firing into Russia and killing Russian citizens, whether they're actively shooting at them or not. Especially concerns should it be some of these longer range missile attacks that are coming from closer to large Russian population centers, that a Ukrainian response could inadvertently kill civilians. Now, with, you know, I'm not going to get into, well, why is Russia firing from there? But the takeaway is that the moment, I will guarantee this to you, unfortunately, with 100% of my soul, the moment that Putin has the ability to go take pictures of dead Russians in the street on, you know, Russian territory killed by Ukrainian strikes, he's going to use that to push for mobilization. And that is a real concern. Now, will that happen for other reasons? Who knows? But there are concerns of Russia finding ways to justify an escalation in the conflict, even if it's just, frankly, valid return fire. Areas that are closer to the border, that are smaller munitions, things like mortars, grenade launchers, those do get hit occasionally, and the Russian soldiers get real bent out of shape about it. I'd probably say at this point, several dozen Russian soldiers have been killed inside Russia proper. And every time that happens, their units get real upset and like demand that Ukraine get nuked. But beyond that, these longer range rocket artillery batteries, thus far, we haven't seen Ukraine doing deep strikes into Russia to take them out. Who knows? Maybe that'll change. But as of right now, it's really just the stuff immediately along the border, firing across the border, that's been targeted. But let's go to Wendy.
Thanks, Language. Dr. Rannock, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for this amazing space and your continued steadfast solidarity in the cause of Ukrainian freedom and liberation. It's inspirational to still see it going after 6 months. Can I have a quick mic check? Because where I am, the Wi-Fi is a bit spotty.
You're loud and clear, Wendy.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, where I am, the weather is rainy, Wi-Fi is spotty. So one of those factors is similar to my home country, which I'm not there at the moment. Yeah, I think just from what I've seen and from what I've gathered from your excellent analysis, the country currently known as the Russian Federation is trying to systematically as possible destroy Ukrainian infrastructure, and this has been clear from day one of the war, but it's particularly obvious now with the destruction of the dams over, or the dam over the Invades River. This is an army which is carrying out its own form of the Nero Decree, the infamous 1945 order to just to tear up and destroy anything of use to civilian life, because this army knows it is being defeated. It is being defeated by Ukrainian warriors. The ideals of values and free world values, which Ukraine has clearly demonstrated that it holds, in complete contrast to the barbarian terrorists which invaded it in 2014 and 2022 this year. The latter do not hold those values. So yeah, it's for in the last week, there's been many for Ukraine's many allies around the world. We've watched the liberation of Kharkiv Oblast, which has been extremely positive. We've unfortunately seen war crimes committed and discovered in that region, and we don't know, and we fear that there will be many more in the coming weeks and months. But yeah, the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure, the attempted destruction of it, I should say, by the country currently known as the Russian Federation, this is not indicative of a nation that wants or thinks it can any longer attempt to occupy a country. It is a nation which knows it is in retreat and is going to try to take down every single bridge and piece of infrastructure as it does and as it retreats. So, of course, we all know it's very easy for observers like myself, in the West, to say, well, the war, of course, is not won by any stretch of the imagination. Ukrainian warriors are bleeding and dying right now for their country's freedom and for the freedom of their future generations, and for simple things that we in the West enjoy, like going to school, taking our kids to school in safety, going to work in safety. But yeah, I just thought I'd chime in because this attempted systematic destruction of Ukrainian infrastructure is indicative of one thing only, and that is a losing side in a war. So thank you for this space. Thank you for the wonderful charity that is MriyaAid. Thank you for everything the team here and the listeners have been doing for the cause of Ukrainian freedom. Slava Ukraini. Slava Nitsi. Smet Varoham.
Thank you for finishing that, because my language skills are lacking, to say the least.
It's glory to the nation and death to enemies, Ryan.
I know the first part, or at least the translation of it, and I should have learned all the rest of it by now, but Axel and Doman are so good at it that I just let them take care of the heavy lifting.
There's a really good thread on Doman's that Doman put up a couple of weeks ago, I think, which lists the order of this kind of these responses, as they'd say in church. But it's it's if you just Google translate glory to the nation, death to enemies, you'll get exactly what you need in terms of that. So yeah, it's handy to know.
Thank you. Language, if you've got time for one more, great.
Yeah.
If you need to sign off, that's
I
fine.
can do just one more, but it is I think I've broken my own schedule by a little bit. It's past my bedtime, so I can do one more. Then I do have to split.
First one off mute. We're gonna have a cage match.
Hey, language. And by the way, I like Wendy. You're very eloquent. You have Richard Attenborough vibes. Thank you. I think you've hosted this space. I've seen you here before. Yeah, I can listen to you narrate a recipe. So thank you for your comments. Language. I think it was Wesley that spoke earlier about surrendering, etc. And I just wanted to ask you, how far-fetched is it when you're a Russian conscript and, you know, the VDV and the elite forces have retreated to Kherson and you're left on the front line, right, with limited weaponry? What are they fighting for, right? So you think about the atrocities they've committed on the Ukrainians, right? So they have that guilt and that sort of sense of impending justice. And then you have the Ukrainians with a bloodlust to liberate their lands and free their villages and towns. And once they come, you know, fucking full steam ahead, they don't even take their weapons. They don't even take their tanks. They just grab a car, steal a car, and they're out of there. It's my opinion. I'm not a military expert, but we're going to see more of that, because if you're a Russian soldier, what are you really fighting for? I mean, what is it that, you know, what skin in the game do you have? And I think we're going to see more surrenders, maybe not large scale, but localized. And I wanted to ask you before you leave, what's your opinion on you know, the morale and the willingness of the Russian forces to stand ground and fight? What are they fighting for?
I think at this point they're fighting for their lives. Is generally how they're being motivated. They're being told that the Ukrainians will kill you, they'll eat your babies. Quite literally, that exact line was said on Russian media this evening. And that's really, it's coming down. They're not fighting for, you know, king and country, or it's strictly personal nature, or they're just so blinded by propaganda that they've, you know, come to dehumanize the Ukrainians to the point that they feel that they're fighting monsters. You know, Russian propaganda is very effective against its own domestic audience. Will Russia continue to put up defenses? I think it really comes down to their command and the areas that they have defenses. We're seeing in Liman right now that Russia is capable, at least somewhat, of engaging in defense that can slow down, if not, you know, blunt a Ukrainian assault. Now, Liman is unique in a number of ways. There's not a lot of information publicly coming out about it that we can talk about, but, you know, Russia is actively moving, you know, group troops there, and they've been holding the city, right? So it's not, unfortunately, there's a lot of things that went into the Izium offensive that made it such a rock star offensive. I'm not saying that it can't happen again, but we should prepare that not every single front is going to be like that. I mean, we're looking at Kherson, where we're still seeing, you know, assaults and whatnot. And frankly, what Russia's been trying to do, because they were seeking a narrative after they had these massive losses, they've decided to go with, well, the emotion we want everybody to feel now is rage. So they're trying to inspire rage more in their soldiers in order to be like, you know, we need to take revenge, you know, on, you know, these people and what have you, which I suspect will lead to more war crimes. But beyond that, I think they're just fighting more for emotional basis right now than anything else. It just remains to be seen. What we are noticing, though, is that when they end up in a position where they are getting overwhelmed, or, you know, and that fear propagates throughout the lines, then everything kind of breaks, because they're not fighting for a shared national cause here. They're fighting for themselves individually, as we've seen with the looting in many cases. So if Ukraine is able to affect that again, then hopefully we'll see a repeat of what we've seen in Izium, perhaps another area of the battlefield. But beyond that, it's just difficult to, you know, predict the future with this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I'll just go on the record that if it's not an artillery battle, the Russian forces are not going to want to fight. That's just my gut feeling. I'm not a general or an expert, but I don't feel that they have that will, you know, to fight a force that's trying to defend our land, especially after the atrocities that they've committed, the looting. Yeah, I just see the mere presence of an amassed force on Kherson. I think we're going to see this melting away of Russians that are just not, they don't have the appetite for it, and you know, I can see why. But thank you, brother, for the update, and thank you for always answering questions like you do and being generous with your time. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thank you guys. And I guess the biggest thing now is because it's just coming out, and even if I'm the one making the claim, extraordinary claims do require extraordinary evidence. The Ukrainian claim that there has been orders issued by the Russian military that are at least threatening to essentially execute people who retreat. We'll see if that's A, real, B, if that changes the Russian dynamic, because even as I understand in World War II, despite most movies like Enemy at the Gates, it's not usually cost effective to machine gun your own soldiers. What they would do is take them, arrest them, put them in penal battalions, and then just send them to the front to die that way, because you might as well get some use out of the guy you've trained up on. If Russia is repeating that, and we've seen that with some of their groups like the Wagner group, then those guys are going to be motivated out of, again, strictly personal ideas, because the idea of I'll die if I leave, I might as well try and fight to the last, or at least fight longer than I might otherwise. If they try and apply that to the regular units and there actually becomes widespread evidence of them killing their own troops, there's been some localized evidence of them doing that during this most recent retreat, then it can go one of two ways. Either in their minds, they'll scare the troops into following orders. My hypothesis, if I was in, some kind of nation's army where now I know that I'm getting shot by my own side, I'd A, probably surrender immediately, or B, just try and get the hell out of Dodge. So I don't think that's going to have the result that they expect. But with that, do have to run. Thank you guys so very much. Thank you guys for the space. It's always wonderful to be here. And I will hope to see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you, Language.
Thank you, Language. Good night.
Waypoint, before you run off, update. Your text is referencing a Maria Aid USA, and that is not a thing anymore. That was briefly considered.
It's just mud. It's just a bin. It's just dump. What I'm leading to with the whole thing, though, is because of what I've done, I actually suffered from PTSD. And had a lot of professional help, which I'm on my way to really being a really good thing. And it's like the worry of when they won the battle, the Ukrainian forces, the battle that comes after it, and it's something that, because of obviously my situation, it's something that a lot of my friends, it's something I really worry for them, because it's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a hell of a lot of people there that need a lot of help, and whether there's going to be something set up where maybe even we can't speak to them. I mean, I speak two languages myself, German and English. Whether we can then speak to these people and give them help with the languages we actually speak that they could speak, whether we could actually help them. And I'll stand down and listen to what anybody can say about that. Thank you very much. And the sit rep, what can you say about language? Absolutely, the guy's a star. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have discussed that in depth a number of times in the last 6 months. One of the things that, oh gosh, and now I'm drawing a blank. Who is our mental health professional from the UK that's frequently in here? I cannot believe I forgot his name.
Tom Zambrano.
Tom Zimbardo. There we go. Thank you much. Tom had mentioned something that I thought was very noteworthy about post-traumatic stress disorder or traumatic experiences. And one of the things that can trigger that for people in time of war, or people who have those issues not because of war trauma, is the feeling of isolation, and that you have experienced a trauma that you can't really talk about.
and other people won't understand. And the hope, or at least a hope of Tom's and mine as well, is that this has been experienced by a lot of people together, and that sense of community will help to assuage some of the PTSD symptoms. I mean, lots of people in their lives experience something that is a traumatic experience, and just because someone has post-traumatic stress disorder, lots of people experience post-traumatic stress. When it becomes a disorder is when it's a problem. And one of the things that I've been fortunate enough to hear somebody give a TED talk about is that one of the hallmarks of trauma is that it's an experience that, for whatever reason, you cannot talk about. And I don't think there's anybody in Ukraine that will feel isolated or unable to talk about their experiences. And I know I'm speaking in broad terms here, and that doesn't necessarily apply to someone who lost the guy right next to them or tried to help stop bleeding of one of their friends and lost them in spite of that assistance. So yes, there will definitely be a lot of people who suffer from post-traumatic stress, and I'm confident that the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian health ministry will be all over that when this war is over.
Yeah, that sounds really, really good. With me, just my experience, it was actually over 20 years that I kept it in. I didn't speak to my family until my wife turned around to me and said, "You've got to do effing something because you're unbearable to live with," you know. And well, from my own own experience, what I actually went through it myself, and being able to actually then speak to somebody, it was like I say, it was a battle after the battle. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've received that diagnosis before in my life, and I'm not a veteran. I wouldn't say that I have post-traumatic stress disorder any longer, but the experience I went through, I did not speak to anyone about for a couple of years. And you can let that stuff eat you up inside, or you can go seek some professional help. And I was a very angry late teenager up into my college years before I decided to seek some assistance. So I'm glad your wife got on you about it, and I'm glad that you're doing better now.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And
I was
everybody else.
an unbearable a-hole in my late teens into my mid-20s, so I can relate.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know obviously know people not in battle situations that have had PTSD, because what the group I actually went into was not military orientated, because I'm in Germany, and I decided with my family, with my mother, we decided that I didn't do it in a military circumstances, and I went back to the UK to be looked after. I actually did it with German people from various firemen, the policemen. There was people. Everything you can think about rape. There was literally everything you could possibly imagine. And it was really, really good. It's really good to see other people in my situation, and how you can actually deal with it. You know, it's how I deal with it. You know, it's amazing when you actually start to get help. It's amazing what people can do and how they can help you.
Well, and seeking professional help is infinitely better than attempting to self-medicate or pretend that you don't have problems. So kudos to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Liberal, spot on, man. Listening to what you say, really, really good. Great stuff. And as well, Tim, I see you're on here. Really good. Axel. It's amazing being on here and being able to listen to everybody and the experiences. And even though I served myself and like I said, at various places, I'm learning a lot of stuff. And sometimes I get put back into the situation and how I would deal with things. And it's really, really good. This is as a MriyaReport is amazing, for help as well. Even PTSD, getting through things, realizing what's going on. And MriyaAid, obviously. And thank you very much for the opportunity to donate and to donate the right way and not the wrong way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know, I think Liberal may have already stepped out, but there was some discussion about these soldiers and their willingness to fight, and I was hoping he would still be around. Maybe he's in listeners, but I witnessed an interview of
a surviving Russian whose entire, I will call it a platoon, was wiped out in battle, and he was the sole survivor. And they were interviewing him about his circumstances before he was taken captive as a POW, and he mentioned that at least 2 or 3 of his fellow Russian soldiers had either shot themselves or fragged themselves rather than being taken captive. And I think that gives some inkling of how mind warped these individuals are. I don't know if it was the knowledge that they had committed particularly heinous acts against Ukrainians and fear for themselves, or if it was just that they didn't want to be taken captive. But you've got to be in a really messed up mindset to decide to kill yourself in that way because you've lost a battle. And I mean, either assuming that your enemy is going to do the same thing to you that you've done to some of them, or thinking that Ukrainians are just monsters. And obviously, based on the fact that they were interviewing this individual and treating him humanely, there's evidence to the contrary. But good luck explaining that to a brainwashed Russian.
Definitely. I think my tendency is to the first part you said rather than the second part, and that's from my experience in Kuwait City and what I saw there, and the people who we tried to capture, and they did exactly the same thing to try to cover up what they had done, and they didn't let themselves be captured.
Well, when you have some distorted perception of your religious ideals that would lead you to believe that martyrdom is like the higher choice, I could almost put myself in the shoes of a person who's doing that, just because I understand, that they think it's going to benefit them somehow on the other side. But there's no veneration of martyrdom in that way in the Christian faith, as I understand it. Maybe I don't understand Russian Orthodoxy, but it's mind-boggling to think that these guys go in to rape and pillage the country of Ukraine, and then when they're faced with being captured, they decide to frag themselves. It's some evidence of how twisted their ideology is, or that they committed extremely heinous war crimes and they didn't want to be held to account.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when we see, like I said, the point when you see the videos and the pictures of them going into positions, and you see how they were living, it's well, and what they're doing. Humane? No, definitely not humane. I mean, that's the first thing. The second thing is one of the things as well is, where are the NCOs? Where are the sergeants that I mean, they're obviously with these people. There's absolutely no discipline, no self-respect. I mean, for themselves or anybody else, even their own units that they're working with. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing there. I find it very difficult to get my head around it. Even after seeing the Iraqis, Afghanis, and they definitely didn't do it like that.
Yeah, it's absolute moral bankruptcy. And good morning, Tim.
Sorry, I'm just going to go now because I've got to go to work. Have a nice day, everybody, wherever you are over the world, and Slava Ukraini.
Heron Slava. Thank you, Waypoint. And good morning again, Tim. Looks like we have a speaker request with a locked account. These are always roll of the dice. Good morning, Bruce. Question or comment about Ukraine? Bruce, can you hear us? Maybe Bruce pushed the button on accident. It happens. And since Tim doesn't want to talk to me, we'll bring up my favorite Frenchman. Good morning to you.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Okay, try not to get rolled over.
Parlez-vous anglais?
I've got my days, but I'm still wondering whether today is one of them or not. I'm literally just left the house. I wanted to recognize Ryan and his amazing effort. Went to bed yesterday. You were at the helm, and I wake up this morning. You are at the helm. If it's okay with you, I will get to call you Captain Ryan from now on.
You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me ugly.
Oh no, stupid, but never ugly. You're a handsome devil.
Well, I like to say that I thought my name was Dammit until I got to kindergarten, and then I learned it was Ryan.
Okay, I dare not ask you if something went boom boom last night. This sort of information has tended to become very scarce. The question I have for you right now is what's going on with the whole gas business. We've seen prices in Europe going down, but I haven't followed what was going on in the US. Maybe you have an inkling, the beginning of an answer for me on this.
They are slowly creeping up here as far as natural gas is concerned, and that is purely a function of massive amounts of gas being exported from the US. We have enjoyed an abundant supply of natural gas here for quite some time. We basically drilled and produced ourselves into an overabundance of that particular commodity for a number of years, at least since 2012. We have had natural gas prices below $5 an MCF, and I think it was just this year that they climbed up above that price again. And with the disparity being a tenfold difference, it makes economic sense for the producers of that commodity to send it to a market where it commands a much higher price. So I think over the coming months, if not the coming years, those two will balance themselves out over time. Obviously, the happy medium is not going to settle at $80 an MCF or a BTU or whatever you guys measure your gas volumes in there. But gasoline prices have dropped dramatically here in the US because the refineries really ramped up gasoline production, but diesel fuel has held almost steady in price here in the US, which has led to inflation across the board because everything ends up on a truck before it gets in your local grocery store or your local Walmart. So industry is still feeling the pain from high diesel fuel prices, but the average consumer that drives a car for commuting purposes is seeing much lower prices as compared to what they were 4 or 5 months ago. I'll go ahead and make a quick humble brag because I'm in Oklahoma, which sees some of the lowest prices in the entire nation. I filled up my tank for $2.85 a gallon the other day, and that is probably $2 cheaper than it was in April or May. Natural gas, on the other hand, is steadily increasing, which leads to higher electric prices and higher energy prices just to run your dryer or your water heater. So people are seeing higher utility bill costs, but they're also at the same time noticing dramatically lower gasoline costs. So it's a mixed bag. But with respect to European energy costs, I think the dramatic upswing and then kind of the roller coaster effect that we've been seeing has been
knee-jerk reactions to what people hear in the news, and that causes uncertainty in the commodity markets. England, for one, or the UK, is extremely exposed to spot prices for gas because they don't have much storage capacity to speak of like Germany does. As I understand it, England is piping LNG deliveries that they have received over to Germany for storage at the current time, with the expectation that they'll be sent back in the other direction come wintertime. So I think a lot of it is just fear and anticipation, or people not understanding how a bunch of this goes, and traders capitalizing on that market uncertainty. But as the people who actually trade in these commodities realize that there is additional supply coming and steadily being delivered, that there's some reality coming back. The fundamentals are being applied instead of people just making panic purchases. And I mean, you can kind of compare it. I think everybody in the world had problems buying toilet paper in March of 2020 when the COVID pandemic set in. And that wasn't because everybody suddenly needed a hay bale of toilet paper. They were all just worried about it. And everybody heard there wasn't going to be any. So they all rushed to the grocery store or wherever you buy your toilet paper, and cleared the shelves. And it was all panic driven purchasing. It wasn't anything to do with a lack of supply. It just got cleared off of the shelves, and then there's a run on that particular product. And I would apply that same logic to what's been going on in a lot of cases with natural gas. Obviously, natural gas, you need it's a lot more integral to economies and industry than toilet paper is, but there's some of the same panic mentality applied.
Okay, but thanks a lot, Ryan. I read somewhere that there was another factor at play, which was the fact that the markets didn't know how to price some risks and some aspects of the new situation, and as a result, they were sort of looking in the dark for some answers, and there may have been some speculation of people trying to benefit from this uncertainty, but it was more of a situation where we know the situation is new, but we don't know what to do with it, and as a result, the prices went up, but at the same time, volumes sort of crashed. I think it's particularly true for electricity, where people the prices were huge, but no one was buying, because actually what was going on was the traders were looking for answers. And I don't know if it's the same thing on the gas markets, but some of the very, very, very highest price you can see that have happened late August. There's something which is a bit how can I say, error inducing. It's the fact that those numbers are created based on like two cells. Two cells make a data point instead of like 30,000. There was a real crash in volume of sales, even more important than the rise in prices, because people didn't know what was going on. Okay, I'm sorry. My right is here.
I think you're exactly right. If you can mute and keep listening, I think you pretty much nailed it there. Anytime prices rise as dramatically as they have in Europe over the last 6 months, there's going to be people trying to hold off and wait for prices to come back down a bit. So there is some people are desperate and have to purchase at that high price, and other people who are looking at a longer time horizon or are able to curtail their consumption are doing that. I know that has been exactly the case in a number of steel mills or manufacturing facilities across Europe.
giant steel producers that make pipes and hot rolled coil and other metals are idling some of their furnaces. So if you have a Rheinmetall plant that has 3 steel furnaces and they're either electric arc furnaces that utilize energy from the grid, which comes from gas, or if it's actually like a gas, some kind of gas blast furnace of some kind, they've idled 2 of their furnaces to reduce their consumption of energy, which obviously is going to, that's textbook demand destruction. If prices are too high, consumers are going to change their consumption patterns. And the same holds true for people with gasoline and cars. We had unusually high prices at the beginning of the summer this year in America. And typically when people's kids get out of school for the summer, they go on big fancy road trips if they can't afford to take a plane to Disney World. And a lot of people decided to do staycations instead of traveling, in an RV to one of the national parks because diesel fuel and gasoline is so high in price. And that same mentality follows through for large industrial consumers as well. So when prices get so high, you can't turn a profit making whatever it is you need natural gas to make. Eventually, consumer behaviors will switch around to accommodate that. And we will see Ben back probably when he gets to work. Florian, go ahead.
I'd like to make a short comment on the interlink between the electricity market in Europe and the gas price. And I know something.
Absolutely.
I know something about it. I've extensively academically published, as well as I helped to build commodity clearing houses such as CME's new technology systems about 6 years ago. The European day-ahead electricity market is the electricity the utilities need to buy for long-term demands they have not satisfied. And then they have to pay the price, and there's actual transaction on it. And the marginal price setter are the gas power plants. And this got such out of whack in Europe because France had 32 nuclear power plants out of its 56 that weren't running because of maintenance or too hot rivers, and they couldn't cool them anymore. And that created 1,000 euros per megawatt hour and more higher prices. And that had to be actually paid. Usually electricity buys long-term dated contracts ahead on its expected demand. And that's, of course, the average price of all power plants, including nuclear and coal and so on. But the short-term demand is usually satisfied by running gas power plants. And by the high gas prices, it went to high electricity. And some of the utilities in Germany or in Switzerland had to raise their prices by factor 4 for next year, 4. So some people are in this choice, electricity versus food. And it's really horrible. And this is not just a few marginal trades. This is actually the day ahead. And the summer was hot, but there was real electricity demand. It's hopefully coming down. The gas prices are coming down, but this marginal production based on the gas price really made the electricity prices explode. And then this factors through all the industrial chains and so on. And a lot of industrial companies that use gas just for heating or something like energy input switch to electricity. Only those who need gas really as a chemical input, BASF in Germany, stay on gas. The rest try to switch. That increased the electricity demand also. And that's this sort of devil's play between the gas price and the electricity price. The Russians are playing with us.
I think you're exactly right. And thank you for coming up and offering us your expertise. We suffered a similar situation here in the US, in the state I live in and down in Texas. Nobody knows where I live, but everybody knows where Texas is. There was a very cold winter storm, the February of 2021, and
Yeah, I
it
remember.
got so
Yeah.
it got so cold here that the temperature stayed down below freezing and even below 0 Fahrenheit for a week or two. And
here in Oklahoma and in Texas, they don't winterize their wellhead equipment or their pressure vessels that are operating on the surface. So a bunch of those gas facilities or production facilities and wellheads froze over, and there was snow on the ground so deep, or ice, that people couldn't get out to service those wells or bring them back online. And because they don't winterize them like they do in places like North Dakota for cost concerns, and because we don't typically see temperatures that low for an extended duration of time, it created an artificial shortage of natural gas here in both Oklahoma and in Texas, and the prices skyrocketed. Luckily, we have more regulation in Oklahoma with how energy is priced. Texas has almost completely deregulated their energy production market. So people in Texas suddenly saw these, they went from normally having, $100 heating bill at their home to having a $1,200 heating bill at their home. And it created exactly the same problems that you guys have seen in Europe over this summer, but for not nearly the same extension of, or the same duration of time.
Our problem will be all winter long.
Exactly. Well, and
there will be the next 4 or 5 months. Of course, a lot of governments are either having a ceiling on the total expenditure, what the British did, £2,500 for the average household, but the Germans pay directly the poor households to settle their bills. Because rising prices damp demand, as you argued before in the past. It's the same thing. And we need to do that. We need to reduce demand. And some governments have made very strict regulation. For example, Spain's government said no more than 27 centigrade Celsius in a shopping mall or a hotel, and no more 23 on air conditioned at home.
Exactly. And that works well in a commercial facility where they can kind of meter their usage a little better. But you have to just convince the average household consumer to keep their temperature turned down and assume that everybody's doing the right thing, and that somebody doesn't have their heat turned up to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which is kind of hard to force people to do. You have to encourage them to do that one way or another, and that's where supply and demand and pricing comes into play. I was livid here in the February of 21 timeframe because they were asking consumers all across the state to turn their temperature down on their thermostats to conserve energy so they didn't have to have rolling blackouts and potentially cost people their lives. And at the same time, local municipal leaders elected to go ahead and have a professional basketball game in an arena that holds 30,000 people. And obviously they're going to turn on the lights and the heat in that facility. And that was a completely unnecessary game for them to have. They could have easily canceled the game just as a show of solidarity for average consumers, and they didn't do it.
No integrated thinking.
Yeah, it boggles the mind. If I wasn't already bald, I would have lost my hair over how angry I was about that. But
yeah, very good. But I think the Russians play this in order to drive up civil unrest or similar things, because they hope this is their best card to actually turn the situation around. But I think it won't happen. Most people understand, and as long as governments throughout the bigger EU countries like Germany, France, and Italy take enough of the price shock away, we will make it through. We're not totally helpless on this. And there's even among the German population, around 70% says we should sustain the sanctions, even if it means trouble in energy bills and other things. So I think also psychologically, Russia has lost the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And demand for energy in Germany has already come down considerably. That's why Germany has been so successful at filling their storage reserves through the winter. I know
gas demand has dropped by industry around 25% already.
Yeah, and part of that is them idling some of these furnaces that are used to make major products like steel pipes and things like that. and part of it is just because people are using less because it costs so much more. What we did here in my state is similar to what the new prime minister in the UK is proposing, which is to pretty much freeze current pricing or cap it at some level, and then create a debt facility where that additional cost that's being incurred right now is on the front end picked up by the state, and then it's spread out over the cost or over a future period of time. So essentially, you'll see like a $5 surcharge on your energy bill for the next year or two in order to recoup those expenses.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, spread it out. Good. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you, by the way, for the space and this excellent civilized discussion that's going on here.
That's what we strive for here on the Maria Report. We don't scream at each other, and we try not to use curse words as much as possible. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but good, healthy, robust discussions are valued, and people with knowledge and balanced opinions are always welcomed. So thank you very much.
You can step me down. Thank you.
Click on your own profile picture and it will give you an option to move back down to speaker or listener.
I will do so. Thank you.
Bruce, I see you are back up on the speaker panel. I guess go ahead, but quick housekeeping note. If you are on the speaker panel and would like to talk, ask a question, or make a statement, please raise your hand. We do have a couple of speaker requests right now in queue, and I don't know who wants to speak and who doesn't. And I obviously know there are a couple of people who would like to come up and cannot because the panel is full.
I can let somebody speak if they want to.
You can go ahead. You were next in queue anyway. Ralph and Bionade are coming up. Bionade first, Ralph second.
Good morning. Yeah, just wanted to add a little note. Yesterday I visited my grandmother. I live in Germany, and we checked her mails. She has an online portal for her heating and for her water costs. So we checked out the heating things in which months she was heating. From January until March, she alone used about 1,500 kilowatt hours per month just for heating. Last year or beginning of the year in January, there was no problem, and everybody energy was cheap and was using it much in a big extent. But I think I will have a good data sample how it will be this year. She's planning to stay only in one room and heat this room and not the whole flat. And I've seen absolutely in the months. I think around April it started the heating bill going to start down like to 500 kilowatt hours a month, and then when the summer came, there was basically zero heating. You had zero heating energy used. So the point is, now we have had the possibility to fill the terminals and everything, the reserves with gas, but it really depends on how the people act. And there's really an urge to don't waste any energy. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
You just made me check and see what my kilowatt hour consumption is, because I suddenly became curious and realized that I don't ever measure my energy consumption in kilowatt hours. But it appears that I use about 1,000 to 1,200 a month as well, or at least I have been through the summer here for air conditioning, not for heating. Ralph, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I think that I heard that conversation about energy price. Yes, I agree that now inflation and energy price so much influence for ordinary people, and I agree that this opinion. But important knowledge that Russia, it's a great responsible military intervention against Ukraine and act of war crime and genocide against Ukrainian people and kidnapping and torture against Ukrainian people. For end of inflation and energy price, important approach of it's my opinion, improve renewable energy and also cooperate with other countries who have great to natural resource too, and also important completely embargo against Russian energy and also Russian threat for whole world with cut of energy and food crisis and threat whole world with nuclear using nuclear weapons, and also Russian capture Zaporozhye nuclear station of Ukraine. It's my last word, my last point. Important support Ukraine. Slava Ukraini, slava всем героям. Glory to Ukraine. That's my point. Thank you.
Heroram Slava. I agree with you that if it were up to me, there would be a full embargo against Russia right now on all products, energy, medicine, food, you name it. They wouldn't send a single product to the outside world. But unfortunately, I don't have those kind of powers. I think Europe has woken up to the fact that Russia is not their energy provider and partner. Russia wants to use energy as a weapon of war, even if it's not a kinetic war. They're using their kinetic weapons against Ukrainians, and they're using energy as a weapon in Europe to discourage support for Ukraine. So that's what we spend the majority of our time here doing, is talking sense to people who don't understand the complexities of those issues. And thank you very much for your comments. Slava Ukraini. We will be here on the Maria Report speaking the truth until Russians decide to leave Ukraine and go back to the cave they crawled out of. Tim, is your microphone working, or can you hear me?
Yep, I'm good. I'm just on my way to work.
Nope.
So I'm not
You're
saying
fine.
much
I
because I was on a noisy tram.
Wasn't putting any pressure on you. I just didn't know if you were really here or if this was Ghost Tim.
Am I ever really here? Are any of us ever really here?
I feel like this is one of the only places I'm really at anymore. But
asking the big questions on the Maria Report this morning.
Speaking of questions, if anybody has any, we have a number of open spots on the panel, so feel free to raise your hand, except for Doman. Doman cannot ask any questions. I don't know who this guy is. He looks kind of shifty. He won't even look straight at the camera. He's just staring downward. Kind of freaks me out.
It's a slow back thing.
He's probably just showing off those beautiful locks of hair. And I'm not saying that because I'm follically challenged.
Now, while we're on the subject of energy, I've got something I want to run by you, because we've got a good quite a good panel on this topic this morning, this evening, whatever time it is where you are. Now, the energy cap policies that Her Majesty's government are pursuing, and I believe a number of other governments are going the same way. Now, what are the dynamics of supply and demand around this? Could this conceivably lead to an energy shortage as people start ignoring the price of energy and consuming?
Sorry, can I just ask him? Sorry, you said Her Majesty's government. Do you mean?
Oh, I do beg your pardon. His Majesty's government.
Well, he's been saying that for so long, I would forgive him for making the mistake. It's kind of second nature. I probably would have said Her Majesty if I were a subject of the king or queen.
No, but I had a bigger point here, which is the question: does King Charles III have to do something else still for it to formally become his government? Some more pieces of paper to be signed, or an announcement made, or a meeting held with Prime Minister Truss, or some such?
I don't think so. It becomes the king straight away. Sorry, Ryan.
No, go ahead. You're probably much more well versed in this than I.
Yeah, I mean, he becomes the king immediately upon the death, or almost immediately upon the death of the previous sovereign. So I believe it is His Majesty's government straight away. I don't think the government has to resign and be reconstituted or anything like that. So, yeah, I think it's His Majesty's government. I'm going to check the internet.
Yes.
Because somebody in Whitehall is going to have a lot of fun updating all their websites, right?
Yeah, well, and you said exactly what I was going to say, Tim. The power immediately transfers upon her death. This wasn't something that snuck up on them. It's been planned for decades now. And obviously there are some formalities and documents to be signed, but as far as the power is concerned, he immediately becomes the king-elect, so to speak. I don't know that the coronation is anything but a fancy photo op. I know there have been countless meetings and documents to be signed. There was the famous or infamous video of King Charles signing something and the pen going bad on him a couple of days ago. But I don't think I saw some stuff swirling around here on Twitter about how it's such an awful thing that the king has to be burdened with all of these ministerial duties, or mundane, annoying difficulties in the time that he's trying to grieve the loss of his mother. But quickly somebody responded that that's absolutely no different than an average common person who has to deal with the loss of their parent in a time of death. You have to plan funeral arrangements. You have to, close the bank account, change over or cease the utilities. You have to take ownership of, all of the estate and act as an executor. So while I feel bad for his loss, the fact that he's having to switch his name over to the 40 billion or so pound inheritance that he stands to be in control of is no different than any other person who loses a loved one. Tom, save me from myself.
Yeah, it's okay. I was going to say more about the energy, if I may. Discussed this quite a bit with John Howarth and some others, talking particularly about the UK market. I don't know what the regulations are in other markets. So we get most of our gas from Norway, actually. And what that means is that I don't think there's particularly a danger of a shortage. It's just that obviously Norway are going to be selling it to us at the market price. They're not going to sell it to us for cheaper just because they aren't Russia. Same with our...
I would, sorry, Tom, I would clarify that slightly. We get most of our imported gas from Norway. I can't remember the exact figure, but it is 60 or 70% we get from our own wells in the North Sea. So our imported gas tends to come from Norway, but not the majority of our total gas consumption is.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for having the figure on that because I didn't know the percentage. So yes, most of our imported gas comes from Norway. As Tim's pointed out, we get sort of 60-70% of our gas from the North Sea still. So although we're a net importer, we are still getting an awful lot from the North Sea ourselves. Equally though, our North Sea gas companies are private companies and they're not going to sell their gas to the UK below market price just because we're British, because, you know, they could sell it to other countries, presumably, although I guess there could be pipeline infrastructure difficulties as well. There's another reason, though, why the electricity prices are so high in the UK, which do with... sorry, someone want to jump in? Or, I thought I heard someone on their mic. So there's another thing, which is marginal pricing for electricity prices. And what this is they basically brought in a law earlier on when alternative sources of electricity like solar and wind were more expensive than gas, that providers would be paid at the price of the most expensive provider. And there's a good reason for this. If you imagine, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago when gas was really, really cheap and solar and wind were relatively more expensive, why would you, as an electricity retailer, buy more expensive wholesale electricity from wind or solar when you could just get cheaper gas? I mean, basically, no one would do it. And so we'd be building wind farms and solar farms that no one would be paying for the electricity from because you could get it cheaper from gas. And it wasn't like a huge difference, but there was a difference. And so they brought in this law. So, you know, you might be paying 5 or 10% more or 15% more for a sort of renewable source. The problem is that now that the price of gas is absolutely massive, and relatively speaking, the price of like wind and solar is much, much lower. The advantage in price discrepancy that wind and solar have got can't really be utilized because of this same law. So people are paying a gas price for electricity even when it's coming from a much cheaper renewable source, albeit an unreliable one because it's not always sunny, it's not always windy. And so this is what I think Axel calls the law of unintended consequences in a market regulation. And so one of the solutions that the government could do, and I don't know how legally this would work out with renegotiating contracts, would be to change the marginal pricing law so that, like, for example, solar, wind and nuclear for that matter, because nuclear is much, much cheaper than gas provided electricity as well at the moment, could provide electricity to the grid at a sort of cost plus certain set profit margin amount. And then that would bring the cost of electricity down considerably in the UK. But what I think at the moment Truss has chosen to do by capping the cost and by using money from the Treasury and thus the taxpayer to pay for it, is sort of subsidised it at the consumer level, which again doesn't incentivise us to use that much less. Although having said that, it's still subsidised at £2,500 for the average consumer, which is roughly double what it was last year. So that's the sense that I've made of it. I think it would be better to intervene with the electricity pricing for different providers, perhaps as well as capping it, because I think that would save the government and thus the taxpayer a lot of money and wouldn't impoverish nuclear, solar and wind producers who are currently having a bonanza windfall because gas prices are high. It just seems very perverse incentive based on a regulation that was a good idea in the first place. Does that make sense to you guys? And if anyone thinks I'm a mistake, please
absolutely. You've touched on a few of the points that I was going to respond to Tim's question with. I think what Truss is doing, if it's not executed in a thoughtful and somewhat complex way, will have those unintended consequences that Tim referred to, which is that if people know there's a cap on their energy consumption, they'll just go ahead and turn the heater up as high as they want and not make any attempts to reduce their consumption. If it is set up in a way that is some sort of tied explicitly to your consumption,
So, whatever you consume this year will be spread out over the next 3 years to pay for, to blunt some of that price shock. There's good ways to execute a plan like this and bad ways to execute a plan. The place I live, particularly, they executed a bad way on the plan. Everybody here in the state, if they're a consumer of electricity, because the electric companies had to keep the electricity flowing through that brutal winter storm, they're just kind of homogenizing that additional cost that was incurred, which was billions of dollars for 1 week of additional consumption. But because there was unexpected scarcity of the price, and major electric companies that produce their electricity from natural gas were over a barrel and had to get natural gas in to produce electricity to keep hospitals running and things like that. They didn't have a choice. They just bought it whatever price was available because they had to have it. The problem now is everybody kind of got all of that spread out equally. So regardless of whether I turned my thermostat down 2 years ago in February, or I guess a year and a half ago, and my neighbor kept their heat running at 80 degrees when the temperature outside was like -12, we both pay a $5 or $6 or $8 surcharge on our electric bill every month, and I and everyone else will for the next 20 years. So there are children who have not been born yet, who, when they turn 18 and move into their first apartment in college, they will have a surcharge on their electric bill, and they will be repaying for the gas that was consumed in February of 2021. It's kind of complicated to figure out some kind of bureaucratic way to tally up who consumed what and pass the costs on equitably. But there was also some great concern that people who had an option to purchase their power from other sources, or gas primarily, because you can get away with not consuming natural gas here if you have electric, but you really can't get away from not consuming electricity unless you just go completely off grid. And there was some concern that consumers would just do away with their natural gas consumption altogether and convert their house fully to electric. So they tried to build some caveats into the deal that they arranged here in Oklahoma when they created the debt facility to make all of this stuff possible. And that was basically like a buyout clause, like you see on a cell phone bill or something like that, where if people tried to terminate their gas service, they would go ahead and hit them with a lump sum surcharge because they hadn't paid off their debt yet. I'm sure there's a happy medium. I hope there are, government agencies who are working through the best way to apply all this, but who knows? That's the sausage making or horse trading that's politics and bureaucracy.
Yeah, and we've got the same thing over here. That one of the problems is the government have communicated this price cap so poorly that there must be a sizable percentage of the UK that thinks that there's an absolute price cap, that basically no matter how much you use, it will be £2,500. And considering that that's quite a lot more, like double what it was last year, I think there's some people will turn their heating up this winter because they don't realise that the cap is on average use. And so if you use more than that, it will still cost you very significantly more. And if you use less than that, your bill could be less than 2,500. It's been communicated so poorly that I would imagine maybe only 50% of people actually understand what it means. And that's just terrible communication by the government and the media. So
yeah,
they need
well, that's where Truss and her PR department need to get on the ball and make sure that people are fully informed of what's going on. And, there's only so much you can communicate. If people don't have an interest in these issues, they're not going to listen. But yeah, that's where good governance comes into play. Doman
or leadership, I should say, not
let's
governance.
let's talk about actual gas prices, right? Gas prices made all the news at the end of August when they spiked in Europe to something like 350 euros per megawatt hour, or close to 350 euros per megawatt hour. Now we're back down to 200. 200 is still really high compared to historical highs. It's about the same number as it was in the first week of March, when the war in the Russian invasion of Ukraine had been felt in earnest. Right, over those 2 weeks, it had risen from about, what was it, maybe 80 to 200 plus, right, over the course of those 2 weeks, and then it fell down again, and throughout sort of April time it was around 150 or so, 150 range, and then well, maybe even less than that, maybe even less than 100, and then it started spiking again as the summer started, right, when Nord Stream 1 started to be switched off and on and off and on and off and on, but we're going down again towards a more reasonable number. No, it won't be anything like the historical numbers that were very consistently somewhere under 100 euros a megawatt hour, right? Often quite a bit less, often around 50 euros a megawatt hour. But it certainly won't be the 300 plus number that we were seeing back in at the end of August, all over the front pages of the news. So I think we can presume there's plenty of commentary saying that the numbers are going to drop further, that they're going to drop, down to maybe 150, which, while very high, is a very different proposition than 300. And while the prices are going to be markedly higher than previously, it might be good political messaging right now for various governments around Europe to kind of ride that fall in prices, and start promising price caps. But I think caps is one thing to say. If nothing else, maybe this is now, here and now, you have a really good case for highly progressive price capping. So if you use very little energy, then you'll pay even much less still, and then you can kind of get around the problem that Tom was raising, right? Because you still highly incentivize lower use, while at the same time you prevent price shocks, if that makes sense.
I think that makes great sense. One of the small carve-outs, I mentioned that they had homogenized the passing on the debt facility that was created, or the surcharge that was applied to utility bills here for residential consumers. And one of the small things they did that tried to balance out the price shock from that, here where I am, and in my situation, that's not at all the same as what Europe is facing. It was much shorter lived. Was they applied a different surcharge rate to industrial consumers or commercial consumers. So anybody that has a giant warehouse that consumes massive amounts of natural gas or electricity is paying a different surcharge rate than individual consumers are. Obviously, there was some lobbying effort by major consumers of energy, particularly Walmart, in the part of America that I live in, as big business, and they have tons of stores, every few miles in any major metropolitan area. But because of that, they're a massive consumer of energy, and they had some lobbyists involved in determining how much commercial consumers of those utility services were. So I think, had they not gotten involved and lobbied for lower costs for commercial consumers, that the residential consumers may have seen a slightly lower additional monthly surcharge that would have been passed on to the big guys. But average individual residential consumers like myself and everyone else that lives in my neighborhood can't afford a lobbyist, so we couldn't really get a seat at the table when they were hashing this deal out. And that's where
Okay,
leaning on
that's
your elected representatives should have some result if you have better representative democracy.
moving on from Oklahoma a little bit east, just a little bit to Arkansas. Tim, Ryan, what went up in flames and smoke as of late?
Was there a fire in Arkansas? I know nothing about that.
No. What do they make in Arkansas, Ryan?
Oh, Camden. You're talking about High
Yes.
Market Talk. I do know where Camden is. I have not seen anything about what's gone up in smoke as of lately. We had a somewhat quiet evening.
Tim, what were the news? Maybe news. The maybe news about tanks. I know you like tanks. I know you like two kinds of tanks: ones that transport liquid goods, but also ones that transport very solid goods that then fly around at very high
Solid
speed.
fuel rockets.
Yes, aiming more at the sort of cannons they have mounted up front. But yeah, Tim, was there some sort of news about the tanks that I missed yesterday afternoon?
Hi, Dermot. Sorry, I'm just in a meeting at the moment. I'll have to get back to you very shortly.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Sorry about that.
Duty calls.
Yeah, here was me hoping that somebody has some serious serious news regarding tanks and the like, but alas.
I think Ben has just arrived at the office. So maybe he's had time to, well, we'll let Tom go first.
Yeah, I just wondered, Ryan, if there was any sort of military update during the night. I suppose even Ukrainians need to sleep, but I like to think that big guns and HIMARS never sleep. So was there anything happen during the night?
We did get a language update from earlier, but it was just, honestly, there was so much going on. We had, oh my gosh, and now I've drawn a blank at his name. Who is our favorite partisan fella?
Daryl.
We had Daryl on as a co-host last night. He jumped in to assist the team. So we have a new co-host
And he
if he
crashed his
decides
face.
to come back. Mic check.
Sorry, Ryan.
Could you not hear Ben?
I had to intervene. Daryl was made co-host, and within a second, he had crashed his face.
Yeah. The weight of what Daryl brought to the conversation as a new co-host was too much for the Twitter space to bear, and it immediately crashed as he was promoted to co-host. So we had to restart during the evening. Other than that, he did an excellent job. Kudos to him. Now he has some idea of what we do on a regular basis. And my hat will be off to Axel and Doman, who are unwavering contributors in the co-host seat.
It's easy for them. They're super smart. Whereas you and I, we have to struggle for every word.
Well, at least you're struggling for words in your second or third language. I've yet to master English, and it's the only one I know.
What do you mean second or third? This is Ben's seventh language.
Well, Ben sandbags with me. He doesn't want to tell all of his secrets.
Yeah. But I still would like an answer to Domin's question. Apparently, some big cats are said to be arriving, but with so many, different cats. I don't know which one it is. Is it a lynx? Is it a panther? I don't know. Some big cat is coming. A lion, maybe.
So some mid-sized cats already came, 24 of them, right? And apparently they've been pretty useful already. So it'd be great if some even slightly larger cats were on the list to come. So the really speedy ones, the gepards, apparently the cheetahs are doing pretty well. But I'd really like to get more of the slightly bigger variety ones. No, that'd be nice. Yeah, you mentioned some panthers, tigers, lions. No, how about some leopards, Ben? How about some leopards?
I don't know. Lynx have been doing quite well, I think, as well, no? Or if not lynx, at least something of that type.
Maybe some foxes. I know they're not. Are foxes technically cats? They're not, right? Foxes are canines. So foxes be quite nice. Quite nice. Anyway, there's lots of options.
But yeah, no leopards. Oh, Tim, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just back in the room. I just got pulled into a meeting by my COO, so apologies for that. What are we doing? You want to talk about tanks?
I would like to know what I missed yesterday about some news that maybe someday there might be some tanks headed to Ukraine, from the other side, peacefully, and then not so peacefully anymore once they reach the edges of territory that Ukraine controls and edges of territory that Russia occupies.
Or to put it in words that Axel would understand, slecht dir Panzer, Major.
I see we've got John Howarth coming up, so I assume his tanky senses, that's the wrong phrase, that makes him sound like a tanky, his tank senses are tingling. So John, when you're up, let's talk about tanks. That's taking longer than expected. And now he's gone again. I think he's gone down with the Twitter fox. John, I tried to bring you up, but it didn't work. So please try and re-request. Florian. Florian, welcome up. Very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Just short comment. The German foreign minister makes now pressure to its own coalition to deliver the cats. Just as a remark. She wrote an article in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung on that Ukraine needs to be better armed.
Thank you, Florian. To answer your question, Doman, I don't have any new tank information. There was talk all over Twitter and the news yesterday about Germany being under significant pressure to provide leopards on top of the gepards that they have already provided. Too many big cats involved here. But that's really the sum total of my information. Is there something else that we need to know about? And now Doman seems to be in Twitter hell. Doman, are you there? John, you made it. Very good morning.
Good morning to you, Tim. I missed what the earlier conversation was about tanks. I'm running around trying to get the kids ready. But I just wanted to raise Gherkin's early morning greeting this morning on Telegram, where he is now calling for the forced depopulation into Russia of all remaining occupied areas in Ukraine. I know this isn't the voice of the government speaking, but
Sorry, John, I just muted you by mistake. You were just saying the voice of the government.
Thank you. Yeah, I know he's not the voice of the government, but I do think that account, whoever it is run by, is a reflection of a serious thread of thinking within the establishment in Russia. So the fact that they're now calling for what have they taken so far? 3.5 million people. They're now the fact that it's now being floated that without the consent of the occupied population, that entire population should be forcibly transferred to Russia, to camps, children to educational institutions, etc., which is what it spells out. I think is quite troubling. What was the question about tanks, Tim?
the question about tanks, there was news about the potential supply of tanks from somebody from somewhere, somebody yesterday, but I don't know what it is. So it's all a mystery to me. Ben, which particular tank topic are we talking about?
Sorry,
because I'm completely lost.
sorry, Tim. Sorry, Tim. I got completely distracted then. All I heard. Well, I haven't heard anything that wasn't said on the space yesterday since then. But my understanding was it wasn't a commitment from Scholz that this was going to happen, and until Chancellor Scholz turns around and says we are sending these tanks, then I'll be keeping the champagne on ice personally.
Yeah, there's another option, which is that per Axel, there are other leopards crawling around in the Sierras of Spain and some of them in Canada that could not be sent because of Scholzing. And if the Scholz stops Scholzing, then the tanks might start pulsing.
No, I've got that, Ben. But again, we haven't heard anything from his administration that they're considering lifting these export bans. There's the I think her name's Baerbock, I believe. Sorry if I've completely butchered the lady's name, who I think is from the Greens, was heavily hinting that that's something that she thinks that the government should be doing and should be doing now. But until it's done, until it happens, I wouldn't be taking out the happiness credit card and spending on that just yet.
Absolutely, and there was news yesterday about Rheinmetall refurbishing a couple of dozen Marders, which are armored fighting vehicles, which are infantry fighting vehicles, rather like Bradley and Warrior, but German. And the government then refusing the export license to send them on to Ukraine. So the usual Scholzing there. But I see we have a few hands up who may have more color on this. I believe Linda was first, and then let's go to Waypoint and Bionard. Linda.
Hi. Thanks. I have two things. First is it troubles me that nobody's talking about Cheshire cats. So there's that. And then the second thing is the Swedish PM is resigning, I believe, as of later today or tomorrow. And I'm wondering if you guys have any insights as to how that may affect or not affect, Sweden with regard to Ukraine. Those are my two.
As we've said the word Sweden, I'm kind of hoping somebody like Den John will come up and talk about Swedish stuff. I understand the resignation of a Swedish prime minister, particularly this prime minister, is not an unusual event. But perhaps Dermot has more color. Dermot.
Okay, let's see. Yes, my mic works now. Sorry, Linda. I'm very sorry. I had to drop and come back because my unmute button wouldn't work. One, as soon as there's an armament system named after the Cheshire Cat, I will be heavily lobbying for that to be sent to Ukraine as well. In the meantime, I'm sure you understand why we're not paying much attention to those. But I would love it if Russians were being blown up by Cheshire Cats. That would really make my day. Secondly, Sweden just had an election on Sunday. The prime minister is resigning because she is probably not being able to put together a governing coalition or sufficient votes in confidence and supply to maintain a government. So that's just a normal part of the process. What Tim was jokingly hinting at is that she kind of resigned after being prime minister for a day or something last year, after the previous prime minister from the same party stopped being prime minister. But we have a Swede, and not of the vegetable variety, but of the human variety with us. Then, John, can you explain to us all what's going on and how this is not going to negatively affect Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Well, we had a general election, and the current coalition didn't make it through. So now there's a new coalition coming in, and it's going from left to right, An impact on support for Ukraine, I don't think there will be an impact. If any, it's probably a stronger support because now the Greens and the left, the former Communist Party, is not in control anymore. So I think more support and also more NATO support. The problem is there's a in Swedish measures a far right party that's now possibly in the government, but I don't think in the short term at least no negative impact on the support for Ukraine or on NATO. So yeah, that's that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, John. Quick question. Can you explain to us what happened with Magdalena Andersson last year when she became prime minister and then resigned immediately and then became prime minister again? The thing that Tim was referring to, but that I don't remember fully.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happened, but there was I think it was a budget that wasn't voted on. So the government's budget wasn't approved in the parliament, and then she resigned, and she was a former prime minister for a couple of hours, and then she was voted in again with exactly the same government. So I don't know. I can't remember the exact.
Yeah, she died. She died her staying a prime minister before she was even technically prime minister on the budget being passed, right?
Yeah,
and then she had to be voted in as prime minister again. It was very funny. Parliaments are that way sometimes, but basically we should not fear that Sweden will be less steadfast in its support of Ukraine now. That's for sure. And if anything, there's now a better chance that Sweden's going to send the archers. And I don't mean the radio show, but that Tim might be familiar with, but instead the artillery systems.
And not. I might. Yeah, exactly. You said it. It's not, and it's not the longbow archers as well. So
no, much more modern artillery than the sort of ones that Tim's predecessors in the Guild of St. George used to use.
Yeah. So what I can say is that at least 2, even 3 of the parts in the new coalition are more hawkish than the current one when it comes to Ukraine and what support we should do. So I mean that could have been just politics. Well, how should I say, branding for the election? But I think they are more hawkish than the previous government. They would be.
Excellent. Thank you very much, John. Waypoint. Thoughts on the archers? No, just kidding. Whatever else you had.
Well, mine's actually more towards Tom, and that is the about the tanks. The Leopards category. Living in Germany, they're categorically saying no way at this moment in time. There is absolutely no way they will go anywhere near the Ukraine. The Marder, I know personally that there's 16. They are in their number 2s ready to go. They are oiled. They are filled up. They're filled up. They are literally just ready to go. They just got to be given the all clear. That's firsthand. I've got firsthand knowledge of that. It's up to Scholz. Scholz has got to move his ass. That's it.
You've got to stop Scholzing about. Thank you, Waypoint. I agree with you on the Mothers being a lot more likely to go more quickly simply because they are primed and ready. But when the historically very pacifist party is like, no, let's send stuff, when the foreign minister, who's the highest ranking minister from the party, says that, I think that has some sway in the coalition as well. And maybe she's just a lot more decisive than Scholz is, and maybe Scholz can learn some stuff from her. Maybe, you know what it is at the end of the day. Maybe the Social Democrats can get scared that the Greens are going to take much more of their vote next time around if they don't get a move on, and they don't want to be outflanked by them. And I think that's usually the way it works in coalition governments.
Well,
oh yes, wait, carry on. Sorry.
Well, the people who I'm speaking to have greetings from north of Germany. The people who I speak to here, they, I mean, I don't know. one or two people I've spoken to over the past 6 months has said anything in towards support for Russia. It's all for the Ukraine, and they just simply can't understand why they are not this equipment is not being sent, because like you mentioned, every single day it's ready to be melted down otherwise. As simple as that.
Yeah, and I would even propose that maybe some tanks are being saved because of the high energy prices. I suspect that's what happened to the Charlies in the UK, actually, that it was too expensive to melt them.
Yeah, that could possibly be. And the other thing is with the we were talking about fuel earlier on. Me and my wife were just sitting down here, and we paid last year €1,022, I think it was, for our gas, and it's going to double. We already got the first estimate. It could still go up, but the first estimate is our gas bill alone will double, as we pay about €2,200, something like that.
Anyway, that was for the heating season as a whole, right?
That was
or was that
yes,
monthly?
That was no monthly. No, thank God. I mean, I've only got 166 square meters and not 2,666 square meters. But no, that was for the whole year.
Yeah. Okay. So that's about the number that makes sense. Roughly a doubling in that respect. And while it is a lot, it is not what some headlines were predicting not very long ago. And I think that's the thing to be stressed. It's not going to be a quadrupling, such as some headlines were suggesting at the end of August. And it would behoove the editors of the papers to say, well, actually, no, we might have over-exaggerated a little bit.
Exactly. As we were paying, I think, 2.3 cubic hour, and they were saying it's going to go up to 10 cents, and it just hasn't done that. It just hasn't done it. It was the German papers, government. They seem to scare the living daylights out of everybody first, and then they start backing down slowly but surely.
Thank you, Waypoint. Okay, let's go to Bionade, to Pauli, to Florian. This is fantastic. Such a nice international mix today. Bionade.
Yeah. After Linda yesterday mentioned she doesn't see Germans here. They are now awful Latin now. Yeah.
I mean, Waypoint is technically British, just lives in Germany.
Yeah, so but is in the influence sphere, I would say.
I'm actually British German.
Oh, well, very good, excellent.
Didn't Axel yesterday mention about the Netherlandish? It's just mingled British and Anglo-Saxony. So yeah. Back to the topic. Yeah, I have the article here, and I wanted to highlight the point which Baerbock said. We already deliver tanks. The Gepards as defensive tanks, bridge laying tanks, and recovery tanks. Armored personnel carrier are on the way about a ring exchange. I'm not really sure to which one she is directing in this point, but yeah. I just wanted to point this out. It's always about the communications. Yeah, Scholz always says no, we don't send any tanks, and but we're already sending tanks. But yeah, it's I think he often finds a reason to say things like this, which aren't true, just to have a reason to say these things. Yeah, it's a little bit a quagmire.
The devil's in the details, and in this case, he's using details. Thank you, Bionade. No, you're right. Of course, that's exactly what's going on, right? It's the same damn chassis as the Gepards and the Bibers, but somehow the Leo ones would be a massive difference, which they wouldn't be. I would just like to remind everyone that last weekend, about 10 days ago, the Russian Ministry of Defense published a note in which they said that in the Kherson counteroffensive by the Ukrainians, the Russians have destroyed 4 Bradley IFVs. Now, the best of all of our knowledge, Bradleys have not actually been delivered to Ukraine. But what does that mean? That means that clearly, very clearly, this is not an escalatory move, right? Because Bradleys are even bigger and tougher and stronger than Madas are. So at the very least, sending Madas would not be escalatory in the slightest, because the Russian MOD just noted that 4 Bradleys, 4 mythical Bradleys, of course, 4 Bradleys were destroyed. They thought 4 Bradleys were destroyed. They said it. Therefore, 4 Bradleys were there, at least 4, and nobody blew a gasket at the Russian MOD. Nor would they be nor would they for Madas. So it's not an escalatory move. I've tweeted at the Bundeskanzler at least twice now, trying to tell him that. He's yet to respond or acknowledge even. But if you want to go and help out, you can search my timeline for the Bundeskanzler and use the notes there, because it has links and stuff. Not very many, but sufficient. Anyway, let's all persuade them. Help Annalena Baerbock persuade them to send tanks. Provide support for his Minister of Foreign Affairs, and help him realize the wrongness of his ways. Pauli.
All right, thank you, Dan, and good morning to everyone. And I really enjoyed the verb "scholching." That was a nice one. If John is available, I would like to have a quick question. That's the directed to the Swedish politics, because like in Finland, with a similar kind of situation with the Finns party, they were first labeled as like a nationalist party, but then when they finally got into the government and in the reigning coalition, were actually quite all right, and they had a good success in the defense ministry and doing the international and defense politics in Finland. So my question to John is that how do you see the if there is a right-wing coalition in Sweden, what kind of minister positions will they have from the Svenska Demokraterna, and how do you see it affecting the Ukraine status or situation when time goes by? All right, that's my question.
I'm guessing you're asking then, John, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good, because we also have a John who's different, who was just up. Sorry, that's good. Then John, if you wish to answer that, please do.
Yeah, if I remember the question, because I wasn't really prepared, but you were asking what government position and also what kind of policies will be due to this going forward, I guess. Is that correct, Pauli?
Exactly, and how do you see the label maybe changing, because they have a label that they are far right and they are like devils.
Yeah, I think that label is probably correct. The question is what they will, at least in the past. The question is how that will, what they will do going forward. And regarding government position or positions, yesterday I read that they might not even be in favor of taking any position in the government. They want to have the speaker of the parliament position. I assume they will get it because they are the biggest party in the coalition. But there's a strong objection from the smaller parties, not the Moderaterna, which is the big right party, but the other, at least the other two are quite opposed to giving.
So that's the Christian Democrats and the Liberals, right?
Yeah, especially the Liberals. I think they're split 50-50 in their opinion about Sverigedemokraterna. So it might be that they won't take any position in the government, at least not initially. And I think the reason why they got so many votes is that we have, you probably heard, we have an extreme crime wave going on with a lot of shootings. I mean, compared to other countries, there's a lot of shootings between gangs and so on. And this is probably what caused the reaction in the electorate. So I think that for them now to go up against, because they have had some sympathies with the authoritarian regimes like Putin's and so on in the past, but I think that's a losing concept if they try to bring that on to the political agenda now. So I think that will not happen. And also they have swayed from being against NATO membership to being for NATO membership. So I guess they are, yeah, they also realize the danger with Russia. So I don't think they will change or they will do anything negative in that regard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just hope that, as they previously said, the new Swedish Prime Minister will indeed send archers as well as air defenses to Ukraine, as they previously announced. That'd be great.
Yeah,
I just really want that to happen.
And there's another thing, because I'm not really military. Yes, I was a conscript, but like a long time ago. And I see that we have an IFV called Stridsfordon 90, basically battle vehicle 90 or something. And we have quite a lot of them, like 500. And in total, there's 1,300 produced. And they are used mainly in the Northern Europe. Like I think Finland has, Denmark has, Norway, a few other countries have this vehicle. Does anyone know the capabilities of those? Because seems to be a lot around.
I have no idea, but I think Pauli's looking it up. And I think that'd be great, obviously. I don't think Finland is in a position to send anything ever, basically. Any of this sort of stuff, right? They send lots of small arms and ammunition and like, but Finland has a shockingly large standing army because of all the reservists on top of that. And they keep saying, well, we kind of need all of this equipment because we do have 1,000+ kilometer border with Russia, which is a very reasonable point, to be frank. But if Sweden has some number of them and isn't using them particularly, I think that would be fantastic. Pauli?
Yeah, Domin, you are absolutely right. So we're currently quite restricted with our own requirements, but I think there are. I've not been at the military warehouses recently, but if I remember correctly, there's still a lot of like old Soviet equipment that's ready for use in good condition, maintained and oiled, ready to use, that Ukrainians actually know how to use. That's the reason we sent like Sergeys, so the 23 millimeter AA guns there. And if I'm not mistaken, we also have BMPs and some older T-model tanks. We might have them, but I don't know, like the equipment that Ukraine would really need, I think, would be well, Air Force and modern tanks, and then also, of course, air defense. And those, I think, we would just need to equip ourselves first with
Do you happen to
nice
be
versions.
familiar? Do you happen to be familiar with the CV90s? I'm just looking at Wikipedia because
Yes,
that's the source of all
really,
knowledge. And
really,
Sweden
really
apparently
familiar.
has 549 of them. That's a lot. And
Yeah, that's a really good vehicle. Like my cousin is actually the test chief in the Finnish Patria, so I know these vehicles quite well.
Oh, is Patria involved in making of these as well?
Yeah, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's called it's Patria Hägglunds. So I think the tower is made in the Patria factory in Hämeenlinna. So the
Excellent.
like the base is made in Sweden and the tower is made in Hämeenlinna. So it's a combined project, a cooperation project. And I don't know if any of you is like really into tanks or vehicles like with armor, but if you are, then I would encourage you to go to YouTube and check Patria. That's Patria. That's Patria they have really nice vehicles, modernized vehicles. So if you're into that kind of stuff.
Okay, which clearly means that we should start lobbying Sweden, but also maybe the Netherlands, who have a number of these, to and maybe a couple from Denmark and Norway as well, to send some of these to Ukraine. Clearly, obviously, that sounds like a fantastic idea, because as we know, Ukraine also needs more armored personnel carriers, more IAVs, and if these ones are good enough to be used by the Finns and the Swedes, they're certainly better than the various BMP 1s and BMP 2s that are currently knocking about Ukraine. And also, just if you remember how many just personal cars and SUVs and vans and pickup trucks you've seen during this counteroffensive in Ukraine, they clearly need more armored vehicles, just all of them, and especially ones that are well armored and have a big gun on top, even more so. So maybe that's an excellent idea. Give the Swedish and Finnish industry some more work to do in replacing these as time goes on. I'm going to call on whom I presume is another Swede here, Pjäsgruppchefen, to go ahead, and then we'll go to Shaggy and Martina after that, just so that we finish talking about that. Pjäsgruppchefen.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm currently serving as an active member of the Swedish Armed Forces. I am an infantry team leader, and I have served alongside the CV90. In case you have any questions.
Can you tell us all you can about it? How good is it? What are its capabilities? What are its less than capabilities? And would there be any capacity for Sweden to send 50 or 100 or some such to Ukraine, since apparently you have over 500 and you're much less likely to be attacked by Russia tomorrow than Ukraine is?
All right. Obviously, I'm biased in my opinions, having worked alongside it.
Well, that's fine.
And my area of expertise, if you will, is limited to having shot at it and being shot by it. In my opinion, it is a fantastic piece of equipment if used correctly. It's absolutely amazing at traversing terrain and negotiating hard terrain, and I really mean hard terrain. Hills, cliffs, and I like beyond 45 degrees, 50-degree cliffs, no problem. I almost died, but yeah. Armament, it has a 40mm Bofors cannon and a coaxial machine gun. It has space for 7 infantrymen in the back, and well, I can't tell you anything about the armor because I really don't know. They never told us. The major weaknesses are by far the fact that it doesn't have an anti-tank guided missile as part of the weapon system. It's simply the 40mm autocannon. It relies on the infantry to carry equipment to defend itself against tanks. To the limit of my experience, which is drills and practice with other units here in Sweden, we have had very good success in defending ourselves against armored attacks by tank formations. That being said, we've had almost 30 years with the weapon system, and we know how to use it. I don't know how easy or hard it would be to teach other crews from other nations how to use it, because I'm not an officer and I haven't done anything like that. But yeah, that's the extent of my knowledge.
What's the regular training regimen, I guess, for operators? How long does it take from start to finish usually, if you have a rough idea?
Well, we have a conscription system in Sweden where you do a basic, which is at least 9 months, and then you go on to serve in active duty if you want to. For a crew, I believe I don't know what I'm pretty sure it's 11 months as a crew member. It could be 9 months. I'm not really sure, but it's basically 3 months of basic training, and then you go on to have 6 months of schooling in the unit that you're supposed to participate in. You would have approximately 10 weeks to 15 weeks of driver's training, crew training, to learn what the different systems, like the engine, the fuel system, the electrical system, the gunnery system, the loading system, so that you can perform field repairs. And then you would go on to have, once you've graduated from basic driving school, you would go on to have a period of joint exercises with the rest of the platoon, with the other elements of the formation. That being said, we don't have the pressure of being in war. And what I've been told from the officers in my command is that in case of us ever going to a war, it would be approximately 2 to 4 weeks, depending on time allotted and circumstances. But yeah, 2 to 4 weeks to learn how to drive it properly.
Okay, that sounds very reasonable. 2 to 4 weeks. For mothers, I think there's a German lieutenant colonel that said up to 4 weeks, something like that. So that makes sense then, and then that's a very reasonable training time, especially since Ukraine very much is in time of war and would need anything very quickly. And I'm sure that Sweden has a very large number of very highly qualified trainers who would be very capable and efficient and effective in assisting. So okay, that's good to know. If the new government comes in and decides to be generous and decides to make some more jobs in Swedish defense industry and heavy industry at large, and decide to send some of these, then we know who to call on, you, to talk to us a little bit more about them at the time. That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can you tell me how to pronounce your call sign properly? Is it Pjäsgruppchefen? Is that close enough?
Pjäsgruppchefen.
Pjäsgruppchefen.
It really doesn't matter.
No, I'm just trying. I want to learn. All right.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the updates and all the details. See, this is the beauty of this space. There's usually someone lurking around who knows something about something very niche and very particular, very specific. And I'm very, very happy with that. It's a great value. And thank you for joining us. Shaggy, I think you've been waiting the longest. You did drop off in between, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a little case of Twitter box, so thanks for your speedy upping me again. Yes, regarding towards more of the Swedish speakers and listeners, and to do with the new government, and to do with NATO accession. NATO accession of Sweden. Is the new do you think the new Swedish government's more likely to acquiesce to Turkey's demands to hand over some Kurds that they demand that they want, or whether it will be still a bit of a stalemate on that?
No, it's fine. They've all been given asylum in Norway already. Sweden doesn't have them anymore. It's fine.
Ah, okay, got you. Okay, you kind of that expands as well to all the changes of government that are possibly going on, like in Italy, a NATO member, and various other places where governments are slightly changing. Whether that's going to change them as well, but that's not to do with Sweden, I guess. Okay. No worries. I'll keep on listening.
No, Shaggy, that was a little bit of a joke because that was a solution that was being proposed a month or two ago, maybe 2 months ago. Maybe then John remembers more about this, but it was basically, well, we don't have any of these people who want to extradite anymore. They all left. We don't know where they are. Probably Norway.
Okay.
Right then, John?
Honestly, I haven't thought that, but to answer Shaggy, I think probably the answer is yes. But the willingness is greater, I think, to do that. But whether it's going to happen or not, it's a different matter, because it's really not a government or parliament decision. It's the judicial system take those decisions. So yeah, I don't know. Willingness probably higher, but likelihood, I don't know, to be honest.
Okay, thanks for your answer. I'll drop down now.
Thank you, Shaggy. I just want to say a couple of things here. Today is kind of a big day. Today and tomorrow are big days for NATO accession ratification for Finland and Sweden. Currently, they're standing at 24 ratifications, one of which is still awaiting deposit. That is the Czech Republic. However, today, of the outstanding 6, there are 2 votes right now. Well, actually, I think both parliamentary votes are happening right now, both in Spain and in Greece. In Spain, the first reading passed with 325 for. I don't know, is it 4 against and 18 abstentions, or 4 abstentions and 18 against? But basically, 325 for and 22 who didn't vote for, which I think is a yes. That's just my understanding of mathematics, which is admittedly limited, but I think I can get this far. And Greece is also voting today, either they already voted or they're about to vote. I need to check whatever it's called. And then tomorrow, the Portuguese Parliament is voting tomorrow morning. So 3 yeses are expected by in the next 30 hours at most. So that's very serious. So there's 3 of the outstanding 6, and then Slovakia the Slovak Parliament has been reconstituted and is going to vote on the 20th of September, which is next week on Tuesday, I think. So you would be expecting it getting up to 28 in a week's time within the next week. There's no date yet in the Hungarian Parliament, and there is another meeting between Turkey, Sweden, and Finland together, I think, with Biden on the 17th of September, which is on Saturday. And the Turkish Parliament next meets on the 1st of October. So there you go. This is what the situation is for anybody who's curious about the Finnish and Swedish NATO accession. We shall be talking about, I'm guessing, Retsina in Rioja later today. We will see. Excellent. Thank you for the question, Shaggy. And let's go on to Martina and to Roy. And if our Finnish Canadian contingent have anything to add, just put up your hands, and I'm very happy to hear from you as well. Martina.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to ask, because I'm always, trying to figure out who I can reach out to with regards to politicians and provide support and what to write, etc. So I find it relatively difficult for me personally. So therefore, I thought, do you remember, like in Germany, the letter, like the so-called intellectuals wrote? So why not to support
very well
the Green? So I think it would be great if we had like the opposite letter, like a MriyaReport support letter. So why we as concerned volunteers or citizens or whatever feel like our our government should support as much as possible, and then we could get signatures from well-known people like General Hodges, etc., and then if we had something like that with many signatures from us and then from people, who spoke on our forum, etc., and then we could, send that to a Bild Zeitung and others who also support Ukraine, and then this way, I think we would get good publicity also, and like a letter, because I've not.
So I can say that there was a similar letter that was launched, I think. So the one that the one that you're mentioning was in either March or April, right?
Correct. It was a while ago.
Yeah. So in late April, there was a letter which was co-signed by a number of people, including Anders Oslund, but a very large number of other researchers of who study specific security affairs, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, stuff like that. And they basically said these people are crazy. What are they doing? Why are they towing the Russian lines, etc.? And it got next to no response, right? And it included the likes of Timothy Snyder, Sergei Sumleny, who was a friend of the space, co-signed that. There was Sergei Plokhy, the Ukrainian historian who famously wrote The Gates of Europe. A very large number of other genuine experts who have been forever involved in this space, not just in our space, but in the space of Eastern European politics and security affairs. A number of former and current MPs and MEPs as well, and it basically got completely ignored in Germany as well. So I don't know how much writing yet another open letter, how useful that would be, especially since I don't think we can necessarily quite match up to the list that they assembled at the time. But maybe what would be best if we incentivized them to do another one, an even bigger one, maybe with General Hodges and a few others, and maybe that might have more of a push. There was 150 signatures, I think, on that one back in late April, and I mean they were all very serious, very well known people with renown already.
Yeah, that's really crazy. That letter did not even make it to me somehow, So, and I feel like I'm in all social media stuff where such a letter would potentially be posted, and I didn't know about it. So, yeah, that's super sad that a crazy letter gets distributed to everywhere and a good letter doesn't. Yeah, but I also feel like since April, a lot has changed, So I feel like we have additional arguments now why Ukraine should be supported. But yeah, if you think it's not really possible, then okay. But thanks for the explanation.
Thank you, Martina. Have I sent you the link? Yeah, I've sent you the link to it by now, and I think there's a German version somewhere as well. I think this is just the English translation for it. I'm sure that you can find it if you search appropriately for it. I think there might have been actually a second one that included Anders Oslund as well, with some other people still, maybe directly in response to the one that was published there. I don't know. I think this is both. So have a look at both of those, and maybe you can find some more as well. At the end of the day, open letters seem not to have swayed Chancellor Scholz. At the end of the day, not even the open letter written by his own foreign minister seems to have swayed him thus far, and that's even more depressing. But such is Scholz.
Yeah, thank you, Roman.
Thank you, Martina. Roy, what's your question?
Oh, not real good question. Just a real quick update. Like everybody knows, like the third in hand in Chinese politics. His name is Li Zhanshu. Just visited Moscow and basically publicly condoned the Russian.
If you check the fourth tweet in the nest, it's
it is. So I wanted to do a little bit background on this dude. So his official position is a chairman of the Central Politburo Committee's third member. So the first member, number one is Xi Jinping, the president of China, and the second one is Prime Minister of China, is Li Keqiang. Third is him. So he's basically the most powerful person in China, the most trusted person of Xi Jinping, because Xi Jinping don't really trust his prime minister. They're coming from two different political factions in China. So she sending him, the Li Zhanshu, to Moscow means he actually sent him there to bring his word to the Moscow. And what doesn't make sense to me a little bit is Xi Jinping wouldn't do that himself, because he's actually meeting Putin in Uzbekistan right now. So I don't see this making sense. He sent his confidant to, like, it sounds like Hitler sending Rudolf Hess to England to talk to Churchill when he could just talk to Chamberlain in person. It sounds like that. But anyway, there's that. And also, I think that's actually not what China wanted, because Xi Jinping is actually having a issue with new People's Congress elections in Congress election in the October this year, which is next month. So he wants to be reelected. One thing he wanted to do is to bash his opposers, which are the liberal factions inside of CCP in China, who want to keep the economic reform and maintain good relationship with West. Xi Jinping wanted, probably, I speculate, he sent his confidant to Moscow to basically say, we support, we, the Chinese, we support Russia, so please sanction us, just begging the Western countries to sanction China for that. And to be honest, I think he doing that just take the political score at home, so he could bash the head of those liberal factions inside CCP on their chopping board, and basically, like, because in China, as much as inside there's internal power struggle, externally speaking, they always try to appear in a uniform fashion, so they don't see them as divided, even though inside they're very much divided. So there's that. And the second, I got another news, I think it's early today. A lot of people probably already saw that in Russia, Putin and just already ordered the production plant in Ural for tanks, the Ural Niger tank production plant to run 24/7. Which is the funny part is that they don't, because of this sanction, Russia cannot make the advanced fire control system.
So let's just clear it up for people who are listening at home. We're talking about Ural Vagon Zavod, based in Nizhny Tagil, which is on the footsteps of the Ural. So, sorry, Ray, carry on.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's what I want to say. I can't say that word.
Yeah, I know. I'm here to be your voice.
Yeah, thank you. Like, that's a really weird Russian name, but I know. But that's basically the production plan for T-72 and T-90. And I think a few days ago, I saw news of a new batch of T-90s was sent to Ukraine from that production plant. Brand news. But I guess that's probably the last batch they can send, because they probably ran out of the parts they can use, because they have to. So the T-90s, they actually have to use the French-made thermal camera to use that on their fire control system on their gunner site. And in the meantime, a lot of their parts in the fire control system on the fire control computer FCS, they're actually made by the Texas Instruments from the West, and Siemens from Germany. So after sanction begun, Russian quickly depleted their stockpiles, because I don't think Russia was planning on having a war with the length over half a year and still going. So by the time they ran out of these stockpiles of these sanctioned goods, they're saying that they are reduced to make the T-72 in the 1980s standard. So I assume it's probably T-72 object 1989 or 1987, basically old T-72 with a stupid IR light sticking out on the turret. So basically, what happened is that's first generation knife fighting vision. So you turn that thing on in the night, on the night vision goggles, you will stick yourself up like a sore thumb. It's basically a huge IR light at night. Everybody with night vision device can see you, so it's really, really counterproductive. And in the meantime, Ukraine are also getting some better tanks from Poland, the PD-91 and T-72 M1R. These ones are the ones with a more advanced fire control system with thermal gunner sights and the digitized fire control system. And some later production model of the PD-91 even have the hunter kill capability. So over the time, we will definitely see a steady increase of the quality of the Ukrainian army's armored units with their team more and more. The Ukraine, even though their tank production plant were bombed, but they're still conducting field upgrades for their T-72s and T-64s to change their ERAs, explosive reactive armors, and putting on some new fire control system on some older T-64BV and T-72s to upgrade them to the T-64BV 2017 standard and the T-72 AMT standards. So, and Russia, on the other hand, they're raiding their graveyard, even sending T-62s on the battlefield. So I think we will
one just got captured.
Yeah, which is very hilarious.
Tim, what did you propose to the Prime Minister of Estonia once you saw that T-62 get captured? Please remind us.
Yeah, I tweeted out. I tweeted out to our Prime Minister and our former President Thomas Ilves, who is a bit of a social media legend. There was a monument to our glorious liberation, scare quotes there, by the Red Army in 1944. There was a monument to the Red Army in the city of Narva, which is a predominantly Russian-speaking city in the east of Estonia. Estonia has, shall we say, a complex relationship with Russian Soviet monuments. Some of you will remember the Bronze Soldier Night, which was back, I believe, in 2008, 2007, 2008, when the official Soviet war memorial was removed from the center of Tallinn and placed in its more appropriate location, which is the military cemetery of Tallinn, which is, in a slightly unsalubrious area of the south of the city. It is near an army camp, though, so I guess that's appropriate. But there's all sorts of people buried there. There's some British sailors from the War of Independence, etc., etc. So it's now in its more appropriate place in the military cemetery of Tallinn. This sparked some Russian-engineered rioting in Estonia, and this lasted for a few days. And there was a monument in Narva, which I said is predominantly Russian-speaking, which is a T-34 tank atop a plinth. Now, there were calls from the government in Tallinn to remove this monument, and the prime minister was basically insisting that the city of Narva remove it. And the city of Narva did end up removing it, quite voluntarily. They weren't required to. It's fundamentally their decision. So the predominantly Russian-speaking administration of the predominantly Russian-speaking city of Narva did remove this Soviet-era monument. What happened to the T-34 tank? I'm not exactly sure. But what I did suggest to Kaja Kallas and Thomas Ilves was that they donate it to the armed forces of the Russian Federation. Because as we've seen, Russia is fielding T-62 tanks on the battlefield. One of them was just captured, I believe, yesterday. They'll soon run out of those. Given the rate of their donation of military equipment to the armed forces of Ukraine, they'll soon run out of T-62s. So then they'll have to go through the T-55s, and then eventually they'll need the T-34s. So maybe Estonia could do the decent thing and give the Russian Federation back their tank that was taken from the plinth.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I think we're just gonna see the sharp decrease, or oh no, I don't think it's a sharp. I think it's going to probably be a steady one. The decrease of the quality for Russian armored core, and on the contrary, the Ukrainian will have increased quality ones. And actually, I think 2 days ago, I also saw a news that United States is considering sending Abrams to Ukraine and considering training the Ukrainian crewmen on the U.S. Abrams. It will be also very interesting. I assume we're not going to give them the most advanced ones because those are in small production numbers in Oklahoma, and the U.S. Army barely have enough themselves. So I
luckily, we have an armored warfare bloke coming up with his hand up. George, welcome to the panel.
Kalimera, George.
Good morning. I am actually in Europe enjoying a little bit of a vacation with some of my family from Ukraine, and all is well here in Greece. So, really quick on the M1 Abrams, this is something people need to understand. One of the issues with the United States sending M1A1 Abrams to Ukraine is the armor. It uses depleted uranium in its armor composition, and that is a big no-go when it comes to exporting it right now, as the legal speak is written down. So that is one of the major hurdles. Now, I don't know if the United States has any of the older M1s, but I know that the United States, as I heard yesterday, is really pushing hard on the Germans, and I mean real hard, to get them to start exporting the Leopard 2s, because the Leopard 2s do not have that armor, and that is, so it's not a breaking point for the Americans.
Yeah, so that's what I want to touch on Abrams real quick.
Roy, could you speak? Could you stick your hand up if you'd like to speak, please? Because we do like to manage this conversation. Thank you. George, yeah, I was about to say this is probably a problem the UK is going to have with Challenger as well. Challenger has an armor system called Chobham armor, which is a very, very closely guarded UK state secret. I don't think even Uncle Sam knows exactly what's in Chobham armor, if memory recalls. So I don't know this for a fact, but I would imagine armor composition is going to be a very big barrier, as it is with the United States. I mean, is it a question of secrecy, or is it actually exporting something that contains uranium, George?
It's exporting something that has uranium. I don't think it's a secrecy part. I think that's from what I heard yesterday, that's the sticking point, is the uranium that's in the damn armor.
If you look at all the export variants, they have alternate armor.
Yes, they do. But right now, the United States doesn't have any of those. They would have to be manufactured. From what I heard yesterday from a colleague of mine.
Fantastic, thank you, George. Roy.
So real quick, I want to come back on that. So we do export the DU stuff, but just not the armor. So we did export the DU ammunition to the foreign buyers, actually. For example, the M900 105mm armor-piercing fin-stabilized Scotland Sable. That's actually exported to both Israel and Taiwan. It's a DU APFSDS. Yes, United States cannot export DU armor for both technological and environmental concern. But United States produced approximately 8,800 Abrams by the end of production in 1994 or something like that. Prior to 1988, all of the Abrams were made without depleted uranium armor. After 1988, the M1A1 were upgraded with depleted uranium armor. They call it M1A1HA, heavy armor. The M1A1, the first one came out in 1985. So all of these tanks produced between 1985 to 1988, some of them were upgraded to the DU armor, but some of them just decommissioned because the United States Army, after the Cold War and the Gulf War, was experiencing downgrading and downsizing. I mean, yes, a lot of them were exported to Australia and Saudi Arabia and Morocco and Egypt, but still considerable amount of them might still there because I remember some of even the IPM-1 are still in the graveyard, and I guarantee you, none of the IPM-1, which is actually the second model of an M1 Abrams, it's IPM-1 called Improved Performance M1. It's also used a 105 millimeter cannon. It's made in 1982 with a thickened armor on the frontal hull and the turret. It's an improvement on the first model of Abrams, made in 1979. That actually, the U.S. actually bought the true bomb from the British to make the Abrams armor, but British scammed us. They gave us a watered down version of the true bomb armor, and we were pissed off. So we made our own depleted uranium armor later on, so we don't have to deal with the watered down version of the true bomb. And the British, their own true bomb is actually very good. They used them on their own Challengers, very successful. But
it's all revenge for Suez, Roy. It's all revenge for Suez. Thank you very much for that input, Roy. Let's go to Freebird, please. We've got some hands up. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to ask this already yesterday, so now this would be a good opportunity. What armor do the Bradleys have? Do they have the same problem? And second question would be, I read that Mitch McConnell now was putting forward the idea to send ATACMS and tanks. He said, I didn't read it, what tanks he meant specifically, but yeah, that's my second question. What tanks does he mean, and why is the US not sending Bradleys?
What's in Bradleys?
Okay, Bradley uses a 5083 aluminum armor. It's not classified. It's nothing classified. Like, no, nothing. I'm not sure why we're not sending them to there. Again, that sending IFVs, MBTs is a considerable amount of escalation, and I think the Western politicians still want to contemplate on that, or let's say, basically dragging their feet, or just being very indecisive here. So I don't know.
Yeah, if I may, but that does make sense when they want to pressure Germany to send tanks, but and say, well, we don't want to send any tanks because of escalation. I mean, in my view, there should be an effort put together. I mean, there may be some reasons logistically, whatever, but if Mitch McConnell already is pushing forward the idea that America sends tanks, so yeah, I was wondering what he's here referring to.
No, Mitch McConnell does make a lot of sense. But yeah, I'm sure over the winter.
Okay, so there is no risk of escalation here in the slightest. The Russian Ministry of Defense last week has already said that they have destroyed 4 Bradley IFVs, and they barely batted an eyelid at it. It was just in their report. There were no other comments. What does that mean? That means that there is no logic behind, this will lead to some sort of escalation. Also, what more escalation do you want? It's already a full-scale invasion of Europe by the Russian military. This is the escalation. The escalation was on the 24th of February. Any further escalation is utter and complete nonsense. So we can leave it at that. I am glad that someone in his position has called for the delivery of ATACMS and other things to Ukraine, because this can actually make a big difference. ATACMS specifically as a 300+ kilometer range standoff weapon can make a whole lot of a difference to what Ukraine is able to do when it comes to interdicting supply lines very far away, as well as destroying Russian capacity, further destroying Russian capacity of their air force, as well as destroying their ammo dumps, accumulations of armor before they're anywhere close to reaching the front lines. So I hope that he's heard. I hope that he's heard out and I hope that indeed does happen, right, Tim?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this talk of supplying weapon systems to Ukraine being escalatory is just bollocks. You know, that was a talking point a while ago. The ship sailed already. The only people capable of escalation or de-escalation in this war are Russia herself. Yeah, we put that to bed completely. Rusty, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question to Roy here, because I think he's maybe in the US Army. Are you that, Roy?
No, I'm just an officer candidate for the officer training program for the U.S. Marines. I'm not in the Army. Please don't call me a soldier. Please don't. No, don't do that.
Okay,
No,
but you might be able to ask the question, because I'm wondering if the US or United States are sending uppers and downers to Ukraine. So amphetamine, phenethylline, modafinil, sleeping pills.
No, we don't use stuff like that.
Okay. Because I know Americans that have used certain things, because I know Norwegians that have been flying in America, and before the 2000s they used, I think at least, amphetamine to that American pilots used amphetamine to be more aware on their missions and in Afghanistan. So I thought maybe we had sent that to Ukraine, because when you're in war, you probably want to be the most aware that you can.
So that's right, Rusty. Pilots on really long bomber missions still use that. Others, no. It has really bad, really bad effects on any long-term performance, and that's why it's not used by land forces in the first place. But yeah, pilots did have to stay up for a 20-hour plus round trip, long distance bombing run with several refuelings on the way. That's the only use that I know of right now.
Well, sorry, I missed the first part of your question. Was it? Were you talking about tank crews specifically, amphetamines?
So I was actually wondering about the Ukrainian army, because I know the famous attack on France in 1940. At least a lot of historians say that the German army used different uppers so that they could, the soldiers could walk through the night and stay awake for days, so they could have a rapid movement. And I would imagine that certain Ukrainians would be willing to take different uppers so they could do the same.
No, we won't do anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the use of amphetamines by soldiers. It used to be fairly widespread, as I understand it. Back in World War II, when basically everybody was hopped up on something, particularly the politicians. Combat drugs are used in some very niche applications, particularly pilots. Special forces personnel sometimes use them, but no proper armed force, any proper Western style armed force, issues them in large numbers to troops generally, as far as I understand it. And Ukraine is a properly organized armed force, a Western style armed force. But we have somebody who may know something about this. Gunny, welcome up.
Yeah, morning all. So you just referenced the tanks. Sorry, I'll have to get back to you in 2 seconds. It's typical, isn't it? You come on and then somebody bloody expects you to work in your workplace.
Was this fire mission battery over, or?
Pretty much.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Tim was making a joke.
I was doing an artillery voice procedure joke with Gunny, because I assume when somebody wants him to work, it means that somebody wants him to fire a gun. But I'm teasing. While we're waiting for Gunny to come back, Bogatyr.
Can I quickly add something on the methamphetamines?
No, but also it's not a thing. It's a nonsense talking point that doesn't make any sense, that isn't happening, and that has been discarded forever already. There's really nothing to add on methamphetamines by anyone, not in the context of the war in Ukraine. Bogatyr.
Thank you. I would like to hear your opinions on the CV90. I was just doing some maths here, and I saw that there's 1,283 CV90s currently in action in Europe, and there's more countries on the way. There is a lot of talk about Sweden sending Archer, which I think we should. But I haven't heard anyone requesting the CV90 to be sent. I think Sweden has 550 of them. What are your thoughts on that platform?
So the funny thing is, we talked about this about an hour ago. Secondly, PS Groupchefen just dropped down, and if PS Groupchefen wants to come back up to talk a little bit more about the CV90, we would be very happy for him to do so. Bogatyr, we're going to wait to see if he manages to come back up, because he is in the Swedish Army infantry and works with those things, not drives one, but works around them and knows a whole lot about them. In the meantime, let's see if Gunny has been released from his duties temporarily. Gunny? Gunny?
Maybe he's reloading.
Hey, can I say rounds complete here? I really want to say that.
I like artillery voice procedure jokes, so yes, please. If you have some artillery voice procedure jokes, please crack on, right?
Yeah. So okay. Okay. That fire mission is finished. Okay, it's rounds completed. But anyway, now. So I think Russians said. I think also on the first day in the Kherson offense, Russian also claimed that they saw the Leopard 2A6 on the battlefield. That's just complete nonsense. They're either high or they play too much War Thunder. And
no, it's an excuse. It's why are we losing? It's because they have all of these fancy things. The difference being between what I said about the Bradleys, that was the Russian Ministry of Defense saying it, and the Leopards were just some random Telegram channel of somebody who's not in the Russian Ministry of Defense. So when some random Telegram channel guy says something, he obviously doesn't have any direct policy making influence. But when the Russian Ministry of Defense says it, it's meaningful. That's why we're going to keep highlighting the stuff that comes out of the official mouthpieces rather than the unofficial mouthpieces of the of the Muscovite invaders.
That's why I want to say that. But also, I think Russian probably has reasonable reason to say that they destroyed rallies or something, because we gave the Ukrainian M113. Denmark did the same, and the Dutch gave them the similar things. But probably
and Lithuania and Portugal.
Yeah, the things that Netherlands gave them a batch of 113 of their own production upgrade version called the YPR 765. YPR 765 is M113 licensed and produced in Netherlands, and one of its modification called the YPR 765 PRI has a turret. Actually, it's basically a generic version of the turret from Bradley, from the United States, with a 25mm Olicon cannon on it instead of a original M242 Bushmaster cannon, 25mm on it. So that's only difference is that, and it doesn't have the ability to fire as a TOW anti-tank missile. But if you put two of them together, a Bradley and a Dutch-made YPR 765 PRI, they look awfully similar from distance. They all have very, very, very fat hull, big hull, because they both put engines in the front, and the turret are designed by same company from the same design, only with a minor difference on the armament. So I think I kind of feel like Russians might have destroyed some of the Dutch-made YPR 765 instead of actual Bradley, but they probably just not educated enough to see the difference there.
Yeah, they should really read Wikipedia more, shouldn't they? Okay, let's try Gunny a third time. Gunny.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll try and rattle this off quick before anyone else comes into the office. So yeah, just reference the armor. It's not actually called Chobham. It's called the technical term was Burlington. We didn't give a watered down version. There were dual main battle tank projects back in the 60s and 70s. One called MBT 70, which was a washout, and our replacement Chieftain, which subsequently became Challenger. The problem was that countries then were taking defence projects and basically pirating them and then developing their own on the back of it. Therefore, we only handed over details of Burlington on a need-to-know basis. Why is it going to be a problem? Actually, it'll be a problem for Leopards as well, because armour these days, it's not just rolled homogeneous armour or face hardened. What you've got is different needs in armor. So you need an armor that will stop a sabot round, what you call a long rod penetrator, which is typically something like tungsten. So you need armor that will shatter that and stop it coming through into the hole. You also need armor that will stop a high explosive anti-tank round, which basically produces a jet of molten metal and that burns through. You also want armor that will stop squash, which is a shell that basically flattens out onto the armor and then detonates and then sends a shockwave through the armor plate, causing what we call spall or fragments of metal to zing around the hole, which is quite unpleasant. And you need something that will stop just plain old high explosive. So if someone fires a 152 millimeter high explosive shell, it's going to be quite emotional inside the hole, even if it doesn't penetrate. So what we use is stuff called composite armor. That's what we're talking about when we say Chobham. It's layers. So it might be hardened steel, ceramics, glass, composite sands, plastics, depleted uranium, all those kind of things. And you layer it up. And what you get is a material that, let's say for 100 millimeters of steel, 100 millimeters of this might give you sloped about 300, 400, 500 millimeters equivalent protection. Now, this is going to be a problem for the Leopard as well, because the Leopard A7 uses composite armor. Most modern tanks do. The Germans went their own way with composite armors. But it's going to be on the same sort of principles. It's going to be layered defense, so different layers of different materials to defeat different types of warhead. And then on top of that, you've got the fire control systems, you've got the thermal imaging equipment, you've got the communications equipment, which will all be encrypted, all sorts of things like that. So again, as we were saying right from the start, it's not a case of just hand over 100 MBTs. It's 100 tanks plus 300 spare power packs, because the engine goes wrong, you just take it out and put a new one in. It's spares for the suspension, all the running gear, for the electronics, for the hydraulics, you name it. And then all the people that are needed to fit this stuff, the fitters, the squadron fitters, the boys and girls who will be able to change out a power pack in an hour or diagnose problems with the turret mechanism, or work out why the gun breech isn't working properly, and then put all of that on top. And yeah, there is a real probability that one of these vehicles will probably fall into Russian hands, and they will do exactly as we're doing with captured T-80s and T-90s. That said, NATO spec vehicles have fallen into the wrong hands before. You've seen export Abrams in the hands of Daesh when the Iraqi army collapsed and they all legged it. Tanks are exported, sometimes to countries whose loyalties might be a little bit dubious. But the whole thing about composite armor isn't new. It actually started in the Second World War. You'll see pictures of Shermans with experimental armor on. So the Russians do know what it is. They have developed it fairly successfully themselves, not as successfully as they obviously fought. So I don't think exporting them concerns about the armor is such a thing. I think probably the stuff like optics and comms kit is probably more a concern. But I still think personally, this falls back to Craig's logistics thing. You know, it sounds very good. Give them 100 tanks. That 100 tanks needs a massive logistics trail. Training the crews, yeah, fine. We've seen the Ukrainians can do it. We've seen them pick up stuff, you know, in weeks that would normally take months. But when tanks go wrong, and they go wrong a lot, especially when they're going cross country, they do have breakdowns. You need that logistical trail that stores supply, and those trained men and women in armored vehicles who can leg it forward, sometimes under fire, and fix the damn thing and get it going again. So, you know, it's not clickety click fingers, all of this. There's a massive amount to it. A track is one thing. You'd be amazed how many people are behind the thing in the background that you don't think of to keep it going 24/7.
Thank you very much, Gunny. I think we all get this a lot better now, because you explain it in straightforward terms and actually contextualize what which bit of it means. At this point, I'm very happy to say that one of your Swedish distant relatives, Piasgruppchefen, has joined us to hopefully answer the question from Bogatir earlier about the CV90. Bogatir, do you want to restate your question, unless you've heard it before, Piasgruppchefen?
Oh, thank you. I would like to understand why there hasn't been calls for the CV90 to be handed over to Ukraine. We've talked a lot about the Archer, which I think is something we should send immediately. But the CV90, we have large numbers. Logistically, it should be fairly easy to maintain in Europe, because we have around, I think, 1,300, 1,400 in Europe rolling right now. So that's what I would like to know more about. Thanks.
Yeah, hi. So I have no idea. Logistically speaking, as the previous speaker laid out, it's even the most trivial airlift is still a very massive operation and a logistical nightmare. As for why there hasn't been any calls for it, I don't know, man. We're ready, so whenever you are.
I think this is the call, right? Bogatir?
Yeah, I mean, we have 24 Archers, and it's a big, difficult system. There's a lot of talk about the Bradleys. Like logistically, I'm not only thinking about getting them there, also supplying with spare parts and everything you need. If you have a European system, just as with the Leopard, it should be easier from a layman's perspective. That's why I'm putting up this point. And also, there's quite a fair few of them around. I mean, the Archers, we have 24 in Sweden. There's 24 more on the way. It should be kind of it's a simple request, I would think, and easier also for Sweden to supply, maybe. Any views on that?
Hey guys, I have a quick, real quick was who's that gentleman talked about the armor before? Super fast. Gunny. So Gunny said something really right. It's about spalling. Russian tanks actually had a nasty tendency of poor armor quality. Some of them might have thick armor, like I'm talking about really thick armor that actually stops rounds from penetrating. But in World War II, there's a considerable amount of Soviet tank crew got killed when their tank was hit by AP or the HE round. The armor was not penetrated, but the inside armor, the inner side of the armor basically shrapnelled itself. And killed crews inside, and that's one of the reasons why United States and many other Western countries, we have Kevlar sheets on the walls in the fighting compartments in the armored fighting vehicles to prevent things like that to happen. And that's also one of the reasons British, I think, I don't know why they're just so weird and obsessed with this whole relationship with a HASH anti-tank. It's basically a high explosive squash head. Basically, you fire a big chunk of plastic explosive at the enemy, and when that thing stick onto the target, it explode. And hoping the explosion wouldn't penetrate target, but would create this whole shock that will collapse the armor from inside and kill the crew inside.
Gunny.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right. We do use HASH still a lot. The British Army believes it's a very effective round, probably because there aren't any spall liners inside Russian tanks. Although we do have 120mm Sabo round, it's same as everyone else. Yeah, you're right about the spall protectors. What is interesting, however, is okay, everyone this Russian tanks. For the vast majority of the time, you will see side or top attack munitions killing them. There are not an awful lot of tanks out there that have the same level of side protection as they do on the lower front plate and the glacis plate. In fact, there are none. So this is as much about the Russian standard of mechanized warfare operating, i.e. open flanks, allowing themselves to be ambushed, and things like javelin and NLAWs, which are top attack, which again really difficult to protect against. I've not seen a full lot of instances so far, or any evidence of anti-tank rounds going through front plates of Russian tanks, and traditionally, of course, that is where the heaviest armor is. If you take an M1, even the latest version, could a Challenger put 120mm Sabo round through the side of an Abrams? Yeah, I'll give you better than even odds. If a top attack munition was used on an Abrams, would it go through the turret roof? I think you probably would find that's the case, which is obviously why we're so interested in active defense on vehicles now, following along the Israeli developments in that, because top attack munitions and tandem warhead munitions for side attack, top attack, are going to be the way ahead now. But head on, we've still yet to see how good, say, a T90 is. I suspect we'll probably see some pictures of T90s that have managed to withstand head-on missile strikes. I think the Ukrainians are very aware of that, and that's why most of the footage that we see is, and I think Tim will agree, but he'll put me wrong on this because he's way more experienced in this kind of thing than me. But mostly we're seeing good ambush tactics. We're seeing road columns hit from the side, and we're seeing stuff like NLAWs and javelin just going through the top armor. And there's not a lot of militaries, I think, that have MBTs that can really protect against that. Similarly, though, we have seen Russian armor doing the most bizarre things, like hiding behind a building and then driving side out, sitting there for 15 seconds for the gunner to acquire, firing a round off, and then still sat there side on. And then probably as the TC went into lower Earth orbit, he was probably wondering why he'd managed to get himself killed suddenly. So, tactics here and everything. And it comes down to the old adage, it doesn't matter how good the kit is, does it? If you put a 3-man chimpanzee crew in there, best kit in the world won't perform. And if you take an average tank and a superbly trained crew with morale, discipline, coordination, good communications, and the will to win, they'll work wonders. And that's what we're seeing here, I think.
Absolutely. And this point about crew numbers is very important. We had our friend Raver up yesterday talking about this. Now, long story short, operating a tank in the field is a mammoth task, right? The crew have to do a heck of a lot of different things just to keep the tank running. Even when they're not fighting, when they're having to move, there's a lot of maintenance. A lot of maintenance you have to do on a tank to keep it serviceable. And the Soviet era, the Soviet type tanks tend to operate with a 3-man crew, and so this means the tasks, fundamentally the tasks they have to perform to keep the tank running are the same, right? So they have the same maintenance burden on a 3-man crew as opposed to a 4-man crew. So this puts them at an immediate disadvantage when it comes to the morale of their crews and keeping the tank running. This is something that will have an effect on the effectiveness of your tank forces. If your crews are permanently exhausted because they're overworked in keeping your tanks running, then you're going to end up with less effective crews. Another important point that Gunny raised there is that they're tanks generally, it doesn't matter how up to date and modern a tank is, it generally cannot survive being hit with a modern weapon system, which is another important point. A modern tank will take out another modern tank. A modern NLAW or Javelin will take out a modern tank. So there's kind of the survivability of the tanks tends to become more relevant when they're being attacked with things that are not specifically designed to destroy tanks. Would you say that's fair, Gunny?
Yeah, I think tanks are notoriously hard to kill if tanks are used properly. I think people, the usual suspects, kind of jumped in on this and said, "Well, here's more examples. Look at the Russian tanks. The tank is dead on the battlefield." The tank was dead on the battlefield in 1973. According to all the predictions, didn't happen. Always be wary of deriving the wrong lessons from a bunch of idiots using armor in the wrong way, and that's what they were doing. Even a novice, or someone just an amateur with an amateur interest in tactics can look at the footage and look at a backed up column of T-80s on a road nose to tail in hostile country with the turrets all facing forward, and then watch them get schwacked. Kill the lead tank, kill the tail tank, drop artillery all over them, and watch people bailing out and go, is it the tank or is it the people in the tank? It's the people in the tank. If that had been a NATO column, would that have been the same? No, of course it wouldn't. They would have had flank security, rotary wing out, even down the turrets, traverse left and right, ambush drills, forward observer ready to call artillery on where they think they're being, all those kind of things. We're just not seeing it. So yeah, I don't think the tank is dead. I think there really is room for more tanks for the Ukrainians. Yeah, if they had A7s or Charlie 2s or Abrams, they'd be killing even more people. But tanks still need to stop every few hours, if possible. They still need grease nipples doing. They still need petrol, oils and lubricant checks. They still need the running gear looked at. They still need fitters to come and fix stuff. They will shake as they fire. They will bounce up and down across rough terrain. Things will break. People need to move up in armored vehicles, fix them, bring up spares. So I'm a little bit doubtful. If the Ukrainians are doing wonders at the minute, and it does look like what's slowing them down isn't the fact that what they've got is no good. It's simply the Russians are running too fast and they're having to hit phase lines, stop, regroup, re-ammunition, refuel, take all these operational pauses. They'll still have to do that no matter what tanks they've got, because it seems sensibly they're going for the clenched fist rather than the spread out fingers approach. Punch and keep punching them. And would NATO tanks make that much of a difference? I'm sure the brigade commanders would love them, but at the moment it just feels like they're doing really well as it is, and maybe there are other things that Ukrainians are asking for. I remember Craig said months ago, if they do go to mechanized warfare, really fast moving, simple stuff like trucks will be key. Infantry fighting vehicles to get the boys and girls under armor to keep up with the tanks. Once the tanks get separated from the infantry, then you're in for trouble. So differing priorities, I think. And I think if we ask the Ukrainians what they really want, if you gave them what's your top 5, I do wonder if MBTs would be in the top 5. I don't know about you, Tim. I think they would probably have other priorities in.
Yeah, I mean, something else that I think is a problem, probably more of a problem for Russia, is the training of crews, right? Because this is not something you cannot simply pull an effective crew out of your ass. And this is something where Soviet era equipment is not particularly forgiving. With Western equipment, it's the teamwork is very, very important, but the tank does a lot of the technical stuff for you. This is not the case with Soviet era with Soviet-made equipment, where the individual members of the crew have to be extremely well drilled on their individual task, because the equipment is not going to do them any favors when it comes to operating it. So that's going to be something that that particularly Russia is going to that Russia is already suffering from. I think do you know how much of a barrier the training of crews is going to be? Familiarization of equipment is going to be when it comes to delivering these sorts of systems to Ukraine, Gunny.
No, I mean, I was a REMF after I left the Navy, so for me, I can only draw approximate comparisons. So I don't know. It would be like taking the Option crew out of a 1970s vintage Type 42 destroyer and sticking them probably on a Type 45 destroyer today. So the principles would be the same. You find a driver who knows his way around a diesel engine will find his way around a diesel engine on a Leopard probably fairly easily, because a diesel engine is a diesel engine is a diesel engine, isn't it? The gunner will understand the principles of what a breach mechanism is. The tank commander already knows troop tactics and how to run a troop of tanks. I think the bigger problem is probably getting crews to understand the capabilities that they now have and being able to exploit them. So like owning a Focus ST and then being given a Formula One. There's still going to be a transition time. You're going to be jumping out of something that to us is not archaic, but 2 generations behind, and giving them a land-based starship, and they'll need to understand what the capabilities are and how best to use all those capabilities. But I still, given the Ukrainians' ability to absorb training, and bearing in mind they've got 2 Sandown class minesweepers from the Royal Navy, and they're not far off reaching operational capability with that. So we know they can do it. I still think it's not the 4-man crew. It's a 200-man and woman logistical trail within that regiment that is probably going to be the bigger problem, and building up all the stores and everything ready for them to be able to conduct operations for days and days on end and have lots of operational defects, which there will be. And defects mean spares, and it means engineers, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Gunny. Roy, sorry, you've had your hand up for a long time. Please go ahead. And then I guess we will finish Tank Hour and move back to Ukraine. Roy.
Yeah, so real quick to come back to the so I think Gunny said about the active protection system. Russia also has the active protection system. They have 2 types mostly. So currently they have 2 types. One is hard kill one, that is Arena, everybody knows, that put on the T90, and Amata, well, allegedly. T90M or TMDMS has it, but I don't see that actually worked. And the second one is much older, a little bit older. It's a little bit 20 or 30 years old things. It's called Stora. It's basically a laser suppression system. When it detects itself being lasered by either the beam of a laser beam riding laser guided missile, like a AGM 114 Hellfire, or anti-tank missile like Ukrainians Stugnas, or no, Stugnas. I think they're cyclists. They're cyclists. They're not lasers. Some of the missiles are laser guided, so they will pop the smoke, and also if not, they will use the laser beam back to the guy, the laser, the anti-tank missile operator to blind the equipment or temporarily disable the equipment to override the laser beam. A similar thing people use to conduct electronic warfare, to suppress the radar with the right frequency. You jam the radar with white noises. So there's that, and neither of them worked. So we saw the T90 on the video being destroyed by the Ukrainians using Carl Gustav recorder's rifle on video, which T90, and which supposedly have the arena active protection system, but apparently it didn't work. And also, Ukraine also destroy some T80UK. That's T80U command version. Not a lot of them Russian has, a very small number, and Ukraine destroyed them. And T80UK is supposed to have the active protection system, the Stora. That's the laser one I talked about. So it didn't work either. So seems like all of these Russians' fancy and bling bling stuff didn't really work as they intended on the battlefield. That's why Russians have all that cope cages on their tanks. And to be honest, there also talks about Russia upgrading their Stora system to detect the IR guided missile with its missile flash to pop smoke when needed. But problem is that it might be able to fool the Javelin if it pops a smoke fast enough, because Javelin might lose the lock on. If there's a smoke, the smoke that could the heat smoke that could obscure the guiding camera on the Javelin. But the British and the Swedish in-law doesn't have that problem. Swedish and the British in-law, they use the initial guidance system. Basically, it's a ballistic missile. You fire it out, it just guides itself. It just assumes where tank is and explode when it detects target, which doesn't require use of the IR or IR camera or laser. Basically, you don't know what hit you until the time you got hit. So there's that.
Thank you very much, Roy. Alex, you had your hand up.
I did. I think Roy probably touched on the points that I was going to raise, but yeah, the electro-optical soft kill systems, they seem, I mean, I'm not sure they work like they say, like it says on the tin, as it were. Like I have no particular expertise or knowledge in that area, but just sort of thinking about it logically, there seems like a lot of variables that you'd have to account for it to work. And yeah. Sorry, you put me off guard, Tim, because I took my hand down. But yeah, I know Gunny has spoken about this in the past.
Thank you very much, Alex. So I guess that would conclude Tank Hour, which is not a regular feature of the Maria Report, but nonetheless, tanks are cool. We like tanks. We like talking about tanks as regards to Ukraine. So I really enjoyed that segment. Thank you very much to Gunny and to Roy and to Alex and to our Swedish friends and to everybody else who contributed to that fascinating conversation. You are listening to the Maria Report. The Maria Report is a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the war, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We bring you up-to-date news, information, analysis, expert opinion. We have regular guests, both from within Ukraine and without, who bring their expert perspectives to our space, and they are always enormously appreciated. We are completely manned by volunteers, and we will never ask you for personal donations. So our volunteers will never reach out to you and say, buy me a coffee or, you know, donate to me or, you know, whatever. If you would like to support our work, please, we urge you to donate to MriyaAid, MriyaAid.org. The URL is in the title of the space. MriyaAid is a registered charity in Canada that provides non-lethal aid to Ukrainian armed forces and also to their civil defense mechanisms. MriyaAid sources, buys and supplies many things, including optics such as night vision, medical equipment, body armor, this sort of thing. So if you'd like to support our work here and you've got a spare fiver, please chuck that in the direction of MriyaAid. MriyaAid also is an all-volunteer organization, so they have no overhead. They don't spend money on, you know, marketing and things like that. If you donate to MriyaAid, you can be very, very confident that all of your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine, rather than paying for expensive executives and advertising budgets and all of that rubbish that big charities tend to do.
I believe, Tim, I believe MriyaAid has avowed never to send sketchy envelopes to people, unlike some other organizations.
Yes, of course. You are talking to one of our least favorite, you're talking about one of our least favorite organizations here, Amnesty International, which despite the rejection of that revolting mural down in Australia, I believe it was in Melbourne, of the Russian soldier and the Ukrainian soldier hugging, just utterly crass bollocksy messaging that they felt the need to put out. Amnesty International sent out a mail shot a few days ago that you may have seen, which features a picture on the back of the envelope of a Ukrainian soldier and of a Ukrainian and a Russian hugging, as if this were some kind of mutually avoidable thing that's happening down there, and not actually an aggression by Russia onto the sovereign state of Ukraine and a genocidal aggression like that. So not only genocide apologists, they are also totally tone deaf and incapable of reading the room. They really need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. So no, we won't send you any crap like that in the post. We will thank you for your donations, of course, but please, if you wish to support our work, MriyaAid is the go-to place. Aaron, welcome up to the panel. Very nice to see you.
Hey, thank you again. Good to see you too. And I was using my towel to fight the blood-battered beast of Troll. You know, like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is very helpful. Anyway, that's a reference to a previous conversation. I have a question. Sadly, I really missed Yuda's update yesterday. Could you give me can you state the crux of what he said?
Regretfully, I didn't hear Yehuda's update either. Doman, Axel, can you help us with this, please?
Alas.
And M didn't come back on the panel at any point yesterday saying what great news was brewing in the works in the morning, which left us hanging. But yeah, I still haven't seen anything.
Yeah, unlike coffee, news are sometimes less predictable as the brewing time.
So there wasn't.
I hope that joke was appreciated.
I actually didn't hear. I'm sorry. So there wasn't actually any grand military updates yesterday, like any. Okay, I thought there was, and I thought I missed it.
No, I don't think there was anything grand, but if it were, I missed it as well. Right, talking of military updates, Shipyard.
Hello, ladies and gents. Sorry for my long overdue vacation away from here. I've come bearing news of recent development this morning, as of 31 minutes ago. The Russian Navy appears to be having slight issues with their ships at sea. So this morning, the Baikov class patrol vessel, the Pavel Dezavin, which is the famous one that's currently rocking around with a coke tour on its flight deck, had to be towed back to port due to what appears to be a machinery defect. For layman's terms, that's basically something to do with the machinery of the ship being broken.
You're basically saying the engine broke, or something connecting the engine to the propeller broke.
Yes, so something inside has broken, and Gunny will definitely probably tell you a few bits about that because he's old and he's got way too many sea days than me. But it's interesting to see because this is not the first ship that we've seen having to return to port due to some sort of issue in the engine room. So for those of you who've been around the space for a very long time, you'll probably remember that the Admiral Essen had to return to base a few months back because of an engine fire. She obviously spent about a month alongside and then went back to sea. But what's interesting is with the Pavel Dezavin, she was recently brought back into service with the Tor about 2-3 weeks ago.
So let's contextualize this. So they strapped a land-based mobile anti-air defense system to the back of the ship and thought that was going to work really well because ever since the Moskva sank, the Russian Black Sea Fleet hasn't had proper air defense, and this was their kind of patch on the giant hole that the sinking of the Moskva caused.
Yes, as we nicknamed it, the Coke Tour. It's not really a 100% fix. There are obviously dedicated ships that have better air defense, like the two Gregoroviches, Makarov and Essen, but they tend to go and loiter down south of Crimea. Whereas what this Baikov does is sits off Sevastopol and tries to provide air defense as part of an air defense network around Sevastopol in case of an air attack. With this ship now back in port, under tow, and most likely heading for a dry dock, that's going to limit the air defense capabilities to protect Sevastopol for the next week or so until they remove the Tor off the back end of the Zavin and put on something like the Rogachev, which is the second ship of the class, which had the Tor for about a month and a half, give or take. Gunny, do you want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, I shipmate. I only clocked that 5 minutes ago. Was she towed in from outside harbour? I mean, you know, you and me have come in alongside with a tug connected up fore and aft, so that's not in itself unusual. Do we definitely know she was brought in from open sea?
Yes. So information from the ground states that the ship took a tug, most likely a Project 90600, outside the breakwater. As she was towed in under, obviously, tow, you could definitely tell that the wake from the ship was not being produced by the engines. There was no smoke coming out of the exhausts, and there was no water being discharged overboard, which indicates the ship is, well, the machinery is technically dead. Aside from that, we also had a smaller tugboat, can't give you an exact designation for it, came out of the South Bay. She came out, did a 180 and then reversed alongside and took up position on the stern of the ship. Usual doctrine for the Russian Navy, especially if they're going in, especially for a Baikov, is the ships will come in under their own power. If they're going down the South Bay, which is where the hospital and where the kilos are stationed, they will start the turn and they'll go down under their own power, or sometimes they'll have two of the 90600 tugs come alongside. One goes forward, one goes aft, and they'll tow them down. We did not obviously see this here, but we did see it with the Zarvin 3 days ago when she went out, well, when she came back alongside and went down South Bay. What the Zarvin has done today is very out of the normal, because she's gone with the tugs and she's gone straight to the central part of the naval base. I can't see anywhere further around the corner, but in that central part of the naval base, to the north is a dry dock, and then slightly further on down to the east, take a right, there's a little cove which is called the repair yard. That's where you see the Alrosa. You see a couple of smaller ships like a Grisha, a Tarantul. There's also two. Well, there was two landing ships in there a couple of months ago. There's probably one now. And then furthermore around the bay, there is a bunch of floating dry docks at the very end. We're looking at most likely that ship is heading to either the repair yard or the floating dry docks. Okay, so that's where they're going. So what we've seen is very out of the usual for the Russian Navy.
Yeah. Okay. So for listeners who aren't aware, so we're talking about a ship with two engines. So your ship will have, normally it'll have two main machinery spaces, what we call a main machinery space. That's where the main engine is. And then you have auxiliary engine spaces, which where diesel generators are to provide electricity. Electricity for the weapons, and what you call hotel services, which is lighting, ventilation. So if a twin-engined warship comes in and there is no discernible wake, it means both those engines are out of business, which means it's a machinery casualty that has affected two separate main engines, which means that's catastrophic. As a machinery breakdown on a warship, you have redundancies built in. This is exactly the situation that you don't want. So something fairly emotional has happened to the marine engineering department on board. I'm just looking at the photo, I can't see any signs of soot or anything like that. Nothing indicates a fire, but off the top of my head, I would say either she's had a main machinery space fire, or she has had a electrical failure, which, even though it's kind of separate from the main machinery, it can kind of really affect your main propulsion and shut you down, or something else, maybe a very serious hydraulics failure, which means the steering gear is out of action. Shipyard, that could be a possibility. She's lost her steering gear, maybe. And if a rudder was hard over or something like that, she's not going to be able to maneuver using main engines, and they bring her in under tug anyway. So yeah, I think you're right, mate. I think she's probably heading to dock. Happens to the best of us. HMS Prince of Wales, she's lost one propeller, the ability to use one propeller. So these things do happen. I've been on ships with fairly substantial engineering casualties. So I wouldn't, don't go jumping up and down. Just goes to show, how shit the Russians are. This is kind of a thing with warships. They're very complex, and you do have these problems. I've been in fires on board warships before. It happens across the board. But the implications are, they've lost a radar picket, and one of their most capable radar pickets, and they're going to need to fill that gap over Sevastopol. And if the rumours are true, and they did manage to hit the airborne early warning staging base at Tarorog, or whatever it's called, Russian air defence just got more complicated for them, I think.
Exactly. Tim, you can do this, or I can. I think you're better suited.
Yeah, I was going to ask this. Now, we had a report. I think it was yesterday, if memory serves, that the 4 Kilo class submarines of the Russian Black Sea Fleet have been moved from their usual home port of Sevastopol to Novorossiysk, which is rather further to the east. This was in, I think it was Navy News reported this. I guess my question is, what Kilo doing? Are these reports accurate to your knowledge, and are they significant? That's a question for, I guess, Shipyard and Gunny can double team it, but Shipyard's got his hand up, so please go on.
Yes, thanks, Tim. Right, this is something that banes my life because it's definitely a gash dit or it's very old news. And I'll basically describe this why. Because a few months ago, we saw 3 of the Kilos in Novorossiysk. Okay, they were positioned there. One had been there for about a month. The other 2 went in there most likely for a crew stop, or they were doing some maintenance. There was still a Kilo in Sevastopol. Now, when we look at the 4 Kilos being, apparently moved away, they are mainly based out of Novorossiysk. Prior to the war, they were based out of Novorossiysk. That is their main base. They use Sevastopol to reload, okay, but they can reload in Novorossiysk. What we've seen over the last week or so is not what Navy News and HI Sutton decided to spurt out and basically say, oh no, the submarines are gone. They haven't. They honestly, genuinely have not, okay? So don't believe everything you hear on the news from, it's going to sound really detrimental, from OSINT's accounts, because they are interpreting something that's not correct, or sometimes they can get it correct, but not correct. That's the issue. But when you look at people who are ex-military, I don't want to blow my own trumpet here, they do tend to get things more right. So, and they're actually observing stuff, and they're seeing trends. And the trends we've seen, they have not run away. There's a flipping Kilo going in and out of Sevastopol all the time. There's one currently down the South Bay at the moment. So, I mean, read what you want into that. But honestly, I don't think it is true at all.
So they're just moving stuff around the Black Sea. This is completely normal patterns of behavior, and it's overblown, basically, to sum that up.
Yes. So, putting it plainly, they have 1 Kilo that's technically worked up, ready to fire calibers. Sorry, that's usual. They have 3 that are currently milling around doing stuff, doing training, doing getting ready for operations, or they're doing exercises to make sure that they're combat effective. And then you have Alrosa, which is still somewhere down the other end of Sevastopol, doing what she does best, sitting alongside, looking pretty. So yeah, it's all overblown.
Thank you, Shipyard. Alex.
I suspect Alex might be temporarily indisposed. The thing I'm wondering is, how much do Russian ships break down like this in peacetime, or at least when they're not, in a peer-to-peer war such as the one in Ukraine? I'm just wondering if they break often as well. It's just that they're spending a whole lot more time at sea now, and therefore the rate in human time is higher. But the rate of breakdown, per operational hour is possibly around the same.
So, in terms of that, the Russians, you can also look at the Admiral Kuznetsov, which is the famous aircraft carrier that takes a tug around it everywhere.
Yeah, the reportedly coal-powered, but actually not coal-powered. But my God, does it look like it's coal-powered?
Yeah, so that is definitely an exception to the rule. Okay, so make as many memes as you want about it, but in honesty, the older ships, because they're getting old, they do require a tugboat just in case, God forbid, they break down, because most of them are 30 years old, maybe 40. But in terms of the newer ships that the Russians have, they have a sizable amount they are using quite effectively. They don't really break down that much. And if they do, it's very minor types of things that you can repair alongside. It doesn't really require a tugboat to tug it alongside, but obviously there's case today where the ship has been brought alongside because of an issue. But that's usual type of thing with any navy. You have a slight defect, propulsion, or as Gunny rightly said, with the rudders, that's one of those things. You can obviously look at the Prince of Wales for a fact, that Premier Navy, the Royal Navy, and we have issues. It's one of those, unfortunately.
Can I ask the risk of what the new ship, like how many of the new ships do you really think there are? Because I don't think they had much funding for that, in my opinion, but I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I think so. Chaotic, just in the future, there's a heart with a plus at the bottom. It allows you to do emojis as well as raise your hand. Please use that for future notice, but that's all right. Don't worry. I think the question of new ships isn't. I think shipyards confused what you mean by that. It's not about new ships. It's just they're not going to be building any right now. The Russians, that's for sure. Certainly not any ships that they start to build now. They won't be built by the time that Ukraine has already kicked them out of Ukraine. That's fine. It's just a question of repairs at this point, as opposed to new manufacturing. So you're right, basically, in your assumption. They don't have a capacity to build new ships in such short order.
Yes. So answer a little bit of that question. The Russian Black Sea Fleet, in terms of its getting new ships, they've had 9 of the last 10 years. Maybe, no, 12, 13, roughly, over the last 12 years, which is good for them. Because they're obviously, much better ships than the older legacy stuff like Krivax and, well, Moskva. But that's pretty much how much they've had in terms of frontline, proper frigates, corvettes, that type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's not meaningful. Shipyard, can you tell us a little bit about the capacity of Russians to bring vessels from, say, the Baltic Sea Fleet through the river network down to the Black Sea? Are there any vessels like that still there? They did do it a bit previously, right?
Yeah, so they have done it a bit. So what you're looking at is they've got a couple of Svyazks, which are the small missile boats that the Russians like to lob calibers into Ukraine with. They can technically go up and down the internal riverways, but they have to dismantle the mast, dismantle a couple of other things from the superstructure and the upper works to make sure they go under the bridges. They can't bring anything bigger down the waterways. So, for example, the Vysamov, which is that tanker that was in the Eastern Mediterranean that went to the Baltic, she will not be able to come back down the internal waterways because, one, she's now technically too high. So they brought her down to fit out in Sevastopol. But now, because she's obviously up there, they can't get her under the bridges because the superstructure is too big. Likewise, with something like one of the large frigates, they can't go down. They'll have to go through external waterways, so the seas. There's a possibility you could probably put an extra kilo down the waterways. So Dimitrov, which is the Baltic Fleet's kilo, but she's kind of relegated to becoming a lovely harbour pier amusement. So she's not likely going to do anything with the Black Sea Fleet. So you can probably strike that off. And then stuff like what they're called, Staragushis, they could possibly be better air defense units that the Russian Navy could use. However, again, because they are slightly larger than a Svyazk, they won't be able to go through all the internal waterways because the mast is too big. And if you do start removing the masts, the issue is then connecting all the equipment back up to make them combat effective, which limits the amount of time they have from getting down to getting straight into combat. They'd have to spend maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks alongside fixing up all the equipment inside to make sure the ship is ready to go. Then you need to obviously test everything to make sure that Igor hasn't connected the radar system to the bloody weapon system, and when you obviously turn on positive ME, it doesn't randomly fire a missile. That's kind of the issue they have. So, yeah, unfortunately, well, fortunately for us, unfortunately for the Russians, they aren't sending anything down those rivers.
Excellent. Well, that's good to know. Shipyard, it's very heartening to know. Do you know anything about the current state of land-based air defenses in Crimea? Basically, why can't Ukraine just launch an airstrike, maybe with those laser-guided bombs for Su-25s that Azerbaijan provided, to launch an airstrike, regular old fixed-wing aircraft against Sevastopol? How much too strong are the air defenses around the naval base to be able to do
that? Personally, I don't know, but going off what I've seen over the last month or so, it's a catch-22. So
it's kind of like it's too good for you to risk it. You might get through, but it's just too much of a risk to do.
Yeah, it's like flying into, is it MriyaReport?
Exactly. It's you might be able to do it on a sort of lottery basis almost, but you wouldn't want to do it because it's just not worth it.
You'd want the small suicide drones like they may or may not have done at the Black Sea Fleet headquarters. That would be perfect, but you don't want to risk frogfoots with bombs until you know you can basically blow up all the Panzer mounts, all the S-400 mounts, S-300s, and whatever else they have knocking around somewhere.
Exactly. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Black Sea rundown, Shipyard. I have one last question for you. My thesis is that with the goodwill gesture by the Russian Navy of leaving Snake Island, the Russian Navy has effectively relegated itself to nothing but the Black Sea Fleet, at least, to nothing but a terrorist organization only good at launching cruise missiles from their ships and submarines at various civilian targets and infrastructure targets within Ukraine. Is there anything else they can really do right now? Like really, really do right now?
Well, no, not really. They are literally relegated to bombing around the ocean, trying to protect Sevastopol. Occasion,
but protect Sevastopol from what? I mean, the Ukrainian Navy isn't really going to do an amphibious assault against Sevastopol, right? So what are they protecting Sevastopol against?
They're protecting them against aircraft.
But isn't the land-based batteries around Sevastopol, aren't they doing that a lot better than the couple of Taurus mounted to the backs of other vessels? Shipborne radar, is that what it's more about?
Most likely, yes. I mean, some of the radars have better range resolution, which basically means you can pick up things better. The only problem is, it's something like a Baikov class. The range of that radar is a maximum 30 miles based off an aircraft at 100 feet. If it's flying at water level, it's 9. It's not great, and that's probably it's confusing what the Russians are trying to do, because when you look at the actual numbers of it, it doesn't make sense what they're trying to do. But it does still seem as a deterrent, and that's what I think they are doing, is just being a pain in the ass and being a deterrent just in case.
Okay, so it's 80% what I said, and then 20% maybe some other stuff, mostly by being able to have radars further away from the coast of Crimea. Okay, I'll still keep calling them a terrorist organization then. Thank you, Shipyard. Tim, since we have a bunch of Brits up, shall we look at the UK MOD DI update?
I think that's an excellent idea. Let me just grab it. Bear with me 1 second.
Did we ever go through the one yesterday? I can't recall.
Yes, we did.
Oh, we did. Okay, excellent. Maybe let's hear out Shaggy, and then we can turn to that. Shaggy.
Wow, that was quick. Right, I've just read a tweet. Well, I've just Google translated a tweet from Schultz. And I'm kind of concerned about it, really. He says, in it, he says, expressing one's opinion peacefully is one of the most important rights of our democracy. We don't accept it when extremists, lateral thinkers, and enemies of the Constitution hijack rallies. I mean, what does he mean? Either it's a mistranslation by Google Translate, or is he really seriously against lateral thinkers?
Sounds to me like it needs air quotes around it. You know, it's like people like, I don't know, 9/11 truthers probably consider themselves to be lateral thinkers. I don't know, I detect some irony there.
Okay, all right, it just kind of hit me then, so I thought I'd just pop and ask. All right, thanks very much.
I mean, tweet it out, Shaggy, and I would be glad to have a look at it. But yeah, I mean, I can see, you know, extremists, lateral thinkers, if you know what I mean. You know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know Schultz's personality very well.
We'll get just hold off them. We'll get a couple of Germans up. Freebird and Reinhard. Freebird, go ahead. They can help us explain what he was referring to. Freebird.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Right. The English translation is probably a bit confusing. They are the so-called Querdenker, and yes, the literal translation is lateral thinkers. They're a group which emerged during the COVID crisis or the pandemic, and they were basically opposing the governmental policy against fighting the virus, and they also denied that the virus exists, etc. So they were pretty extremist, and they mingled with the right wing and some other esoteric, and yeah, they were matching strange groups, and that's the group he's referring to. But nonetheless, you're absolutely right. His statement was even by, let's say, normal or sane persons in Germany were not. They didn't take it very good, because it's basically what he's saying is that you can demonstrate, but watch out with whom you demonstrate, and not every demonstration is okay. So this is this of course a valid opinion, but maybe not from the chancellor himself. So yeah, that's the reason why it's being criticized also by normal persons, not only the Querdenker.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, but I mean, he didn't actually specify which rallies he was against as well. So I mean,
I think there was a hashtag in there, Shaggy, and I think that's what it was referring to. GDP something. Freebird, what is that?
Yeah, that's the. He was, as far as I know, he was visiting the union, the police, one of the two big police unions, and it's a common topic among police and you know, like that they have or that they are how you call it, erfahren. I can't remember the English word, but you know, like there are more situations, especially on these demonstrations with Querdenker, where police had experienced, right? That's the word, experienced some violence, and especially against police officers. So that's the context they were speaking of. And yeah, the GDP is the one of the more left union of the police.
All right, thanks very much for the answer. I'll drop down again now. Cheers.
Thank you, Shaggy. So it's a big old nothing then. Excellent. That's always good to hear.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so turning to the MOD report, today's little snippet, as apparently the panel is heaving with Brits today. Oh no, they've all gone. Oh, what a shame. Anyway.
Well, you're stuck here.
I'm stuck here. I've got enough heave for everybody. Okay, so today's update, the 15th of September, the Ukrainian forces continue to consolidate their control of newly liberated areas of Kharkiv Oblast. Russian forces have largely withdrawn from the area west of the Oskil River. The way in which Russian forces have withdrawn in the last week has varied, Some units retreated in relatively good order and under control, while others fled in apparent panic. Now, there's some understatement going on, I think, there when they say some and others.
I mean, we are shocked that a British government agency might be engaging in understatement. It is very much unbecoming of a British government agency doing so, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, British civil servants are famous for their frothing hysteria when it comes to public announcements. Of course, we are joking. This is for those unfamiliar with the British character and manner of speech. There is a tendency to underplay things a little, to understate things a little. So when the British government uses words like "fled in panic," I mean, imagine a combination of a zombie apocalypse and the last days of Rome, and that's the kind of thing that probably happened.
Running with the bulls in Pamplona.
Yeah, exactly, and throwing tomatoes at each other and things like that. You know, good chaotic scenes. Chaotic scenes. To finish the report, finally, the MOD says that high-value equipment abandoned by retreating Russian forces included capabilities essential to enable Russia's artillery-centric style of warfare. Among these are at least one Zoopark counter-battery radar and at least one IV-14 artillery and command control vehicle. Such abandonment highlights the disorganized retreat of some Russian units and likely localized breakdowns in command and control. Now, for those who are not very familiar with the ancillary equipment to artillery, a counter-battery radar is something you use to detect incoming enemy artillery fire. So it is used, they come in all shapes and sizes. The one I'm most familiar with personally is the Light Counter-Mortar Radar, or LCMR, which is a little thing about the size of an oil drum, which comes from the United States. The Americans wisely mount them on top of a Humvee, whereas the good old British Army make you carry them around in the back of Land Rovers and assemble them when you need to use them. So they're fairly small thingies, and their aim is to detect incoming mortar and artillery rounds on a fairly small, on a fairly small scale with a fairly small range. There are bigger ones, of which Zoopark, I believe, is one. It's not a system I'm particularly familiar with.
It's mounted on it's an armored vehicle, basically dedicated as a counter battery radar.
Right. Okay.
So much bigger than an oil drum.
Right. Yes, it's a big thing that goes on top of a tank, and it looks like a sort of clamshell opening. I've just had to Google it because I don't know what they look like. But it's a whacking great big thing, a big fancy expensive piece of kit that, as the UK MOD points out, is essential to Russia's style of warfare, which is basically the use of overwhelming artillery backed up by very poor quality infantry. And so to do that, you need to be able to locate and neutralize enemy artillery batteries, and this is what counter-battery radar is used for. And they've just abandoned at least one of them as they fled in panic.
So apparently, this is according to some Ukrainian Twitter accounts yesterday. These things cost $20-odd million, if I remember correctly. I was reading about this yesterday briefly. $20-odd million a piece, or maybe $10 million a piece, something along those lines. Basically, it's a very expensive piece of kit. The sort of piece of kit that you should really blow up if you're going to leave behind. And they didn't. It's in apparently relatively pristine condition.
Oh dearie me, what silly Russians they are! I assume this is the latest in a long line of very kind donations to the Ukrainian armed forces that the Russian Federation has been making. A lovely intact counter-battery radar system. Another interesting thing that backs up what we were discussing yesterday with our friend Gunny, among many others, is the UK MOD is citing this as an example of a breakdown in command and control. Now, we know that Ukraine has very, very impressive signals intelligence capabilities, backed up by our friends in the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force, who are flying very, very fancy SIGINT aircraft, RC-135s, all over Romania, all over to the east of Ukraine, and all over the Black Sea. And so there is going to be a very, very detailed picture of what Russia's what Russia's radio net looks like. So this is going to enable Ukrainian forces to target Russian command and control elements very, very much more easily and with much more precision. And the UK MOD highlights this. The UK MOD highlights this by saying that this abandoning equipment is a symptom of command and control just not really functioning as it should. So orders are not being relayed, orders are not arriving, orders are not being sent at all, orders are not being understood. Gunny was saying that Ukraine is in the habit of spoofing orders. So basically sending orders on Russian frequencies purporting to come from Russian commanders when in fact it is Ukraine making it up, and just to cause disarray and confusion about what Russian forces are supposed to be doing. Yes, the UK MOD obviously following the Maria report, because we were having a conversation about this breakdown in command and control yesterday. So we said it first. Could we say that?
Sure. I don't know if it's true.
And it's true.
But
it is true.
Oh, well, there we go.
Absolutely. So never mind the defense intelligence organizations of major NATO players. The Maria report is what you should be listening to. Of course, I'm teasing.
I was not making a facetious joke. I'm telling you that when Yehuda came out with information, that information was and remains true. And whether the PR department of some government organization, which we highly trust and we respect, has decided to make a judgment call in its own right, is completely within their remit, as is Yehuda, based on information which comes from people who are in Ukraine.
Absolutely. Axel, while you're here, shall we have a chat about General Zorn?
Why is he worth discussing?
He's been saying awfully silly things in the last couple of days in the press. This is something I just noticed on Twitter. He gave an interview to Focus yesterday. For those who don't know, General Zorn is the Inspector General of the Bundeswehr. So he is the most senior man in the German armed forces. I believe that's correct. He's the most senior chap, Axel?
Yes, and unfortunately, we have one more thing in common. We're both born in Saarbrücken.
Oh,
the site of the small reunification.
Sorry, what?
Sorry, that's well, you said Saarbrücken, right? Yeah,
Saarbrücken, yeah, Western Germany.
Yeah,
German-French border.
Mm-hmm. The small reunification of what was it, 1953, 54?
I don't think we've ever called it that way.
Oh no, okay. Well, the first of the two reunifications after the formation of the Federal Republic of Germany. Never mind, doesn't matter. So basically, he said that he doesn't see a real counteroffensive going on in Ukraine.
Correct, yes.
The Kharkiv counteroffensive, which is hilarious.
Yes. He said, I'll quote him, he's talking about all sorts of just utterly bizarre things, even to the most casual observer of the war in Ukraine. He has said that he fears that Russia could open a second front and moots the possible places of attack as Kaliningrad, or Königsberg, as it's properly known, Governor 1A. Jakob. So Königsberg, the Baltic Sea, the Finnish border, Georgia, Moldova, there are many possibilities. Putin would have the skills, even though about 60% of his land forces are bound in the Ukraine war. The land forces, as well as the Russian Navy and Air Force in particular, still have unbound capacities. If Putin ordered a general mobilization, he would also have no personnel problems. Now, luckily, our friend Ben Hodges jumped all over this and took a big poo on it. Now, Ben Hodges quickly hit back on Twitter saying that Finland alone would crush Russian forces, correct? Lithuania and Poland would smother Königsberg in a week. I wouldn't even give it a week. I'd give it a wet afternoon. And that the Russian Navy is hiding behind Crimea, even though Ukraine has no navy. No, we have discussed that. We have discussed that on the channel about 20 minutes ago. A possible exaggeration or an issue of terminology there, but nevertheless, Ukraine, the Russian Navy, shall we say, does not have an unalloyed history of victory in this particular war, or indeed in the history of the Russian Navy generally. Now, General Hodges also rightly craps all over the statement that Putin would have no personnel problems in the event of a general mobilization. Now, this concept of mobilization is heavily mythologized by shall we say, the more cretinous observers of the war in Ukraine. Yes, Russia does have a legal framework for mobilizing, and it removes a lot of the barriers or theoretical barriers to getting men into the field, such as the ability of kontrakniki, so the professional soldiers of the career soldiers rather of the Russian army, removes their ability to resign, allows conscripted men to be deployed overseas against their will, that sort of thing. But the ability for Russia to marshal these new men, it's one thing to declare conscription, it's quite another thing to bring it into effect. The ability for them to do that is obviously very limited. Their ability to get these men trained, I mean, they cannot do that in a reasonable time frame, and equipping them is another matter altogether. We are seeing, Russia is using T-62 tanks in Ukraine. One was captured yesterday by Ukrainian forces. We are seeing them using the old steel helmets, the ones that look like tortoiseshells that you see in James Bond films. They've been issuing those. Presumably, they've got them out of museums. There is, we've seen pictures of Russian forces in the field looking like they have just wandered off a Cold War film set. This is really quite embarrassing. And so, even if Russia succeeded in declaring this general mobilization and anybody actually showed up, they would not be able to train them, they would not be able to equip them, and it would seem to make no appreciable difference on the battlefield. So I must ask rhetorically, what General Zorn doing? John?
Well, I'm going to go into bat for General Zorn, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The principle of civil-military relations in a democracy means that the higher command of the military is at all times subordinate to the chief executive of the state. And that is just how militaries work in all democracies. The alternative, if you don't feel able to continue to do that, is to resign. So this general is forced effectively to come up with all these fantastical scenarios that we know, and he knows, you can guarantee he knows, bear no resemblance whatsoever to reality. But constitutionally, he is bound to be elastic with the facts and the realities on the ground in order not to contradict the chief executive. He doesn't have a choice. And even if he said, I can't do this is ludicrous, I'm resigning, for a chief to resign is still a political act, because that indicates to everybody that the military does not support the policy being pursued by the executive. So however distasteful it is, and it is distasteful, and it is professionally humiliating for him and for those he represents, because everybody knows that this is a charade, but nevertheless, constitutionally, he is forced to maintain that. So yeah, I disagree with everything he's written. Everything he's written is clearly nonsense. You know it, we know it, everybody knows it, he knows it. It's not his responsibility, unfortunately. It rests with the chief executive. and that was it.
Sure, yeah, of course, that is a very fair and true observation. I have seen speculation from German journalists as well as well, I've seen statements from German journalists and other people on Twitter as well saying that, you know, this is not a professional military opinion. This is him, you know, essentially this is the German establishment's kind of closing ranks around a higher philosophy of what they're doing here. So yeah, that's a totally fair observation. Axel.
Yeah, how should I put it? You don't have to compromise your integrity by finding words to support something which is not based in fact. If you are forced into such a position, you can find better words, both in German as well as in English, if you so like. And he is a very experienced hand in NATO. So he should be able to choose his words and his characterizations of other armies' actions, maybe a little bit more ambiguously, albeit more reservedly. I think the latter would stand the military figurehead of the German armed forces in good stead. There are family members of ours who have served with him when he was significantly younger than they were in Koblenz, who would probably utter the same kind of statements of mine in a slightly different fashion, maybe a little bit more harshly and with a bit more disdain, albeit that the general has served with impeccable capability in the bureaucracy of the German Ministry of Defense. And I wish that he would return to his leadership role, thinking of the Rapid Reaction Force, for which he once had responsibility, and should therefore know fairly well how highly mobile, piercing attacks can be arranged and executed by a modern army, even if it's bereft of those IFVs, APCs, main battle tanks, which would give it the speed it deserves, which people who are in such position currently are cajoling the civil leadership opinion to the point that they feel that it's not necessary to deliver them, or they should be withheld for fear of a potential escalation, which is completely unreasonable. In that regard, I disagree. And John, thank you for the kind words to highlight as to what kind of constraints General Zorn may feel or have or think he's facing. But there are people such as Zandrat in Stettin or Chechen who speak a significantly clearer language. And I can only hope that they soon enough will be elevated to postings which merit more attention than Mr. Zorn. I find it significantly disappointing when reading his statements in recent days and hearing him in public statements on television. It is shameful for a German army officer.
Thank you, Axel. Nina.
If someone has something to add about this discussion, I will let go first because I have something else. But just a mini question.
Nina.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mini question.
Sorry, Nina, can I interrupt briefly? Sorry, Nina, I just wanted to get this off my chest. I apologize. I'm not in a good mood today, and therefore I try to avoid speaking. But I would like to highlight one thing. In view of what audacity, massively good planning, and operational capability it took the Ukrainian armed forces to circumnavigate, outflank, outwit, outgun, outstrip, and then wade through, disperse, encircle, capture, and kill Russian forces in Balaklia, Kupiansk, and especially Izium, as well as Liman and Oskil. And in view of the fact that in excess of 1,000 people have been, and now finally the Western media is picking up on this, albeit that it's known since yesterday, that massive atrocities have been identified, and these hardworking, fantastically operating Ukrainian soldiers have prevented many, many more thousand people falling prey to the same unwarranted violence, suppression, and atrocities. I find it despicable, shameful, and worthy of a simple resignation letter of Mr. Zorn to even show his face without a stringent, clear apology.
Thank you, Axel. I
Can I
believe,
just-
Nina, if you'd like to change the subject, please, I'd appreciate it if you'd wait. We do have some hands up on this topic. Let's go to Gunny and then to John, please.
Yeah, I mean, Axel, in your defence, in the German military's defence, it's not just the German military. Look, we had a discussion about this a while ago. There's, I'm sure it's the same in the German military as it is in the UK. There's something called values and standards. We teach it every year to the boys and girls, and integrity is a key part of that. And whilst I understand that climbing the greasy pole may need you to box up sometimes some of your own opinions in order to get to places where you think you can make a difference, I think for the head of an army to display such a lack of integrity as to be given that heap of shite and then to publicly proclaim it as though he believes it's fact reflects very badly on him, and it sets an appalling standard to junior NCOs, senior NCOs and officers, most of whom will know that it's complete shite, but who will see someone who is willing to do that for career purposes. We expect better from our senior officers. We expect better from our senior NCOs and our junior NCOs. We expect leadership, integrity, honesty, respect for others. Here, like the German naval senior officer a few months ago, he's just displayed a complete lack of that. But the German military isn't alone in it. We've seen it in the UK military as well. We've seen it in the US military. And it's just a sad reflection that these people get to these positions of authority and don't have a spine enough to say, after 30 odd years of career, I will not repeat this because this is rubbish. And I dare you to fire me, and I'll come out all guns blazing. Reflects poorly on him, reflects incredibly poorly on the government that gave him that and told him to say it. But what can you do? We're just used to it now. And certainly I think any veteran here listening will agree with me that the greasy pole is incredibly greasy, and in order to get to the top, the first weight that you take off sometimes is your integrity and your honesty. And that's probably been a case through the ages. So, you know, Axel, what are you going to do, mate? It's just the way you work. You know, I'd much rather have had you as my OC, who probably has a spine, than that idiot. But that's the way the dice roll, shit, mate. And it's also why I got fantastically very nowhere in my military career, because I couldn't shut my fucking mouth.
Thank you, Gunny. John.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to Axel and Gunny, obviously, I agree with both of them. I was just trying to steelman the guy's position because, I mean, I've spent a number of years studying civil military relations, and it is sacrosanct that the higher command does not publicly come out and go against the chief executive, the political chief executive, which is obviously the civilian authority, which ultimately has control over the military. And if you don't have that, then you have deep trouble. But agreed with everything Axel said. You know, there are ways of making your point, and you know what he wrote was cartoonish, and how he's going to show his face with within his opposite numbers in NATO's now, I'm not quite sure. But I think the bigger point, the more, and for our purposes, the more important point, is that this demonstrates that the sort of brief rush of excitement yesterday that we all had when Miss Baerbock made her statement, you know, we're probably counting our chickens before they've hatched. I think this is all about this issue of the re-export licenses, and I won't believe that's done and a done deal until we start seeing vehicles flowing from other countries to Ukraine, over which the German government has a veto.
Thank you, John. Nina.
I just want to jump in
Yes.
real quick. Sorry. I just want to say that a number of Germans messaged me since Axel's description and said they wholeheartedly agree with him. That's all I wanted to say. Nina.
Thank you, Dom. And yes, I have been listening here, and if Axel is not in a good mood, I understand. Even if I didn't read this whole thing and hear all your discussion about this man, what he has said or done, whatever, I don't know. I need to read what you sent to me, Dom, and so thank you for that. So is it okay if I ask some question about some other topic?
Go right ahead. There's only so much things we can say, and I think Axel covered it extensively and detailedly well, as have gotten John and Tim. Go ahead, Nina.
Okay. So you know that Putin and Xi has a meeting in a city which I don't remember, and they have closed
Tashkent, I think, in Uzbekistan. But might be somewhere else in Uzbekistan.
Well, never mind, but they have closed the whole city, and also Erdogan will join them if he didn't already. This Erdogan's behavior, being in a NATO country, this is really, what is the word? Worrying, like not worrying, but like this is not. I don't think this is like appropriate. What should we do?
Well, we can't do an awful lot. People who can do sit in Washington, D.C. primarily, as well as places like London. And what they will do is they will prioritize. They will prioritize the more important things over the less important things. Is Turkey at the same summit? I checked where it is in Samarkand, which is an ancient city in Uzbekistan. Lots of pretty stuff there from the Middle Ages. Is Erdogan going? Is that what you're getting at, Nina?
What did you ask, Domen? Is Erdogan
going to the same meeting as Putin?
Yes,
yes. Okay, yes. Right. So that kind of makes sense in that Turkey has substantial interests in Central Asia. This is a Central Asia Security Summit. So basically, there are two nuclear powers that have significant interest there, namely China and Russia. So no surprise that they're going to be there. Turkey also has substantial interests there as well. What I want to note there is that a lot of Central Asian countries are Turkic. That is to say, their languages are related to Turkish, their cultures are somewhat related to Turkish as well. So Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan among them. And Turkey has close political and diplomatic relations with, well, some more than others, but that's basically why they're there. Now, Turkey, of course, would be there regardless of whether it was in NATO or not. It's all quite all right. Anybody who's wondering what we were talking about, the German general, go to my timeline. The third tweet down is a retweet of a tweet by Mina Olender, a former guest in the space. There's an article in there and there's some commentary on there. If you've missed about the German military, guy, go there. It's the third tweet down. You can find it. You can read about it. Retweet from Mina Olender, because I can't send the link to all 17 of you who have now asked me to do so. So that's what's going on there. We won't go further into it. Axel's covered as much as he can. Now, who can do anything about Erdogan? Again, they sit in London and Washington, D.C. They have high positions. They can do stuff. What will they do? They will prioritize. They will do the most important things first, such as make sure that Erdogan doesn't get too cozy with Russia, and B, that Turkey delivers some stuff to Ukraine, which it already has, some pretty swanky Turkish MRAPs. Okay, swanky, maybe going a bit far. Definitely better than definitely a lot better than being in a pickup truck or an SUV or some such. Far better than that. And thirdly, make sure that Turkey supports eventual accession of Sweden and Finland into NATO, which it also will. There's a meeting, I think, on Saturday. Finnish President Niinistö is traveling to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Biden, as is, I believe, Erdogan, as is someone from Sweden, I think. I'm not entirely sure what's going on Saturday. Someone else can fill me in on that. So that will be moving along. Now, today, there are going to be several decisions being made on Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO. For anybody who's missed it, 24 countries have ratified. 24 out of 30 countries have ratified Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO as of a few weeks ago. One of them is still awaiting deposit. 23 have been deposited. Deposit just means handing in stuff to the correct office in Washington, D.C., where the initial treaty is based. So that the one that's still awaiting deposit is the Czech Republic. Today, there are votes in both the Spanish and Greek parliaments. Tomorrow, there is a vote in the Portuguese parliament. And next week, on the 20th, there is a vote in the Slovak parliament. So three out of the outstanding 6 are expected to be sorted out today and tomorrow, and then one more next week. That will leave only 2, which is Hungary and Turkey. At that point, there will be some serious pressure being put on Erdogan and Orban by the good people in Washington, as well as London, as well as some other places, and it will all be sorted out sooner rather than later. So that's what can be done. People in Washington, London will prioritize the more important things over the less important things and lean on them, so to speak. Nina?
Thank you, Dom. And what you said sounds good in my ears. This is just like somehow really I can't imagine this picture that Erdogan is going to meet Putin and Xi, and then he's going to meet Biden and Niinistö and the Swedish prime minister. This is strange. Oh, well, anyway.
No, this is politics. Nina. This is politics and diplomacy. It just is how it is.
Yeah, I am a photographer, so I don't understand a lot of politics. And I want to ask. This is, of course, maybe not the right thing to do, but I feel for Axel. He said he's not in a good mood, so I just want to send you some, like a hug.
Very nice of you, Nina. And Axel heard. Thank you, Nina. I'm sure Axel needs it.
Since we're talking about Finland, I would note that a Patria has been spotted in Ukraine. Several Sisu XA-180/185. I don't know what that means. I know what Sisu means. Amphibious armored personnel carriers. They're 6x6 vehicles, so 6-wheel drive vehicles, made in Finland. Very high quality, and Pauli is going to come up and tell us all about them. Have appeared in Ukraine. Pauli, can you hear us? Pauli, mic check. Pauli?
Yeah, I'm really happy
I see
about
him as
this news.
speaker. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm really...
I just want to say one thing quickly. We heard something about some Finnish government official mentioning that heavy weapons have been sent from Finland to Ukraine, but the number or type were not mentioned. I suspect these are them. And now please tell us what you know about them, what their capabilities are, and why you are so stoked.
All right. So can you just repeat the model number? So
Sisu XA-180 and 185. One of the two, probably. It's probably hard to tell visually which is which.
Yeah. All right. So these are the proper solid man-carrying vehicles that were introduced in the 1980s. So they are solid, and they're usually amphibious. So you can actually go across rivers, not with like high current, but with small current you can go across, and with lakes and ponds you can easily go. They are usually all amphibious. That's quite normal. But then the older ones, they are not necessarily like modernized. So there are also how do I say, Sisus from the 80s that are not amphibious. So XA203, if I'm correct, is non-amphibious. Although they might look same for how do I say,
if you want to compare, if you want to maybe compare these to maybe M113s, of which there have been many dozens, indeed many hundreds, sent to Ukraine by various nations. Are they comparable vehicles? I know these are wheeled and not tracked, but when it comes to armor, to their armor, are they comparable? Because what Ukraine is lacking to a great degree is just simply armored vehicles to carry infantry around, as opposed to them having to rely on vans and SUVs and the like, right?
Yeah. So of course I'm biased, but if I would compare PMP and Sisu, I would say PMP is a Lada Niva, and Sisu is a Mercedes S-Class. So that's my take on the matter. And the operating range is around like 500 or 550 miles or 900 kilometers. So I would say it's a good match for Ukraine and this war. And they usually carry a half a team, so maybe like 20 personals, usually like a driver, then the leader, and then 18 people, 16 to 18 people usually. That's my experience. So I would say it's a good match, and it will increase the capability. So if you just Google Sisu 180 or XA 180, you'll see what it's about. And these have been effectively used in operation. So it's not just our like dreaming, but these have been used in peacekeeping operations in Europe and in I think also in outside Europe in peacekeeping missions. So they are solid.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Pauli. So earlier today, we were talking about how Finland probably doesn't have a lot of capacity to spare because of its very large military force. And it's great to have seen some of the pretty high quality, very high quality armored personnel carriers having been sent from Finland to Ukraine to be used to fight off the Russian invasion. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. As you said that you're stoked, I am likewise stoked, because that means that if Finland is sending things like this, then maybe our earlier discussion about the CV90 Swedish IFVs might actually bear some fruit from Sweden as well. And I, for one, would very much absolutely love to see that, because that being kind of the Swedish answer to Bradley to some degree at the very least, right? If those were sent, that would be very heartening, because it would possibly mean a lot more similar type vehicles being sent by other countries as well. I see we have Harry Liuksiala up. I'm guessing you're Finnish as well. If you want to comment on these, feel free, and then we're going to be on other.
Hello, very pleased to meet you. Thank you for this excellent program. My name is Harry. I'm from Finland too. We are getting this thing Finlandized. I had a small question about Erdogan, if somebody might want to comment a bit later. Now looking back, how important was his decision to block the Russian boats getting to the Black Sea? And what was his real motivation? Was he pressurized to do that or what?
Oh, I'm very happy to answer that. That's pretty simple. It was quite significant because it meant that Russians specifically couldn't replace the Moskva with anything. Right, Moscow was their main air defense in the Black Sea. They couldn't bring in another one of those. They also couldn't bring in more cruise missile launching platforms in. So from that perspective, it was quite strong. I think Turkey didn't really need an incentive to do so. I think there was plenty inherent incentive for Turkey to do so, because it simply makes them look strong, because it allows them to exercise the one big geopolitical strategic strength they have, which is the Montreal Treaty and the control over the Turkish Straits. So I think there's plenty of incentive there for Erdogan himself to feel strong about himself, and for the Turkish electorate who are going to the polls next year to feel good about themselves. By comparison, Turkish comments on Greece and the heightening of tensions with Greece, according to a poll within Turkey, has borne no fruit for him whatsoever. So he's probably glad to have at least done that. That much I can say for sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
And we are not just beginning to get Finlandized in the best possible way, not in the Soviet era Finlandization sort of way. We have always been very Finlandized. Lots of Finns here all the time, because Finns understand the importance of the Russian invasion to Ukraine, of Ukraine to Europe, the world, and of course themselves. And that's why we're very popular among the Finns at all times. Actually, interestingly enough, our podcast version of the MriyaReport, where interviews are uploaded, there have been as many population. That is how popular. I think the US is now leading 1 percentage point or something. I think the US is now leading by like 1 percentage point or something over Finland. It's a very minor difference. So good job with that. I think his speechwriters deserve a raise for that invention.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's to highlight that at least the Green Party and also Robert Habeck is pressuring this coalition to more weapons, and Habeck is usually a little bit more conservative in his things he said. So if he already says maybe we can have some hope, but I don't want to hang the hopes too high.
Thank you, Björn. I do hope. I sincerely hope. I don't know how much hope I'm willing to put into them, but I sincerely hope that they pressure their coalition partners into doing more and better and deliver the right weapons, at least is the way we define them here, which is hundreds of Leopard 1s, hundreds of Leopard 2s, and also hundreds of MADAs heading to Ukraine ASAP. That would really shut us all up. This is the best piece of free advice to every advisor of the German government. Shut up your critics, send weapons to Ukraine, send MADAs, send the O1s, send the O2s ASAP in vast numbers, and you will really shut us all up, and we will never have anything bad to say over you again. Timo, another Finn.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. So Greek Parliament it accepted Finland's and Sweden's application. It was all three largest parties agreed. So it was something like 90% for Finland and Sweden.
So 2 parliaments are voting today. It is the Greek Parliament and the Spanish Parliament. We've not yet heard from the Spanish Parliament. In the first reading, it was something like 325 for against, 18 abstentions, I think. And it's great to hear that the Greeks have now voted for it as well. It took them a little while to get to it, a couple of hours longer than we expected. And then tomorrow, Portugal is voting as well. So it's good news all around. And in Portugal, other than the Portuguese Communist Party, who are pretty much the most Catholic communists you can possibly imagine. Other than them, nobody's going to be voting against in Portugal for the best we know as well. So good news all around. Of course, we all knew that they would be voting for. Thank you, Timo. Nina, happy?
Yes, happy, of course. But Domen, I have to say, I don't understand what kind of brain you have, because you have such knowledge about everything and anything what is just happened. I don't understand. Is it possible to have? Do you have a big head?
The proof is in the pudding, Nina. And yes, I have trouble fitting it through some fences sometimes. Very good. CJ, good morning, CJ. I have a question about something you have little expertise in. Would you like to try to answer it?
You can definitely try and stump the chump, as we say.
Okay, I'll be stumping the chump by, or whatever you just said, by asking you, what is so great about Leopard tanks? Why would they create a significant advantage for Ukraine?
Well, I think the easiest answer is because they're close by, right? And, they're relatively, as far as I understand, not too maintenance heavy, which means that, because they're quote unquote German engineering, like a lot of other famous tanks throughout history that don't really need to be named, they're pretty reliable, which in the case of this war is something pretty important. A lot of the Soviet tanks, from what I understand from hearing about it from my friends that are armor and tank officers, is that really with a lot of the Soviet tank models, the idea was you would really have to have a much larger quantity of them than your adversary to win out with that model. Whereas, of course, as we all know, or maybe some of us don't know, in the example of a famous modern tank battle like 73 Easting, where basically 20 to 50 U.S. tanks took out a couple hundred T-72 and Soviet-made tanks that the Iraqi army was using. Yes, there was obviously some skill involved and some crew training involved, but the reality was, it was pretty bad weather. And so there was really no American air support for that mission in particular. And so what it came down to was sort of like how good the tanks were to a large degree. And the reality was the Abrams and, I think there was a couple of French tanks there as well, were just a much higher quality than the T-72 and other Soviet era tanks. So that would be the biggest thing I would say that the Leopard would bring to the table is, yes, it's relatively, a little bit older, but it's pretty reliable, which in a very muddy, gigantic country like Ukraine, that's something that is going to count for a lot, especially in the winter.
And also availability is a big part of it, right? Germany operates a large number of them, and a number of other allied countries also operate substantial numbers of them. And if some are sent by, if 100 or so, or 200 or 300 are sent by Germany, then quite a few extra ones can be sourced, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit more somewhere else still. And that'll be quite significant as well.
Yeah, and what we have to keep in mind as well is like for the Kharkiv counteroffensive, right? Ukraine left a lot of its tanks behind in terms of their normal task organization, right? Because what they attacked with in Kherson, for example, according to Russian reports, so again, take it with a grain of salt, was what looks like a standard NATO combined arms battalion, or what that means is the ratio is, 1/3 tank to 2/3 infantry fighting vehicles and more. So pretty standard, somewhat light, but very flexible, and a lot of firepower. What they attacked with in Kharkiv, according to military analysts and other people, was even a lighter array of tanks, even less. So it meant that they were even more mobile, but they lacked some firepower. So when we get into Donetsk and Luhansk and other areas that, well, presumably the Russians have prepared very strong defensive positions the last 8 years. Who knows if they actually have or not? But let's assume they're very competent for a moment. They will need a lot more heavy tanks to break through a lot more fortifications. So the tanks might not be necessarily really that helpful for something like Kharkiv, but for Donetsk and Luhansk right on the Russian border, that's going to be even more important that they get those eventually.
And lastly, survivability, CJ. Is that a big difference between Western-made tanks and Russian tanks?
Yep. Again, the strength of the Soviet tank was not that they would be high quality, but you'd have a lot of them. And as we've seen with the turret tossing competitions, the T-72s and other Russian tanks simply do not survive very long unless they're in great hands like the Ukrainians.
Right, exactly. So it's a way to protect Ukrainian troops from being killed more often, and that's an important part as well. So even if a tank gets destroyed with a Soviet design tank, usually the whole crew gets it as well, and then you've lost not just the tank but a trained crew for it as well. Whereas with Western-made tanks, a lot fewer of they get destroyed less easily. B, even if they do, the crew have a much higher chance of survival, which is good because you don't have dead soldiers, but also because you retain a trained crew as well. CJ?
Maybe you would understand this better than I, Domin, because I've seen mixed reports over the last 48 hours from Germany. Is it true that they've prepared both Leopards and Martyrs for sending? So, for example, they've gone through, made sure they're up to standard. They've made sure that they're relatively safe, especially since they're taking some out of storage. And they are preparing to send them, even if they haven't agreed politically to send them. Is that correct?
That's what I gathered. Oh, excellent. Well, perfect. I'm glad to have heard that very concretely said yes. Very good. Thank you, Axel, for assuaging your fears. Bionade, thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I have a different question. It's about tanks to CJ. I remember I think at Sunday or something like this was a picture of I think an American tank in Ukraine, and what did came out of this? I'm still wondering. Was it chopped? Was it not chopped?
CJ, did you get someone fired?
I got some good news and bad news about that. So the bad news is it was Ukrainian and Americans having some fun. Americans out of Fort Stewart, Georgia, and Ukrainians out of Izium. As part of a little bit of the misinformation or whatever you want to call it, Ukraine appeared to be everywhere in Kharkiv even before they got there, and this is one of the ways they did it was by showing American tanks, by showing signs that they had captured, and it was pretty effective in making the Russians run. So that was unfortunately not a real American tank in Ukraine. However, as many polls pointed out and others pointed out, America has given about 30 tanks on loan of this type to Poland to start training at this brand new tank academy, which opened in August, a tank academy that Ukrainians are at. And, both General Milley, Secretary Austin, and many others have said that this, Abrams are something that are being discussed pretty openly, even if some American politicians are saying it's not going to happen anytime soon. But I would wait and look very closely at the newest U.S. aid package, which I think will be announced probably today or tomorrow. They tend to come out on Fridays in America. But a couple of the things that Ukraine has requested, with the Kharkiv counteroffensive being so successful, are ATACMS and Abrams. So it is something that may be announced and something that they may already be trained on to a large degree. So it's encouraging to say the least.
So this would also hint a little bit with the statements from Baerbock and from Habeck that decision about some tanks had been made together in the next days. So
what's pretty funny about that, there is an update, and apparently the tank post that I had made was asked as a question to the German Minister of Defense as a reason why, hey, look, America's sending tanks, why can't Germany? So I guess in a way, my post had an effect to maybe spur on getting Leopards. So in that regard, I guess it was pretty successful. So social media is a very strange place at times, I would say.
Yeah,
Praise
absolutely.
thee, Thane of Tanks. And no, I did not quote the play Nobody is Allowed to Quote on stage.
So maybe we see some Abrams and maybe some Leopards, maybe old ones, maybe newer ones very soon. Would be nice, but yeah. How was it saying, Domin? What
In
you
their
say was
natural habitat. In their
in the
natural
natural
habitat.
yeah, going hunting.
And I think, not to jump the gun a bit, but leopards have been seen quite actively in Poland in the about a month ago past. So there's a very good chance that the Germans who do want to take their time training the Ukrainians to a very high level. We saw this with the Panzer howitzers and the Mars, right? It took quite a long time. They weren't doing the expedited American training, but what was going on while the Germans were training the Ukrainians was the Ukrainians were integrating the software and improving it greatly so that when it hit the ground in Ukraine, as we say, it was they're much better suited, and they actually used it maybe even better than anyone had ever before. So I'd imagine with leopards and other things that this is happening as well. So yes, we wish Germany was a bit quicker, I think, but at the same time, the level of training they're getting and the level of gear that they're getting from Germany is pretty much almost unparalleled by any other country, other than maybe the US, UK, and a few others. Again, we all recognize Germany has a massive GDP and a pretty big military budget, although I know Axel wishes it was a bit larger, but it's very interesting to see, how much they've actually given, which is quite substantial at the end of the day.
So I was I read something about the Panzerhaubitze, and I'm not sure about the Gepard 2, but it took some time longer because they made some vital updates with some really new technology. Can somebody say something to this, or somebody heard something about this?
I think this is about the GIS ARTA, right, CJ?
Yeah, just very generally, the Ukrainians, in order to overcome, Russians' fire supremacy for the last 8 years, they have to shoot in much smaller numbers and very much more spread out. So instead of your normal standard 6-gun battery all firing together, they basically put their guns very far apart and by themselves. So it requires a bit more training, but it also requires a bit more coordination to make sure if you're very spread out, the rounds are still landing in the same place. And so this is something the Ukrainians made sure was compatible with the German tanks, who aren't necessarily designed that way, so that when they hit the ground, that's why you see these videos of Panzer howitzers by themselves shooting in Ukraine. It's incorporated with this technology, and it's why no Panzer howitzers and pretty much no, as far as I know, no donated self-propelled howitzers have been destroyed by Russia, except for maybe 1 or 2 M109s from Norway that ran out of ammo completely and gas, and they had to abandon them, but the crew survived. So really incredible that they've been able to keep them fighting for so long. And the other thing I'd say real quickly is some people were not happy that the Panzer howitzers required maintenance, but these things fire so many rounds so quickly that they tend to not be able to shoot as much as, let's say, a 777 or some of the other howitzers, but there's been no breakdown of them, right? They're cycled through for maintenance. It's very standard, and they have enough parts and enough people and enough guns to do this quite effectively. So all the Ukrainian artillery people that I've heard from really have no complaints, and they're really happy to get them. And that's why also Ukraine has purchased, I believe, 50 or 100 of these for the future. I'm not sure when they'll be delivered, but they're pretty confident enough to put money behind it. So
yeah, it's a great piece of kit.
And you can ask every German car owner. It's you like to buy a car which is how we say in German, checkgepflegt, yeah, which has all his maintenance made by the factory producer, car mechanic. Personally, at best, the engine engineer have to look into it by the service by itself when we buy a car. But if we have the car. Nobody likes making services, and that's also with bigger equipment.
Exactly.
Well, one other last
and the issue,
sorry.
CJ, can you talk to this breech block issue and the wear and tear, which was seemingly considered in regard to the Panzer howitzer?
Yeah, I think it was, what I understand was, basically there's different rates of fire for these guns, right? They can shoot incredibly quick, but not incredibly quick over a long period of time. And so I think the Ukrainians, when they got these things, they didn't have many artillery pieces, so they pushed them pretty much to the theoretical max pretty quickly. And so they had to come down for maintenance, I think, a bit sooner than they would have wanted, but it wasn't out of the specifications of the autoloader as it would be. So they were able to bring them back to the rear, do the normal scheduled maintenance, which normally in NATO militaries is about every fiscal quarter, so every 3 months. But in about a week, Ukraine had fired that much artillery to make up for a quarter of a year for what NATO would normally do. So they brought him back for scheduled maintenance and brought him back to the front. And I'll also point out, Bio, you're talking about German cars. We cannot forget that the head of the German Legion during the Battle of the Antonov Airport, when he ran out of AK ammo, used his BMW he had to run over retreating Russian paratroopers. So it's very clear German engineering is pretty effective against Russians.
Oh, absolutely. And with that, good morning, Peter.
Morning, gentlemen. Morning, Axel. It's good to see you guys here. CJ, I was wanting to ask you a question yesterday, my time, for you. But hey, I wanted to just inquire, how are U.S. troops doing in Poland and in Europe near the front lines? There's different views inside the U.S. Army about what happens to troops when you put them in garrison. There's some concern that when you put troops in garrison and sit them around, they just get fat and you lose readiness. How are you guys maintaining readiness being positioned in Poland?
Yeah, so there's two real things, right? So Germany always, of course, had many U.S. troops, at the height of the Cold War. I think it was somewhere around 300,000. So, nowadays it's about 30,000 that are permanently stationed there for the U.S. Army. But with this, recent influx of troops that still exists, it's something about 60 to 100,000 U.S. troops in Germany. So there's a lot of troops that are, quote unquote, on a deployment, but they're at places like Grafenwehr, places that used to support many troops. So they're doing pretty well in that regard. And what's also interesting, Peter, that I've noticed too, is we've done a lot more training exercise with both Sweden and Finland. So of course we do these NATO exercises with non-NATO countries all the time. But since, as Doman mentioned, these two countries are on the edge of joining as it is, the units that were sent to help in Poland and Germany are now training regularly with these countries that are about to join NATO. So that's pretty encouraging. And then the last thing I'll say is this ongoing debate that, of course, you're very familiar with, is whether or not to establish, a sort of a permanent base in Poland, because for the last, at least since 2014, so almost the last 10 years, we've had a brigade or so, about 4,000 U.S. troops that have been in Poland, but they have not really had the proper facilities to permanently station those people. And it's something that, of course, we know Poland wants very strongly, but I think the American government and President Biden, to his credit, has basically said, not only will, Fifth Corps stand up with a forward element in Poland, but also too, there'll be another additional brigade. So the adjustments that needed to happen in Europe for quite some time, at least once it was clear that Russia was a threat again, which I think to people in Eastern Europe was never really a surprise, even after the fall of the Soviet Union, is moving that direction. What the actual number of troops in Eastern Europe should be, that's way above my pay grade, but it seems like it's beginning to be rectified, if not eventually, hopefully a more permanent solution for after this war, because it is very difficult to station 100,000 people temporarily. It's it's expensive, and not to say it's not important, of course, but a long-term solution that has better basing is probably better, because as long as Russia exists, unless something changes drastically in that country, they will always be a threat to Europe and the world writ large.
Excellent answer. Thank you, CJ. And you expected sort of my follow-on, so well done, sir. Keep it up, man.
CJ, when are you deploying to Europe?
Well, no, my unit got back from Europe. They were some of the first ones to go. So, it remains to be seen. But I was stationed in Europe, of course, as some of you all know, and trained with Ukrainians during that time. So I would love nothing more than to go back and, except this time, instead of teaching Ukrainians, I think I'll just be learning from them from now on.
CJ, quick question for you. Now, I had a conversation about some kind of the forward basing, or rather more forward basing of NATO troop formations in Europe, which kind of always seemed logical to me, right? Because like the UK 1st Armored Division has to live somewhere. It used to live in Germany, now it lives in Bulford or something like that. And I had a conversation with a officer in the NATO EFP here in Estonia, saying, look, I mean, we've got a brigade here. Why don't we just put a division here? And this was I think about 2 years ago. And the response he gave me was that, well, Russia's ability to concentrate more force than that would mean that we'd basically be wasting an asset, because we we can't station the kind of force in Estonia permanently that would allow us to counter a Russian invasion. Now, it seems to me that this logic is no longer sound, right? Because we know that Russia folds very, very quickly when faced with professional warfighting capabilities. Do you think is it time to revisit this logic around forward facing, particularly in kind of strategically vulnerable places like the Baltic states?
So I think this is something Craig and I have gone back and forth on, because there's really no good answer. It's, we've both seen that Russia really does not have the, ground army to attack Eastern Europe that we thought they did. So in that regard, one thought might be, well, we actually don't need that many troops, in NATO's eastern border to prevent an invasion. But at the same time, of course, we know how hostile and aggressive Russia is. So I'm not really sure what the path forward is. I think it's going to be a stronger presence overall, but it may not necessarily come in the form of more ground troops. It may come in the form of, a lighter footprint where there's headquarters, where there's planning, where there's more joint firepower, air power and Navy. Because as long as, basically NATO has the ability to move troops in quickly through Transcom and, basically transatlantic lift capabilities, then as long as that forward presence is solid, you don't necessarily need to put, 300,000 US troops in Europe again. But it's interesting how it's kind of going both ways. So after the war, well, even now, a more permanent solution will be needed, but I have no idea what the right answer is. I think putting these core headquarters in, putting these, larger formation footprints in, even without putting larger troops, is probably the best answer to show, hey, if you guys act up or it gets close to acting up, we'll put, 100,000 troops back here in an instant, but we're not going to keep them here 24/7. So yeah, sorry, no good answer there, unfortunately.
I want to briefly note here that one of the times that we have General Ben Hodges on the space, he noted that now CJ left when I was going to bring up a counterpoint. Let's see how it is. He must have parked behind the HIMARS again. Did he noted that one thing that changed in his understanding of a possible Russian invasion of the Baltics is that the plan previously, he was the commander of US Army Europe, was to deploy there within some number of days in case of a Russian invasion and then kick out the Russians. But now, having seen exactly what Russians are still minded to do in the freshly occupied territories, the scale of torture, murder, rape that they engage in immediately as they occupy a territory, made that no longer a tenable plan, and that instead repelling them immediately is much more important, and therefore basing a larger number of troops in vulnerable states such as the Baltics is a lot more important, especially because the number doesn't have to be that large, obviously, because Russians are less capable than people previously expected.
Sure. I mean, it does seem to me that, like, given that Russia has demonstrated this rather, shall we say, striking weakness in the field when it comes to actually fighting, it does seem to me that NATO would be well positioned to actually halt rather than simply deter by promise of counterattack and, liberate post hoc territories that we'd expect the Russians to conquer. I mean, there was the kind of the military, shall we say, I don't want to say doctrine because that's a technical term, but the military view was that places like Tallinn and Riga would fall in a matter of days. That seems to be, shall we say, tested to the limit, given Russians' apparent inability to get anything respectable done on the military front. But it would be interesting to hear what CJ had to your question if he's able to come back up. And here comes a Yehuda.
Mic check.
No, we're good, Nina. We're just working through some technical stuff. I just want to remind everyone who's now sending me the videos of the Finnish Sisu APC, probably in Ukraine. Yes, we've discussed it. Finns are very excited about it. Finns from the Finnish army are very excited about it because they know that it's a rather good vehicle and they think that it will serve the Ukrainians well. So you don't need to send me the same tweet from Petri Mekela anymore because I've seen it. I've even retweeted it.
Nina, you just need to tell him what Sisu is.
Yes, Sisu is something very Finnish. It's something I think you can't have a equivalence for it, but it's some kind of resilience. It's some kind of I think resilience that you can. You are not giving up. You are like really resilience, I would say, and it's in the Finnish people. I think that we are not giving up easily anything that we have set our minds on. If that was what you.
Yes, and that is exactly why this was named for it.
Mic check.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm gonna have to sit in the car. My voice wakes the kids up. All right. I missed my update, but I had so cleverly prepared. Maybe we'll go with it now. Maybe we will go with it now. Is it a good time or?
This is a perfect time.
All right. Well, just give me about 2 minutes to clear my throat. Not feeling well. I'm a little under the weather, you see. Weather's taking a turn for the cooler. Right now it's regular Canadian autumn.
In which case, Yehuda, take your time clearing your throat. Let's hear out Brian, who had his hand up until a second ago. So he doesn't have to wait with that. Brian, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll keep it brief to give Yehuda a chance to come forward with his update. I see, is Axel in the room at the moment? Or in this space? I was wondering if could you possibly, do you have any updates on what the situation is vis-a-vis any agreements for Germany to release any heavy armored weaponry, or is that still waiting? I do know that Axel, if I recall correctly, Axel had recommended that external pressure on the Bundesregierung might bring about some results, and possibly it might be that they will continue to sit on the fence until some other major NATO power commits to providing, shall we say, main battle tanks before they make any movement in that direction at all.
Well, in Axel's absence, I would say yes, probably to all of that. No specific news as to things actually moving. However, Axel notes that a large number of such vehicles has been prepared. So it's ready to go as soon as there's political will to send them. Now, what they're really waiting for is a piece of paper with a signature and a speech. But fundamentally, they seem to be ready to go physically. They just need the political will. And there is a buildup of political pressure within the country from coalition partners to get that political will moving.
Oh, thank you very much. That's good to hear. Because the one thing that has mystified me, I have quite a few of my German friends are expressing their exasperation over what's going on, and I'm just wondering to what level that's representative of a broader segment of the German public, such that it would reach a critical mass where they would make that protest manifest. I don't see anyone at the moment going onto the barricades complaining about the inactivity in the face of the genocide that's going on. I do know that from the time that I lived there, there can be a certain degree of complacency so long as things are going well domestically. There's not all that much concern what's going on beyond their borders, although this is still of a more existential nature for pretty much everyone in Europe, I would say.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't revert back earlier. Doman kindly already summarized it, and I think we can touch upon this later again. We did this a little earlier today. That level of pressure seemingly has been brought to bear. We highlighted many times that last week at Ramstein, when asked, our most favorite Secretary of Defense of all times, Lloyd Austin, already highlighted that things were, when asked about the M1 Abrams and the Leopards, that this was work in progress, which was fantastic news in itself. And in recent days, the clamoring, both by the Free Democrats as well as the Conservatives, has become louder. And now it seems that the Green Party is finally stumbling into it against, say, a large part of its party members, but still. And the news which has been trickling out finally into the slow Western media, I'm sorry for my constant media bashing, but has to be said that the stuff which is trickling out from Izium, Balaklia, and the many villages in between is, yeah, hard. And if Mr. Scholz can't muster any kind of resolve now, he should just simply resign or be resigned.
And let's maybe also let's just briefly say that it's also not just against a number of the members of the Green Party, but it's also for what a number of the Green Party electorate are thinking, including a number of our regular listeners. And it's heartening to see that they're listening to those who are more responsible within their party and their electorate, rather than those less responsible. It's a positive decision and a move for the better, and hopefully it will have an effect sooner rather than later.
Thank you very much for that response. I'll just, in parting, Axel, in your opinion, is the problem more something systemic or specific to the SPD or this current cadre of German politicians, or, as a friend of mine tried to have me believe, this is something more systemic of a social or cultural impasse in German society as such? Is it really more to do with the current class of politicians than any wider social malaise in German society?
Everything is downstream from culture, but still, within the culture, sometimes movements are picked up by politicians who are what I would call structurally conservative and not value-based conservative, meaning who preserve the here and now at the expense of the flexibility and resilience you need for the future, which a value-based conservative would do. It seems that a larger part of the Social Democrat elite, not necessarily their party folk, but in the elite of that party, is given to that structural appeasement and procrastination and preservation of their complacency. That is not to say that the Christian Democrats in their grand coalitions with the Social Democrats have not been equally conducive to this horrific appeasement and spineless politicking. But fortunately, now that Mr. Merz has replaced the perennial appeasnik, Ms. Merkel, things there are looking up. And as I highlighted yesterday, before Yehuda goes in, I don't want to steal his thunder this time. But yesterday in a snap poll, I'm sorry, mate.
I'm just
in a
kidding.
snap poll yesterday, 68% of those who attended looked at one article at the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung and were asked, it's online polling, 36,000 people and plus participated in it and said, is it time and would you send tanks directly? That was not even the release question. That was, would you send tanks directly from Germany to Ukraine? 68%, even if this is a center-right newspaper, but it is still the largest quality newspaper in Germany because you can discount the others easily. 68% said yes. So the culture and the political will in the population is already there. It's just that Mr. Scholz needs to find the gumption to go to his desk, take out this piece of paper and sign it. And with that, please, Yehuda, take over. I'm not in a good mood today.
Well, self-awareness is half the battle. I'm sorry you aren't in a good mood. We'll change that. We'll do our best. I'm debating whether or not to wait till I drive to work to give that, but then I realize I can't read my notes and drive. All right, we'll roll up. This is yesterday's update. If anyone wants to pull up a map of the front line, let's start with Kharkiv Oblast. In and around the vicinity of Oskil, the clearing operations being conducted throughout, very thorough. It appears that when the Russians were broken, many individual units with several days, week of supplies were able to bug out and hide in forests, not in the open really, and they're obviously a problem. So clearing operations still continue today. Ukrainian forces have, pardon me, sorry, I'm hacking here. Give me one moment. Sorry. My apologies. Ukrainian forces have taken Borova and in the surrounding environs. The Russians, though, are spread out through the area east of Borova and southeast of the reservoir, if you're looking at a map. However, for the most part, Luhansk Oblast is open for an advance to the east. There are no sizable or combat effective Russian units in the area. However, with logistics pulled a little thin, Ukrainians can't rely on the goodwill or the luck of their logs, of their sustainment forces to I can't rely on their sustainment. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to do this a bit later. Sorry, gents and ladies. I will be we'll get in the car and I'll do this. Axel.
Worry not, Yehuda. We'll turn to other things. Just let us know when you're ready to go.
I was ready, and then the 2-year-old woke up. So I guess I was coughing too loud. All right, I will be back shortly with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Yehuda. Let's go to Daryl and then to Wendy, and then hopefully Yehuda will have mollified his dear 2-year-old. Okay, let's go to Nina first because her hand was up the longest earlier, and she was very kind not to put pressure on us while doing the update. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. Yes, I had my hand up, but I put it down because Yehuda came. I have a question for then John. Now you, when you have had the new elections and the new parties are in, and you will get a new prime minister, does it change anything in your country regarding, for example, helping Ukraine? Thank you.
Hi, Nina. I got this question. I got this question before as well, and no, I don't think so. I think all the parties are supporting this more or less. So I don't suspect. Actually, a big portion of the new coalition is more eager to support and more eager to join NATO and so on. So I don't think so. Maybe a positive effect actually.
So a slight positive on average. Excellent.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Dejon. Hope you are okay.
Yeah, I'm very okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we're always glad to hear that. I believe there's a chance that there's an even better chance of archers being delivered from Sweden to Ukraine, which would be great. Or maybe some of those CV-90s that we were talking about earlier. That'd be fantastic. Daryl, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doman. I just have a question.
Daryl, my
about...
man.
Good morning, Axel. I just had a question concerning some of the stuff that has been coming out, and it's really leads to investigation and the like type stuff. And I was just wondering, did the Russians leave any kind of electronic evidence left? Were they able to get any electronic evidence to help be able to solve any of the crimes that were committed, and possibly people that they can actually fingerprint with any of the information? Do we know if they were able to get any of that? Because I mean, that would help in the cases going forward.
I think, well, Dominant, it's true that we've heard that the teams which were dispatched, I mean, apart from the fact that Ukraine does have forensic analysis teams within its own remit and in its own ranks, the additional support and equipment which came in after Borodyanka, Irpin, and Bucha were detected has been helpful already and is in use. I am not aware, maybe Yehuda is, I'm not aware to what extent, and the teams, for example, such as the French, as well as a couple of British, I understand also Swedish, have remained in country, or whether they've just returned, of course. But then again, this is an ongoing effort. Whenever Ukrainian armed forces are liberating an area, they find, astonishing. They encounter the usual Russian behavior.
I'm sorry to make it a downturn like that, Axel. I know that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I apologize.
It's just that I want them prosecuted. I want the folks prosecuted. It's the only way to make this right, and to avenge the people that have lost their lives and whatnot in all of this. And as we talked about last night, Russia has never been held liable, and I think this is the only way it's going to be held liable, is if there's unrefutable evidence and documentation to the exact people that have done this. We know it's done as a group, but if we can get it down to individual people, names, faces, as they did with the Nazis and the internment in the death camps, be able to get these people and put them before the Hague, rather than it just being a group. Just put names and faces to it, and if they can get that, I think that's important.
Absolutely.
100%.
I would say, I don't know, Daryl, if you heard our interview yesterday with Victoria Wojciska. Did you hear that?
No, I had it on, but I was in the midst of working, so I had to turn it down to a point.
Okay. Well, she is a former member of parliament in Ukraine from 2014 to 2019. She's also working with an organization called the International Center for Ukrainian Victory, which, among other things, is busily documenting war crimes, identifying perpetrators, and forming the legal basis for forming the institutional basis for war crimes tribunals when the war is over. Victoria is not involved in the tribunal side of the organization herself, but she did mention that all options are being explored, both under Ukrainian domestic law as well as international law involving the ICC. So this is obviously something that we feel very strongly about on here. We feel is colossally important that there is a justice process after this for these revolting individuals involved in this Russian aggression. But it does seem to be in hand on the Ukrainian side. There are a number of very, very high quality people working on this.
All right, I just want to say thank you for that information.
Victoria will be back on. Also, I can't recall the name of her colleague who is more involved on the tribunal side. Do you remember her name, Doma? She mentioned Victoria mentioned her in yesterday's interview.
I'm sorry, I wasn't there for that. Sorry, Tim.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Of course you weren't there. But Victoria will be on the space again, hopefully, hopefully soon. And also, she has promised to bring her colleague along, who is more in charge of the war crimes investigations and tribunal administration when the time comes for it. So that'll be announced. So if this is something that's close to your heart, Daryl, keep an eye on the cards, and hopefully there'll be an interview incoming that touches on more of this.
All right, appreciate that.
Let me see if I can guess who it is. This Twitter thing ever loads, because I think I have a hunch, but I forget the name. So if this decides to load, then I might be able to tell you who I think it might be. Was it a female name by any chance, Tim?
Yes, it was. I think it was Olga or
was it Olena Halushka?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Or maybe Daria Kaleniuk.
I think it was the former. But
okay.
She mentioned her once in the interview.
Thank you, Tim, and I'm sure that we will be very happy to have both, back and on, respectively, because it's always good to hear from people working with these things very closely, and doubly so when they're Ukrainian themselves. Thank you, Tim. Shall we go to Wendy?
Thanks, Bowman. Thanks, Tim. And this is linear in terms of what Axel and Darryl were talking about. I share all of your sentiments. I was thinking, as Ukraine liberates more and more of its land, and we see more evidence of the war crimes committed against Ukrainians, most recently in Kharkiv, one day, many of these places, particularly in rural areas in which horrific crimes happen to human beings, one day these places will be quiet, but for the whistling of the wind and the trees. These places will, for some, have a feeling similar, but of course not identical, to places like Crematoria 5 at Birkenau, which is on the outmost parts of the Birkenau site. This particular place is quiet, but for the whistling of the wind and the trees. So I'm sure many people are familiar with Holocaust denial in various forms, it manifests itself across the world. The online educational resource of the Auschwitz-Birkenau website reasons that the most vulnerable targets for such views are people who do not wish to accept historical co-responsibility for Nazi-era crimes, those who supported the regime in Germany at the time, those who participated in the crimes, and those who, to varying degrees, acted to keep the criminal apparatus of the state functioning. Now, we have all seen evidence indicative of systemic guilt in the current regime in the Russian Federation and the war crimes they have committed in Ukraine. So I thought that, of course, no genocide is identical, and of course, the Holocaust is in itself completely unique. But I wanted to posit how should Ukraine and its allies move forward to prevent a post-war ideology of the denial of Russian war crimes in Ukraine being part of any accepted discourse. We see consistent attempts by everyone from the current government in the Kremlin to organizations such as Amnesty to promote a narrative contrary to the reality of events in Ukraine during this invasion and the unprovoked war against Ukraine by Russia. So apologies if you've covered this topic during my sojourn, but I just wanted to hear, to ask what ideas people thought of how we should prevent, how Ukraine's allies should prevent the denial of Russian war crimes being part of any accepted discourse, and how we should commemorate the sites where these war crimes happened. Thanks.
Sure, thank you very much for that, Wendy. This is an area of particular interest for me because I'm extremely interested in Holocaust history as well as Holocaust denial as a sub-discipline of that. It's something I know an enormous amount about, and something I used to spend quite a lot of time combating. Now, my immediate view on this is that basically we can't. There is going to be a counterfactual narrative built up for political reasons by Russia, and that narrative will be believed by, shall we say, a significant minority of people in the West. There is not a huge amount we can do about this. What we can do is we can document. Now, when it comes to the Holocaust, you know, this is the best documented event in history. Something I always say to people who deny it is, do they believe the Battle of Agincourt took place? The answer to that is always yes, they do believe it. I mean, we only really have, I believe it's 3 narrative sources on the Battle of Agincourt, but we know it's a historical fact, and we think we've got a pretty good idea of what occurred. When it comes to the Holocaust, of course, we have this enormous body of multifaceted evidence that corroborates the event very, very closely. And so we have a very, very excellent picture of what happened. And so it's very difficult for a good faith person armed with accurate information to deny it and stay cognitively consistent, right? So the documentation of evidence is very important. The collecting of narratives is very important, and the circulation of that evidence is very, very important. There's a Holocaust history project called the Nizhkor Project, which I don't know who runs it. I think it's an amateur effort in the United States, and it's dedicated to countering common trope narratives in denial, and also collating evidence of the Holocaust in a kind of accessible and logical way. They've got a slightly old-fashioned but very, very comprehensive website. And if you're interested in this, if you're interested in Holocaust denial, I strongly suggest you check it out. I think initiatives like this will be very, very helpful in countering any denial narrative that will inevitably emerge from Russia. So it's about collecting the information, making sure the information is available to people who, see it, and it's about countering the softer tropes when we see them, right? And I think that's quite important as well, because in my experience of speaking to Holocaust deniers, there is a side that there's the kind of 80% of them who are hardened anti-Semites, and they believe this for essentially political reasons. And then there's another 20% who are not really prejudiced people. They're just people who are armed with very bad information, and they're naturally very curious. They're interested in history, but they simply have got hold of the wrong information, or they've misinterpreted the information they have. Now, the 80% we can't reach. They're going to hate. The 20% we can, right? And this is where we can, really make a difference in denialism. It's talking to the people who are not motivated by any particular ideology, who are simply naturally very skeptical and are challenging their skepticism in an unhelpful and unproductive direction, right? So people who are swimming against the tide for the sake of being contrary, or they've just gone down a disinformation rabbit hole. So that would be my view. Yes, we need to document, we need to disseminate, we need to collate, we need to identify the softer narratives of denial, and we need to counter those narratives wherever we find them. Wendy.
Thank you for that articulate answer, Tim. Thank you. Interestingly, the Auschwitz Learning Resource online site states quite pertinently, perhaps, to Ukrainian war crimes, Russian war crimes in Ukraine, that one of the reasons for denial is a symptom. It's a refusal to come to terms with history or to overcome the past. And that one unfortunate reality of such behavior is that these people are passing on their views and attitudes to their biological and spiritual successors, unquote. So this is, I think we can all see this manifesting right now within the Russian Federation, a narrative of, they're not fighting Ukrainians, they're fighting something else. I won't give this something else the space on here, but it's something other than genocide. It's something other than the killing of human beings. It's something other than raping every single woman in the village and killing every single man and burying their bodies in a shallow grave. It's something other than that. That narrative is currently being and has already been, I'm sure, created within discourse, within certain families, and in the Russian media as a whole, because it's state-controlled media. So yeah, I totally agree with you, Tim. Documenting and education. One thing that I think anyone comes away with visiting the Birkenau site is education is absolutely paramount to take away from a visit there, because that is the best and most positive thing that can walk out of those gates with. So yeah, thanks for your answer, Tim. Appreciate it, mate.
Thank you, Wendy. Tim is currently in purgatory. He will be back. You're very true. You're very correct, both of you. This has to be resolved at the highest level, and thoroughly and deliberately, with prosecution where possible, and among the thousands who have been taken prisoner of war by Ukrainians, I'm sure there are ones among them who can be identified specifically for the commission of specific crimes. It will, however, of course, take a while. Donna.
Hello, everyone. Totally agree with you, Tim. And I'm a teacher. I teach history at an international baccalaureate school. And one of the things that I think really needs to be a point made of is that it's not just about educating those people who come to the sites. It's about getting involved in your children's schools. It's finding out what they're teaching. It's finding out if they're teaching history. History is a subject area around the world, has been in decline. Also critical thinking skills. And I'm not talking about sort of these wishy-washy things that sometimes they talk about in schools. I'm talking about being able to critically evaluate sources and information so that you're not falling for this misinformation and these sort of pseudo theories that are out there. And so not just with Ukraine, but Ukraine is very important at this moment, but throughout all of the education systems, getting involved in the education, finding out what's going on in the schools, and being active in those schools to talk to the teachers and go, hey, what is it that you're teaching in the school? And where do you hit on these themes? And where do you teach your children in the school at all of the grade levels how to evaluate sources, how to look at things critically, and how not to fall for the propaganda? That's all.
Absolutely, and one thing I would expect to develop from this is not just in Ukraine, but in friendly Western countries as well, is a developed body of scholarship on Russian atrocity during this most recent aggression. that's something that tends to develop around this. Obviously, there are some people who do have a strong, who do have a stronger interest in this than others. You would expect to see Ukrainian historians being very diligent in documenting this and establishing the historiography of it. And so, yeah, that's something we need to look at. I'm not a teacher myself. I mean, I am a somewhat trained historian, but I'm not a professional historian. I'm also not a teacher or an educator. Yeah, this is certainly resources for education, ensuring those resources are coming from an honest place. I mean, I think it's probably more of a problem in the United States than it is in Europe, but there is a tendency to politicize history teaching resources and distribute those in schools for political reasons. So we do need to be on our guard against that. Maybe Donna, you have a view on that coming from Canada. Is this a problem in Canada as well?
Well, I haven't been teaching in Canada since the early 1990s. I'm currently living in Hanoi, and I've taught in Ecuador and in the Middle East. And every country, every national curriculum definitely has their own nationalistic slant in terms of what they want taught and the censorship of things that they will allow to be taught. For example, when I was teaching in the Middle East, the Holocaust didn't happen. It didn't exist. It was not part of anything that you could teach. So the only way that I could teach it was we talked about Armenia and the Armenian genocide, and then I forbade them to read a chapter, and that was the best way to get them to read that section of the book. In Canada, there is much more of a movement with the new curriculum, especially in Alberta, from the reading that I've been doing, in sort of moving away from quality history teaching, quality social studies, into some math and science, and into sort of propaganda, especially with the current education policies in Alberta. The rest of the provinces I'm not really sure about, because they are, each province has their own syllabuses that they use. And because I'm not teaching there, I'm from Alberta originally, because I'm not teaching there, I don't really know.
Thank you, Donna. Yeah, I mean, with certainly in the UK, with a fairly centralized control over school curriculums, that acts as a very strong bullshit filter, and it acts as a very strong guard against kind of private political interests getting involved. It's not flawless, but I mean, I won't go into it because we'd be going off topic. But it's not flawless, but it certainly does seem to be a stronger defense in the UK, at least. I'm not sure about the rest of Europe, but this does this does seem to be fairly well sorted out in the UK, at least. But yeah, I mean, curriculum resources for teachers are going to have to be, are going to be very key to this. Teachers do have a fairly grave responsibility when it comes to ensuring the accuracy of history teaching. Wendy.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, that was really interesting from Donna, because yeah, I mean, as you know, in the UK, the learning of the Holocaust happens within the national curriculum. And yeah, it's quite interesting to hear that this isn't the case elsewhere. I was thinking Germany's laws on Holocaust denial are well known and pretty effective, but these laws concern the country, the main perpetrator of these crimes. Of course, the running of the camps could not have happened without the assistance of certain elements, but the main perpetrator, that country today, has laws which outlaw Holocaust denial. So is it reasonable for other countries to make the denial of Russian war crimes in Ukraine illegal? And to what extent does this conflict with free speech? Because at the moment we have certain organizations, I won't name them on this space on air, but we have certain organizations that are actively promoting a counter narrative. Well, they're actively promoting the Moscow narrative of what is happening right now on the ground in Ukraine. They refuse to engage with the issues of Russian war crimes in Ukraine. And their meetings and the speeches they give at these meetings and the narrative that pervades their particular discourse is one which essentially is that Russia is at war in Ukraine for reasons that only they can justify, and that these war crimes are just part of war. Now, this is obviously completely contrary to the actual events that we have seen this year, that Ukrainians have seen this year, that Ukrainians have seen since 2014 and for hundreds of years. So would it be possible, and should it happen for the denial of these crimes to be outlawed? I'd be interested to know whether people think yes, or whether people think actually there is value to hearing this ridiculous and damaging counter narrative, so that it can be exposed to sunlight and it can be argued in a reasoned way. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy.
Maybe,
Now,
maybe,
yeah, sorry, Axel.
maybe I can just give 2 anecdotal pieces of advice. The denial of Russian imperialism, which goes hand in hand with these atrocities, has gone as far as finding its way into the 7th and 8th form history books in the state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, ruled by the Social Democrats with an iron grip, where the current wife of the Bundeskanzler, Mr. Scholz, was within the state government. And it should be noted the same was in Brandenburg. Sorry, was she in Brandenburg? Sorry, I apologize.
I think she was in Brandenburg.
She was in Brandenburg, but in Brandenburg and in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, both the same books were employed. That's it. I apologize. Sorry for the mistake. She's in Brandenburg at that time. She's a minister. She's ultimately responsible for what goes into the curriculum. Yes, she's not individually reviewing textbooks. Yes, but if there's a textbook which after 2014 still equivocates between Russia and Ukraine and highlights that Ukrainians and Russians are, have to sort this out as brothers, and at the same time that Russian separatists exist and all that kind of jazz, a load of tosh. At that point in time, full well known to German security services and to everyone who can read and observe things properly, but definitely the German government, that this is not the case. And this still happened. So, anecdote 1. That's just the denial of the imperialism. If that is possible, and to be taught to children of that age, 7th and 8th form, that's not good, sure, is it? But secondly, the laws in Germany have not prevented events to be staged by what we call sympathizers of or party members of both Die Linke, the far left. This is the direct successor party of the SED, the Socialist Unification or Unity Party, the former communist/socialist party in the Soviet-occupied zone, sponsored by the Russians, don't forget, and the AfD, the far right. So the red and brown sauce stages events where people say exactly what you just highlighted, like Wendy, shall be made a felony or pursued as a felony, because it is Volksverhetzung. That is the term. It's not just in regard to the genocide committed by Germans towards their Jewish brethren and Jews all over the territories they occupied, but also the Gypsies and many others. No, Volksverhetzung means genocidal in this regard, inciting to genocide, to be exact. It applies already in Germany. Volksverhetzung still and already is applicable to when somebody were to deny that Bucha, Irpin, and Borodyanka has happened, or would incite people to condone that, at the least, or incite people to commit more of that, at worst. Still, it hasn't prevented the far left and the far right staging events in that regard, because each and every event has to be, of course, in a state which follows the rule of law, which Germany does. It has to be pursued, it has to be claimed against, it has to be exposed, and then it has to be documented. Even if we do it, it may not be the best choice. What I tend to believe is the best thing to do always. The antidote to the abuse of free speech is more free speech by an educated, engaged civil society, which is, by the way, what we're doing here, and which is why it is so important that we shout it from the rooftops, that we argue the points clearly, that we bring this out to the majority of the population so that they can pursue their elected officials, that they can make a change and a difference in their communities, so that we can collate the resources, the arsenal of democracy on each and every level, be it donations to MriyaAid, which is absolutely vital, that we get non-lethal aid into the country in Ukraine to support our Ukrainian brethren and friends in the armed forces, as well as those who engage in civil defense. It is our job to do so in a civil society. More free speech is good. Just because somebody can abuse it does not mean that we shall deny it. We should only ensure that those who incite to felonies are prosecuted by the full weight of the law applicable in the country of origin. That's my view.
Thank you, Axel. I would agree with well, obviously I would agree with you on that. I differ though in that I don't see this as fundamentally a free speech issue. I see this as fundamentally something about effective policy. I very, very strongly oppose laws banning Holocaust denial or genocide denial, and I think it's important that we clarify that there is a difference, right? Because there are some countries that explicitly ban the denial of the crimes of National Socialism, is the term they tend to use. That's the case in Germany, Austria, Belgium as well. They specifically mention the Holocaust and they specifically mention the Third Reich. They're quite unusual. Of the 20 or so countries that have laws that effectively ban Holocaust denial, most of them ban the denial of genocide completely. So be it, Armenian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, whatever, they ban genocide denial, not specifically Holocaust denial. Personally, I'm opposed to these laws, along with a number of well, I can't set myself up as a prominent historian, but a number of prominent historians also oppose these laws, including Sir Richard J. Evans. I think they're unhelpful because I think they create forbidden knowledge, and this is quite important. If it is illegal to pronounce something, that immediately makes it seem mysterious and esoteric and kind of forbidden knowledge. And I think it makes it more attractive to a certain type of personality. Also, I mean, these Holocaust denial, I mean, it largely takes place online now. It used to, there used to be communities who had newsletters and published kind of cod journals about it, but these days it's mostly an online phenomenon, as you'd expect. In which case, the laws around Holocaust denial would be ineffective at suppressing it, and I think they'd make a certain type of person more interested in it. As I said, I don't see it as a free speech issue. I'm not a particular fetishizer of free speech. I mean, I think it's important, but it's not, it's not something I will go elbows deep in the culture war over. But yeah, if you want to consider it and frame it as a free speech issue, I think that's a respectable position. That's not really my position. My position is about effective policy. I don't think we win any arguments by, I don't think we win any arguments, or we help the cause of truth by suppressing, by suppressive law. I think it just glamorizes the people who want to promote denial. It makes it forbidden fruit.
It makes me just, I don't know if it's probably too soon, but it makes no sense. There you have it. Tim's a Nazi supporter. No, that's what people might take from it. I actually agree with Tim. I'm actually not for. I guess Germany has its own, obviously, crosses to bear. Pardon the pun. I think it does exactly what Tim says. It actually invigorates a certain group of people because it shows, they don't want us to know. I think someone asked me once, actually a few days ago when we had Ilya on, some of the people, controversial figure to many, or to some, I don't know. That statement in itself is controversial. And they said, well, I think someone hinted, well, would you want a Nazi? He's not a Nazi, obviously. And I said, absolutely, I would. I'd love to have a Nazi on. Love to. I mean, what's there to talk about, right? It's there's reality and there's not reality, right? So personally, I kind of am free speech absolutist in the sense. I think that what people forget are there are things called public order laws. Does someone want to say Judaism sucks and it's wrong and Moses was a jerk or didn't exist at all? I don't care. Come to my wedding and do it in the middle of the ceremony. Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's not appropriate. It's a public mischief thing. I don't agree with Islam. Boo, boo. Okay, well, you don't need to do it outside of a mosque on a Friday. You're kind of pissing people off. There are public disorder. The kid with Prince Andrew. It's his mother's funeral. Her dead body is beside him. What are you doing? This isn't a matter of your individual right. I mean, you're now infringing on everyone else's because you want to say something. You could say it amongst your friends. You could say it if you have to get a permit to do things in public on the street, you get a permit. There are laws in place that cover a lot of this stuff. However, as Tim has pointed out, there is obviously a particular sensitivity in Germany where that is a thing, and I don't really get it. I get it, but I don't. It's not my place to get it. Do I think that there's a time and a place for these type of comments? Sure. Is an open forum on the internet where people discuss things a perfect place to discuss things? Sure, absolutely. We have to. I think use a little common sense, but definitely. I personally think that's the only way you root out that kind of insidious behavior is by confronting it. You allow people, I get in trouble about my trolling, my reverse troll. Well, why do you pull them in? Well, why not, right? I mean, here are people who are pretty confident in their belief. They're so confident they want to showcase how stupid they are to the world, ostensibly, at least Twitter. And they really believe these things sometimes. So it's a perfect time to disabuse them of their comments. And I think that we have to, if we had some Russian Vladimir Putin supporter, and we've had them on, yeah, brah, we shouldn't get involved. This is not our fight. Why? Brah, brah, And then, some of the America First type people who've come on and said that, this is America's war, and we should they were saying we should be non-interventionist. And I go, you've tried that twice before. Do you remember what happened? And then they go, what do you mean? I go, well, I've heard of the thing called World War II. You will probably watch a lot of movies about it in your basement there. And he goes, yeah. And it's funny. I think without exception, not one of those people knew when World War II even started. They thought World War II started at Pearl Harbor. Didn't even know the rest of the world was at war. And these are historians even. They learned a lot on the interwebs. So it just goes to show you that a little bit of education could go a long way, or it doesn't. Maybe there's some other thing in the back of their mind that they have, some nefarious thought of the global world order, the Jew world order, whatever they call it. You're not going to win everyone, but hey, if we can highlight some basic reality, some basic facts, and get their little hamster spinning up there in that noggin of theirs. But those are my 2 cents. You touched a subject that I'm very much, invested in, Tim.
Yeah.
The funny thing is we're completely in agreement, because whilst free speech leads to better policy because it is discussed openly, it also prevents exactly that, the secret knowledge. It's exactly what I'm coming at. And I completely fault the Germans for not having lived up to the fact that they don't need those laws which were enacted at a point in time when they still lived in fear that there could be a resurgence of Nazism in the 50s and 60s, and maybe even the 70s. But that fear is not warranted. What should be warranted is more clarity in communication, more open discussion, and therefore also exposing those people. So I'm completely in agreement with you.
Yeah, no, I didn't even hear the first part of what you said. I just heard the end of what Ken said. And when it comes to Holocaust denial, as egregious as it is, I think there are, again, there are laws that exist in place. Like, for example, this, I've met people think the Holocaust didn't happen. Sure, do I care? No, it doesn't bother me. Do I want a teacher teaching it? No, I also don't want a teacher teaching that 2 + 2 is 5, because then we'll end up getting Russian engineers, right? We don't need, that's a joke. We can't, there has to be a concept of, greater good of society and not abusing our children with lies. If 2 + 2 is not 5, no matter how many times you think of it, right? So this is something that people need to realize, that there are reasons why we limit certain things. Is it does it block or does it hinder someone's freedom of expression if they're a teacher and they want to teach the Holocaust didn't happen, or maybe it's just exaggerated? No, because it's a historical fact. I don't know of another genocide that's probably been more documented than the Holocaust. So it's not like we're limiting someone's freedom. Freedom to teach kids that 2 + 2 is 5. Is that their right? Well, I think any sane person would say no, right? So I again, that's just my take on it, and that's all I have to say about that, Forrest.
Thank you, Yehuda. Yeah, you touched on something quite important there as well. My belief in this is grounded in the fact that genocide denial nearly always fails on its own merits, right? The more you go into the ideas behind them, the stupider the ideas sound. So if you're suppressing the ability to express these ludicrous views, then you're ensuring they never fail on their own merits, because they never see the light of day. Something else you brought up that was interesting is that actually, when it comes to genocide denial, a lot of countries that don't explicitly ban it will find that they fall foul of other laws. So, for example, if, as Yehuda said, if I stand outside Yehuda's house with a big sign that says, you dirty Jews, you faked the whole thing, I'm pretty quickly going to get arrested for public order, being a dickhead in public. And this is the same with written and spoken word. In many countries, it falls foul of hate speech laws. In Canada, it's considered to be hate speech. I believe there have been prosecutions for hate speech around Holocaust denial in Australia, right? Because it's very, very difficult to express these ideas sincerely without channeling a hateful view towards the victim group, right? As I mentioned earlier, the 80%, a great body of Holocaust denial and genocide denial is motivated by hatred of the victim group. And you're probably going to fall foul of some kind of hate speech law if you express these ideas, because when you boil them down, there is a simmering undertone of prejudice underneath them. But anyway, I've probably said enough about this. Is Donna still here? She had her hand up for ages, and I'm feeling really guilty about it, because she's a teacher and she has a lot to contribute to this discussion. She seems to have gone down. But let's go to lunchtime. Lunchtime at Boulay.
Lunchtime at breakfast. Go ahead.
A fellow private eye reader, presumably.
Yes, indeed. Hi, thanks. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to chip in on the discussion. I suppose, although I agree largely with the points made, I suppose one good thing about enshrining an atrocity or a particular genocide in law is that it protects against the sort of sands of time shifting. Political tastes and public opinion change over time, and you can have the situation where you have an unscrupulous government or an unscrupulous sort of ruling party who seeks to rewrite the past. So if something's enshrined in law, that process is much harder. I wonder what your thoughts are about that.
Well, I think it's the same thing. I mean, that government could just, if laws are enacted, they can enact other laws on top of it, right? So it doesn't. That's not it's not an answer to bad governance. We have a guy here from Turkey, a professor. The professor, he has Marianne, and he's on Erdogan's aisle. And if he was to say that the Armenian genocide if he said that the Armenian genocide occurred, which it did, he could be charged. So that fella who comes in here, you might think he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but at the end of the day, he has to be complicit in genocide denial because that's the law of his land. This is Turkey is in a bit of a time warp that way, right? They're one of the only countries in the world that doesn't recognize the genocide that they committed. So it's a serious issue. It's a very serious issue, and I think that reality shouldn't be lost on us. So a new government can come in and ban and deny any genocide, like the Turkish government for years doesn't want to accept it. I mean, the shoe fits. I mean, it's pretty obvious what happened, but to them it's not obvious, and they think anyone who speaks about the Armenian genocide is just a liar. So what do you do about that? Well, new governments, new rules, marginalize them, sanction them, because in this case, that's a perfect example. Like, for example, if Turkey likes to blackmail neighboring countries or countries it does deals with into not recognizing the Armenian genocide, there's your case in point. The law won't make a difference either way. So the biggest thing you can do is just highlight it, and talk about it, and provide education. And I knew Turks that came to Canada who thought that the Armenian genocide was just a civil war and Armenians were killing Turks and Turks were killing Armenians. And then you know what happened? They just grew up in Canada and they had access to books that weren't banned and they could do their own research. And then, I had a friend who years later said to me how disgusted he was. He'd been taught he'd been fed a diet of BS. And guess what? Guess what existed in Canada? Books that denied the Armenian genocide and books that highlighted what the Turks did to them. So in an environment where people have access to all information, generally reasonable people will be able to discern the truth. So that's the case in point. More knowledge is better.
Oh, that makes perfect sense, yeah. And I think you've touched on something that's quite key, which is education and the importance of this being taught in schools. And, once you have that in place, then it's much harder to muddy the waters. Thanks for the answer. Cheers.
It's as simple as looking at the library of an elementary school, the library of a high school, right? Therein lies human, the salvation for humanity. When you have books, you should never walk. I think if you were to walk into a bookstore or a library and like all the books you see, you should be very scared. You should be very scared. Just food for thought.
Thank you, Huda. Slava Ukraini, welcome up. You had your hand up a second ago.
Hello, I'm Slava. On the topic of the books, yes, this is like what Russia doing in the Ukraine. They starting from the schools. They trying to teach alternative history by the Russian program, and they trying to change the mind straight away from the young years. So this is like a strategy. And actually, I came up with different topics. So if it's okay to change it a little bit.
Sure. I also can do the update after.
Actually, thank you. So I actually wanted to say thank you to Yehuda, because I listened the interview with the Ilya Ponomaryov, and actually I really like the format of this interview. So after interview, this panel of the Czech and in Ukrainian, Roman how his name, Roman and Sheremet, Adrian. This is like a really great. So this is a format. I don't know did this it was planned or not, but it's really great. So interview, and after an interview, like a dissection of the interview, like all this, like a who got what, who catch what. This is exactly great. So just wanted to say that it was fantastic. So just
let me ask you a couple questions, Slava.
Go
I'll
ahead.
be honest. I could say I don't think I ever got so many DMs from one conversation. I got over 100, which is a lot, and in both of the mailboxes, and I'd say 95% of them were positive. They varied. They said, you know what, I really didn't like that guy, but I liked the conversation we had. I think that guy is courageous. I think people are being hard on him. I think that was really interesting because I didn't know anything about it, and I didn't know he was controversial. I got 5 or 6 messages from people who went off and apparently started their own room who said that we're supporting genocide. I support genocide because I had a guy speaking on the space, and a few people came up and were upset about stuff, and kind of wanted to talk about issues that I consider to be personal issues. And I tried, you can't win them all, but in my heart, I really wanted to see if I could reach out to these people. And they accused us of not. Apparently, I was given clips of audios. They said, "Oh, we should never platform anyone who says there's a good Russian." I mean, Ilya. Worst case scenario, full disclosures, Ilya is an opportunist who he's not a bad guy. He doesn't want to kill Ukrainians, but one day he wants to go back to Russia and help fix it. And this is an avenue for him to do it. That's what I would think the most cynical view of the man would be. That he wants to go back to Russia to fix his home country, but he's more than happy to be a Ukrainian citizen. And I asked him very pointed questions. Roman asked me, Adrian asked me, and that is like, is this a genocide? Absolutely, he said. Would you fight Russians? I'd kill Russians to do this. I'd kill Russians. Okay. Tourist ban, 100%. I didn't hear very much out of him that I think any normal person would disagree with. I think the only thing that people took issue with is he said that 90% of Duma members don't like Putin or are against him, and Roman just thought that was way too high. I don't know. Maybe they are all just secretly, hypocrites, and they like their money more than they like morals. I wouldn't be surprised, frankly. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Russian Duma members like, look, I got a lot of money. I'm ripping off my local administration. I don't care if Putin or Gungadin or Genghis Khan is the president. I'm living good. I'm living large. So at any rate, the point is that no, it was kind of planned because I knew he was a controversial speaker, Slava. So I figured after we would have everyone speak about what they thought. Now it's funny, from the more Western audiences, we did get more of the open dialogue and let's figure out what he means and what he says. Ukrainians were split, I'd say most were interested in it. There was that, I'd say there was only one Ukrainian, maybe 2. They were just very angry that we even quote unquote platformed him. I said something about freedom of speech, and that was mocked later on by some people on Twitter. Who really cares? But they said F freedom of speech. This is not about, no, this is exactly how you end up like Russia. If you can't even hear someone who hates Russia but is Russian, who might not share the exact same views as you, if you can't listen to him, then you're in a bad place, right? It doesn't mean you have to agree with them. We're not having Ilya speak 24 hours a day. This isn't the Ilya show. But this is the beauty of, I'd say, humanism, liberalism, open-mindedness, democracy, democratic values, freedom of expression. This is how you make it. You don't make it in a vacuum. And those who do make it in a vacuum, sadly, I think they're bound to repeat history. And that's why I had a good time. In that it was a learning experience, even for me, even listening to the voices of Ukrainians who were upset about it, even if they were not the majority. It was interesting to see why they were so triggered. But Slava, overall, your take on Ilya, I mean, I gave you my assessment. Either, he's left his country, he's torn, he's willing to just put his lot in with Ukraine, and that's it. or he's going to put in his lot with Ukraine. But one day when the war is over, he wants to go back to Russia and try to help, change the system, which I don't think will work, frankly. That's just me. I don't think, the Russian elites are going to rise up and change it and give up their money and decide to be like a democratic country. I personally don't think that's possible. What about you? What do you think about it?
Thank you. So actually, my thoughts so similar to the other Ukrainians, but actually, what you did, I understand what you did. But as I know, as you I listened to you for few months, so I understand the purpose of this, purpose of this interview. So for me, it's I was no problem. I don't really care about this Ilya Ponomaryov because I understand he's Russian, but I have nothing against him because what you did is you show an open little bit into Russian mirror, you showed Russian mirror that he's actually does not live real Russians. You can say a lot, you can pretend a lot. Yes, you're gonna say that you're gonna get gun, you're gonna fight Russians, okay. But what I saw that he's still one leg still in the Russia. This is what he's he's still connected. He's not cut the ties with the Russia, but he's lives in the Ukraine. So this is as I previously in the space said that same thing with the Ovsyannikov, Nevzorov, and other things. So this is I don't agree with people who say that you platforming giving promotion to these people. No, I don't agree with that. But actually, what I'm really cared is for me, it's more important not what Ponomaryov said, but actually what people after interview say. This is a big part of the interview. So this is so I don't know what your plan with this interview. Do you plan to put on on Spotify or not? But actually, this is do not cut responses from the Chuck or Roman because it's really important. This is this was interesting for me, really. I actually format that must be a dissection of the interview. So when you interview some big people, because when you fight with the trolls in this space at the first, I remember this, really funny, really interesting, because I understand how this Russian propagandists, Russian trolls, how they operate. I understand. But and for me, it's it's enough of you. We already heard it. But for people who actually have connection, like you said about Lavrov, I heard it. It is really interesting that when he tried this, he's did not try. He's for him, it's a normal when he says that about Lavrov and Balalaika. So this is for them, they still connected. So this for me showed how Russian mirror still inside people, and you open a small window showing this a real Russian mirror, and it's okay. It's I don't. You're not platforming. This is we so far in this war that I don't really afraid that someone gonna. It's not working. It all propaganda Russian not working, and I don't see that you promoting it. So for me, it's really interesting. So thank you.
No worries. Yeah. No, it's I consider him, if I was to define him, I'd say he's a Russian dissident in Ukraine, right? Yes, he learned Ukrainian. Yes, he served in the TDF, and what else is he going to do? He doesn't have a country anymore. He said his mother's from Ukraine. I mean, it could be. I believe him. My Ukrainian mother-in-law's dad was from Russia, but they're Jews, so it's a little different kind of move around. But at the end of the day, discussion, that kind of discussion. It's not like he was raving. And when people start raving about genocide and lizard people and eating babies, obviously it's funny for a bit, and then you dispatch them on their way. But I think we need more of that kind of intellectual thought. I think that's what people come here for. I think it really helps put things into perspective. And as I said, and I'll repeat it, I had a visceral reaction. I felt sick when he was describing Lavrov, because I didn't want to hear it, and it actually made me more mad. I said of the night, it made me more upset about Lavrov, because I almost think if I'd heard, oh, Lavrov, he's a psychopath, he sits in the corner and doesn't talk to anyone, I say, oh, that makes sense. He's a psychopath. That's why he supports Putin. But to hear that he probably has grandkids and he sits them on his knee, and he plays the banjo and sings to them, that's, what about those Ukrainian children that are being murdered? Did you ever think of those, Lavrov? Right? Is this just part of the greater good? And I was thinking about that conversation, and something came to my mind. How crazy does Putin have to be? How sick in the head does someone have to be to look at a map? Like, imagine we're playing Risk, and we're conquering territories with the rolling of the die. But every time you roll that die, 10,000 people are dead, maybe soldiers, and 5,000 civilians have been raped or murdered. And it's all for what you can see on the map. There's nothing, unless Putin had a dream of conquering Ukraine and flying around in a helicopter, from Kiev to Moscow all day or twice a week. What to what end is it? Russia's not big enough, right? It just what kind of psychopathy has to infect your mind that you're willing to end the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, destroy the future of a country, or try to create trillions of dollars in damage, just so somewhere in your office you could look at a map and go, "That's mine. I did that." It's crazy. I was thinking about it. I go, imagine I was leader of Russia. What gain do you get? I mean, it's literally the most resourceful country on the planet in terms of natural resources. It's got, obviously not human capital, number one for sure, but I mean, they can be with education and maybe cutting down the alcoholism. But you have to be some kind of special evil person where you're looking at a map and drooling, like, ooh, if only I had Kiev, if only I had Czechoslovakia, Lebensraum, if only if I had this. It's a very, very psychotic perspective. And I think helping to understand the enablers of that psychopathy is interesting. And it won't change anything, but it certainly sheds light. And if anything, the people that did listen to that, who came in, they might say, hey, this space is a good space to get information on Ukraine. And if, in a way, we're an educator, we provide information, we provide analysts to analyze. And all in all, I think that's a net positive. But anyway, that's enough for me. Let's go to War Pigeon and lunchtime.
Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to say that I also listened to the interview and it was great. He's a very interesting person. And I think one thing we can say about Ilya is that for sure he's not an opportunist, right? I mean, in my mind, he's either like a super spy that was sent to infiltrate, which seems less likely, or he's actually someone who's trying to make a difference. I do believe he's being naive. But I also believe that the organization which he's talking about does exist. However, I think that it might be some kind of operation by the Russian secret services, because at the end of the day, the Russian SBU and other organizations like that, people often forget that they don't really work for Putin. They do work for him out of convenience, but it's a Soviet-style secret service. They work for themselves, and for me, the most probable scenario is that someone over there just kind of noticed Ilya and said, yeah, well, it might work to our advantage if we actually allow this to kind of function. Let's see where it goes. If Putin wins, then we can gain favor by just throwing these people under the bus, saying, oh, we've uncovered a secret network of people working against Russia, and get a medal and get a lot of money. If Putin loses, then we can, and some of these people do come to power in some way, then we can approach them and say, listen, we helped you, we protected you, now it's time to pay us back, make sure that we don't lose money. I think it's something like that. I do think there's some Russian idealists in there. I do think it's also probably highly infiltrated by people from the services. So that's my take on Ilya's organization, and well, not his, but the NRA. What do you think about that, Yehuda? If you may, I'm interested.
or anyone else?
I can chime in if that's all right.
Go for it, lunchtime.
Sure. Thanks. I heard that interview too, and I think it was really compelling listening. I do. I mean, I sort of slightly have a different take, which is I do think the guy's an opportunist. That's not to say he's necessarily. I'll say why. I think he's an opportunist because he kind of has to be. From all accounts, what his mother was a politician in the Duma, his grandfather was an ambassador or something like that. I can't quite recall, but he's clearly from a well-established Russian family that has done well under previous Russian administrations, and the mindset is probably that he finds the current government quite distasteful. Well, as evidenced by his tacit support for the NRA, and quite sort of aggressive language in terms of giving the Russian people and the Russian establishment, something to fear other than Putin's goons, which is what he was kind of implying or stating actually directly. I was more disturbed actually by his casual sort of talk of horse trading, like Belgorod for Crimea and that sort of stuff. I felt that was beyond the pale. I also felt that the stuff he was talking about in the build-up to the war and the sort of the likely reasons of misinformation and so on, like corruption reaching Putin. Misinformation due to corruption reaching Putin and influencing his decision making. I thought that was pretty interesting to listen to. But the further we got away from the inner machinations of the Duma and so on, the less compelling I kind of found it. His plans for the future seemed like very, very poorly thought out in a way. Effectively, he was saying there was a Telegram group, I think he was referring to, which organized protests with the aim of doing a protest a week, violent protest, violent action once a week. And really to destabilize an establishment so well entrenched as the one Putin has, one violent incident a week isn't really going to do it, I don't think. He didn't seem to have a clear mechanism by which any sort of political change would be effective. Anyway, also a footnote. I think, like Alona was, I think, the speaker that was taking huge issue with the guy having a platform. I think she equally had a problem with the guy interviewing him, this American guy, JJ or something like that, who apparently cornered her, accused her of not being a real Ukrainian and other sort of unsavory things.
That wasn't him, but she thinks it's him, or she says it's him. It was another fellow. Anyways, my point was that I didn't want to get down the rabbit hole of let's talk about that, because the truth is we had 1,200 people in the room. We just had a very controversial speaker in, and I wanted to hear the Ukrainian voices talk about it, right?
Absolutely. Sorry, Yehuda, I was going to say that I think perhaps one way, because like I think the issue was that she was so angry and so focused on something that was so it affected a very small number of people, right? This situation with this guy that cornered her or whatever, that affected her, but the vast majority of the audience wanted to discuss what was happening with what we just heard. This sort of inside track on what was happening in the Kremlin and so on, and this controversial figure's plans for the future and whether or not he was on the level. So I think he did do the right thing in sort of in steering the discussion towards that. I just feel though that it's tricky, isn't it? Because she clearly feels very strongly about it, and and possibly with justification. I can't really say if that was the same person or not that cornered her, but perhaps that should have been discussed. Like perhaps one way to do it would be to say, let's talk about that in a bit, and let's talk about this first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I actually did say we can circle back later to that. And just for clarity, I'm agnostic on JJ. I don't care either way. He's a reporter. He's an academic. I don't agree with everything he writes or says. I don't need to. But just for clarity, he was probably guilty of bad Twittering in the sense that he allowed himself to be dragged into a fight between another person and between two people, and he didn't disassociate himself in time from what was going on. And just for the record, although I completely, wholeheartedly was very disappointed and unhappy with her behavior, she was harassed by a third party in a most disgusting way. It was sexual harassment. If it was in person, it would be sexual harassment. So it was disgusting. At the time it happened, I defended her fully. It came on the space. I mentioned it. It wasn't in our space that it happened, but it was happening kind of adjacent to us. And no person, woman, whatever should ever have to hear that. It doesn't matter Ukrainian or not Ukrainian, but someone was just being really disgusting and very juvenile. But it was disgusting. It was sexual harassment. So I called it out. That person sucked JJ into another room or something, and then they just started, venting. I messaged JJ and I said, I think this guy did something really bad just now, again, because I'm not a Twitter nerd and I can't track all these threads and tweets and blah, blah, blah. But I said, I'm not good. And unfortunately, he got caught up in that. He's mean to her, absolutely. But that's more of a condescending nature of saying I'm an academic and, you don't know what you're talking about. That's between them. That's not my issue. But the point is to bring it up in a room where we're all discussing probably one of the most controversial speakers we've had in the space. It was neither the time nor the place. And I did give the speaker 2 minutes and 36 seconds to talk about it. And when it wouldn't stop, that's when we moved on. So I was trying to be polite. Maybe one day she'll come back and understand that it's not about particular people. Sometimes it's about a message. And in this case, this was more, I wanted to focus on the message. Yeah. And on that note, I wouldn't mind hearing Slava. He had his hand up. Did you want to chime in there?
Yes. I just wanted to come back to what is comments. For me, it's really like a big value. What was after interviewing comments? I don't want to with Alena, actually from the Chuck. Chuck did really great insight. He's noticed things that I actually missed because for me this Ilya not really interesting. He lives in Ukraine. He's okay, good for him. Have no problem with him. But actually, after your interview, it's really nothing controversial. He's actually what he said. What said. Actually, he's comfortable saying what he's thinking. It's really good, like a warm bath. It's good. But after the interview, people gonna dissect what he said. And actually, this is showed again, it opens up to the Western world. This a small window to the Russian mirror, because I just wanted to highlight. I saw this and for me it's not a secret. Russian mirror cannot escape you if you erased him.
Yeah, for our audience, Russian mirror means the Russian world.
Russian world.
The Russosphere.
Yes, and for me it's it's not really interesting talking for me talking to Ilya Ponomarev or other Russian. It's really not interesting. But when you interviewed him and after the interview, Chuck and John and other people started to giving comments. Adrian also his comment appreciate. This is for me a really interesting part of this a format. It's a wrap-up show after the interview. It's really interesting.
Yeah, no, it had to be done, Slava. It had to be. I didn't know it would go on that long. It went on for just as long as the interview, but I think it was important because we had to unpack some of the stuff he was saying, and I think, and I'm really glad. Did you get the feeling that I forced the Ukrainians on the panel to agree with me? That's one of the criticisms I heard, that I forced Victoria and Konstantin to say it was a. I mean, I'm pretty sure they spoke on their own. I don't know. I shouldn't believe everything I read, I guess.
Can I come in here? I have my hand up for a little bit.
I'm sorry. So it was a question for me. So I don't feel that like you can pressure a Roman to say whatever you want. I don't feel so. Roman is a bright guy, so thank you.
Yeah, I figured. All right, Jimmy, upset. I get it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not upset. Wait. You think I'm upset?
You sounded a little upset, but it's okay. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I'm not upset. I'm honestly not sure what you guys were talking about with this interview thing. I was going to talk about Ukraine.
Yeah, it was an interview about Ukraine. So, what would you
Yeah,
like
but
to talk about, Jimmy?
well, I would like to talk about the war and its impact on the world. I'm not sure why you have to make the war in Ukraine about you. No offense. I don't think you are at the center of this war. The people who are victims are at the center of the war.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay,
Jimmy.
anyway.
I appreciate it. All right. If you have nothing to say
So this
about
guy's just going to continue. Oh, come on. Is this guy going to continue talking over me?
go right ahead, Jim. We've given you the floor and you've talked about how bad I am. So why don't you finish what you're saying? And no problem. We'll talk about it.
No, honestly, I feel a bit uncomfortable. I was just trying to explain. Wow, I was trying to explain my view of the victims of this war, and you continue to talk over me.
So Jim, I'll say it one more time. Have the floor. Please go ahead.
Are you the host?
Okay. If you don't want to speak about what you want to speak about, Tim or
I would
Doman,
like to speak without being interrupted constantly. Yes.
Okay.
So if you don't
All right.
mind.
Okay. So I'm going to say it one more time. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, my view is that having many family members who've just left Ukraine, I'm not entirely sure when the war will end per se. However, I would suggest that the likelihood is that there will be a even more right-wing government in Russia that will come in. I say this because, I have met Russians abroad now in Georgia, in Phuket, in Thailand, in Bali, in Indonesia, and in Kazakhstan, as I was traveling for business last 6 months. And my experience is that they are actually very nationalistic, even despite having access to more open media. They don't believe that Russia should lose the war. They actually just believe that the war is being run poorly. So one can only imagine what Russians within Russia themselves over there actually think. I would suggest that there will likely be some kind of military coup and just Putin will just vanish and disappear one day, but the people who replace him will be even more aggressive. It's hard to imagine a moderate or democratic leaning Russian who can co-opt the various strands of Russian nationalism right now. I've rarely met a Russian who is not nationalistic. And what I mean by this is that they don't believe that parts of Russia should have more sovereignty or believe that their position in the world should be reduced in favor of having a more open social and economic view. So they'll still spend a lot of money on their military, which they can't really afford, as the GDP of Russia is the same as South Korea. They just want the end of the sanctions. So my experience is that whenever I was visiting Iran in the last 5 years, I've met a lot of really wonderful Iranians, very educated Iranians. And I especially meet a lot of Iranians. I'm not sure. I was landing my point, if you don't mind. So I meet a lot of these Iranians in Dubai, especially, and they travel between Dubai and Iran often. And when I'd ask them about the sanctions and the situation and what will be changed, perhaps, with Iran, they say that, sanctions are stupid, politics are stupid, everyone should just get along. I said, okay, fine. So maybe the Iranian regime should change. They said, no. Most of these guys who you meet actually vote for the most right wing of the 3 candidates who show up in the Iranian elections, the presidential elections. That's usually why those candidates even win. These people, just like I would say Russians who are nationalistic, don't believe they have done anything wrong. Moreover, they believe that so as long as they could get rid of the sanctions, they can then figure out a way in which they can integrate back into the world without actually giving anything up, right? They don't have to worry about their aggressive foreign policy
So what is the
or
point?
their nationalistic beliefs. Well, the problem with you is that you don't listen. You
Oh,
don't
Jesus,
listen. That's your
Murphy,
problem.
would you stop? Would you stop? Would you
So I
stop?
made my point, but if you don't want to listen, that's up to
You didn't
you.
make a point. First,
I made many points.
yes, that's
And
the problem.
I'm getting a lot of
Next
DMs in support of me right now. I'm
Wonderful.
getting a lot of
Wonderful.
upvotes,
You're a popular
DMs,
guy.
Go talk to them.
followers.
Go away.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Thank
yeah,
you.
you're a very strange fellow. You came in here telling me that it's all about me, but all you did was talk about me, I, travel, I.
I
You
know
sound
this is
like
about my experiences,
you
about
sound
the
like a world
world,
traveler. You
and
sound like a world
I
traveler. You've been all over
I
the
think that
world.
you are a man-child
I think that
who
I
knows
don't.
nothing about Ukraine. You know,
And I think that you need to go and converse with those people that are DMing you. Very bizarre. This individual came in earlier to talk about his taxpayer dollars being wasted in Ukraine. He wanted to talk about the victims, apparently, and apparently it was all about me. It doesn't work. These little childish games. Please don't be silly and embarrass yourself. I really wished you had stayed, and I'm sure that you'll find someone else to bother. Me, I. You sound like a world traveler. You should do a vlog, and we can watch you talk to Iranian people. I think where he was going was sanctions are bad. We need to give people a break and not have sanctions on any country because they deserve it, and then they'll get better without sanctions. Well, the reason why the sanctions were put in place the first time was because the countries were behaving badly without sanctions. So by rewarding them, by allowing them to continue and trade in the international marketplace and obtain things that say, I don't know, build nuclear weapons in Iran's example, or build things that kill Ukrainians in the Russian example, I think sanctioning them is obviously the smartest thing to do. I apologize for that. It looks like Jimmy the Otter is quite unhappy with me. I don't know. Maybe I broke his dam or something. I'm not sure. But that was far too long.
That's beavers.
Whatever. What are you, a doctor? No, I'm just kidding. I know that. I'm Canadian. It's our national animal or something. All right. Jeez Louise. So sorry. There's a bit of history. There's my taxpayer dollars. I'm not sure. If the guy pays $4,200 in taxes a year, 1/10 of 1 penny goes to helping Ukraine today. He's very upset about it. Maybe we'll fundraise for 1/10 of a penny. All right. Sorry, finance. I know you were just as angry as I was.
Oh, I was ready to strangle that wanker and toss him out of space. So yeah, I don't know if I'm the right person to go to unless you want to hear me cuss a lot. Maybe go to the next guy.
Yeah, that was acceptable. I want to talk about that was so strange. I want to talk about victims, then I traveled the world. Felt like he was Dora the Explorer. All right, awkward. Let's. I did want to do the update. Is everyone down for a military update or?
Please, can we get a military update? That sounds lovely.
CJ Aroni, you're here, so I might
Yes,
have
please.
to pull over. Yeah, all right. Jeez Louise. Did I sound angry? I was getting angry, to be honest with you. I was just getting annoyed.
Did you mean vet or doctor?
Oh God, another genius. I don't know. I really don't know what I meant. And does it really matter? Obviously, what would a doctor?
Details matter, Yehuda. Details matter.
Not to an otter. But I gotta stop. I gotta say it again, and I'm gonna say it. I don't care. Putin called the head of the Donbass up, and he said, "Listen, I need a sit rep. I need to tell me what's going on." And the president there of the fake republic said, "Sir, it's we've adopted a policy of Donetsk, don't tell." That's a Thursday morning goodie as you drive to work. You can tell your friends at the water cooler. All right. Before I get kicked off the internet. Oh boy, I got a lot of messages. All right, let's go. Apologies. Here we go. And all right. So let's go to we're going to start on, this is the 14th of September update that I didn't get a chance to do. We got CJ here. We started with saying in the Oskil area near the reservoir, there's still clearing operations that Ukrainians are conducting as of yesterday. There seems to be a larger number of Russian units, small subunits, platoon size, that have managed to evade them just from the initial dispersal. You can make the assumption that they have a week's worth of supplies. So they are definitely engaging in clearing operations in and around the reservoir, east of the reservoir as well. The Ukrainians are in possession of Borova. Borova is about 10 kilometers east of the Oskil. And that's definitely a center point right now for them. We've got, CJ still here again. We've got the rest of Luhansk Oblast to the east is relatively clear. There are no major Russian formations or defensive positions. However, the Ukrainians won't get there until they're prepared, until they've obviously sorted out their clearing operations in and around the reservoir area. Liman has an undisclosed Ukrainian presence, so read special forces, partisan activity currently going on. Ukrainian forces are advancing from 3 directions on Liman to secure it. So not that they're not already there, but they're securing their mission task verb. Three separate forces, one coming in from the northwest at Yarova, one coming from the southwest at Radotodok, and one coming from the north, going northwest from Ozerne. Their mission will be to clear all Russian forces in the vicinity of Liman no later than whatever the timings are, because I don't know. I'm not a Ukrainian planner. The battle rhythm is slowed in Kharkiv Oblast for the simple reason that the Ukrainians are shaking out their logistics and supply. They are moving certain things forward. They have to make sure that they can support further offensive operations into Luhansk and in Donetsk. So they are positioning, because this will be an important position for the Ukrainians as a staging area for attacks onto Donetsk in the near future. Pardon me. And Ukrainian forces are orienting in such a fashion that they sorry, I just said that they will secure all of Kharkiv Oblast and advance into Donetsk. This is a watch and shoot. This will come upon. This will be enacted by the Ukrainians when they feel they have sufficient forces oriented in Kharkiv Oblast, oriented south into Donetsk, and when their supply is pretty much assured. They have a good sustainment plan. So we're going to see the Ukrainians shake out, orient their forces southward, and have a robust, as one of my former instructors hates that word, robust sustainment plan in place. They all should be robust. All right, in the center, in Donetsk, or facing east, there's a large force of Ukrainians positioned northwest of Mariupol. We don't know if that's the groundwork of a counterattack, or if it's just a demonstration. A demonstration meaning a show of force, perhaps, or showing the Russians that they're there to see if the Russians orient or move forces from one place to another to counter that. They might not do anything at all. It might be just a demonstration, or it might be staging for an offensive operation. There's a big question mark on Mariupol. That's a short distance from Ukrainian lines into Mariupol. PMC Wagner and augmented Russian forces continue to be decisively engaged in the Bakhmut region. So they're decisively engaged with Ukrainian forces in Bakhmut. These are, about 20,000 plus Russian and PMC troops in the Bakhmut pocket. This is southeast of Lysychansk by about 30 kilometers, anywhere between 25 and 50 kilometers is the range that they're at. It's relatively densely. It's very dense, the amount of troops that the Russians have in that pocket. They have 2 artillery brigades, I think the 3rd and the 305, and they've got about there are 5 motorized rifle brigades as well as a PMC, brigade, whatever that means exactly. We don't know what their strengths are, but they are I would posit, what this means to the listener, if you want to take a step back, because there are a whole lot of Russian troops in a smaller area, which isn't good for them, and for a lot of reasons, it's not good for them for defensive posture. More of them can get killed in a smaller area. It's not good for exfil, for egress, for leaving. It would be more of a difficult route out, because not all of these vehicles can travel across country. They obviously need roads, and you have a lot of choke points. The Ukrainians, obviously, as we've talked about considerably, have access to the P-66 from coming down into Severodonetsk. So the only avenue exit for them would be, I think it's the H-32. It's an east-west MSR. And that they might take that route going back into Donetsk and down into Donetsk. So that's important to picture. That's important to understand. So just for the Donetsk region, the center region of the Ukrainian-Russian front, we're looking at what I would characterize as a Ukrainian bloc in Bakhmut. They don't want the Russians further than there, and they want them bashing around in that little pocket for either the purpose of destroying them or forcing them to withdraw southeast into Donetsk proper. We'll have to see. That's more to follow. Going over to Kherson Oblast, the Oblast is difficult to maintain. They're in a difficult position. The terrain, if you did terrain analysis, it's not conducive for the Ukrainians. There's not many. You can't take too many tactical bounds in relative safety, because it's open. There are a lot of canalized terrain corridors that are very open and difficult for them to advance. There are minefields that have to be cleared. Engineers clear minefields very slowly. And in the south of Kherson Oblast, there are a lot of drainage ditches and water reservoirs that would limit the advance that the Ukrainians have. Oh, sorry, CJ, did you want to talk about? Let's go take some questions for Donetsk. I feel I'm missing you, CJ.
The only thing I wanted to highlight is the anthill, which is, if you don't know, for the general audience, is a very significant piece of terrain outside the Donetsk airport. So, of course, Donetsk was captured by the Russians in 2014, and Ukraine wasn't too far away, right? So they actually controlled the edge of the airport. The edge of the runway was in Ukrainian control at this infamous position called the anthill that they fought off for years on end. But recently, with this invasion, Russia captured a lot of this area and pushed out about 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. And what's really significant is that Ukraine has re-entered these positions. They're at the edge of the airport, right? Meaning that they have enough people to threaten not only the airport, but perhaps Donetsk city soon enough. And as Yehuda mentioned, the op tempo in Kharkiv is slowing down, and Ukraine has transferred forces to Donetsk. And this is huge, right? Because these guys in Donetsk have been suffering a lot, right? All the ammunition and spare supplies were sent to Kherson and Kharkiv, and the guys in Donetsk were running low on ammo, especially artillery ammo and machine gun ammo and mortar ammo. And their morale is skyrocketing because all of this extra ammo that's been captured, all these extra vehicles that are serviceable that have been captured are flooding in to these lines that were pushed back. And it's helping Ukraine regain these defensive positions they had for 8 years. And it's going to be just all really bad news for Russians. So that was the only other thing I was going to add, Yehuda.
No, 100%. I definitely overlooked that. Peter, did you want to jump in?
CJ answered my question. Yehuda, my general reaction, I'm looking at some of not only your report, but also the ISW maps and a bunch of other maps. Yehuda, CJ, these maps are nuts to see the advance of the Ukrainian forces at this point in places that we could have only dreamed that they would be right now. CJ, you answered my question because I've been very focused on the Donetsk airport. And maybe Yehuda or you, CJ, might want to explain for the audience what a major development it is that the Ukrainians are now right at the gates of Donetsk. That's a huge push.
One other thing I would add, Peter, not necessarily in Donetsk, but Luhansk, is Russians are setting up defensive positions oriented to the northwest, right? So it's really interesting to me. They, for 8 years, had a large portion of Luhansk, of course, but all their defenses were oriented more towards the southwest, right? Because as we generally know, in 2014 and 15, Russia was able to capture, a sizable portion of both Donetsk and Luhansk, but they set up their defensive lines basically oriented towards Kramatorsk and Sloviansk and these sort of more central Donbass towns. But long story short, partisans have been active in this area, preventing Russians from setting up defensive positions to orient towards Kharkiv. So what does that mean? It means right now, Russians are running around with their heads cut off in both Donetsk and Luhansk, setting up these trenches and concrete fortifications facing Kharkiv, a direction they did not think that they would have to defend from. They're pulling troops from these sort of defensive lines that were oriented towards these cities, because again, as we remember, Putin said that he wanted all of Donetsk captured by September 15th, which is, well, it's come and gone, and they've failed that mission pretty greatly. And so this will be really interesting to see. It's not like Kherson, where they've had 6 months or so to set up these very strong defensive lines. They are scrambling right now. So even though Ukraine is slowed down because of the sheer scale of the attack, Russia doesn't seem to be putting up a pretty solid defensive line. So there is a very high probability, and this is why the Russians are scared, right? They're reporting in the Zaporizhia chats. They're reporting in the Mariupol chats. Russians think attacks are going to come from every direction, and they have no idea what's going to be next, which is really very important for military planning, because basically it means Ukraine can move a very small unit, right? A platoon, just a couple tanks somewhere on the line, and Russians going to think it's the big one. And
what
that
do we call that? A
well,
demonstration?
that would be a demonstration, right? An actual demonstration, or perhaps an actual feint, not just a theoretical strategic feint like Russians claim every
Right.
sort of failure is, which is again just hilarious. But we saw this yesterday in Zaporizhia, right? We've heard reporting here, of course, that perhaps there's going to be a drive to Mariupol soon. And when 4 tanks and 4 Dutch M113 showed up in Zaporizhia to do a small attack, Russia moved battalions. They moved brigades. They did gigantic fire missions trying to hunt down this very small company that had appeared in front of their lines, moving resources and really showing the Ukrainians exactly how they're going to react. So I would say, Peter, not only is Donetsk city threatened, but I mean, there's so much potential for the Ukrainians now because they have Russia so much on the back foot. I know we keep saying it, but they have completely lost the initiative to make any sort of military decision making here, which is really good news for Ukraine.
CJ, it reminds me of when Patton made his Thunder Run to go get his son-in-law out of a POW camp. They made a lot of noise, scared the hell out of the Germans. The Germans thought there was this huge force moving against them. In the end, it wasn't, but the context now is different. And what you're saying is very encouraging. I'm seeing reports that, again, these are the ISW maps, but Ukrainians are claiming control of points on the Black Sea coast. I'm going to be tracking this very carefully.
All right, I'm going to get back to the update there, Peter. Thank you for that jumping in there. Wendy and Brent, do you want? I'm just going to finish up the Kherson, unless you want to talk about Donetsk again. If you want to talk about Donetsk, keep your hand up. If you don't, let's go to Wendy.
Thanks, Yehuda. I'll be quick. Just to a little confession, really. When I'm at work, I secretly listen into the Mirror reports whenever I hear Yehuda speaking, because I know that I know that I'm listening. I pretend I'm on a call, of course, and that's what people think. But I know that I'm listening to news which is a week ahead of anything, and in a space which is dedicated to the cause of Ukrainian freedom and liberty. So cheers for all you do, Yehuda.
Thanks so much,
We love
Wendy.
you.
All right. No, listen. So I kind of glossed over. The Donetsk because it is a bit of a sensitive thing. But the reason why is,